Hello, and thank you for joining our last night initiative where we are going to be talking to people all day today about topics related to housing and homelessness. This is also a fundraiser. We need your help. So we will be sure to add some information about how you can call in with your questions or with your donations and how you can go onto our website and make that secure donation and contribution. So first segment, first out of the gate, we have three amazing people who are joining us. So we have Russ with Homemade Orlando, Homemade Central Florida, that is here providing details on how they engage the whole construction industry to work and support the nonprofit sector to make sure we have everything we need to operate safely, efficiently, and as experts in our community. I have Tony Zarborough here from The Source all the way down in Vero Beach. We've been partnering with them, which I know some of you have seen, our 407 Connect buses, our new shelter program here in Central Florida. And I have Lisa Cortelli here with the City of Orlando Mayor's office. So where she is the expert and the leading advisor on all things housing and homelessness. And so thank you guys so much for joining me. It's really fun for me because it's like I get to talk to old friends and see how everybody is doing. And so I just want to catch up with you guys. What is something new that you're excited about that you are working on this issue of homelessness in your communities or right here in Central Florida?
So I'll take that first question. I'm super excited to be a partner of the Christian Service Center and the City of Orlando. We're working on our 8th bus right now that's going to the U.S. Virgin Islands and St. Croix. So we're super excited about that project, but to have the City of Orlando step forward and embrace this concept has been really, really huge for us and the Christian Service Center because, when you talk about, local government and the challenges it takes to get something to the finish line, it's huge, and it's very impressive that the city even took on this initiative. So we're just here to thank you guys and the Christian Service Center and everybody out there in Facebook land to support this agency and what they're doing, because the work that they're doing is truly amazing.
I think that's the same answer, relatively speaking, that the City of Orlando is most excited about. 407 Connect is what we call the Dignity buses, the 2 buses that are here being operated by the Christian Service Center, our partner. We are just the funder. So in many ways, our leadership has the easy job. The Christian Service Center, our hats off to everyone who, because of that initiative, 40 people won't sleep outside tonight. Or 38, do I have it right?
42.
42. Oh, okay. I'm off by 2. Yeah, so 42
bad.
people won't sleep outside tonight, and that is always so important. But that's the path to self-sufficiency for them too. So it's really an exciting new initiative, and we're seeing other cities and counties in the area also interested. So really, I think you guys have started something major throughout the state, and now it looks like international.
Yeah, we're super excited about that. And all of our buses that we create, we build, are built by people coming out of homelessness. So that's another piece to the process of moving people into self-sufficiency, is that we want them to be part of that process.
Yeah, the employment piece and that finding a work experience type where someone is comfortable working, and in some cases starting back into the workforce, or in other places just finding that supportive environment. I think I'll tag on too to that. We really are sitting at this place that is, they're equally as exciting. The Christian Service Center and having a comprehensive day center in the City of Orlando is one of the most important initiatives. It was the first initiative out of the gate for our Accelerate Orlando initiative. And in that we used, I'll call it COVID money to make it short, but rescue plan funding that we were able to offer to agencies to accelerate their business plans. They knew what our community needed, our region needed a day center. This is what they wanted to do, and we were able to take dollars to support having that happen. So there's a major renovation going on here and a lot of support needed for the operations as they move forward. But the capital funding has been funded by the City of Orlando.
Absolutely. Russ, you're helping us out with a day service center project with the kitchen. Do you mind telling us a little bit about what that project might look like and how it might help people experiencing homelessness?
Well, I just want to echo what Lisa just said, that, being able to provide funds in her case and resources in our case to the frontline agencies that are really making a difference in our community It's so vital that everybody needs to get behind the experts on the front lines. And that's what Homemade Orlando does. We bring the resources of the housing and light construction industry to homeless service agency providers to amplify the efforts of what you're doing. And, I spent a night on your bus during the test phase, and, if I were on the streets and I had the opportunity to spend to sleep in the bus, it's such a secure and, fantastic step off the streets that's just a wonderful initiative. And I'm excited for where that can go for you. I'm really in awe of all the big projects you've got going on campus. And I'm just proud to be part of that project to renovate your kitchen someday soon. We hope to put all those meals out in brand new facilities. I know you've toiled in a facility that needs some help, and how you've gotten it done is amazing. But let's put something newer in there that you can really perform with. So we're excited as Homemade Orlando to be able to get involved in that project. And it's just so important to our community that the Christian Service Center does what they do every day in a network of agencies that are all across our community, helping the unseen needs of so many people.
Thank you so much for that. I know because I have 3 people here who probably never interacted with each other before, I want to give you guys an opportunity to ask each other some questions too. So do you guys have any questions for any of your colleagues that are on this call? And if not, I have a million questions. So,
And I do know Russ well, and I know the great work that you do, and we've not met personally, but I'm very familiar with the Dignity Bus model, obviously. So I'm going to put that back on our MC and take off of the kitchen renovation and say, what does the meal service mean to the Christian Service Center? Though you can do lunch and dinner here every day in that beautiful kitchen, well, outside and in the kitchen, but it's utilized by volunteers. What does that mean to you?
yeah, so oftentimes one of the first immediate challenges someone has when they're experiencing homelessness is going to be hunger. Where do I get that next meal when I don't have a kitchen to prepare in, if my funds have all been spent trying to navigate transportation and housing and hotels? So where do I get a full belly? And that's often the first thing people come to experience here at the Christian Service Center when it comes to day services is how can I fill that unsatiated need for hunger? And so the Daily Bread Kitchen has been in operation since the very beginning here at CSC, over 70 years now. It's had a first original service that was provided, and today we're serving over 550 unique meals every single day out of that kitchen. Sometimes that is someone only getting one meal. Sometimes it's our folks who are experiencing chronic homelessness with high medical needs that unfortunately they're here for all 3 meals of the day. And so we're here to make sure that that most basic of needs is being met so that we have the space and the room to have those intentional conversations about housing, healthcare, and employment with someone sitting right in front of us. So that was a great question.
Sorry, we're going to take Timmy on those things. I want to add that from the city's perspective too, from all of us, that's the place we can always send someone. When you're hungry, go there. And then there's going to be other services, but there'll be meals, and that always has that value when you've made the trip over here. We also have an extensive outreach program going on. Christian Service Center staff have been helpful. The City of Orlando Downtown Ambassadors have been helpful at recruiting people who are serving meals out on the streets or in the parks, and asking them to come here. They need the volunteers, they need the food, all the people are here, and there's additional services here. And there's restrooms and picnic tables to eat at and a nice place to dine. So we're asking those groups to come here and provide that, or at the Coalition for the Homeless or Salvation Army, go to one of our many agencies and provide those meals so people can eat with dignity and access other services instead of out on the streets. So we're grateful for those meals.
Yeah, thank you. And for those of us that you are just joining, thank you for joining us on this last night live stream. This is our all-day telethon, just kicking it off right here at the beginning. I hope you will pop in and out throughout your day. I hope you will share this on your own social media feeds so that we can continue keeping these messages alive and out in the community. So you can put questions in the chat. We will get those. We would love to answer them for you throughout the day. And most importantly, we want you to come and serve with us. We want you to engage as a volunteer. We want you to engage with us on our committees. We are in desperate need of clothing items, particularly new underwear, as well as men's pants. And we are in need of your financial contributions. It was not just a happenstance that we're doing this today. We are at one of the longest nights of the year at the winter solstice, and we want to ensure that this is the last night that someone is experiencing homelessness on these colder days, on these longer nights. That thank you so much for joining us. So I want to kick another question over to Tony. Can you tell us maybe a success story from someone who has spent time on the bus and their journey with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of our bus builders, his name is Kyle. He actually rode his bicycle from Texas to Florida during COVID. The state of Texas everything was closed. He needed to get an ID, a birth certificate, and came all the way here to Florida to get those services because we were still open. He came to the source. We were able to help him get all of those critical things that he needs. And today, he's one of our property managers at one of our housing facilities, and he's one of our builders of the Dignity Bus. So it's, when people first come in for meals and services, it's relational, right? It's to get them to understand that they have gifts and abilities and talents so that we can get them back into the community so that they're successful, tax-paying, contributing citizens in our community.
Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. As everybody knows, homelessness is like a systemic problem where housing and affordability is really the #1 cause of homelessness. But a lot of times those barriers to someone succeeding is just that relationship. Someone to see someone's potential and offer those opportunities for success. So thank you for seeing that in Kyle. Russ, I'm going to kick a question over to you real quick. Why does HomeAid do what HomeAid does?
Well, have all day for just this story. So if you just break it down to a short, simple explanation, builders are a generous community. They create the neighborhoods we live in. They build the infrastructure of our communities, and they want to see the good in those communities flourish. So they want to give back. And HomeAid exists because sometimes it's hard for a builder to figure out exactly what is needed. So we provide the link. We collaborate between the Christian Service Center, the City of Orlando, and other needs across the region to find those opportunities for them to give back what they do best. I love to say that HomeAid is the building industry doing what they do best to help homeless service agencies do more of what they do best. And it's the reason that we are successful because it's proven over 35 years across the country. 5 years here in Orlando, we've done $3 million worth of projects for our agency partners, and we've saved them about $1 million because of the generosity of our builders along the way. So not only do you get a quality product to help you do more of what you do, but you save money because of the generosity of the builders when they come under the HomeAid banner.
Yeah, and I just want to give a quick example of one of the ways that HomeAid has partnered with the Christian Service Center just very recently. They had one contracting group that was like, we have a free afternoon. What do you want us to do? And I was like, Russ, I have a maintenance list that's got over 100 things on it. What are these guys really, really good at? He's like, they can do everything. I was like, okay, I have my priorities, the things that if these get fixed, I know, right? Right. I was thinking the exact same thing. If they can come and do these higher priority things, it makes our ability to do our job easier. And some of those things are as simple as, can you help me change these light bulbs? They're too high and I don't have a ladder that can reach them. And then other times it's, this door won't shut. How do we get the door to close properly? Because I can't figure it out. And so they came in like a hurricane and looked at this building, looked at my priority list, and they were like, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. And they came in and oh my goodness, It made such a huge difference.
Who was it?
Those just few hours. Russ, do you remember the name of the contracting
I
company?
just want to give them credit.
That was Ashton Woods Homes.
Yes.
Ashton Woods is one of our big supporters. They're one of the largest builders in the region. They have built $1 million project in Eustis for one of our agency partners, and they come down and do some painting and touch up and things to help you and everything in between. And that's just the Homemade model. Is not only do we want to give back in construction, but I have to give a shout out to Homemade members, because we just delivered a couple thousand underwear and socks to you guys in the last couple of days from our Seats and Feeds campaign. So there's all kinds of ways that Homemade is trying to help the agency partners deliver on their mission. And that's whether it's painting or collecting needed items or doing a major construction project. That's what we do.
Absolutely.
Russ, I would love to hear about some of your other projects, if that's okay.
Yeah, I need Kira and her team.
She said we could ask you questions, so I'd love to hear any other projects that Homemade is working on. That
Well, we're developing a couple of really big projects, tiny homes in Leesburg. Again, the success story of an agency up in Lake County that helps kids aging out of foster care is so cool, because we built one little village of 10 tiny homes. We saved them so much money in the process. A dream that they thought was many, many years down the road of a second complex is now being developed on paper right now in Leesburg. So that's 10 more tiny homes, 20 more kids that need a place to put their head in bed, and they're going to have that sometime next year. We're working on a major project for an agency in Sanford that helps people with severe mental illnesses, and they're going to get a similar village type setup of duplexes and clubhouse to help them deliver on their mission for, again, 8 to 10 families or individuals that need help all in one place. And we're really proud of those big projects, but we love the little stuff too. We just completed a kitchen floor for an agency that helps men build their lives back up close to you guys right there in downtown. And we've got projects of all sizes going on all the time. And we love to connect with, larger resources like Homeless Services Network, the City of Orlando, Orange County. Tell us what we can do to help you, because that's what the housing industry is here for. We're glad to partner with government when it's for profit of building a community. We're equally glad to partner and help solve the problems that are out there and need to be worked on.
So thank you for everyone who has joined us so far. Just a little introduction. You have joined us for our last night broadcast, where we are discussing issues and relevancy of topics centered around housing and homelessness all day today. So I hope you will pop in and out at your leisure, but thank you so much for joining us. And you can make this the last night that someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness by making a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or calling 407-425-2523. We have amazing volunteers who are here answering your call and able to ask questions. So if you have questions for us, you can also tell those to our volunteers answering the phone, or you can drop them into the chat feature on this live stream, and we will do our best to answer them for you live. All right, guys, more questions. What do you
So I
have?
have a question for Lisa. With that being said, with the support that we need in the community to help this agency, what's the misconception between people out in the community and government? Because they believe that government and my tax dollars should fix everything.
Oh, that's a tough question. Good one, though. There is a big misperception. And there's also an important clarification between county government and city government.
Yep.
Our counties in the state of Florida are designated to provide social services, and Orange County, Seminole, Osceola all do a fabulous job of that with the limited resources that they have. Cities do not have that direct requirement, and so City of Orlando provides all of its services through funding to other agencies.
Yeah.
So that adds up to $4.5 million annually. About maybe close to $1 million of that is federal pass-through dollars, but the rest of it is city general revenue that we are providing to agencies to support the services and support the the service providers that are out there within the city of Orlando and beyond, actually, because in many cases, we can support agencies outside the city of Orlando if that's the only one available to city of Orlando residents.
Yep.
A good example of that is Harbor House, our domestic violence shelter is not in the city limits, but it's a very important partner of ours. So
Sure.
that's important. City of Orlando, though, we do have, with that $4.5 million, we have a goal. We have two goals that are measurable, and we're working hard at them. And one is to reduce the number of unsheltered persons by 50%. We all want that to be zero. We want that to be no one sleeps outside. But with a time period of 4 years, we're determined to get that to 50% fewer. And the Christian Service Center renovation, Salvation Army, Coalition for the Homeless, Pathways Drop-In Center, those are all important partners to us that are going to help us achieve that goal in very measurable ways. The other one, and please support the Christian Service Center in this telethon today, because it also helps with the goal that we all want, which is that no woman or child would sleep outside. None. 80% of the women who have been on the streets for a year or longer have been assaulted in some way or form. It is not safe out there, and we certainly don't want a child out on the streets. So those are our two very specific targeted goals for that $4.5 million, and our agencies are fabulous at helping us.
But you would say it's fair to say that the city of Orlando can't do it alone.
That's a very good point.
We need people out here in Facebook land and in the
Absolutely.
community to contribute, whether you contribute, $5 or you contribute $5 million. I know that this agency is a great steward of all of the dollars that come into this agency. So they can't just rely on the city of Orlando to do it by themselves. So if you're out there listening and you can contribute, please call on and support this agency.
Can I ask a question of Tony?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Tony, the bus concept is so, I guess revolutionary isn't the right term, but it's the first thing I think of, and just such a great opportunity for communities to have a simpler path to solving some of the need for homelessness. What's the linchpin in your opinion? Because you now have a great example of this in use at the Christian Service Center. What's it going to take to get others convinced it's the right step in other places?
For us over the last 5 years, to do this and to start this has been challenging, right? Because traditional shelters are indoors, they're inside facilities, and we know that NIMBYism is real. Nobody wants to take a building off the tax rolls and take tax money away from the city. So we had to come up with something that was creative, unique, and try to inspire other communities around the country to do this and to look at this model. But providing overnight sheltering service is tiring. It's really taxing. It's really an emotional obstacle or hurdle that an agency will take on. So for the Christian Service Center to look at that, the city to look at that, and to hire the right staff and the right people is what's key for an agency to look at doing this. It's not just opening a building and putting cots on the ground and allowing people to sleep. It's doing it in a different, unique way in a smaller space that people are in close quarters with. So it's about providing safety and security and the right connections and having the right relationships with the clientele that comes in and out of the agency.
I should tag on to that, Russ, too, to add that the important piece of the 407 Connect, the overnight bus operation, is the partnership with the day centers, because it is just that, the overnight sleeping accommodations. So we need to have a place where people can go in during the day and receive employment services, meals, showers, and other things. That's a really important piece. But that doesn't have to be done only at the traditional day center. And I think we have one on the west side that's looking at the model, and one on the east side that Orange County is hoping to support and further that model. But there are also faith communities that could do it. If they had, you could do one bus with just 18 to 20 people, have them stay on your site in the bus at night and come into a community center room that you may have during the day, where you could offer employment programs through, just having volunteers come in and help people find jobs or give rides to things or otherwise. So there's a variety of different groups that could do it. It's not necessarily easy. There sometimes are ordinances and other things in the way with parking what is essentially is an RV on your site, but it can be done. And we'd like to really see this model, people get creative with this model and move on. We also had reached out to a few, we haven't found any yet, but an RV park could also do it. They're already zoned for it and actually have the electricity and some other components to it that might make it conducive. That could be an overnight parking spot. If a church couldn't have, faith community couldn't have the bus park on their site during the day, maybe they could go there at night. Or a church could be just that. A faith community could be the place that the bus comes to and parks at night, if they're in a place where that is allowed by ordinance, and then returns to somewhere else. So it's a model that allows for a lot of creativity and a lot of partnership and people to come in to make it work.
Yeah, it's overly complicated sometimes, but when you get the right people in the room that have the same goal in mind, those innovations and those solutions tend to come together. Only when we embrace that as a whole community with our various skills and talents and resources, do we actually see improvements to these large systemic issues, right? And so I want to say very, very thank you to Russ, Tony, and Lisa for joining us in our very first live segment. And thank you all for joining us in our last night live stream telethon that is benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give. You can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call us at 407-425-2523. We have amazing volunteers who are going to be joining us throughout the day to take your calls, help us collect your questions, and help you make those donations. So thank you so much for coming and joining us. And Caleb, my friend, is going to join us to a Q&A video. These are some things where we just have folks who are just literally asking lots of questions and answers. These are our leadership, our case managers, and everybody who's supporting issues of housing and homelessness. Thank you all so much. Keep watching.
So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time to do it. And we'll start with Carla. Carla, how does someone actually become homeless? What are the most common first steps down that path?
This is a really big question. It's very complex because it has a lot of systemic challenges, but also a lot of individual risk factors. So first and foremost, the single biggest cause of homelessness is a lack of affordable housing. So when you can't afford your housing, you're on the streets, basically how it works out. But we also see individuals that have risk factors that lead to homelessness. That can be losing a job, increased medical debt, having a disability, but you don't have your Social Security worked out yet. There's a lot of things like that that kind of culminate on top of the lack of affordable housing that can lead to homelessness.
All right. Okay.
So Eric, what's the biggest misconception you wish the public would stop repeating?
Misconception. I think the biggest misconception that's most damaging is that people choose to be homeless. I think that that's repeated a lot of times as a way to sort of justify the lack of effort that we put in as a society to get people out of homelessness. Mm-hmm. I like to share a story from early my time here at the Christian Service Center, where there was a man in his late 30s, and he was living in a tent near the property. And I was talking to him and trying to encourage him to come and talk to us about getting into housing. And I remember he said to me, hey, you know, this is a much better lifestyle for me. I like doing this. This is how I want to live. And that was really surprising to me. And then just a few weeks later, I saw him again. He was asking for a wrench, and I took the wrench out to him. He was trying to fix his bicycle. And when he did the work on the bicycle, he slipped and hurt his hand. Mm-hmm. And he started crying, and then he started sobbing. And then it was, I don't know what, it was the worst, pain imaginable. And after he calmed down, I said, are you okay? He's like, man, I just can't do this anymore. This is a terrible way to live. Nobody should live like this. This is a nightmare upon nightmares. And then I listened to him for a little while, and I said, don't you remember we talked about a couple weeks ago that you chose this as a lifestyle? And he said, man, I have to say that, because if we didn't say that to ourselves, we would not survive the night. And that to me was one of the best explanations of, people talking about choosing this as a lifestyle. Yeah. Nobody chooses this as a lifestyle. No matter what you think, I've not met a single person who doesn't want to get into an apartment and prefers to be on the street.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point there, where a lot of people are putting up that face. They don't know you. They've just met you. Of course, they're going to say, I choose this. But once you develop that relationship with someone, that rapport with someone, they're willing to open up a little bit more and be vulnerable with the truth of what's going on in their lives.
So while you're watching, I hope you'll call in to our number at 407-425-2523 and make a contribution to support the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here during our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. And you can also make your secure contribution on our website at christianservicecenter.org. All right, so the next question is for you. If someone loses housing, what should they do in the first 24 to 72 hours to avoid ending up on the street long term?
Yeah, so the first thing, I know some of you have probably met someone who's newly experiencing homelessness, maybe at an intersection, someone you know at work, anyone along those lines, and they're looking for help. How do I get out of this situation? And the best place to refer them to is an agency like the Christian Service Center. We have what's called a coordinated entry system, where everyone who comes through our door goes through a housing assessment. We're trying to help unpack their unique situation, what's going on with them, what assets they have at their disposal, what challenges and barriers they're trying to overcome, and we're creating a pathway to housing with them. Sometimes those pathways include shelter. Other times it's reunification with friends and family, maybe across the country or sometimes in another country. And other times it's making that plan for employment, income, or long-term housing solutions like permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing programs.
So somebody would like to support a person that's experiencing homelessness, go through the process of solutions and exiting homelessness. What should they do and who should they call?
They should call the Christian Service Center and send them right here, 808 West Central Boulevard in Paramore, Orlando.
And we are at 407-425-2523. We have volunteers here that are taking calls. They'll take your questions. They'll take your donations over the phone. They'll answer questions for you about volunteerism. And you can also make your secure contribution online today at christianservicecenter.org. So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time.
Unmute.
Hello, and welcome back to the telethon, our all-day live stream, where we are answering lots of key questions around issues of housing and homelessness here in Central Florida. And thank you so much for joining us. I want to encourage you to engage with us. You can leave a comment for us right on the live stream, and we'll do our best to answer it for you here. You can also share this feed on your own personal accounts, so that we can have a few more of your friends joining us and viewing this information. So I am joined with my friend Joel Miller. Joel is an outreach worker, and what that really means is he goes around downtown and into wooded encampments and builds relationships with people experiencing homelessness and helps offer not only access to the resources that they need, but also that friend that someone might need. So Joel, can you tell me what a day in the life of an outreach worker looks like here in Orlando?
Sure, Carla. It's great to be here today. Our particular program right now is focused on the downtown area. So we will occasionally go into areas outside of downtown, but technically we're kind of in the CRA, which is near Lake Eola. Summerlin to Gore to Westmoreland to Colonial. So that general area is where we're doing most of our outreach.
Having to draw that in my mind a little bit, where that is.
And then down Orange Avenue, a little bit over by Fashion Square Mall, John Young and Colonial. But we have gotten to the point where we have three kind of methods of getting out into the community. We walk, we ride our bikes, and we drive around the area. Sometimes we need to transport folks to places in the car. With a bike, we can get a little bit farther than you can when you're on foot. And then sometimes we'll just walk around, downtown. And so the idea is to touch base with people experiencing homelessness, make an introduction, and let them know primarily that we work for the Healthcare Center for the Homeless. We can help them with medical care, dental care, pharmacy, and behavioral health counseling. And then I also will just generally tell them, I can also help you get things like ID and information about shelters. Do you need any kind of help like that? And based upon their response to that question, we'll just move forward with other types of things like employment, transitional housing, perhaps permanent supportive housing. But it's just really boots on the ground, approaching people, and just offering the services that my agency provides, and then all the other services that the community provides, and just getting to know them and helping them to navigate what's available to them.
That's amazing. So yesterday was a pretty important day for us in the homeless services sector here in Central Florida. And because we have a memorial service that we do to honor our friends and neighbors and our community members who may have passed away over the last year while experiencing homelessness. And Joel, you attended that, and you also had the pleasure of speaking at it. Can you tell me a little bit about how that service went and what was going through your mind?
Yes. There's a number of things I really like about this service and how it brings community partners together. Brings people from the faith community together to pray and to make statements about just our need as a community to serve the least of these. I appreciate the fact that political leaders and people who don't really work hands-on or in the front lines of homelessness come to honor the folks that have died. And we do invite people who experience homelessness to the event, and occasionally they'll come, but it's primarily attended by service providers and people who know the individual's person who passed away that year. And there's a reading of every one of the names, and every single person had a name except for one person. It was one John Doe out of over 100 different individuals. Wow. A bell is rang as the names go out, and there's a tree with little white doves as kind of ornaments on the tree. And so folks can, after the service is over, grab one of those doves as kind of a memento, as a remembrance of that person. And this year was especially poignant for me because I knew, I think, 15 people on the list, which, you would think I would know the majority of them, but because it's 3 counties, it's Osceola, Orange, and Seminole County. I'm primarily in downtown. I knew 15 folks, but 3 of them I'd known since 2001. So for 25 years,
Wow.
they'd been experiencing homelessness. And 2 of them were guys that I knew so well. One guy was, his name was Shelton. He was probably the person that I had the most emotional attachment to on the streets. He would get in my car and we would drive around and talk, and he was, a friend to me. We didn't really do a lot outside of work, but when I would see him downtown, we would always talk, and we would hug frequently, and he would pray for me, and we would laugh and have discussions. And the other gentleman, I was in touch with his mother, and we tried to get him into housing for a number of years, but he was just so kind of what we would sometimes call the abnormal had become normal for him. And living on the streets was kind of a normal thing. He knew how to survive and get by. And so the responsibility of housing was something that he just didn't want to accept. And there were comments from other service providers that really express the dearness of these folks to when you have the opportunity to work with people experiencing homelessness, they touch you as much as you touch them. And so when they die and you've known them for 2 decades, it hurts. And it's really a chance to remember them and give them an honorable kind of a eulogy their passing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I know that that is really critical and important. And for those of you streaming and watching, I know you've seen a lot of activity behind us. These are our amazing volunteers here with our donation and volunteer department. And so you can give us a call. You can go on our website at christianservicecenter.org, or that phone number is 407-425-2523. And you can make a secure contribution right here to the Christian Service Center, where we're working with key partners like Healthcare Center for the Homeless and the Hope Outreach team to be able to make sure that this is the last night that someone experiences homelessness here in Central Florida. So Joel, you were talking about Sheldon, and he's experiencing what we call chronic homelessness, right?
Yes.
When you're working with someone who's been homeless for a long time, maybe it's more than a year, maybe it's more than 5 years, maybe it's someone like Sheldon who's it's probably been a significant portion of their life. What kind of hope do you offer them to overcome some of those barriers?
Great question, Carla. You know, in the last 10 years, we've had the privilege of offering permanent supportive housing to people in our community, which is a best practice policy and program that was started about 30 years ago. A gentleman named Sam Simbaris is one of the pioneers of this program, where if a person has been living on the streets or in a shelter for the last calendar year, at least, and has a disabling condition, we are able to qualify these folks for housing, which is low barrier housing. And the goal of that is to get them into a safe place to live where they can get a good night's sleep, take a shower, start preparing their own meals, keep their medications in a safe place, and work with the case manager to establish goals and to start getting some of their life and dignity back by having a place to live where they can invite friends over. They might be able to volunteer and possibly even work part-time if they're able, and to start enjoying some of the things they did when they had a place to live. So we always say that housing is healthcare. And for the last 10 years, we've been able to offer that to folks like Shelton. Shelton was housed for a period of time in an apartment right down the street from here. And there's two main kinds of permanent supportive housing. One is called scattered site, which Shelton was what in the kind of program he participated in, which is a type of unit that any kind of citizen could live in. And there were people who were not experiencing homelessness who lived in his unit before him. And the case manager will come and set goals for him and check in on him. But yet he has a lot of downtime where he doesn't really have a lot of productive things to do. And he's kind of he has a potential to being a victim from people in the neighborhood that might want to take advantage of him. Or if he invites people with, let's say, bad character into his home, that can jeopardize his own housing. And that's what happened to Shelton, is he had too many people coming in and out. There were some illegal activities going on, and so he lost his housing. In some communities, there's a program called Project Based, where the majority of the people that are experiencing homelessness live, and the case managers live on site and are able to offer a little bit more or significantly more of a structured type of lifestyle for the folks that are there. There's activities for them to do on the campus. And so I think that our community would benefit from that type of approach, because a lot of these folks just aren't able to manage their lives day to day. They don't really have the means or ability to engage in productive activities, whether it be volunteering or just getting together and establishing community. It's very hard. So that was a challenge for Shelton, and it's a challenge for some of our other folks. But it is the best practice nationwide for people that are long-term homeless, the chronically homeless, like you said, Carla, because it provides a home for them first, and then they can work on all the other issues that they're struggling with.
Yeah, and there's some major changes happening at HUD right now when it comes to programs like permanent supportive housing. Those changes would shift how the flexibility we have to spend funding locally. And what that looks like here in Central Florida is we have about 1,600 unique individuals across our Tri-County area, so that's Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties, currently living in permanent supportive housing programs. With these funding shifts and changes, we are thinking there might be a little over 500 unique individuals that will lose their housing through this shift and through this change. And that's a major intervention. These are the individuals who have been experiencing homelessness on a chronic level, but also have co-occurring disorders, whether that is a substance use disorder, behavior health challenge, or major physical disability. So these are individuals with high acuity needs that are really, without that housing, their names are going to show up on that memorial service a lot sooner. And so we have great folks like Joel working on permanent supportive housing issues. Our lead agency, the Homeless Service Network, is just a fabulous advocate for our clientele that are in housing. And so I just want to give a big thank you to you and to Homeless Services Network for your ongoing support of permanent supportive housing. And for everybody who has joined us online, thank you so much. We are calling this our last night live stream. It is a telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. And so please leave your comments online. We would love to answer some of your questions, or you can give us a call or visit our website. So we have all of our volunteers here behind us who are answering your calls all day today at 407-425-2523. And these folks are here to help you make a secure contribution or connect with us as volunteers. You can also go to our website, christianservicecenter.org, to make a secure contribution on that website. So Joel, I have a million more questions for you, but the first one I want to dive in are, what is something that people you've talked to who are not homeless or who have not met anyone experiencing homelessness, what is something they have said to you that kind of bothers you a little bit, that is a little bit of a misconception that you need to help them overcome?
Great question, Carla. I would say one thing that's really not talked about a lot, I think, is what's called employability. People think, why can't that person just get a job? Everybody's hiring. And in my experience, and I learned this from I think the Cleveland Institute that talked about the diversion program that our community has been implementing for the last several years, is that most people that come from or living in poverty do not become homeless, but most people experiencing homelessness have come from poverty. And so in my many years of experience talking to people on the street, I've realized that I've met very few college graduates. And when I do ask people, what is the best job that you've ever had and how long have you done it, it used to be kind of a shocking answer. And the type of job what these folks would consider their best job was honest work, but it was usually something unskilled, such as dishwashing, construction labor, possibly a cook, something along those lines, which is great honest work, but it's not going to afford you to be able to afford a studio apartment, a room to rent, or definitely not a one-bedroom apartment in our community. And so when I ask them, I say, how long has it been since you've had a full-time job on payroll? I usually get, a moment of silence and then a pause where actually it's been many years since I've had a full-time job on payroll, or I've never had a job where taxes were taken out. I worked under the table. So most people that I meet that experience homelessness have the skills to do some kind of work, but they're really not at a place where they could get hired by a Publix or a Subway or a Target or even a landscaping company, because they haven't had a job in many years. They don't have a resume. They really don't have the ability to create a resume on their own or upload it onto a website. And most of these folks aren't familiar with filling out an application online. And that's how the world works today. So these are folks that could work, but they need a lot of training, a lot of skills before they could get back into the regular workforce. And then I've also found is that no one can get or obtain a full-time job and keep it by living on the streets. The first step would have to be going into a shelter or a transitional housing program within the shelter where you agree to live soberly, live in a group setting with maybe 30, 40, 50, 60 other people that snore and have their own problems and issues, and be willing to submit yourself to that type of community for at least a year. Go out without a lot of bus passes or a vehicle, find a job, come back, work while battling all the personal struggles that you're dealing with, plus being around that type of community, save your money, and then again, you're not going to be able to afford a 1-bedroom apartment in Orlando. From the experience that I have, most folks don't have advanced degrees or skilled type of careers. So the jobs they're going to get are going to be, entry level type of positions with minimum wage jobs. So even if they were able to overcome all those barriers, live in a shelter and work, it would be very difficult for them to ever work their way out of homelessness. So when people say just get a job, it's so difficult. You can't just pull dirty clothes out of a sleeping bag behind a building and go to work.
Right.
It's not a foreseeable action plan for someone who wants to get back into the workforce. There are a lot of resources in our community to help people with employability skills. There are transitional programs that will help people get jobs, but you can't really do it from the streets.
Yeah. You mentioned sleep as a critical barrier to people being able to maintain that employment, and how hard that can be when you're sleeping on sidewalks, benches, behind bushes, or even in your own personal vehicle or car. And so I wanted to just let everybody know a little bit about the 407 Connect program. This is a new shelter program here at the Christian Service Center where folks can come and sleep on our mobile shelter as they're navigating that work and that employment, so that it is their barrier to be able to bring people to that success in their employment. And so I just want to give a shout out to the 407 Connect team that's been working really, really hard to get folks into housing. And so Caleb is pulling up, you can hide my video so people can see you to Joel for coming on and joining us for our Q&A today. I know Caleb is going to queue up another Q&A, and this is a very live and active site today. You can see people moving and running around all behind me. This is where I want to invite you, if you're watching right now, to come join us down here at 808 West Central Boulevard today. You can bring any kind of clothing, shoes, or food donations for our Stock the Night program, where this will be things that we organize and distribute to people experiencing homelessness right here in Central Florida. You can jump on the phones behind me and make answer those calls from viewers like you. And this is my last little plug for a little while to go online and go to christianservicecenter.org or call 425-2523. Let's try that one more time. 407-425-2523. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you for joining us on our live stream today as we are talking about all things issues related and surrounding homelessness. We hope that you've learned something so far today, but as we move throughout the day, we're going to start answering more of your questions and the questions that we get when we're out in the community having conversations just like this on homelessness. So if you're just tuning in and you're just watching, thank you for joining us in our Last Night initiative. We are taking your calls all day, every day today to accept donations, as well as just hear more questions from you on how we can help address this together. So our phone number for those of you wanting to call in is 407-425-2523, or you can join us on our website at christianservicecenter.org. So the first question I'm going to ask you in this round is, what is the difference between couch surfing, living in a car, and being on the street?
Sure. So, living in a car is probably the easiest to explain. Most people who are living in a car, it's the car that they own or that they're still paying off, and they ended up being evicted from their apartment or kicked out of where they happen to be living, and they just didn't have any other options. And the safest bet for a lot of people is just to sleep in their car. Many times they don't want to swallow their pride because they're embarrassed to ask for help of friends and family. And that's usually where, once they get over that, and living in the car just becomes either too unsafe or too hot or too cold, then they start asking for help. And that's where you get to couch surfing, which is basically just finding somewhere, somebody in the community that you know, whether it's a friend or a family or a coworker, that's willing to let you sleep on their couch. Usually, as they say, you're there for more than 3 days or so, it's, it starts to grow stale.
Yeah.
And so the people will then go to someone else's home and continue that process. Living on the streets is your worst case scenario. So living on the streets encompasses a lot of things, and people are not literally living on a street, but they are sleeping on sidewalks, in doorways, they're behind dumpsters. They're trying to find anywhere that they can get some rest, because it's a major human necessity, without being bullied or accosted, beaten, robbed, raped, and sometimes harassed by business owners and residents who don't want them there. And those are sometimes in camps, sometimes in wooded areas, but most of the time people are just trying to find a hidden corner that usually is the balance between well lit enough for them to be safe and out of the way such that they're not going to be bothered. And that's the folks that are living on the street. Yeah. So if you are just joining us, please give us a call at 407-425-2523. You can make a contribution to support our efforts to help lift people out of homelessness, which we do every day here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Our goal this year is to have rescued more than 1,500 adults and children by the end of the year, and we're well on our way to that goal. And we're going to answer some of your questions. And while you're doing that, you can make a secure contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. And the next question here is, why do some people get housing, end up losing it again? What usually causes that?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness and finally get to end that homelessness by moving into a new apartment, new house, whatever that situation might be, they are so desperate that they enter into agreements that might not be as realistic as they would hope. This is when we get into a scenario that we refer to as being cost burdened, where you're spending more of a third or even maybe more than a half of your income on your housing. When that happens, any small emergency, any small hiccup can cause you to get behind and then get behind again and eventually lead to another episode of eviction and homelessness. We see that merry-go-round happen often. So one of the ways we do our best is by helping people make smart decisions on their housing in our case management meetings, so that when they move in, they know that they have a plan in place to make those payments. The other is, if they ever get in a situation where they're falling behind or they're starting to feel that anxiety of losing their housing again, we want them to stay in contact with us. We want to be able to help bridge that assistance with them to keep them as stably housed as possible.
Thank you for that. It's really tough. Some of the complexities of these issues really, they weigh on us, as practitioners, but they're also very, very difficult for the people experiencing homelessness. If you are one of those people that just sees folks out on the street, they see them here or there, and they know they're experiencing homelessness, please remember that that's just a small fraction of the people who actually are. It's estimated that half of all people experiencing homelessness in the United States are doing so in a vehicle. And it's just really hard to find people because they don't want to be found. They're afraid they're going to lose their job. They're afraid that they might have their children taken from them. It's terrifying. And if you'd like to help somebody escape this nightmare, one of the ways you can do that is to support any of the local or national organizations that work in the cause of homelessness and trying to end it. One of those is our organization. We hope you would consider supporting us. You can do so online securely at christianservicecenter.org. You can make a $5 gift online right now. You can make a $5 a month gift and become one of our regular monthly contributors. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. Talk to one of our volunteers, and they'll answer your questions. They can take your contributions securely. And we just really appreciate you taking the time to listen in for a little bit. Share this stream with other people, and consider support of this great, just wonderful organization, the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. So thank you. Hey, well, thank you so much for joining us on our last night live stream. We are running a traditional telethon right here to benefit the work at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. My name is Eric Gray. I have the honor of serving as executive director for this wonderful institution. We're a very hyper-local organization that focuses on work done right here in Central Florida. And we want you to comment on the live stream that you're watching, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn, or YouTube. Please join us by sharing your feed anywhere you can. Please ask questions through the chat, and we'll take those questions on the air. And please give today. You can make a secure contribution at any time through our website at christianservicecenter.org or by calling 407-425-2523. And you can do that anytime between now and 10 p.m. tonight. And we're trying to raise over $500,000 to support the lifting of people out of homelessness in our community. And as last check, we had raised over $131,000 towards that goal. So we're doing really good for this early in the process. We have dozens of people that are watching right now, and we're really excited for you to join us. And I'm excited to have joining us two of my friends that have volunteered their time here and have worked around this space, both of them. And one is Dr. Andrew Sullivan. Andrew and I both are graduates of the University of Kentucky. But Dr. Sullivan is literally an expert on homelessness in the sense that his academic work and research, amongst other things, has focused a great deal on the issue of homelessness. So we're going to ask Dr. Sullivan some questions. And then Sabrina Maggiore is joining us from WFTV, where she's a journalist and has covered issues around homelessness numerous times. You and I have been talking to each other for years. And she does a great work in trying to just educate people in the community about things that are going on. And I'm going to hand it off to Sabrina and let her ask Dr. Sullivan and I some questions. And while we're doing that, again, make your contribution online at christianservicecenter.org or call us at 407-425-2523. So Sabrina, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. We've talked a bunch of times in the past, and I always love having conversations with you. One of the topics that we've discussed a lot is the need for shelters in our community. I know we've talked about the need for over 1,000 shelter beds in Orange County. And so I wanted to ask you, as things stand currently, you guys are working on several kind of innovative approaches to figure out solutions to that locally. So kind of talk to us about some of the things that Christian Service Center is doing and the need for shelters.
Yeah, I'll let Dr. Sullivan talk a little bit more about the broader need for shelter. But what I'll say is that we work on both the reactive side, and once people are experiencing homelessness, trying to get them out of that experience. And we also work on the proactive side, which is trying to create more housing opportunities in the community so that we don't have as big a homelessness problem. But on the reactive side, if you think of it in terms of like medical care, the thing you have to have in any community is an emergency room, right? And shelters are our emergency room. And we are right across the street from the largest shelter in our community, the Coalition for the Homeless. They're running a phenomenal program with, I believe it's 420 beds for men, women, and children. I might be off on that number. It might be 450. And they are they're just doing the best work. I mean, we really just try and follow their lead in a lot of ways because they're directly placing people that come to their shelter, they're placing them in housing. And so one of the reasons we want more shelter beds is it allows us to have direct contact and build direct relationships with people experiencing homelessness such that we can exit them from homelessness. And that's one of the really important needs behind it. But there's also a broader national discussion about shelter. And I know, Dr. Sullivan, you can talk about it because I know you hear this from people all the time about NIMBYism and other concerns and shelters being placed in your backyard. What are your thoughts about shelter?
Yeah, so this is a big issue here and across the country where almost any community in the country, if someone's experiencing homelessness that night, there might not be a bed for them, or they might need to, back in Kentucky where we used to live, have to travel 100 miles to get to the closest shelter. And so there's some really big gaps all across the country. We're doing some really interesting research that shows, especially for certain groups, so for like youth experiencing homelessness, who maybe they're fleeing a violent situation at home, there might not be a bed for them. And that's the case in a lot of places. But from some of our research too, and what Eric brought up, getting connected to those shelters is that first point of contact to getting the services, getting the help, and not just where to sleep that night, but all these other supports they might need. So it might be education, getting connected to school, getting connected to healthcare. And so shelters are just really important for that connection to getting that help and getting back to housing again.
You kind of mentioned there, getting back to housing is the goal. We've talked before about a housing first strategy. How do you know that that is the right strategy, that is what works to eventually move people from the streets to some better setting?
Yeah, so research has been going on for about 20 years now that looks at housing first or permanent supportive housing and looks to see how that compares to other types of services. So transitional housing or just shelter kind of care as usual. And so it just finds very consistently, especially for people who have a lot of vulnerability. So maybe they have some type of disability or they've been experiencing homelessness for a long time. They tend to stay housed. Over 80% of people put into permanent supportive housing or housing first are able to stay housed for years after. And it tends to be, research finds this through experiments, randomized trials, that it's just very effective. And it tends to also even be cost effective too, where if you're experiencing homelessness and you don't have that connection to services, you're using your first healthcare stop is the ER, which is very expensive. You're interacting with law enforcement or other services very often. And so it can actually be a cost-effective solution too to getting people housed.
Eric, I also want to ask you, one of the things that we see, here coming inside of the Christian Service Center, I've always found it really impressive to see the keys on the wall and kind of the measurements that you guys track to see how you're helping folks. Can you talk about the different ways that you guys do that and the strategies to eventually get people housed?
Yeah, so we set business goals just like any other business, where we identify at the start of our year, which is January, how many people we want to help exit from homelessness, and also how many people we want to help prevent from falling into homelessness by making sure they're not evicted. And so we display that, downstairs, and we'll probably show pictures of that throughout the day, by putting up these goal numbers, and then we change them out every time we add somebody. But we also hang a key every time we exit someone from homelessness, and the keys downstairs are reflective of an adult or a child that sometime this year was homeless and is now in permanent housing. And the people that we're helping, these aren't people that, hey, they came and got a meal here and then they got housed. This is the people that we directly assisted through getting them placed in an apartment. And so we started this process many years ago, and used to be where we might help dozens of people per year. Now we're into helping hundreds of people per year. And this year we'll end up having rescued over 1,500 people from homelessness one way or another. And those are 1,500 adults and children that we're really proud to have the opportunity to support. And while I'm saying that, I hope you will consider supporting this organization here. You're watching the Last Night Telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. So please share the stream that you're watching from. Andrew, we're going to have you students, because you can see on yours. You got to be able to see your face in the light. Nice one, yeah. And Andrew's a good-looking guy. We want to be able to see him. You can also give, if you can, to whatever extent your means will allow, by visiting us at christianservicecenter.org or calling and speaking to one of our volunteers here today that are taking calls at 407-425-2523.
Perfect, Eric. And one of the other things that just want to talk about, you talked about a lot of times the help that you can offer is for folks who are kind of on the fringe. Maybe they're living out of their cars. Maybe they're one rent payment away from potentially entering homelessness. There was a press conference a few months back that talked about 8,000 students in Orange County schools who are classified as homeless. And I wonder how you talk about, helping families with children who are in that situation. How do you start that?
Yeah, I was at that press conference with you, and that where the representative from Orange County Public Schools very bravely got up and shared, very real information about what's happening in our community. And what they were reflecting on is how many students had experienced at least one night of homelessness during that previous semester. And so it was a shocking number. It was over 8,000, and that's just in Orange County Public Schools. The only difference is that the definition, when we talk about children who are homeless in the schools, we also include those that are couch surfing, and that they're not really in a stable environment, but really, they're still experiencing homelessness. And some of those children will be homeless for a period of days. Some it'll be weeks, some it'll be months, and some unfortunately be years. But they're all our neighbors, and so we work really hard to make sure that we lift them out of homelessness as quickly as we can. One of the really disturbing things that we deal with all the time is we see children here on the campus, but frequently parents with children who are experiencing homelessness and living in their cars don't want anybody to know about it. And the reason they don't want anybody to know is because they're afraid that they might have their children taken from them. And that is not the case. The Department of Children and Families here in Florida does not remove children from the household if they are experiencing homelessness, but not everybody knows that. And so the hidden homeless are those that are afraid that by admitting or sharing with somebody that that's what's happening, they might lose their job or they might lose their kids. And so we were very sensitive to that. Everything we do here is very private, and we take care to work with people on a one-on-one basis. But I don't know if Dr. Sullivan, do you have any thoughts about childhood homelessness in the United States? Because I know that there's been a lot of different studies done on it, a lot of discussion around childhood homelessness. It's a big issue. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so this is something I've looked into also. And so while it's about 75% of homeless students tend to be couch surfing in sort of that situation, a lot of studies have found that they experience the same thing as a child or a student who's living in a shelter on the streets or in a car too. So this might mean it's hard for them to get to school, hard for them, so they're not showing up to school, they're not learning the material, harder, lower graduation rates, but they're experiencing all sorts of other family dynamics too, or household dynamics, where they might be not just like living with a grandparent also, but might be extended family, or sometimes what we hear is the older kids tend to be put in almost like a caregiver situation for the younger kids too. So they might be 12 years old, already getting these, already experiencing adult responsibilities, but because of this, they need all sorts of extra support too. And so what's really important too is knowing that if you're a student experiencing homelessness, you have certain rights. So you're able to go to the same school. School has to provide transportation to that school. You're allowed extra academic support. And so this comes up a lot of this fear of they might take my kid away from me if they find out they're experiencing homelessness. But it's actually really important that they go to the school because they can get, it unlocks all these extra supports and rights that the students are allowed to have.
So there are those services there for folks.
Yes, definitely.
Do you speak to the McKinney-Vento?
Yeah, and so this comes from the McKinney-Vento Act, which is the major policy for homeless services for across the country. And so part of that is also things such as what Christian Service Center does and shelters, but a big part of that is the education component of it. And so that's what really enshrines these rights for students. So because
And
so the McKinney-Vento Act is what enshrines a lot of these rights for students, that they have the right to transportation, these extra supports. It's also what funds the school districts to provide services and these extra supports for students too. So the McKinney-Vento Act is the main piece of federal legislation. It's been evolving over time over the last since 1987, and to keep on clarifying these rights and adding more, and additionally, hopefully more funding. And so we saw a big rise in funding to support students experiencing homelessness during COVID. It had been about $800 million or about $60 million per year, and went up to about $800 million during COVID. And so there was this really big investment to students experiencing homelessness.
So that was nationally?
And this
that
was
investment?
nationally, yes.
Okay.
So thank you for that. And I will say we run a shelter program here at the Christian Service Center. It's a new program for us, just started in August, and we have 42 beds. And what's interesting right now is we have 2 children that are in the shelter, and they're not the first children, but we have not had very many since we started the program. And these are brother and sister, and they are young. I think they're both 7 years old, in that age range. And they're going to be spending Christmas in the shelter. And so we're trying to collect some toys for them, and it's really tricky because they don't have a lot of places to store things or to carry things. And so we're trying to find things that they can wear, experiences that they can have, places to maybe go somewhere fun for dinner. And that's all part of the experience of being homeless, is you have to be thinking about all these things that for most people in the country, they don't have to worry about every single day. And but being a child who's homeless is an entirely different weight that people carry. And what we're doing here today is we're participating in making this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. We hope you will like our stream, share it with your friends. We have a growing number of people that are watching the stream right now, which is really exciting. You can watch us on multiple different channels: LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X. And we are really excited to have you join us. We are excited to have our volunteers behind us today that are taking calls, making those connections for contributions. You can call in right now at 407-425-2523. You can also make your contributions securely online at christianservicecenter.org. And those funds go to help provide emergency meals, emergency clothing, an emergency safe space for people to be, so that they have some place to rest. and also helps them get housed, hired, and healthy. That's what we do here at the Christian Service Center. And I'm joined here by Dr. Andrew Sullivan from the University of Central Florida, who's on our board of directors and is also an expert on the issue of homelessness, and Sabrina from WFTV, who's a journalist that covers this issue, and she's been asking us some questions, and we're handling with one microphone here, so I'm gonna hand it back off to you.
Okay. Eric, we were just talking about two individuals in your shelter program. And I wonder, getting back to the human aspect of this, right? Like how did a Christian Service Center encounter these individuals, and how did they enter the program? Can you share some of that background? What you can?
Yeah, so we have 42 shelter beds, but we'll have 400 unique people that come to the campus every day. And so what we do is try to build relationship with every person who comes here as best we can. And if getting them into our shelter or the coalition or the Salvation Army or the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, if those are the best options for them, that's what we try to do. And the shelters operate a little bit differently. The core concept is the same. It's a safe place to lay your head at night, but we are working with those people to also get them housed. So when they are using the shelter, they're not just here with a bed. They're here with a relationship with a case manager who's actively working to use their own income, whatever they have, whether that's through a job or through some type of benefits that they receive through Social Security, to help them get into a room to rent or ideally an apartment, and that they can support themselves, going forward. And what we'll do is help them pay for the first month's rent, the application fee, and the security deposit, but they're pretty much on their own after that, unless they are in such severe condition that they will never work again a day in their lives, and they need a lot more support than what they might be able to receive from some type of publicly funded benefit. And so we try to place some of those people in what's called permanent supportive housing, but there's a very long waiting list for that, and unfortunately not enough beds. But what we do here is try to build those relationships because they're here and we see them all the time. We can do a little bit better job of figuring out what's the best place and what's the best next step for them.
Gotcha. So I was going to ask, what was the kind of first point of contact for the two children and I guess their family and the Christian Service Center? What had you known them through outreach efforts? Were they on the streets? Kind of what was the background there that got them into this?
Yeah, so they actually had come here for some food. They had come here for meals, and in being here on campus, we started having conversations with them, and they wanted to get some type of help because they just couldn't continue to be on the street. And mom and dad are doing their best to try to protect them and care for them, but they've just run on very hard times, and they are really struggling to try and find a way out. And so they're with us now, hopefully for no more than about 30 days. Some will last as many as 90 days here. But we try to get people housed as quickly as possible. And they came here because they needed a hot meal. And that's how most people come to the Christian Service Center campus, either here in Paramore or in Ocoee. The first point of contact is usually because they're coming for a hot meal.
And either Eric or Andrew, one of the things that you talked to a little bit there was the long wait list for permanent housing. Share that challenge and what that often means for folks who are trying to eventually get that help.
Yeah, so there's a very long wait list. This is a really critical issue. And so one thing we did last year with Homeless Services Network was there has to be an assessment process and prioritization process where there's only so many beds that come open every year. How do we choose who gets this first? And this gets to be a really tough decision. And so last year we went through this for the last 2 years, have these discussions about how do we compare someone who's experiencing homelessness with 2 kids versus a senior veteran who has a disability? Which of these 2 situations should get in first? And so because of this, and there's not enough beds for permanent supportive housing, the community is faced with these tough decisions. And because of this, that means some people will have to get left out, unfortunately. So this kind of shows the need that we discussed a few minutes ago. Permanent supportive housing is very effective, but there's not enough to make sure that everyone is able to get in and get that connection to housing and be stably housed.
Thank you for that. And those of you just joining us, we appreciate you being here with us on our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. We're trying to raise $500,000 to support the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando and in Ocoee. And we're working very hard, but we need your support. We need you to call our donation line at 407-425-2523 or go online and make a contribution at whatever your means will allow at christianservicecenter.org. We're really getting a lot of feedback and calls. You can see the people behind us that are they're making calls out to thank people and also taking calls from people who are making contributions. We're joined here by Dr. Andrew Sullivan from the University of Central Florida and Sabrina Maggiore from WFTV, a local journalist who covers this issue. And we are just excited to have you visit us at christianservicecenter.org and make your secure online contribution today. And I'm going to pass it back off to Sabrina, who's the journalist here, and she can continue asking us some questions.
Yeah, I think, I want to kind of get into some of the misconceptions that we often hear, we talk about, we understand. And one of the questions that I wanted to ask is, we've talked about how much homelessness is tied to lack of affordable housing versus other issues like mental health, et cetera. I wonder what your takes are and what the data and research really shows here.
Sure. Yeah. So one of the big misconceptions about homelessness is that everybody who's experiencing homelessness, or the majority of people, are experiencing either a mental health challenge or an addiction problem. And unfortunately, that's not true. And so what we try to educate people on is that, yes, there are people experiencing homelessness that are addicted, and there are people experiencing homelessness that are struggling with a severe mental illness, but they're not very many more or less than the rest of the general population. So the issue is, if you could fix the issue of mental illness theoretically in the country, and it still wouldn't fix homelessness. You could eliminate addiction in the United States, and it still wouldn't eliminate homelessness. We really don't even know the causal nature of any of this. So, for example, there might be people whose mental illness led them to a series of tragedies that ultimately ended up with them being homeless. But it could be just as likely that their homelessness led to a mental illness. And the problem is, there's not a lot of research that shows the causality either way. But what we do know is that mental illness is an important issue. Addiction is an important issue, but the key issue with homelessness is all about housing. And I'm gonna let Dr. Sullivan talk a little bit about the linkage with housing, and I can add more to it. But while you're watching, please know that you're watching us here on our last night telethon, trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. This is a benefit for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we hope you will call into the numbers on the screen and visit us on our secure website at christianservicecenter.org and make your online contribution or phone-based contribution today. And Dr. Sullivan, what do you think about, if you would talk a little bit about the linkage between housing and homelessness?
Yes, thanks. This has been a big classic issue of knowing about homelessness and the research around it. And so some recent things that we've seen is the Government Accountability Office had a report that if the rent increases in a city by $100 per month, homelessness rises by almost 10%. So it's a very clear connection. And so this has been followed up with all sorts of other studies that just always find this link. But kind of what it comes back to is, even if someone, most people experiencing homelessness don't have a mental illness or substance use disorder. Most people, it's caused by some kind of like economic shock is what we would call it. And so like they lost their job, they got a medical bill, they got in a car accident, some sudden shock that started their homelessness. Even for the people that might have a mental illness, it tends to be something like this too, where maybe they even had a job, but then something else happened, or for whatever reason they could not get access to their medication because of maybe it wasn't covered by their insurance anymore. And so because of this, now they couldn't afford their housing anymore, and that's what caused their homelessness. And so for the vast majority of people, this tends to be the connection.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wonder if there's any, local data about what that population looks like in our community. Is there a set number? We know, this amount of people who are homeless are actually struggling with mental illness versus what we understand the reality often is. Do we have any data on that?
Yeah, so this is something we've looked into. One measure that we know of this, or one source of data, is a point in time count that's conducted every year in January, where volunteers go out in the streets, coming up very soon, and you can volunteer for this also, but try to figure out how many people are experiencing homelessness in the community. But as part of this, they also ask questions such as, do you have a disability? Do you have any of these types of conditions too? And so this is where some of the data comes from. And so on a given night, it's usually less than 20% also say that they have a mental illness or a substance use disorder, but that's on a given night, and we would expect these people to also be experiencing homelessness for a longer time, and so that would be the high end estimate, and so it's most likely much lower than that. Also, we also have been doing some surveys recently for joint having legal needs and medical needs. And so while a lot of people have some type of health issue while experiencing homelessness, it tends to be caused by the experience of homelessness. And so Dr. P is off camera, but we've been doing some research around here too on extreme heat, which is a major issue locally, and the lack of cooling centers also. And so while there's some, but this would be another example too, where the experience of homelessness is what's causing these other health issues. And even if it's a physical issue, it could also lead to some of these mental health illnesses also.
Why don't you give our call to action for our audience?
Yeah, well, thank you for coming, or thank you for joining. Please, thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please feel free to give us a call and make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call us at 407-425-2523.
We have some other guests that are going to be joining us here in a moment. We have Commissioner-elect Tom Keene from the City of Orlando who's going to be joining us. We have our great phone bank volunteers that are here with us from all over the community, and we really are excited to have you join us again for our last night telethon, and join us by making a contribution at whatever your means will allow. So we'll go back to Sabrina.
Okay. One of the things I want to talk about is, and we've touched on this already in our conversation, but strategies to actually get people to exit homelessness. Can we touch on some of the main or the most challenging barriers that organizations have to overcome here?
Yeah, so there are a lot of barriers once you fall into the experience of homelessness, and that's one of the reasons we work really hard to try to prevent that from happening. So one of the programs we do here at the Christian Service Center is to provide rental assistance. It's a pretty high bar in order to meet, that we can help you with a single month's rent, but we try very hard. Unfortunately, there will be about 17,000 evictions here in just Orange County this year. We'll be able to help, roughly 600-700 of those families, and that is just a very small portion of their overall need. But once you've fallen into the experience of homelessness, some of the barriers getting back out are really simple. If you lose your ID, or more likely that it's stolen from you, that becomes a huge barrier. The most common thing to happen to people who are experiencing homelessness is they get beaten or robbed, and one of the first things that you're going to get stolen is your wallet or your purse. The second most common thing, by the way, is your shoes. And so we really struggle with just basic things like having an ID, because you can't rent an apartment. We can't even put you on a bus to go live with family in Pittsburgh without an ID in many cases. So the identification issue is a big one. Fortunately, we have a great organization in this community called iDignity, and they do a great job of making sure that they help people reclaim their IDs very, very quickly. But we also have challenges here where we have scam artists that come kind of hang out off property here that want to get people to fill out forms for Medicaid or Medicare scams, check cashing scams. There's all kinds of stuff, and they're trying to capture their information, mostly their social security number, because they then sell that person's information, their identity, to some type of third party. And we're constantly trying to, deal with those types of scams that are happening. Our guests are so welcome here, and they are not a challenge for us to have. The challenge is the people that come and want to take advantage of those guests, and that's what we struggle with every single day. And that's a barrier, because once you've had your identity stolen, or you've had some type of criminal record attached to you because of some mistake, those are huge barriers that really make it hard for you to ever get an apartment. The biggest, though, is also really eviction. If I were in a really bad place, in this state right now, it would almost be better for me to have had a criminal record than an eviction on my record, and in order to get an apartment. So it's very, very difficult to rent an apartment in your name if you have an eviction on your record from any previous point in time.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say some of this there, because we've talked about day services and some of that is offered here. And one of the things that I found in my reporting and talking to folks is that sometimes the barrier to getting a job is just not being able to do laundry and be presentable to get that job and secure that past the interview. So it's very interesting that is offered here. I want to also ask, and you guys probably both see this, but what role does local government play here? There's obviously things that they can do, and there's also the fact that their hands can be tied as well in certain aspects of this.
Sure. You want to take that or should I? So, local government's critical. We have our single biggest partner is the city of Orlando. They have invested millions of dollars into the institution to make it not only a working, functioning, comprehensive day service center, but also to make this a best practice nationally day service center. And they've also invested in helping us get a shelter started here, the first new shelter in the community in over 30 years. And so the city relationship is really critical. Our relationship with the county is a big deal. The challenge that we have is that the city of Orlando is not the only municipal government in Orange County. There are 13 of them, but they're the only one that is investing in any way in the issue of homelessness. I don't mean just investing significantly. I mean investing at all. We're not aware of any funding, and if there are people watching from any of the municipal governments like the city of Ocoee or city of Winter Garden or city of Apopka, and you are investing in the issue of homelessness, we'd love to know about it because we want to applaud that. We want to share that information so we can inspire others to do the same. This, in my opinion, is no longer a church and charity issue. This is a city-county issue. And what's happened is when we got to the place where roughly 1% of the population of the country is experiencing homelessness within a given year, and roughly 5% of the population will experience homelessness in their lifetime, that's an emergency management issue. That's a domestic refugee crisis. That's not just homelessness. And that's well beyond what a church or a local charity can manage by themselves. So the partnerships with local government is so critical, not only to our organization, but to organizations all over the United States that are really leading the way of trying to curb this, because right now we are experiencing the single largest per capita rate of homelessness in the United States that we have seen since the Great Depression. And right now we know that there will be at least 750,000 people in the country that will experience homelessness tonight. And that number I think is soft. And we know that there will be at least 3 million people that will experience homelessness within the year. The country's population is just over 350 million. So we're talking about 1% of the population. And that's a big deal for any community anywhere. And so that's why we're working here at the Christian Service Center to try and do our part by rescuing people from homelessness ourselves. And as we said before, that we're working very hard to rescue 1,500 people from homelessness this year. We're just a handful of people away from doing it. I know we'll hit that goal. We're also trying to raise an additional $500,000 in the month of December, and we've already raised over 131,000 towards that goal. And so you can help us by going online and making a contribution at christianservicecenter.org, or you can call our number at 407-425-2523, and you can speak to one of our volunteers here, both on camera and elsewhere in the building, that are taking your calls. And we just so appreciate your willingness to watch us. If you really just want to help in any way, share the stream, share that you're watching with others, comment, like this, because it gets out to more people. This isn't just on one social media platform. We are right now on at least 5 social media platforms. And so we're really trying to get as big an audience as we can, not only to raise money for the Christian Service Center, but to spread knowledge, to educate about the issue of homelessness, so that we as a community are making better decisions on how we can best help those of our neighbors who are most in need. And I'm going to hand it back off here to Sabrina from WFTV, who's going to, really has been generous with her time and joining us today. I know we have like a minute left in this segment. And Dr. Sullivan from the University of Central Florida, we appreciate both of you for being here. Carissa, how much time do we have left before we have about 1 minute left? And why don't we take that 1 minute, please, and make your contribution here at christianservicecenter.org. Please find a way in your heart and in your wallet to make a small contribution. If you can make a $5 gift online today, it would be incredibly meaningful. There are only about 900 total people who financially support this organization. Almost all of our giving comes from individuals and families. Very few corporations. We have a large number of churches that support us, but they make a small part of the overall impact. We are a $6 million operation now, but we have really turned that into real results. And so we've grown from helping just a couple dozen people a year just 5 years ago that are, help them get out of homelessness, to now over 1,500. Our goal next year is to help 2,000 people be lifted out of homelessness. And you can be a part of that by joining us through this effort to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. You can go online and make your contribution at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call in and speak to one of our volunteers and make your contribution over the phone. You can ask questions. You can get information about volunteerism. You can even join one of our committees. This is a very hyper-local organization just focused on Orlando, Orange County, City of Ocoee, and we really need your support. So call us at 407-425-2523. I really, again, want to thank our partners. You want to give you Sabrina, I'll give you the last word.
No, just thank you for
So if you're
having
just joining us, thank you for
great thing that you guys are doing here.
We're so glad you guys are here, and we appreciate you you join us. And Dr. Sullivan, thank you for your service, not only to the homeless community around the country, but also to our board here at the Christian Service Center. We really appreciate you. I hope you guys will stick around as long as you can. We'll have some additional guests. I think we're going to go to a pre-recorded segment where Carla Cox and I do some interview questions just to allow us to kind of pause it between segments. So maybe you'll learn a little bit more here in the next segment, but thank you for joining us. So if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in to our live stream on multiple different channels. We're on YouTube, we're on X, we're on Facebook, Instagram, even LinkedIn. And we are here trying to make this the last night that somebody in our community experiences homelessness. And you're joining us here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is Carla Cox, our Director of Operations. I'm Eric Gray, the Executive Director. We have the great honor of trying to help lift people out of homelessness every single day. And we are well on track to have rescued a record number this year of 1,500 or more adults and children, thanks to the great work of our case managers, our volunteers, and very importantly, our donors. And we want you to become part of that family of donors, make it a contribution of any amount that your means will allow. It's incredibly helpful. And while we're here, we're going to take some of your questions that we've been getting and try to answer them between us. And I'm going to ask Carla the next question, which is, if I want to help someone I see regularly, what's more helpful? Cash, food, gift cards, supplies, or something else?
So that's a really good question. And like most people in this world, I'm probably going to reply with, it depends. But I'm going to encourage you to do one very specific thing, and that's ask them. Get their input on what they think they need in that moment. They're a person. You should never assume that you know how to best care for them. So engage in that dialogue. Smile. Introduce yourself. Be that friendly face that they might need today, and just say, hey, I have $5. Would you prefer the $5, or would you prefer me to go and get some food for you with this $5? Would that be easier for you than the cash that you now have to figure out how to get to a store or a restaurant to spend? So they might have a specific answer for you on how you can best help them. So number one, smile, introduce yourself, and then ask them for their input on how to best serve them. But those tokens and those gifts, they really should come with no strings. I had someone get very upset with an individual experiencing homelessness because she had given him a coat. And then the next day she saw that coat on somebody else. And then a few days later, she saw the person she originally gave it to and was like, what happened? That was a nice coat. I wanted you to have it. And he replied, well, she needed it more. And so remember, when you're giving someone something, it is a gift. Make sure there's no strings attached to it. Next question.
Yeah.
You ready for it?
Let's go.
Okay. So how safe are shelters? And why do some people who are experiencing homelessness avoid them even when there are beds available?
That's a great question. You know, I can't speak to shelters all over the United States. I've certainly visited shelters everywhere between New York and Los Angeles, and a lot in the Southeast. Of all the shelters here in Central Florida, I would describe them as being extremely safe. They have paid security in almost every instance. There are very strict rules, but they're not unreasonable rules. There are people who really know that the alternative is being on the streets, and so they treat the space in a very sacred way. This is something that they find important to them and their family. One of the things that keeps people out of shelter is many of them are just really unfortunate, and it's that they don't have an ID, that their wallet or purse has been stolen. They don't have an ID, and almost all shelters require you to have some form of identification before you can enter, partly because they're doing a little bit of a background check on you, and they want to make sure that you're not a danger to anybody else at the complex. But that barrier is really hard to overcome. Fortunately, we have a wonderful organization in town called iDignity Michael Dippy founded this organization. He's a wonderful man, and we're one of the few, few communities in the country that has a robust identification agency like that. Another barrier to people getting into shelters, they have pets. There are very few shelters in the United States that allow pets of any kind. They just don't have the capacity and the manpower to staff that. And so, and a lot of people just they're not comfortable around other animals. So that's usually a major barrier, and people are not willing to leave their pets. We've seen that here all the time, where we're trying to get somebody housing, we got everything lined up, but they won't allow a pet, and they're saying, well, I'm not leaving my dog. And I understand it. It's tragic, but I understand it. Other times it's people are, the guests themselves are concerned because they've had bad experiences living on the street, and they don't want to be in close quarters with some people that they think might be dangerous to them. And while that's not usually the case in a shelter format, it's very safe and secure. They might have had a bad experience in a shelter some other time in their life. They might have had a bad experience on the street that they think is going to carry over. And then the final thing is, some people are simply, they're just not in a good mental health place to make a decision about wanting to be in the shelter at that time. And they might have a medical condition, whether it be physical or mental. And most shelters are not equipped to actually help somebody with a major medical condition. So some of our sister agencies in the area, one of their rules is that you have to be able to transfer, if you're in a wheelchair, for example, on your own into the bed, because they don't have the personnel that can help transfer you over in a medically appropriate way. So those are some of the major barriers. A lot of shelters are working very hard to overcome that. The domestic abuse shelter in our community, Harbor House, has added a pet kennel. I know that the Coalition for the Homeless works very close partnership with iDignity. We do as well in our shelter. We have a 42-bed shelter here. And so we are trying to overcome those barriers as often as we can, that make it a little bit easier for people to find a safe place to be. And every one of these shelters is working to get them housed. The shelter is not an option for the rest of your life. It's not a retirement plan. Most people that are in shelter are somewhere between 30 and 90 days. There's sometimes a little longer, sometimes shorter, but somewhere between 30 and 90 days that people are in shelter, and it moves fast. We get people into housing very, very quickly. The Coalition for the Homeless, which is just across the street from us, does an amazing job of getting people into housing. And so does the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army, the Sanford Rescue Outreach Mission. These are all phenomenal organizations that are run by just wonderful people that are making sure that their facilities are safe and secure and very accessible to as many people as they can accommodate.
Yeah, good response. Good, very thoughtful answer. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
So for those of you that are watching, if you're looking for, or if you're even just thinking, how do I get involved? How do I get engaged in this process? Please visit us at christianservicecenter.org, where you'll find lots of information about how to volunteer and get connected with us. You can also go there to make a donation or a contribution, and you can always give us a call at 407-425-2523 to make that donation or give us more questions to answer here on our live stream. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to our last night telethon here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. We are joined by some special guests that I'm going to introduce in a second. But while you are here visiting with us, we hope you will take some time to share the live feed that you're watching with your followers, to like the feed, to comment on the feed. Anything you can do in activity with wherever you're watching is going to help bring more people into the audience to learn about homelessness and to learn about the work we're doing here at the Christian Service Center. My name is Eric Gray. I have the honor of serving as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless right here in Orlando. We're located in the historic Paramore Heritage Community just west of downtown Orlando. We also have an office in Ocoee, and we're really glad that you're here. We're joined by people that are volunteering with us, some of our wonderful volunteers and board members, and we would love it for you to come down and visit with us today. You can come on over to 808 West Central Boulevard. We'd love to have you. You can come in and volunteer on the phone bank. You can come and volunteer helping serve food today, help sorting clothes through our Stock the Night donation drive. It's been really, really critical for us in how we are pulling together these emergency clothing needs that our guests have, all these adults and children that come to us. And what I want to do is just encourage you to visit us at our website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407-425-2523, and you can make your contribution at any time securely online or over the phone. And I want to welcome our guest here, former state representative and current commissioner-elect to the city of Orlando, coming from District 1. And we're really happy, Tom, that you're here. And Tom Keene is newer in some ways to the issue of this upper level discussion of homelessness, but certainly not new to public service. He is a Navy vet, and he has been in this community for a long time, and we're really proud to have him. So thank you for taking time to come out and visit with us. Tom and I are going to talk a lot more in our next segment. We're also going to focus on Dr. Pia Valvasori. Pia is a member of the board here at the Christian Service Center. She's also the longest standing employee for a wonderful organization in this community called the Orange Blossom Family Health Program, or it used to be called the Healthcare Center for the Homeless. And she's a medical professional helping to actually directly assist people in their medical crises right here at the Christian Service Center and other locations in the area. And Pia, why don't we just start off by telling us a little about yourself and tell us what kind of work you're doing here at the Christian Service Center.
Sure. Thank you for having me. So, yeah, I have been serving the homeless in our community for over 20 years. And most recently, probably in the last 3 years, an extension of the care that we provide at Orange Blossom Family Health has been essentially running a street medicine clinic. So we have a clinic here on site where we serve individuals on the campus, the majority of which are unsheltered. These individuals have a multitude of needs, including many that suffer from chronic disease, underlying mental illness, addiction. And these are individuals that have faced a number of barriers in terms of being able to access care in the past, and are just trying to address and meet the immediate needs that they have. The beauty of providing care on a day center campus is that these individuals can get something to eat, can get a clean pair of clothes, can obtain behavioral health services, employment services, do their laundry, get a shower, all in one place. And it's the care that we provide is very low barrier. It's not a clinic in which we have appointments and a whole lot of structure. We essentially are really trying to meet the needs of individuals where they're at. We also have the luxury of working with our outreach team who are here on campus that bring in many individuals who are living on the streets or in encampments that have a multitude of needs. An amazing case management team and an amazing legal team as well. Many of these individuals have not, who have a number of chronic medical disorders, have not pursued some of the entitlements that they could potentially access that would open up doors when it comes to housing. So kind of this interdisciplinary team is able to successfully meet the needs of a lot of the people that we serve.
So Pia, why don't you be a good telethon host and read? Can you read that from here? The call to action.
You're watching the Last Night Telethon, right?
Yeah.
Please share the stream. Please give if you can. The ChristianServiceCenter.org or call 407-425-2523.
So Pia, what originally got you into this work? This is not pretty work. I mean, you're literally getting your hands dirty every day. How did you get into this originally?
I got into this work originally back in high school, just working through some of the campus ministry programs, both in high school and in college. I was educated at Catholic high school and Catholic university, and social service was a huge part of what we did. And because I had such an interest in healthcare and direct service delivery, this work has kind of enabled me to do a little bit of both of the things I'm really passionate about. And I've really recognized over time that the healthcare piece, when it comes to meeting the needs of these individuals, is just a slice of the issues and the needs that they have.
So I know there's a lot of privacy issues in healthcare without divulging names. Can you just give a couple examples of the types of medical issues that you address and have addressed for many years? Because I think some people might be surprised that it's not all about addiction and mental illness, that there's a lot of other things going on. We have ambulances and fire rescue that come here all the time, and I think people might be surprised at why they come here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would say that the most common disorders that we see are people with heart disease, coronary disease that's been unaddressed because these individuals haven't had consistent access to health care or specialty care. People with lung disease, pulmonary disorders, various infectious diseases, including hepatitis and HIV, and cancers. And I can share an example most recently of an individual that came in to see us that had been trying to get into shelters, but the shelters were full. And he's considered elderly. He's 58 years old. And what we found recently that we're seeing a lot more seniors on the streets experiencing homelessness, and many of these individuals are really having difficulty accessing shelter beds because they're at capacity, and many of these individuals have a complexity of needs. This individual had been using the ER as his primary mode of health care because he was suffering from some gastrointestinal symptoms. And eventually, after a protracted hospitalization, they discovered that he had a malignant gastrointestinal tumor. Fortunately, we were able to transition him into a low barrier program that started about a year ago called Health to Housing. And it's essentially medical recuperative care for individuals that kind of need a bridge between emergency services and shelter. So in his case, he was too acutely ill for shelter. Oftentimes shelters require people to live on upper bunks. They're in congregate facilities. He really needed to be in a place where he received more support. So by working with our Health to Housing program, which he's currently in, he can receive the therapy that's essential and get the rest that he needs to hopefully recuperate.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we really sometimes take for granted that we all have medical needs, and we have our neighbors here around us at the Christian Service Center in Paramore. One of the questions they always ask me is like, "Wow, there's so many ambulances there. You must have a lot of people ODing and stuff." And I'm like, "No, I think we've used Narcan. Vincent's off camera. Narcan. How many times have you had to use Narcan on somebody in the last 5 years? 12 times in the last 5 years." And so, you just rebooted the. So we mostly see people here for the same medical conditions that you would see happen at Millennium Mall or Disney World. And one of those that's frequent at Disney World is heat stroke, and people get overheated all the time. And so, talk to us a little bit. I'm going to ask you a quick question about. Are excited to have you join us, and hopefully Jonathan's gift will inspire others to pick up the phone and call. And it doesn't have to be a $10,000 gift, although we can accept those. You can make a $5 gift or a $500,000 gift, and you can make all of that online. And you can do that at christianservicecenter.org, or you can call and speak to one of our wonderful volunteers you'll see behind us at 407-425-2523. And Dr. Pia, let me ask you about extreme heat. There's so much to talk about there. I'm just going to let you kind of start off on that because it's such a critical issue for the issue around homelessness everywhere, but particularly here in Central Florida. And why is that?
Yeah, we've noticed in the last couple years that our summers are getting hotter and they're getting longer. And we've seen the effects of extreme heat on our unsheltered population. And some of the effects that we've seen are, individuals who have chronic medical illnesses, many who need adequate storage of their medication. It's really difficult to store medication when you're sleeping outdoors and it's extremely hot. Many of these medications don't work effectively, in addition to the fact that a lot of people with chronic disease, their diseases are merely exacerbated when they're exposed to protracted heat. So, we've tried to work with some of our partners here at the Christian Service Center. Our response was immediate. We opened up spaces at a certain temperature threshold whereby people could come in and cool. And individuals would come in, they would hydrate. We tried to provide hydration stations, places where people could use the restroom if that was appropriate, and really do some education with individuals on ways to mitigate the effects of extreme heat, and also work with community partners to try to make them aware of particularly shelter care providers of the effects of extreme heat. And our hope is that we can continue to kind of scale up some of these efforts when it comes to cooling centers in the near future.
So, Commissioner-elect, I know you and I've talked quite a bit about this issue, and I know you're coming to this. You've been very, very honest about that you want to learn a lot more about this issue. Any questions that you have for Dr. Pia that you can think of? Because while we're doing this and waiting for people to join us online, we're also trying to educate as best we can about issues surrounding homelessness. And you can make your contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. We are live right now at 808 West Central Boulevard in Orlando, just west of downtown in the Paramore Heritage Community. And we're excited to have you join us. And I'm going to, Tom doesn't know, I'm going to ask him. I thought I'd put him on the spot, see if he had any questions for Dr. Pia.
I do have one question, and I came down here to visit, but you mentioned it just very briefly. So folks that have drugs that need refrigeration, I think you guys said you have a service for that. Could you explain more about that and how that program works?
Yeah, we have a very informal service for that.
So maybe I shouldn't call it a program.
We, we really try to avoid prescribing medications that require storage, such as refrigeration. But we get creative in shelters and with some of our other providers in trying to provide appropriate storage for medications. And we hope to do more of that once our new wellness center opens and we have a dispensary.
So I was going to ask you about that. We have a brand new medical clinic here at the Christian Service Center, and hopefully we'll have a chance to take a tour here while we're on the live stream today. And I know you've just been recently, had a chance to go in and check it out. What kind of impact do you think having a standalone medical clinic for both mental health and physical health needs, specifically for people experiencing homelessness, what kind of opportunities does that provide the community, you think?
I think with the new wellness center, it's going to definitely enhance our efficiency. We're going to be able to see more patients, which will be great. In addition, we'll have some of our partners right on site with us. We'll have behavioral health and legal services right there, in addition to the fact that we'll remain on campus. So individuals that require case management services or other supports will be able to access those readily. We're working with other community partners, including the University of Central Florida College of Medicine, to provide extended hours. The medical students have some other specialty clinics that they run, including wound care clinics, harm reduction clinics that the wellness center will house as well. And often some of those clinics are on weekends, evenings, so that individuals who might be working can access those services as well.
And the clinic is going to be opening soon. I see our director of operations off camera and ask her, when is the medical clinic expected to open, Carla? What are we thinking? Probably February 1st. And so if you're interested in volunteering with the Christian Service Center and volunteering somewhere like a medical clinic appeals to you, a wellness center that can help people, even leading support groups for folks, whether it's Alcoholics Anonymous group or an NA group or some support group or just around depressive disorders, anxiety, bipolar disorders. If you have experience and background in that, we'd love for you to come and volunteer with us. You can learn more about us on our website at christianservicecenter.org. You can make a secure online contribution. You can comment on the live feed, and we'll get back to you in terms of answering your questions. We'd love to have you just connect with us somehow today and let us know how you'd like to be involved with the work that we're doing here at the Christian Service Center. One of the things that I'm excited by, maybe you can tell me if I'm overstating it, is I've learned a lot about medications in the community, and one of those medications that I think is going to be more of a game changer with the clinic are injectables. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. What types of injectables and what do you think kind of impact that might make?
Yeah, I think some of the injectables, when I think about injectables, I think about injectable use within the context of mental illness, people who are suffering severe mental illness. So the beauty of using injectables is that they're long acting. So for example, in an individual suffering from a severe mental illness like schizophrenia, some of the antipsychotics that we prescribe, you have to inject on a monthly basis, which provides some stability for individuals. It enhances compliance for that individual and overall improves the quality of care that we're delivering and patient satisfaction. So injectables can really be a game changer. So, we're looking forward to, again, working with our mental health partners on providing some of those in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about mental health not being the driving force behind homelessness, but at the same time, there are direct connections and impacts. And so we see people here at our campus, both in Paramore and in Ocoee, who are struggling with mental illness, and holding on to a bottle of pills for 30 days or more is really difficult because you're going to have it stolen from you. And frankly, if it's the difference between you taking your medication and getting a sandwich from somewhere and you need food that we weren't able to provide, then you might be selling that medication, whether it's legal or illegal. And it's just, you do what you do to survive on the streets. And, I can tell you, it's not a pretty experience. It's a horror show for anybody that goes through it. It's not something that people do because they're choosing that as a lifestyle. That's something we'll talk about a lot more today as well. But for those of you who want to help those people who are in need, those that are struggling with medical conditions, that need that extra support to help them get out of homelessness, to get them housed, to get them hired, to get them healthy, we want you to join us here for our last night live stream by sharing this with others, getting your friends to join us, getting other people to be aware, make comments, like the stream. Please give if you can, make a contribution online at 407-425-2523. Make that contribution over the phone through 407-425-2523. And you can also make a contribution through our website at christianservicecenter.org. And Dr. Pia, what would you, I'm sure you're around in the community and you hear people like I do who will talk about homelessness every once in a while. It's not the main topic of conversation, but it comes up in conversation. And they might say something that you want to say, well, that's not really right. And sometimes, if you're like me, you're like, I'm not sure if I should say and correct them, if this is the right time to do that. But I find myself more and more feeling like I need to correct them because it's a big barrier, is this sort of lack of understanding about the issue. What kinds of things do you hear people talk about that are just sort of what you think are misconceptions about the issue of homelessness?
Yeah, I think one in my world, my medical world, I hear that, people are always using the emergency room inappropriately. And for a lot of people, that's their only point of access, is the emergency room. So, by providing accessible, low barrier care, I think we can really make a difference in educating the community that we have these services here and we're here to meet the needs of this population, many of whom have had really bad experiences accessing traditional care. The care that we deliver is not traditional, and that's what makes it so effective.
So we're joined here for our last night telethon by Commissioner-elect Tom Keene, a former member of the State House of Representatives and newly elected Commissioner for the City of Orlando out of District 1, and Dr. Pia Valvasori, who's both a member of our board and a medical staff professional for the Orange Blossom Family Health Organization. And she's, in my opinion, the community's leading expert on issues related to healthcare and homelessness. And we're just pleased to have them both here. You can support the efforts that we are doing here at the Christian Service Center by joining us online and making a secure contribution at any time, whether that's a $5 gift or you make a $5 gift every month. You can do that for 3 months or 12 months. You can set all that up through our website. We just really appreciate any support that you can make. We're going to go to, in just a minute or so, another segment, and then I'm going to have a chance to talk with Commissioner-elect Keene. And I think he's going to be the one asking me questions and reverse. And we really hoping you keep our volunteers behind us busy as we work towards making this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. We have raised now well over $145,000 towards our $500,000 goal today. We are doing this until 10 p.m. tonight. So please come join us throughout the day. Share this with people. Say, hey, you should log in. It's the more people that watch, then the more people that will watch, meaning that your viewership will encourage other people to do the same. It's just the way the algorithms work in social media. So the more you comment, the more you share, the more you like, the more you watch, the more people will be exposed. And we're trying to encourage people to learn all they can about homelessness. One of the things that I know, Dr. Pia, that you've done, and with some of our staff and your staff, have gone to these national conferences to talk about some of these issues. What are some of the things that are being discussed now at a national level as it relates to healthcare and homelessness? Just, any general topics, because I think some people might be surprised at the litany of things that are being discussed all over the country right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big ones is threats to funding because, health and housing are very, very much intertwined. I think extreme heat has been an issue on the mind of many and individuals practicing in healthcare for the homeless environments, particularly in cities in the Southwest. We've shared a lot of best practices when it comes to that. And then just ongoing disease management, what's the best way to provide low barrier care and recuperative care within the context of healthcare for the homeless.
Well, Dr. Pia, thank you for joining us. And Commissioner King, thank you for joining us. You're going to stay with us, and Pia's going to go off to her important work, trying to help people in the community. We're going to go to a break in just a minute, and we're going to welcome some other guests that are going to join us online. I think we have somebody from Central Florida, Community Legal Services of Central Florida, and they're going to join Tom and I to talk a little bit about some of these issues from the legal perspective as well. But we want to thank you for joining us for this last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give. You can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407-425-2523. Thank you for joining us. Merry Christmas. Happy 5th day of Hanukkah. And we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us, and hope you'll continue with us throughout the day. Well, hi there. Thanks for joining us on our live stream here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center here. I'm joined by Carla Cox, our Operations Director, who runs a great program here at our Paramore campus at 808 West Central Boulevard. There's lots of folks that are joining us here for our all-day telethon and trying to make it the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can support our efforts by going online and making a secure contribution at christianservicecenter.org, or calling into one of our volunteers that'll take your call live right now at 407-425-2523. And we're gonna continue to answer some questions that we've received and see if we can just help bring a little bit of sunlight to what's a very complicated issue. So I'm gonna ask Carla the next question here. How do IDs, paperwork, or lost birth certificates become such a huge barrier to getting back on your feet?
IDs and identification and being able to prove you are who you say you are has become imperative to every process, down to enrolling your children in school. You need a birth certificate and a social security card for every child just to get them into school. So when you're experiencing homelessness, it's the same thing. You need an ID to access a whole plethora of things, from social security to applying for an apartment or housing, to getting a job. All of these things start to stack up really, really quickly. And all of these critical documents, they just kind of start to add up.
Yeah.
I know for myself personally, the only ID I carry is my driver's license on me. But when you have to have your social security cards, your birth certificate, a marriage license that proves your name change, all these things that you're carrying with you on your person because you don't have a secure home to keep them in, it becomes at a risk of losing those documents. Sometimes you just set your bag down, you forget where you put it. Sometimes that bag gets misplaced or stolen. And other times things just get damaged. Florida summers are harsh on paperwork and documentation because as soon as your backpack gets wet, everything in it is also wet. And so they just get destroyed, they deteriorate, and suddenly that critical piece of documentation goes away. And we have to start that process of applying and obtaining those documentation because those barriers like employment and signing a lease, suddenly they become insurmountable without that ID.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really tragic that we see, not only just here, but this happens all over the country, is you'll have people that are coming around with clipboards and a lanyard looking very formal, and they are offering up a healthcare insurance or a free phone or something that's enticing to someone who has nothing, and they're offering it for free. And all you have to do is give me your information, your name, and how to reach you, or do you have an address? And of course they don't. Then we need your social security number. Okay, well, what are you going to do with that? Nothing. I just need that as part of the form. And they give them the social security number, and then all of a sudden that person is selling that information to somebody who's then applying for their own birth certificate, and then they creating a false identity for someone else that they can sell in the United States or overseas. This happens all the time, and it's one of the biggest pet peeves that I have. I know you do too, and it's really irritating because we see it right out of our windows, and we go out and we try to police that situation all the time. And it's one of the reasons why we welcome people onto our campus, our guests, our adults and children experiencing homelessness, because otherwise we can't really protect them when they're out in a public space. And so we've opened up our campus in the last number of years, and we're really just trying to find a way to make it a safe experience while your homelessness is still ongoing, to get you out of that experience. And the majority of people experiencing homelessness are doing so for very short periods of time. One estimate that came out about 2 years ago by the National Alliance was showing that 80% of people that will experience homelessness in any given year will do so for 8 days or less. And when you think about that, you think about the rapid turnover and all that, there's just so many people that will fall into the experience. We know that roughly around 750 to 800,000 people are going to experience homelessness tonight in the United States. That's the highest per capita rate of homelessness since the Great Depression. But we also know that roughly 3 million adults and children will experience homelessness this year in 2025. And that roughly works out to be about 1% of the population. That's about the same percentage of people whose faith tradition is Islam. I mean, this is a big percentage of the community, and we're seeing people experience this throughout the year, and it's horrific. And we're trying to provide them helping somebody with their ID. We have referral partners like iDignity that we send them to, and they do a wonderful job with this. And we are trying to become that one stop for people to get the assistance they need and very quickly exit homelessness. And the only way we can do that is with your support. And we'd love for you to join us here in our effort to rescue adults and children from homelessness right here in the streets of Orlando and Orange County and all throughout Central Florida. And you can do that by visiting our website right now at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. You can make your contribution over the phone or online, and it's all very secure. You can do it as a monthly recurring gift. We so appreciate that. Even just a $5 monthly contribution to the organization helps us so much in how we budget and how we plan for how many people we can rescue each and every month. And so far, we're on track to rescue more than 1,500 people. We're trying to do that as a record for our organization. And I think we've already broken our record from last year, and we're just on our way to hitting this new goal. And next year, who knows? If we raise enough money through this particular event, we can set that goal higher and maybe get 2,000 people rescued from homelessness next year. We'll see. It's a big goal, but we need big, ambitious goals in order to solve what is a really big problem in every community in the United States. So thank you for joining us, and please consider some type of financial support for our efforts here to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. Hi, this is Eric Gray, and I have the honor of serving as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I am joined by a couple of special guests. Here to my right is Commissioner-elect Tom Keene with the City of Orlando, just recently elected to the City Council, formerly a member of the Florida State House of Representatives. And we also are joined online by my friend Tony Zorba from The Source in Vero Beach. They are the organization that came up with the concept and built the buses that we use for our mobile shelter program, the 407 Connect program. And we have Morgan Cardinal. I'll make sure I'm saying that right, Morgan, and from Community Legal Services. And we're going to jump around and ask a ton of questions. But before we do that, I want to update you that so far we have a $500,000 goal. We've had a number of generous contributions. Chris, you may have to reopen your phone for me so I can read some of them. And put your face right there. And then make sure you put it up. And so we have raised, right now, I have to do the math backwards, but We have $348,674 left to raise to hit our $500,000 goal. Doing the math in my head, I think that works out to be just over $152,000 raised, and we are well on our way. We start at 10 a.m. We're going to go till 10 p.m. We're talking all things around the issue of homelessness. I'm not sure. I wasn't holding my microphone up, so you might not have been able to hear me. And the thing I wanted to do before we jump into questions is thank a few people who have made some very generous online contributions. We have Ted Brown from here in Orlando, who's made a $50 contribution to support our efforts, and he did that through our website at christianservicecenter.org. We also have another $50 contribution from my friend Carolyn Reagans. Thank you, Carolyn, for contributing. We have a third contribution of $1,000. That's fantastic, from Paul DePalma, who is here in studio with us as a member of our board. And he's brought his daughter, who is one of my former interns from like 30 years ago. And she is a television production expert. So she's going to tell us if we're doing this correctly or not. And we're also joined by his wife, Tess. And Tess and Paul have been great friends for a long time. And I appreciate you guys being here. We also had a very generous $750 contribution from James Hartman. Make sure to say there. Yeah, James Hartman in Orlando. So thank you guys for your support. You've gotten us well on our way. We've raised over $152,000 towards our goal today of $500,000 to support the efforts to rescue adults and children from homelessness. And I want to start off, I'm going to throw the first question here to Commissioner-elect Keene. And that is one of the things that we talk about a lot is, homelessness is in downtown Orlando. But you represent an area of our community. It's not downtown. And, I know you and I've talked, you've seen homelessness there too. So tell us a little bit about the types of things you've seen even in your district.
Right. So thanks for having me here today, Eric. I represent District 1, and I know the numbers aren't that important, but basically it's the east side of Orlando and the southeast side, south of the airport. So geographically, it's the largest district in the city of Orlando. It's huge. It includes some suburban as well as some very rural areas and some undeveloped areas. And that's where I've seen some of the camping that we've seen in some of those areas that folks have set up some shelters, temporary shelters, if you will, with camps. And some of them don't even have, even a tent. They're sleeping very, very rough, which clearly is not a good thing. In the legislature a couple of years ago, I voted against it, but basically the legislature voted to criminalize homelessness, which to me was just crazy. We can't do that. And so we need to overturn that law, and we need to get back to, where we're caring for people instead of putting them in jail.
Thank you for that. And again, those of you joining us, please visit us online at christianservicecenter.org. You can help make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. I want to ask and introduce into our stream here, Morgan with Community Legal Services. Morgan, why don't you just start off and tell us a little bit about what Community Legal Services is. And I know, we have a great partnership with you, and we know all about you, but I know that just like a lot of nonprofits, not everybody's aware of all the details of what you do. So tell us a little bit about what you guys do at Community Legal.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us in this great event. Community Legal Services is always proud to partner with our Homeless Services Network because we really do believe in giving people, a leg up in their communities. Community Legal Services is a nonprofit organization. We serve 12 counties throughout Central Florida, including right here in Orange County and the Tri-County area of Seminole and Osceola County. We provide no-cost legal services to individuals who have low income or no income and need to be able to address some civil legal needs, right? So think of us a little bit like the public defender's office, right? When you're charged with a crime, if you cannot afford a lawyer, you are afforded one at the state's expense. Unfortunately, that doesn't really qualify for non-criminal matters. So CLS is here to fill that gap and make sure that people who have housing issues or family issues, even consumer issues, have somewhere to go to seek assistance to really navigate the complexities of the legal process. So we are super grateful for our partnership with Christian Service Center. I know we have a really great staff member embedded right in your offices. So we certainly encourage anybody who does have a need to find us in our offices us or find us in one of our partners' offices and ask whatever questions you need, because sometimes information is the most powerful tool.
Thank you, Morgan. And I'm going to come back to you and ask you a question about some of the stuff that staff from your organization do here.
Sure.
But I want to also thank everybody who's watching online. Our live stream is, we've got dozens and dozens of people that are joining, and we really appreciate watching us through YouTube or LinkedIn, through Instagram, Facebook, or X. We appreciate everybody's time and hope you will watch us throughout the day. Keep the live stream on all day if you can, because the more people that watch, the more people that will watch. And all the algorithm does is help generate more. If you comment, you like, you share, and you can make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can join us online at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us at 407-425-2523 and talk to one of our wonderful volunteers who are here on set, and they are taking your calls and just make people making generous contributions. We're reading some of them on the air. If you want to make a gift, please, we'd love to recognize you here as our live stream continues on this last night telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center. I also now want to introduce one of my friends, Tony Zorba. Who's reaching us, I think, Tony, you're in Vero Beach. And we are just so proud to partner with him. And Tony is the CEO for an organization called The Source. They run multiple different programs. And Tony, you're dealing with homelessness in Vero Beach, which in some ways is very similar to Orlando and in some ways different. Talk to us a little bit about your experiences with homelessness in Vero Beach and what might surprise people or what might not surprise people.
Sure, absolutely. So we get the same thing that you guys get in Orlando. We get people that are trying to come into Florida for a search of a better life, but they think that homelessness here in Florida is a lot easier than being homeless up north. So we have a huge population of people that are just making their way into the state. And we're just trying to, over the next 36 months, is try to eradicate homelessness in Indian River County. And it's extremely, extremely difficult to be able to do that when people are just migrating from all over the country to our amazing state.
So you guys are operating your own shelter program that you call the Dignity Bus program. Tell us a little bit about how that got started and how it's going today.
Yeah, so the Dignity Bus program got started 5 years ago with the intent of providing emergency relief and emergency housing to individuals who are in our training programs and our employability programs and our hospitality programs. And we just needed a place for individuals to rest every single night. We tried the traditional shelter. We tried to buy a building. We tried to open up a shelter, but as you know, whether it's in Vero Beach or Miami or Orlando or across the country, NIMBYism is real. And, trying to provide the services that all of us provide is extremely difficult. So we searched out solutions, and we found that there was absolutely nobody doing anything in a mobile bus in the United States. So we got creative. We built our first one 5 years ago, and we're currently working on our 8th bus as we speak. That is going to the U.S. Virgin Islands in St. Croix next month.
That's amazing. I mean, Tony had shared this with me a couple months ago, and you don't think of a place like St. Croix having an issue with homelessness, but I think when you start to think about it, and there's a lot of poverty in the Caribbean, and people there need homes too, and they also have problems with the not in my backyard folks, because there's a lot of very wealthy property owners and businesses that don't want people, that are kind of interrupting their daily life. And so everywhere on the planet, there are people struggling one way or another. This is not an issue that's just unique to Orlando, to Florida, or to the United States. And so I want to go back to Morgan, and Morgan, ask you a little bit about, from a legal perspective, what you kind of touched on this before, but what are some of the legal types of barriers that people experiencing homelessness run across?
Yeah, that's a great question, and truthfully, it really runs the gamut. I would say at CLS, we really prioritize what we believe to be foundational issues that impact people's livelihoods. Right, one of those being, I think, probably something that a lot of folks can relate to, homeless or otherwise, is what we refer to as income maintenance, right? So that is being able to work steadily or obtain benefits and maintain those benefits, to be able to afford to use public transportation, to maintain your housing, to access further education and things of that nature. So a lot of what we really do, particularly in our work with the Christian Service Center, is identify areas of opportunity for folks who may need a little more assistance than what they're already getting, right? So we're talking about our Social Security benefits, SSI, SSDI, for those who may not be familiar, that's our Social Security benefits, either Social Security supplemental income or Social Security disability income, right? And so we certainly identify that there are a lot of people who are unhoused, either from not recognizing that they are entitled to certain benefits, or unfortunately, to the complexities of a lot of those systems, being unable to maintain that assistance, right? And so, as we all know, when you have fluctuations in your income, that's going to impact, how do you get to work? How do you maintain your job? If you are employed, how do you maintain your housing? And so really what CLS is trying to do is identify these foundational issues and help support folks to really find the resources that they need to be able to build a life, right? That American dream that we always hear about. A lot of money has to go behind that, unfortunately. And so being able to identify where there's opportunities for folks to benefit from a system that is complex, that our attorneys are specialized in being able to handle that.
Thank you, Morgan. And thank you for joining us, all of you who are watching on our live stream. We're joining us here for our last night telethon. We have a lot of activities going on here at our campus today. We are operating a comprehensive day services center and overnight shelter here with the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm joined by Commissioner-elect from the City of Orlando, Tom Keene, Morgan Cardinal from Community Legal Services, and Tony Zorbaugh from The Source in Vero Beach. And, you can join us and make some of these issues a little bit less challenging for an individual experiencing homelessness now and in the future by making a contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. You can also contribute to any number of other agencies in this community that are doing the same type of great work, including the Coalition for the Homeless, the Salvation Army, the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Sanford Rescue Outreach Mission, the Sharing Center in Longwood, the Hope Partnership down at Kissimmee, the Samaritan Resource Center in East Orange County, and I could keep listing on and on. And we really just need your financial support to be able to help these folks. This is really no longer just a church and charity issue. We've gotten into more government-related types of issues. And, Tom, I wanted to ask, what do you see as the role for other local governments besides the City of Orlando in trying to address this issue?
Right. So I really think, and just coming in new, I don't know all of the different programs, but here in Orange County, we have 13 municipalities, and we've got the county as well as us. We have to work together in a partnership, and I don't know exactly today how that partnership is working. So one of my goals coming in will be make sure that we are working that, because this isn't a City of Orlando issue. This is an Orange County issue. This is even a Central Florida issue. This is a nationwide issue. But right here, the things that we can work, we need to be working together and cooperate. That's critical, because clearly somebody that's homeless could travel across that. They're not looking at a city border. They can walk across the street and be in another jurisdiction. So we have to solve that problem, I think, from a county perspective, Central Florida perspective. So that's a critical piece. There is one thing I wanted to mention too, is, having toured your facility here, I think a lot of folks get a different view or perspective of what homelessness is, or being unsheltered, right? It is not just the people that you see here. It also includes families. It includes children of those families that, through no fault of their own, they're out and unsheltered. It includes people who are working, who have have jobs. They may be working at one of our amusement parks or another minimum wage job, and they're struggling to make ends meet, and they go unsheltered. So it is a bigger problem. It is not a simple thing of the folks that you may see wandering on the street. And I think that's a critical piece that we have to recognize. This isn't just a downtown Orlando problem. It affects me in District 1 on the southeast side of the city. It also affects the west side, the north side. It affects everybody. And I think that's an important thing to get across.
Yeah, thank you for that. We know that, for example, based on national research that's done, about half of all people experiencing homelessness in the United States are doing so in a vehicle. And it used to be that the most common place where people were experiencing homelessness was a shelter. But because the numbers have just so outpaced the available shelter beds, the most common place now is people living in cars. It's about half of all people experiencing homelessness. And so when you see some of these numbers like we report out, very, very rarely are they including people sleeping in their cars, not because we're trying to avoid them, but they're trying to avoid anybody. They're afraid that if people find out that they're experiencing homelessness, they're going to lose their job. And that's a real fear because we've seen people, that's what's happened. They're also afraid that they might lose their children. And that unfortunately does not happen, or fortunately does not happen, because the DCF does not just take away your children because you're experiencing homelessness. But most people don't know that. And so you're not going to risk that. And so people are really very private about it. It's not an experience that they want to widely share with people. And I wanted to kind of ask this of Tony down in Vero Beach. And Tony is the architect of the Dignity Bus program that we are now modeling. And he built our buses here in Orlando, where we have 42 new beds across two different buses. And, Tony, what would you say to somebody that in your life that they don't work in this space, they don't know much about it, but they're interested? Maybe your Thanksgiving dinner, tell us something that most people don't already know. Tell us the stuff that people would be interested to hear that they don't already know about homelessness, that you might share with you when, like me, when you're at Thanksgiving dinner and people are asking you about the issue.
Well, I'll share the story about when you guys came to look at our agency and explore the bus. The Source has always believed in partnering with people that want to eradicate homelessness. And for the city of Orlando and, your agency and your team to be able to say, hey, we want to take this next step. We want to step forward and operate, a mobile shelter in our community, says a lot about, your agency and what you guys are doing. But I would just tell the stories of individuals who are coming to us to sleep on these buses that just need a safe place to sleep. In the 5 years that we've operated all of our buses, we had 0 incidents of issues on our bus. And these buses are tight quarters. They're sleeping probably 4 to 5 feet away from each other. And when you have 21 people that just want to sleep, the misconception is that people are going to hurt each other. They're going to, it's going to be a baby making bus. And you're going to create families that are coming out of homelessness. It's none of those things. So you have all of these misconceptions about people that just are exhausted during the day and just want a safe place to sleep. Would you say the same thing, Eric? Have you encountered anything since August?
No, I think if anything, I feel a little bit more sense of peace that if someone were to, say, unfortunately pass away on the streets, and that happens, that passing away in one of the beds that we provide, to me is a real relief, and we've had to prepare our staff for that possibility. There are a lot of elderly adults, and they will, we are going to encounter at some point or another. Somebody's going to have a heart attack. Somebody's going to just pass away in their sleep, and we'll handle it. And that's one of those things that I think most people don't think about with shelter providers. We talked a lot in COVID about emergency responders and critical staff, and shelter providers were considered emergency critical staff, but they're not really always considered emergency responders in the same way like fire rescue and police. And certainly the roles are very different. But if somebody working at the shelter doesn't show up, then there's some problems. We don't have the option of taking a break with the shelter. It's like a hospital. You don't close down for holidays. This is a 365 day a year operation, and it's tough. And this is one of the, I would say this is probably one of the hardest things that we've ever implemented, was trying to provide shelter for the first time. It's not been without its hiccups. You know, Tony and I talk all the time about the bumps along the road and the repairs on the bus and you know, all these things. But the issues really aren't the people. The issues are the mechanics. It's really just trying to do the logistics, washing the sheets and providing food and making sure you have showers and all those types of things. It's very tricky. So, Tom, we're also getting questions online through our live stream. We're getting people that are reaching out to us through comments, and you have a question from one of our viewers.
I do, and this just goes back to my comment that I was just making just a minute ago. So this question is from Lisa. Why aren't married couples considered a family in terms of getting shelter?
Yeah. So that's a great question, and just like most things, it's a complicated answer, and I'll let Morgan jump in here if she wants to try to answer too. But you know, married couples are considered family if they're married, and we treat them as family in every respect. But shelters in the United States typically have beds for women, they have beds for men, and they have beds for families. And the priority is always going to go to single parents and their children first, and they're going to take up family beds for anybody else, because you're not going to put the children separate from one of their parents or guardian. Whenever we have the available space with the shelter, we will then include the married couple in that shelter space. But sometimes the only option available is to have split up the man and the woman in separate beds in separate buildings, and nobody wants to do that. And I will say that's one of the most common reasons people don't use shelter, is they may be married, or they may just be very close with someone. And I know there's a lot of people out there who aren't married, but they have a significant other. And if they were going to be on the street and homeless, and the only way for them to get shelter was that the man in the relationship could go get shelter, or the woman could, but but not the other, they're not going to do it. You know, and it's not just relationships that are heterosexual. You know, you have the same problem with same-sex relationships, and people just don't want to be separate from one another. And I totally understand. Another big issue is pets. You know, we've had a number of people who've come here that were newly homeless. They brought their pet. This was one named Brenda who brought her Jack Russell Terrier probably about 2 years ago, that I really remember that she was she looked like she was dressed like my mom. You know, she looked like just come from her job at a law firm. And she's got her bag, and she's got her Jack Russell, and she's nowhere to go. And this is going to be her first night experiencing homelessness. And we had a bed for her at the Coalition for the Homeless. They had generously made a bed available, but she couldn't take the dog. And so because of that, she ended up sleeping outside the soccer stadium next door for a couple of weeks before we could find her a place to be. And the difference, I wish I'd done before and after pictures, but we're very cautious about privacy here.
Yeah.
The before and after picture of Brenda across that 3 weeks was just so startling. I can't even describe it accurately. But if you want to try and make this the last night somebody like Brenda is experiencing homelessness, you want to prepare for somebody who might have an animal that they want to keep with them, or they have a loved one that they want to make sure that they get housed with jointly. Those are all things that we do here at the Christian Service Center. We help as many people as we can, in as many ways as we can, on as many days as we can. And we do that with your support. 85% of all the contributions that come from the community are coming from individuals and families. Our average contribution here is like $100. And so we want people to give. You can do that by talking to one of our great volunteers, 407-425-2523, or going online at christianservicecenter.org and making your secure online contribution. And I want to give Morgan a chance for the last word here as we go to our next segment on what we just talked about, or other things you think the community should really know as it relates to homelessness.
Sure. And thank you so much for that. And I do want to just sort of echo your sentiment in that answer, because I do agree with you, right? I think there is what we often refer to in the legal community as a missing section of population being served by the existing services. And that could be for a number of reasons: lack of resources, inconsistent definitions for who constitutes eligibility where. But just a pitch for community legal services, one of the things that we've identified in our work that can help try to support preventing the unhoused community from happening, and that is really our housing stability projects, which work to make sure that when you are able to obtain housing, you're able to maintain that housing, so that we don't have folks who have to make decisions about whether to separate from their spouse or whether to separate separate from their pets. So we also really encourage at CLS early intervention, and then our wonderful partnerships with organizations like Christian Service Center that can help meet needs when maybe that intervention is too late. So thank you so much for having us here. And I really appreciate the opportunity to join and to really lift up this event. We're also live streaming it on CLS's Facebook. So hopefully we can get some cross collaboration on viewership, but good luck for the rest of the event. And thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you, Morgan, for joining us. And thank you to the team at Community Legal Services, Danielle, Christina, and particularly Eric and Michael, who work here at the Christian Service Center campus in Paramore. Eric Perez is a lawyer. Michael is a paralegal, and they work with people across multitudes of issues. I know one of the big things that they address is helping people with evictions. They're also addressing a lot of people who are struggling with Social Security Administration and trying to work out issues of identity theft, issues of stoppage and benefits they don't understand. And it's really critical if you are disabled and you don't have the ability to hold down a job, and this is your only source of income is Social Security disability. This is what's keeping some people alive. And so we're really lucky to have folks that help us overcome some of those legal barriers. And I'm gonna look to the production. How much time do we have left in our segment? All right, we're gonna wrap up and go to another segment. And we have some other guests join us. Manny Martinez from Fox 35 is here. We have some other of our board members. We've got volunteers behind us that are taking your call. We are trying to make this the last night that somebody here in Orlando experiences homelessness, and we are really focused on making that a reality. We have raised over $152,000 towards our goal of $500,000. We're going to be on the air until 10 p.m. tonight. You can comment, you can ask questions on our live stream, you can share it, you can like it, you can do anything you want to interact with the live stream. Is going to help us reach more people. And I can see the numbers. We have dozens of people that are watching right now across 5 different live streams. And we're so appreciative of you taking the time to help us make this the last night that somebody is going to experience the horror of homelessness. So thank you so much for joining us. Please stay with us all day until 10 p.m. And please share with your friends. And thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. And really thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Okay. So you're a diversion case manager.
Correct.
Is that what you consider it?
Yes.
Is it, or housing?
Housing case manager.
Okay.
Diversion, same thing.
So what is your role and kind of what I guess is the most common situations you run into?
So my role is basically to help people that are homeless or that are at risk of being homeless housing. So whether that be family or friends that live in the area or live outside of the state that we can relocate them to, that they can stay with, we can do that. Whether it's they're about to get evicted, so then they can go online, apply for homeless prevention assistance, or they can come in and then we can help them get moved into the place as long as they qualify. So we're literally just housing people.
Okay. What is so with like relocation, what does that assistance look like? Like what is the part that you do? And then what's the part that the client would do?
The client, they don't have to do much. They just have to make sure that they have somewhere that they can go for at least 6 months. And then they have to make sure that person, we can talk to them to verify. So and on my end, I call the person, make sure that the home is suitable for, living purposes. I make sure that it's okay for us to relocate them and for them to stay for at least 6 months. And then I buy the ticket and then they're on their way. Sometimes they're able to get bus passes through another partnership that we have to be able to get to the bus to get to where they're trying to go. Or sometimes it's a flight or sometimes it's a train, whatever's the most convenient.
Okay. Okay. So you you figure out what is best needed for their situation or what their need assistance with.
Yes, or what's best needed or what they want, because sometimes what's best needed is not the option that they choose. So whatever they, want to do, that makes sense, and we can do it, and they qualify and it's eligible, then perfect. Okay. As long as it gets them off the streets. Because I could say, hey, I think you should probably go to shelter, save your money. That's not the best environment. But they're like, oh no, I want to go to my mom's house in Virginia. Okay, let's go to Virginia. So
Go see mom.
yeah, exactly. So that's how that goes.
But hey, you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call at 407-425-2523.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
So since you did work with kids at one point at a different agency, what's the impact of homelessness on kids and teens in this community? And what do most people not see?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a big question, honestly.
Mhm.
So, yes, I worked with youth and families for a while, over a year, probably a year and three-ish, a year and a half-ish, 3 months to a year and a half. A lot of it was the impact of the instability on the children. A lot of the parents have their own issues, not necessarily like personal, but just like when you're unstable, your finances are unstable, your living situation, any kind of thing, their transportation, all of it is just completely all over the place. They have to figure it out on a day-to-day. And when the parents are like that, the child is only the step after. It's going to follow in the same footsteps similarly. But luckily they had school a lot of the time. But I learned a lot about families through kids because they tend to say a lot of what's going on in their lives with their parents at schools. And there was a lot of bullying situations. There's a lot where once another student finds out that someone is going through that experience, that kid will just completely, they'll get it brought up all the time. And it really does impact the children a lot. It turns into all of the kids that are going through it together get a lot closer, but it feels like they get a lot farther from people who don't know or haven't gone through that experience or other kids. So there's a lot of factors that play into it. It is a lot of the social isolation that comes with it is really difficult.
Okay. I understand that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people understand that, which is why you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523.
Yeah, thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Yeah,
thanks.
Welcome back in, and thank you for joining us for the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is a telethon that we're doing until 10 o'clock tonight. We are here to take your calls, take your questions, and also raise some money. We are close to our goal, and we hope to eclipse that goal now in the last 9 hours. Manny Martinez here with you, joined by Marnie Makowitz from the University of Central Florida, as well as Vance Rains. And Vance, you are a pastor here at one of the founding churches here in downtown Orlando. Thank you so much for joining us. Just getting an update now. We have raised $151,000 so far. We have $348,675 to go. And I know we can do it. We have these fine folks behind us here ready to take your calls, make calls to get us to our goal. So we have the next 25 minutes. They said talk about anything that you wanted to talk about. You do research on homelessness, especially growing in the 50-plus community. I'll start with you, Mark. What trends have you seen just in the past few years?
Makes sense.
I'll pass you the mic.
All right. So I'm relatively new to Florida. I moved here from Chicago 5 months ago. So I'm orientating myself to Florida. And aside from the warm weather, there's certainly a lot of people who are unhoused here. I've been here at the Christian Service Center volunteering with the Shannon Clinic. So the University of Central Florida has a collaboration between the College of Medicine and the College of Counseling, and then one nursing professor that can, and they're actually doing wound care and some counseling services, and then I'm helping to assist the students with what they're doing with the various clients that come in. There's also food being served and life services that are available. But just looking around as somebody who specializes in nursing for older adults, it's remarkable the number of people who are clearly over 50 that are unhoused. And if you think about, I think about my parents who are in their 70s, who have all the resources in the world, like I can't imagine them being out of place. Right? It's like, they have access to healthcare, they're inside when the weather is bad. Like, we're just seeing more and more people who are older, who are dealing with health conditions, mobility issues that are out on the streets. And it's incredibly sad, and clearly something needs to be done about it. It's doing what they can to help us more.
It's something that can build over time, that path to homelessness. But for some folks, especially in the over 50 category, it can happen very quickly overnight, especially when it comes to health-related issues, when those bills start adding up, right?
Yeah, and there was some talk a little bit earlier when you were talking about, some of the issues that are faced, and then we think about for people who are older that need to be you need to be in a shelter, can they support someone who can't really walk very well or needs oxygen? Those things just. Shelters, even when they exist in their space, we're not equipped.
So you mentioned you're from Chicago, New Floridian. Me, born and raised as well in Chicago, outside there. One thing that I thought that sticks out in what I've noticed is transportation and how much of a barrier that can be. When I moved here to Florida in the South, I used to live in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina before this. You need a car to go anywhere it is that you wanted to. In Chicago, you could take public transit, the bus, you can get most places you needed to do. Here, it's not that easy, and that also plays a role.
Yeah, and I can speak to that too, because I actually am in Florida without a car. I ride my bicycle everywhere, but I do not recommend it. It can be varying amounts of unsafe depending on where you're coming from. But even having a bicycle, for someone who's older with disability issues, they need maintenance. My bicycle is like a car to me. It's not cheap. It requires maintenance. I have to take care of it. I have to be safe. I need lights. When I've come to check with it, I brought extra lights to people, and I'm like, what an extra bicycle! Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah.
So absolutely right. And I know since I work at UCF, I can ride the bus for free, but I don't because it's very difficult. It's not very helpful. If I want to get from here to where I live in Meadow Woods, there's one bus, but it passes once an hour. If I miss that bus, and it doesn't go all the way from here to there, and it's not free for everyone but me. So yes, transportation is a huge issue.
Barrier to some of these issues. Vance, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you. I'll take the phone and I'll hand it to you.
Thank you.
You have seen the change in homelessness in downtown Orlando with your position as a pastor in one of the founding churches. What has that been?
Yeah, it ebbs and flows downtown. During COVID, there was a significant population downtown. And then policies change and how the local police or the city is handling that. You'll see a reduced population for the time, or different parts of town with more. But overall, I would say there is all of the churches downtown experience ongoing relationship with persons who are chronically unhoused. Also, churches are often the first place people turn for assistance. And so we're thankful for a place like Christian Service Center that we can drag people. Truth is, most churches are just ill-equipped to offer the help people need. And so what often happens for the homeless community is they kind of bounce from church to church, trying to piece together, enough to make it through the day, rather than solutions like are offered here that can move people out of a situation of being unhoused to possibly a more stable situation, which is the ultimate goal.
and you are watching the Last Night Telethon. You can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution to the secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523. We have these fine folks behind us here making calls, getting us to our goal. We're about just shy of $400,000 to our goal. I know we can make it there.
If I could add to that.
Go ahead, man.
I was just making phone calls before I came on camera, and I was fortunate to have a conversation with Mike Hodell at the JC Foundation. They've been supporters of the Christian Service Center in the past, and he let me know the check is in the mail for $20,000. So that was significant. I was thankful that they would make that call, so it's great.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of the phone calls, what kind of reaction do you get from people who are excited to make these contributions?
I'm leaving a lot of voice messages, and hopefully those are being received well. But those who are picking up, specifically because they've given before, are very positive about the work we do here and have been very responsive. So thank you to anyone, regardless of the size of the gift. We're thankful.
You're also on the board. You learn a lot about the community that you're in by doing this kind of work, don't you?
That's right. Yeah. So, there's sort of a surface level understanding of homelessness that I think a lot of us have. What we see on street corners or passing someone, or brief interactions, but being involved here has really given me an opportunity to understand homelessness at people level, what causes the terrible impact. As you were sharing earlier about 50-year-olds plus, I just learned this week that for those experiencing homelessness, often it reduces their lifespan by 17 years because of exposure, lack of nutrition, and varieties of reasons. So we obviously want to intervene and do something.
And I'll turn back over to Marnie. In your research, what is it that you have found that has really stuck out to you?
Well, I focus on substance use disorder. That's my main focus. And I think that, again, we've heard about the opioid epidemic and continues to be an issue, but generally trends are going down, but not for older adults. And there's multiple reasons for that. If you think about like the medical complications that we have, like the risk that's associated with substance use goes up exponentially as we age. Our kidneys and our lungs aren't working as well. We're already dealing with mobility issues and cognitive issues. So the risk continues to grow as older, and we don't 100% understand why. I mean, we know trends in society where we're not supportive of necessarily people or people who are impoverished. So just that the problem continues to get worse, just in a population I would say that maybe historically you don't care as much about. I think one of the reasons I got into the work I did was, my primary focus as older adults is I want to make life better for people as we age, because we're all headed that way. It makes me sad when I hear someone go like, "Oh, don't get older." I'm like, so far I've been.
I have no choice.
Yeah. and so far, I've been enjoying it. Like, obviously I have a lot of things that people don't. Like, I've been gifted in a number of ways. I have an education. My parents have supported me financially in other ways. So I have those things, and I still sometimes don't feel great about aging, but I really don't want it to be the case. So that's part of what my work is just trying to make the world better for everyone, but thinking about people older.
And what kind of contact do you make with those who are experiencing homelessness?
So most of that since I've been in Florida has been at the Chapman Clinic, and I really just, it's funny because they often try to serve me food, and partially it's because they're asking questions, because I'm just talking to people. I just want to hear their stories and know what's going on. And I see people coming here, they're knowing that the services here are helping them. And housing is, a huge issue. We think about housing first. Like, I used to work at a nonprofit organization. I did case management. One of the drivers getting people housed, because as a nurse and a healthcare provider, where do you store your medicines? How do you protect yourself from temperatures that are bad? It's you need the housing first. And if you're dealing with other issues like mental health and things like that, you just really need this place to feel you're safe. You can keep the few things that you have. So really, all the services are important, but really helping with housing is huge.
And when people do experience homelessness, the fight to get out of this situation, to build up a war chest, to get stable housing is not easy. Think about first and last month's rent at a lot of places. They'll do history checks, so that will sometimes cut people out of looking for an apartment. It can be $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 for some families to just get out of homelessness, and we're talking most of the country doesn't have $1,000 in savings for an emergency. So it is hard work, and it is really, really difficult for people to find housing once they find themselves without it.
Yeah, and think about like discrimination that happens versus like for people with older people, not older tenants, tenants to live there, and then maybe for like even like these expenses of like first month rent, like that's rent, like security deposits, all those things, like moving all your stuff. And if you're physically unable to do that, like having to hire someone to do it, like I moved quite a bit in my life, and it's not easy, and I don't even have all the issues that other people might be dealing with.
Vance, I'll turn over to you again. I'll ask a little bit of a timely question. Maybe you have the answer, maybe you don't. The government shutdown, which lasted more than a month, it's a burden on folks that are right on that line, where they have to make tough decisions. They have to choose food over rent, rent over something else, put things on credit where maybe they just don't have the space to pay it off. It's a trickle-down effect until it really starts to hit at homeless services centers like here.
That's right. That's right. And it didn't just start with the government shutdown. There've been a number of programs that have been cut. So places where people have been relied on for food assistance or rent assistance, any of those things, they're finding that those aren't available. Those funds aren't available, those resources. And so it adds to the complexities and the desperation. And all indications are that is only going to increase in the coming months. Some pretty vital services that we've come to rely on are going away. So that's going to impact the homeless community and thus our whole community.
Right, and that makes what we're doing here today all that more important, right? And you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution to the website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407-425-2523. We've raised $151,000 so far. Left to go, $348,000. We can do it. 9 hours left in this telethon. We won't all be here for all the remaining 9 hours, but some of our partners will take over and they'll help us get us to the finish line, and you can help us get there too with our fundraising goal. I spoke before we came on, before we did our segment, about a little bit of my connection to some of the work that you do and the work that you do as well. When I was growing up as a kid, I'd sometimes go to work with my mom. And she worked in a homeless shelter as a substance abuse nurse. And that's where, and when it came to lunchtime, and this is kind of where I got my broadcaster voice, is I would be the one calling out tickets for lunch. And then be like, he should come back more often. I can hear him. My mom's a low talker. They couldn't really hear her. But that's where I really learned that just because you're in this tough situation, it doesn't define you. It's not everything of who you are. You're still a compassionate person. You can still laugh. You can still make jokes. And that's something that has always stuck with me for more than 20 years now. So I'm honored to be a part of this, and I'm honored to be here with you too. So,
we all have a voice, right? And we call to use our voice for those who are voiceless, whether it's medicine or broadcasting or church or serving on a board. We all have a voice. We can speak up for someone else that doesn't have a voice, can't speak out, isn't heard.
Go ahead, Mark.
I was just thinking about something that I'm really grateful for, like organizations like this, because I think in times like this when we know things are kind of going wild in the world, but like, what can we do? Here's this organization like knows what to do. And all we have to do is give them money or time. And I know a lot of us don't have extra money or extra time, but if you have just a little bit, like this organization knows what to do with it to amplify it to help. Like they've got a system, a program that works, and people that are working hard to do that, and so many volunteers. Like if I think about, I don't know the statistics, but the number of people that make this work that are just doing it out of the kindness of their heart with a little bit of free time is amazing. So it's a gift to us too that this place exists because it allows us to help in ways that we wouldn't even know how.
Yeah, why not a call to action, for people to volunteer as well? What's it like?
I find it amazing. It helps me gain empathy for what's going on. Like you mentioned, there's people from all walks of life that end up here, all different ages. Like I've heard so many incredible stories. Most of them ending kind of sad, they're here and dealing with homelessness, but just they're people like you or me, and Eric was talking about someone showing up here looking like his mother. Like, yeah, people are dressed all kinds of ways, and like thanks to services, like people can take a shower, get help, like get job interviews and things like that. So it's like just really realizing this is your help needs to be. And yes, there's increased rates of mental illness and substance use disorder, but that's something that people can't help. Nobody who has an addiction to a substance wants that. It's something that I believe and science believe is linked to issues with genetics. The way that you walk, and there's no that is your fault. To me, it's another kind of illness like asthma, like diabetes, and people don't, stigmatize or critique those people for that. So it's the same thing here.
So in our last minute, want to thank you both for joining us here, and want to put out a call to action for all of you folks that are watching at home, watching on your cell phones, wherever it may be. Just help us make this the last night someone experiences homelessness here in Central Florida. You can go and donate to the website, christianservicecenter.org. The phone number is 407-425-2523. We have people here that are ready to answer your calls. And also, if you have a question, anything about anything, and it comes to your mind, just comment it right on whatever social media platform you're watching. We have people behind the scenes that are monitoring those feeds, and they will share those questions with us so we can get them answered to you. Marnie and Vance, I want to thank you both. This has been a wonderful experience, and I'm sure we'll see you here throughout the rest of the afternoon. We've got 9 strong hours to go. Thank you.
I'm doing it.
We both, same question, the barrier.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Okay, so I'm asking, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So as a case manager, you're in a different kind of position as a case manager than I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
So from your perspective, what is a barrier that you tend to run into when you see clients, or that they have when they come in and ask for whatever assistance you might be able to give?
So the biggest barrier is always identification documents, for the most part. Because when you are homeless, it's hard to keep up with that stuff. Or when you do keep up with it, it's in your backpack, and then they go through a lot of people getting stuff stolen from them. So it's like they go to sleep, somebody steals their book bag, now all of their identification documents are gone, now they have to replace that, and then you can't get a job without a social security card or ID or birth certificate, or you need 2 forms of identification. So if they don't have any, that kind of delays the process, slows it up. So yeah, I think that's the biggest one. The ID, social security card, and birth certificate not being tangible is a big barrier.
What do you do once they tell you that? Where do they go, or how do you help?
So you have resources like iDignity. They provide identification documents for the homeless for free. So I just found out, I think they have a limit as to how many times, because I had a client come in, it was like, I've lost, but that goes to show you how often they lose their identification documents. Because I had a client that come in, she was like, this is her 7th or 8th social security card that she's trying to get. So I think they told her she had to go somewhere else. I don't know if they point them in a different direction or they make them pay for it at that point. But yeah.
I've actually run into that. I think it was a lifetime limit of 10.
Oh.
And that I ran into a client with that, and I had to write that I had to do like a verification
Mhm.
that they were experiencing homelessness,
Yeah.
and they were able to provide an exemption, or like they were able to get that social security card process.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
at that level, I think it does become, it has to be added on by a case manager.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody's going through this thing, please make an exception.
Mhm.
So interesting that that's a common one for you. That's not as much a common one on my end.
Okay, so what about you for your barriers?
So it's usually, I think too, it's because it's after they would have kind of seen like you through the intake process,
Right.
or a case manager already. My end is more housing ready focused. So
Mhm.
usually if they don't have documentation, because our program it kind of wavers on time, but it's usually around a 90-day mark.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, hopefully before then, but it can depend on what that client needs. So on a week-to-week basis, a lot of the documentation, if they need one or two more, whatever it might be, ID, birth certificate, social security card, I'll do that referral process, the same thing, iDignity, so they can get that started.
Mhm.
So usually for me on my end, the biggest barrier is going to be more so the outside the apartment complexes.
Okay.
They have the income ratio, the income rent ratio. So they'll say we need 2.5 times rent, we need 2 times the rent, we need 3 times the rent.
Okay.
So with that versus the income they're currently
Yeah,
at,
they're not making that.
they aren't making that.
Right.
So I think even if you're making $15 an hour full time, it's not enough for a lot, if not
Mhm.
mostly all of the apartment complexes that anybody might be passing on the street regularly to meet that on a monthly basis. So then it turns into, how can we increase your income, and or what kind of way can I make a connection to an apartment complex or private landlord
Mhm.
so that we can limit any kind of income multiplication or multiplier that they might have, which then comes to even other connections and partners and seeing kind of just what we can work out. And on top of that, the client doing the legwork. So it's a lot of different parts and how they get their income. Sometimes they can't increase it in certain ways, whereas in other ways they can. So it just becomes kind of like a plan with them and how can we get there. But there's a lot more, I guess, external barrier
Yeah.
in my realm, I guess,
Versus, yeah.
versus like losing an idea and needing to get it.
Mhm.
But thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, give. You can help make this the last night that someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523. Thanks.
Good to go.
Welcome back to our last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless right here in Orlando. Manny Martinez joined by Ryan Gillespie of the Orlando Sentinel and Eric Gray. You know the man, see the man. He is the man. Make sure to reach out to us with your questions. Call us. Comment. We want this to be an interactive experience. We've also raised $151,000 so far. We want this to be the last night someone in Central Florida is experiencing homelessness. So you can go to the website, christianservicecenter.org, to make a donation. You can also call 407-425-2523. And share the live stream if you can. We want as many people watching this as well. This is important work that they do here at the Christian Service Center, and they're so close to reaching their fundraising goal. I know you can help us push that through to the top. We're here till 10 o'clock tonight. This is a long haul. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So, gentlemen, Ryan, I'll start with you. You've done reporting on homelessness here in Central Florida, in Orlando. What have you noticed, in just in the past couple of years in this region?
Well, it's sort of an obvious thing, but it's also not, in the sense that it's different everywhere, and it's more than maybe what people think it is.
Okay.
Well, when you drive around this area, in the downtown Orlando area, you'll see people panhandling or personally on sidewalks and whatnot. And when you talk to somebody who's not in the weeds on this issue like Eric is, the general assumption is that everybody's addicted to something and everybody is choosing to do this. They could be in a shelter, they're choosing not to. And the data shows that, the reporting that I've done, you've done, and a bunch of the media outlets have done doesn't reflect that. Because quite honestly, this is a region that has an affordable housing crisis, and that trickles down to we don't have enough shelter beds for people. And the shelter beds we do have are right here in this neighborhood in Paramore, and they're basically full every single night. So people who want shelter don't necessarily have access to it.
And sometimes their barriers are the young community. I mean, think about just in Orlando last year, the effort to, or was that earlier this year?
It was earlier.
It was earlier this year, right? In the spring, the efforts to block a center right over there on Cayley Street. They banded together and ultimately they got it done.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things too that if you were to ask the average person, or if you were to tell the average person, hey, you live in a city that doesn't have enough homeless shelter beds, I think the polling would reflect the vast majority of people need shelter beds. And then when you tell them how do you feel about that shelter being a mile, 2 miles, whatever from your house, that's when people kind of throw their hands up. So I think that's one of the fundamental challenges that this region has, is figuring out how to convince people that a homeless shelter is not going to be the end all be all to your lifestyle and whatnot. And I think Eric's a really effective messenger of that. And I'm curious kind of what strategies you and people in your line of work are developing to address that, as there's going to be more shelter proposals that come forward in the coming years.
Yeah. Well, shelter is to homelessness what emergency rooms are to healthcare. And can't exist in a healthcare space with only building emergency rooms, right? You also need to invest in research to cure disease. And for us, the cure disease is the healthcare as working on affordable housing is to homelessness. So we work on the reactive side and the proactive side. And shelter is construction of shelter is a proactive way of prepared to react to emergency problems. But most people, I think, are still under the mindset of just popular media. The way shelters work is that there's a line out the door, that's an old, decrepit building that the first 100 people that get in, they have a bed, and everybody who's after that is out of luck. And that's just not the way shelter works in the United States. So what shelter's much more like just a regular apartment complex, like in particularly around the country now, just a multi-story building that usually you couldn't tell the difference unless there was a sign up front. Usually they don't put signs up front that say what this is, because they're afraid that people will not want them in the community. And when you get a shelter bed in this community, like at the Coalition for Homeless across the street, or here at the Christian Service Center, we give you that bed until we get you housed. So that when you're leaving the shelter, you are leaving because you're going to work, or you're taking your kids to school, or you are going to a training program to get the education you need to get a better job, and then you're coming back and this is just another place to sleep. And so I think when people start to understand that shelter is a benefit to any community, and the argument that I made about the Cayley Street shelter was that, if you were in a neighborhood that had a rash of house fires, you'd want a fire station. Right? If you were in a neighborhood that was struggling with public transportation, you want people getting places where you go, you want more bus routes. And this is no different. If you have homeless adults and children in your community, they're not from somewhere else. They are almost guaranteed last house in your community. You don't go wander around to new places. They're staying where it's familiar. And we know this from all the data and the research done all over the United States that 90% of people experiencing homelessness or more are experiencing homelessness not only in the community where they were last housed, in the neighborhood where they were last housed. So if people are experiencing homelessness in Apopka, 90% of the time they were last housed in Apopka. And so if in Apopka, if you have 500 people that experience homelessness this year, which is what we think roughly will happen through the year, they might have any number of, say, 55 to 100 people on any given night, but throughout the year, 500 people. Well, at some point, you have to ask yourself, is this a problem for the churches and charities in Apopka, or is this a problem for the city and the county? And I think that's the question that people are trying to grapple with. And it's coming, the conversation is becoming somewhat of a debate and an argument around this issue of shelter. And that's unfortunate because we really need to get past this notion that shelter addition to a community is bad. In fact, Dr. Sullivan, who was here earlier, is a researcher on this at UCF, has actually done research that's shown that not only does the addition of a homeless servants program shelter not reduce property values in the community, it's actually been shown in some cases to raise property values by just a small amount. And so at the worst, it has a negligible impact in the community at all. And so we have all kinds of data and an argument to talk about why shelter is a positive thing in the community, but the stigma of that is still real for people. And their biggest asset is their home. They want the value of that too. And I understand that. I do too. But it actually, in the long run, probably improves the value of your home if you have fewer people on the streets in your neighborhood as opposed to people living in the gutter.
It's hard though for some folks to think long term like that when they see it every day. Don't you think? What do you think the tipping point would be?
Usually, like a lot of issues, it's when you know someone yourself who's experienced homelessness. I think when we go back to the 80s and the HIV epidemic, a lot of the tide turned when Magic Johnson came out and talked about his diagnosis, and people were familiar with him. They're like, "Oh, this is a real person that I know." But it really started to the research and the acceptance to talk about HIV became more sort of socially acceptable because they knew other people in their lives. The same has happened within the LGBTQ community and the movement for gay rights in this country. We've seen as more people really have people in their families, their friends, and they get to know folks. It's really hard to be prejudiced against something when that person's standing right next to you at Thanksgiving dinner, right? And so I think the same thing goes with homelessness. And unfortunately, about 5% of all Americans will experience homelessness in their lifetime. So this is not a small microcosm. It's literally 1 in 20 people in the country who will experience this. And I think that's unfortunately what it takes to get to a place where people really accept real change.
And we want this, the last night, to be that someone experiences homelessness here in Central Florida. So you can make a contribution at the website, christianservicecenter.org. The phone number is 407-425-2523. We've raised over $150,000 so far. And we still have about 9 hours to go. I know we can get to our year-end fundraising goal. Share this live stream on whichever platform. We're on 5 platforms. Wherever you're watching it, share it and make sure to pass it around just to get as many eyes as we can on this. This is an important issue for Orlando, for Central Florida, for our region. Ryan, I'll go back to you. In your reporting, we both work in newsrooms, right? Sometimes the people that we're talking about that we have to convince to do these stories can be people that are in our own newsrooms that can have doubts about homelessness reporting and reporting on this issue to try and break through that stigma that Eric is talking about. Did that question make sense?
Yeah, and I think to an extent for me, that's actually been fairly easy. I've got a great group of editors who have a lot of buy-in on this issue, and I think we have a pretty good understanding that homelessness is kind of like I don't know if it's a symptom or it's kind of like a trickle down of all of the major defining issues and problems that we see in this community, right? Like we have a lack of affordable housing. Well, why can't people afford housing? A, there's not enough of it. B, the wages aren't high enough for people to afford it. So now we're getting into jobs and we're getting into housing. And then from there, it's okay, so why is that? And then you get into public policy. So it's like, okay, so what kinds of policies are we needing to build more housing? And then you get into the economy and you get into all of these kind of interrelated issues that trickle down to what you see when you come onto this campus. What I've always appreciated about Eric and Christian Service Center is when I'm writing about this issue, I'm like calling him like, hey, do you have anybody I can talk to? And his answer is always like, yes, come over. It's open campus. Come over and serve lunch at noon and just go hang out outside. And there's going to be 100 people and they'll talk to you. And it's one of the most educational things that I've done is I've come over here 3, 4, 5 times over the last couple of years. And when you talk to people about, hey, the state government's getting ready to ban you sleep outside every night. What are you gonna do if you're not allowed to do it? And when you throw that to somebody who, you know, probably is experiencing the news every day, and you tell them, hey, you sleep outside every night. What if somebody told you you're gonna and the answer is that is HB 1365 that you're talking about. It took effect last October 1st of 2024. In that year plus time, Eric, how has that changed any intake here? Did that drive more people to come to the Christian Service Center at all? Because, you know, as a matter of fact, I was live a couple of nights ago outside OCPS, and I noticed when I first moved here and we would drive after live shop at 10 o'clock, the bridges under I-4 on Amelia Street, I think it's Robinson Street too, we would see people on both sides. I didn't see a single person that night that we drove by.
I mean, you know, some people would say, oh, that's because we solved the issue. It's not. We have the highest per capita number of people experiencing homelessness since the Great Depression. And while Orlando certainly doesn't have the highest per capita numbers in the United States, you know, we're right there kind of in the middle. And we're so still focused on this idea that, well, you know, why we have a homeless problem is because we have a warmer weather climate. And that's just not true. I mean, Boston has a higher rate of homelessness than Orlando, and Minneapolis has a higher rate of homelessness than Houston. Anchorage, Alaska has a higher rate of homelessness than San Francisco. So weather's not the issue. It's all about housing. We've learned and we've studied through the data, it's all about housing. But to answer your question, the law that was passed last year was just poorly constructed. And I think it was passed by people who just don't really have full comprehension of the issue. And so we're so struggling to educate people. It's one of the reasons why we're doing this live stream, is just trying to educate. But no, we've actually not seen an increase in the number of people who come here. We've actually seen sort of a decrease. I have to explain it.
Wow.
So we still are serving the same number of meals every day, right? But during the break between meals, there are fewer people here. And even though this is a safe place, they know they're not going to be harassed, people are trying to make themselves scarce. And so when we go out and do street outreach, it's harder to find people. People don't want to be found because they're afraid they're going to be, at best, sort of harassed in their minds, and at worst, arrested. And I can tell you from direct experience, Chief Smith is a phenomenal leader in our community. I think I can speak for him. They don't want to do this. Law enforcement doesn't want to be arrested. People are finding them for public camping or public urination or any of those things. It's, you know, this is the last thing that they want to do. The law enforcement officers are the ones, in my experience, most opposed to this particular law, because it's a real waste of their time. Because if they do find something, they do everything they can to get them to a place where they don't have to cite them or arrest them. And usually the only reason they do is if that person is not in good enough medical condition to physically move. So that, like, I can't go anywhere, I can't walk. That's literally what happens. And so they'll call an ambulance if that's appropriate. But in some instances, that person's already been in the hospital. The hospital doesn't want to see them again. So they'll take them to the 33rd Street Jail, they'll book them, and then they turn around and have to release them on their own recognizance. They get a fine, and 0% of those fines are ever paid. Literally 0%. And it doesn't do anybody any good, and it wastes the officer's time for 4 hours of going through that process. When, you know, they could have been addressing other real crimes. So not only was it not helpful to the issue of trying to get people housed, it's actually been harmful, because our whole goal here is to try and build relationship with people so that they trust us enough to let us help them find housing. Some people, that trust takes 10 minutes. Sometimes that trust takes 10 days. Sometimes it's 10 weeks. Everybody's a little bit different.
The vast majority of people who experience homelessness will do so for 8 days or less. It's about 80% will be about 8 days or less. And that is hard for a lot of people to wrap their minds around. And I refer to it as the trigonometry of homelessness because it is a complicated issue. But when you think about the experience of homelessness being such a horror show, if you're a woman in the United States and you've been experiencing homelessness for more than about a week, it is a statistical guarantee that you've either been beaten, robbed, or raped. So nobody wants this as an experience. Nobody chooses this as an experience. And anybody who says they do, they're saying that to themselves to convince them they can make it through the night. And so we see this all the time. So nobody wants to participate in that experience. Nobody wants this as a choice. And yet it still happens. They want to get out of it as quickly as possible. Roughly 70% of people who've experienced homelessness in our area will get out of that help without anybody helping them at all. We call it self-correction, right? They don't need our help or anybody else's help. They're going to find a way out of it because it's a nightmare. But that still leaves about 30% of the people in our community that we need to find a way to help. Which for our community in the metro area is roughly around 25,000 people. So that's the number. We're going to have rescued very directly 1,500 people this year. The coalition's going to do a little bit more than that across the street. They're doing at least 2,000 this year. So now it's just a math problem. The system as a whole is helping rescue almost 5,000 people a year. So we're tackling this as a manageable issue. We just have to figure out how to tackle it a little bit more effectively and efficiently.
We want this the last night, or want this to be the last night that someone in Central Florida is experiencing homelessness. So help us out, help make that a reality. Go to the website, christianservicecenter.org, or make a phone call, 407-425-2523. We're going to get an update here as to how much we have raised so far, and that number is $151,605. And we still have 8+ hours to go. We're here doing this telethon until 10 o'clock tonight. It's just a good time, Eric. I'm thankful that
They were
you
sharing
had
with
us on
us
here.
while we're talking. You were sharing with us
Yeah.
that
A mom and a daughter.
There was a
mom and
success
daughter,
story.
Yeah, while we've been doing this.
Yeah.
They
Reunited.
were
Just reunited with an aunt in South Florida.
Okay, so they were reunited with their aunt in South Florida.
We're getting on an Amtrak in a few hours.
Getting on Amtrak today. And so there's literally not a day that goes by, and this is the best part about my job. I don't have memory of a day in the last at least 3 years where I didn't get to sign the approval to put somebody on a bus, a plane, or a train with a family somewhere. It's great. It's fantastic. And sometimes, it shouldn't be the most important thing, but like sometimes these bus tickets are like $60. Like, okay, I'm ending someone's homelessness with $60. Like, how great is that? Other times it's more expensive. Well, we had a family of 7 that ultimately the best solution was to put them on a plane back to the family in Rhode Island. And that was a bit more expensive. I don't remember the amount, but it was over $1,000. But still, it's less expensive than what we do to help people into apartments. There was another woman who called in and spoke to one of our volunteers, Nina, who's over my left shoulder, and they had experienced homelessness recently. She and her husband had used our services, and she just called in to let us know that he's got a job, they're doing very well, and she just made a donation. There's nothing better than that. The people that you have helped that are reaching back out to help others, it just doesn't get better.
Just got to notice that we're going to be adding State Rep and Orlando mayoral candidate Ana Escamani. Ana, good afternoon to you. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Hey, the heads up was texting.
That's all right. You know what? This is essentially live TV, isn't it? And yeah, it's all part of the fun. So we're here with Ryan Gillespie of Orlando Sentinel and Eric Ray from the Christian Service Center. And we've just been talking about just our experiences with reporting on homelessness. But highlight some of your work as a lawmaker and the change that you've seen in homelessness here in our community just within the last couple of years.
Oh, absolutely. Let me just get audio so y'all don't hear any echoes. Hopefully that sounds a bit more clear. Well, first of all, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share space with y'all. It's great to see y'all. And thanks for taking time out of your busy schedules to support the incredibly impactful work of Christian Service Center. It's great to see you too, Eric. So I grew up in this town, born and raised in Orlando, and grew up in a working class family. when I look back to my childhood and the economic struggles that my parents faced every single day, I'm reminded of how alone we felt during that time. And, you know, being immigrants, my parents were also very prideful. They never wanted to ask for help or create feel like they were a burden to others. And what I find to be so incredible about many of our service organizations, but especially Christian Service Center, is that we're helping to break that stigma. We're showing up in every type of environment. And we're also not just delivering a service, we're also, of course, advocates, because the reality is that we have a system that is creating the inequalities. And at the end of the day, every nonprofit organization, from my lens, should be on serving themselves, right? Like eliminating the reason why they even have to exist by delivering a service and then addressing the systemic problems that have created the problem in the first place. And so for me, the work in Christian Service Center is both angles. It's delivering a service, but it's also trying to fix the system so that every person, families like mine, have the ability to reach their fullest potential.
Go ahead, Ryan. And Anna, in your day job as a state representative, you guys are going back to session here right after the new year. I'm curious, when we talk about this issue of homelessness, is there anything on the docket that either has been filed or that you've heard that could make some progress on this issue here in the next couple of months?
Yeah, really great question. First of all, it's sad to remind folks that it's the legislature that pushed forward policy that essentially tries to criminalize being homeless. So we are in the reality of the impact of that policy and the ripple effect it creates in our local communities and the pressure on local governments to respond. And so my hope would be to repeal that type of legislation, but politically doing that is very unlikely. So on the proactive front, we are seeing a lot of housing affordability policies be pushed forward, including efforts to build up housing supply, which is a key piece of this challenge. We need more housing options, different types of housing options, more density in our neighborhoods, infill, tiny homes, really get creative in the types of options we have for folks that need. My legislative office has heavy caseload, but the bulk of that are eviction diversion cases, folks who've already faced an eviction, and then job loss, creating in a spiral where someone may become homeless. And so we'll be focused on this legislative session, making it easier and more affordable to live in Florida, but to really address the foundation of these challenges, which again comes back to the lack of housing stock, lack of housing options, and the fact that we're very reliant on a service industry economy. And a service industry economy is one that is reliant on social welfare programs, lack of public transportation. So we have to look at it holistically. But I am excited to share that many of the bills that we have filed and co-sponsored are focused on that affordability crisis, a focus on healthcare access, and that we have some good yes in my backyard type of legislation that would make it easier for local governments to pursue new zoning and thoughtful planning, which I should stress that one of the goals too is to repeal Senate Bill 180, which is a bill that's just upended all of our planning at a local level. So we do have bipartisan support to correct that mistake, to ensure that local governments can play a more active role in what their cities and counties look like.
One of the things that is unique about you is some of the actual practical experiences that you've had, and one of those is here at the Christian Service Center with our new shelter, and we have some guests coming on a little bit later that are going to talk more about the project. But what we did when we were getting this ramped up, we did a soft launch. We never run a shelter before here, and so we didn't have the first night that we ran it. So for about 2 weeks, we had guests that came and just stayed the night on the bus, and one of those was Representative Escamani. So, Doctor, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience? Not you can say whatever you want, good, bad, or ugly, but what did you think about it?
Well, first of all, the invitation to to pilot the 407 Connect experience was very meaningful to me. And so thank you for the invitation. I think it's really important for elected officials to be as on the ground as possible and to not be stuck in ivory towers. And I walk the talk in that way every single day. And so spending a night on the 407 Connect opened up my eyes, one, to just what is this resource that I've been reading about, right? What is the experience like? Can you get a good night's rest? Do you feel safe? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it was really impactful because the next day when there was the ribbon cutting, if you will, and the grand celebration, like I could literally talk to whether they were supporters or just newcomers, or even folks that are housing insecure. Like I can talk to them and say, look, it's hard to ask for help. And I know that a lot of folks, unfortunately, that have experienced homelessness, they don't always have the best experiences with shelters. They don't always have the best experiences with any social service program. So it's a constant act of building and rebuilding trust all the time. I cannot even begin to share the number of constituents that I've worked with that just will not go to a shelter because they got sick at a shelter, or maybe they had experience with a roommate or something happened, right? Where their perspective of it has totally been shaken. And so for me to be able to say, hey, I spent a night, and it was a good experience. It was exactly what I needed in the sense of a safe place to sleep. And I would recommend you check it out, right? I just, that peer-to-peer relationship can really, really, really help in encouraging more folks to try it and trust the institutions and trust these programs. To the heart of your question of just my overall thoughts on it, I mean, as you know, I'm a workaholic. And so I have my laptop with me and a textbook with me because I always am working in bed and so forth. And so I had the very back bunk bed, which had a little bit more space, but I could comfortably lay flat to sleep. I also was able to have a bit of a little bit of a headrest to read and to have my computer open. But overall, I felt very safe in that environment, and I woke up like right on time, and it was a really good experience. It was a good experience. Of course, folks who find themselves on the 407 Connect or any shelter are going to be carrying a lot of weight, emotionally and physically more than I was. So my experience is not going to be the exact reflection of others, but overall, the fact that we added more beds into our community in such a creative and unique way is powerful, and we need more of it. We need more of it, and we also need to figure out how do we create more shelter and transitional spaces in Orlando. It's a very touchy subject for obvious reasons, right? There's a lot of stigma and concerns about shelters in your neighborhood and so forth, and so I've been able to engage in a lot of proactive and healthy conversations with neighbors from SoDo to College Park and other neighborhoods of folks who see the impact of homelessness in their communities, in their neighborhoods, and want to be a part of the solution, but don't know where to start. And so huge shout out to Homelessness Services Network, to Brian, Kate, and so many others at the team, Martha R as well, who really have been proactive in having open dialogue and open conversations, because that's what's going to take. I think there's universal agreement that we have a crisis in our communities, but there's just a lot of disagreement on how to approach it. And so the only way you can figure this out is collaboration, is consensus building, and having those heart to heart. And sometimes those courageous conversations with our neighbors to figure out what would be the most suitable approaches to make sure every person is housed, every person has an opportunity to transition into back into everyday life with stability as the core for them to grow. And that doesn't happen overnight, but this was a year of ups and downs in that regard. But it also opened up a lot of great conversations that I'm so grateful for.
The politics aren't easy to get people to get past that stigma. You talked about some of what it'll take, collaboration and teamwork, but at some point, some community members, they will not relent.
Right. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. And I think it's really important not to dismiss feedback, right? Like, I think that's one thing I've learned as a public official. And And honestly, even when I was like growing up as an advocate, and Ryan and I used to write for the school newspaper back in the day at UCF. And so we're both columnists, opinion writers, and had a lot of opinions back then too. But one thing that I've learned, you know, my now like, gosh, almost 20 years of doing this type of work, it's always better to, one, try to call people in before you call them out, right? And so reach out to folks that might disagree with you or the perception is they disagree with you or have a different opinion, to have dialogue and have conversation before you assume that they're on the other side of a conversation, right? So call people in before you call them out. But also, like I said earlier, don't dismiss that feedback, because that feedback is valid and valuable, even if it's based on an opinion versus data. I mean, earlier today, I was sitting in a meeting with residents about construction projects that are coming up, and so it was a collaborative space with residents, with public workers, public work, and public staff, and me as a liaison to state agencies. And in that room, we didn't come up with the solutions yet. Like, we have action items that we're going to follow up with, but it's going to take time to get to a conclusion on this issue, which has to do with safety, transportation, traffic, so forth. But the fact that we're having the conversations says a lot. And the fact that we have open door policies that we can work together and create soft and hard deadlines to meet, that is exactly how government should work. And that's how you also overcome a sense of distrust or disagreement or dismay, right? Is you have an open door policy, you're listening and not dismissing, and you're giving people space to evolve. And so I think it's the same approach for homelessness as well. You know, there's a lot of misrepresentations of impacted communities. I was at the memorial service in honor of our unsheltered and homeless Q members that passed away this year. And it's those types of convenings and services that can really, really open up your eyes to the diverse experiences of what it means to not have a home. And it breaks down the perception that unfortunately a lot of folks carry that impacts their response to things like transitional housing, shelter space, feeding the homeless. And so we have to keep having those conversations, but we have to have them proactively, not reactively. You have to have clear goals that are established collectively so that we're all on the same page. I'm also a big fan of group norms. Like, we establish practically how we treat one another in this space. So there's a level of respect and commitment to one another. And then if it takes a little bit extra time, then that's okay. As long as there's a clear goal in mind, sometimes you do have to give yourself a little bit of grace. And how do you reach that point?
Or last night, live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. We want this to be the last night someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. So you can make a contribution. Go to the website, christianservicecenter.org, or make a phone call. We have lovely people here behind us ready to make phone calls and answer phone calls. That number is 407-425-2523. Again, that's 407-425-2523. We're doing this till 10 o'clock. It's been a good time so far, and it'll keep being a good time. Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So the three of us are sitting here in downtown Orlando. Certainly your district includes this area and the areas outside. And I'm curious for your view and Eric's view. I know he's become quite a regional voice on this. I think House Bill 1365, I think, forced a bunch of cities all over the state to really kind of address this issue, or at least consider addressing it. So I'm curious what you two have heard in your conversations with city leaders, maybe outside of Orlando, on things that they could be doing or should be doing to work on this.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I'm sure Eric will have some more to share to that too. And by the way, this is like so reminiscent of like the old PBS drives, and so obsessed. Love the vibe, love the room. Wish I was there. So speaking directly to those who are homeless, right, to our unsheltered sisters and brothers, there's been a lot of concerns about the arrest rates. Like, to be very blunt about it. UCF researchers have done data collection on this too. We have seen an increase of people who are unsheltered being arrested. Now, oftentimes The response back to us is they were arrested for not being homeless, but the reality is that if you are having to use the restroom outside because you don't have a bathroom, you might be arrested for a different reason, but it's connected to being homeless, right? So we really need to be proactive and not treating homelessness like a criminal problem and really looking at it as a public health problem. So that's tier one for me. With that said, there's just not a lot of options that local governments have because the state changed the law but didn't give us additional resources. And now with the property tax debate, and for those who don't know, the legislature and the governor are exploring eliminating property taxes in Florida. It's going to make it even harder for local governments to respond to these crises. Property taxes is a main source of revenue for our counties, and it's a big source of revenue for most cities. And obviously, there's a lot of inequities in property taxes that we should address. For example, first-time homeowners are experiencing a big difference in what they pay compared to a more established residents. Our elders, who are fiscally constrained and on fixed income, are experiencing pains as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for exemptions and make the system less regressive. But ultimately, if you eliminate property taxes, the first type of expenditures that disappear are going to be those that are seen as non-essential, which is going to be homeless support services. It's going to be animal shelters. It's going to be your library. It's going to be the type of services that I think are essential, as a public servant. But ultimately, when it comes to what the governor and legislature are saying, they think the essentials are only fire, police, sanitation, and that's pretty much it. I mean, and they seem comfortable with allowing for services to become fee-based, which obviously creates a lot of disparities. So that context provided, you asked, what's the solution? What do we do? So downtown as a whole is an issue of a lot of concern, right? I actually was walking downtown last night. I attended the Blue Christmas service at St. Luke's Cathedral. And then I walked to the Grand Beau to drop off toys at a fundraiser hosted at the Grand Beau with Athlete Connections. And so I chose different routes to walk to the Grand Beau and to walk back to my car so I can kind of just see what's going on downtown, right? And talk to residents and feel the city. There's so many vacancies downtown. Obviously, we have a lot of folks who are sleeping outside. And there's also just a lot of folks who don't feel safe going downtown for those reasons, right? So when I look at downtown, I break it down into three kind of silos. One is to stabilize what we have. So to stop the bleeding and the content of small businesses closing and additional displacement, gentrification, and to really ensure that we have stable options for people who are homeless. And that is like the 407 Connect project, but it's also other projects. Like I know Coalition for the Homeless is planning to build out more shelter space on their lot, on their property. Other organizations are exploring additional options as well, but we really need to build up the housing supply and the transitional housing supply in the shelter space, like period. That needs to happen, but it needs to happen again in thoughtful ways where the community is bought in versus pushing it back. Because it's not gonna be successful if you don't have community buy-in, because it really does require community effort to help people transition out of homelessness into a place of stability. The other point of this is supply. So it's stabilized supply is the next step for me. And that's building up everything I just talked about and also diversify the types of businesses downtown. And then finally, showcase, right? So stabilize, supply, showcase is how I look at downtown Orlando of what needs to happen in order to revitalize and reimagine downtown, but to also create these opportunities for wraparound services. And we have such amazing staff, like with the Hope team, that are actively building relationships with impacted folks and helping folks get into housing, just like Christian Service Center does. We all work in tandem with one another. So there's such great partnerships in all the homelessness social services. But ultimately, what I struggle with in my legislative office is someone will call us and they need $2,000 to pay rent, and it's just nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And I've spent my own money in helping to pay for people's rents, but I don't have $2,000 I can drop, unfortunately. And so we're often left with very, very little recourse. And we had a woman at our office yesterday that we've helped for months in trying to support her. And she just got her eviction notice despite all the nonprofits she's connected to. She's on the job search. Right now, she's an Uber delivery driver, but like not making enough money in that, trying to find other source of income. And she can't find a job. And she's been applying for jobs for months, right? So I think we have to have a lot of compassion, empathy in this work, but to also realize that like we need to stop the bleeding. And that's why rental assistance programs, eviction diversion programs are an important piece of this work. I know Eric mentioned this earlier, and this is a point that you make, Eric, that I so relate to. And it's the notion that homelessness is like cancer, where you have to have the emergency response dollars and the long-term research dollars. And the concept of cancer, if you're diagnosed with cancer, you need chemotherapy immediately, but you also want research to end cancer, right? Unfortunately, the homelessness challenge is the same thing. Like, you need initial response, rapid response dollars, but also need long-term dollars. And it's in government, it's hard to find both sometimes because there's this scarcity mentality. And then obviously the long-term investments take time to show they take time to show their results. And so a lot of politicians don't want to do it because they don't feel like they can show impact in 4 years, or worst case 2 years for me. And so that is a fear we have to overcome, because ultimately we can't solve these problems without long-term investments.
To make this, and you can help make this, the last night someone in Central Florida is experiencing homelessness. And so you can make contributions to the website, christianservicecenter.org. You can make a phone call, 407-425-2523. Representative will say thank you. We're going to take a break in a moment. We'll let you go. Ryan Gillespie of the Orlando Sentinel, thank you for joining us here today. And Eric, thank you for putting this together. This has been fun.
Thank you guys for doing it. It's been great to have you guys here and have professionals that know how to do this. It's our first year trying this. It's really great to have Representative Escamani. She's got her own very strong set of opinions about these issues, but it comes from a place of real credibility because she's been kind of in the trenches right along with us. And a lot of local elected leaders have done the same. Mayor Dyer, if you ask Mayor Dyer right now, what is the number one most challenging issue he's faced in his time as mayor, he gave the same answer that he did 20 years ago, which is clearly homelessness. And even with that, the city has done just amazing things to invest and to find ways to be very progressive and try new things. And still, we struggle with the issue, but people keep trying, keep trying, and we're doing the best we can. And I appreciate everybody who's watching the live stream, because you're supporting us just by your presence and making comments, and liking and sharing, and making your phone call or online contribution. It's really appreciated.
And we just got an update, just within the last few minutes, another $250 coming in. So we're up to $151,855,000 that we have raised so far. And we are here until 10 o'clock as we look to get to our goal. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with some more of our telethon.
Hey, so welcome here if you're just joining us for our Last Night initiative. We're trying to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. We are really appreciative of you taking the time to just fit that into your busy schedule and join us through our live stream, whether it's on X or Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, or on YouTube. We're really happy. So please, join, comment, follow, like, do all the things you can to interact, and then just leave this live stream on your phone all day. The more people that are watching, the more people that will watch. And so we want to just encourage as much as we possibly can to get you guys really involved in the process. You can make an online contribution by visiting our website at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call in and speak to one of our great volunteers here today at 407-2520, 407-425-2523, 407-425-2523. We're joined by Zana Portway from the Samaritan Resource Center, one of our sister agencies in East Orange County. And we're also joined here on set by David Barilla and Samantha Levine, both with the City of Orlando. David is the head of the Downtown Development Board and the CRA, and Samantha works with him, and it was actually her project that came to fruition this year in the form of the 407 Connect program. And we are really just so pleased to be in partnership with them. We just started this program August 20th. It's now 4 months in, and we have talked a little bit today about some of the children that are on the bus today, and some of the people that were getting housed. And just wanted to kind of start. We'll start with David. Just talk to us a little bit about why this particular initiative of the issue of homelessness is important in your role, because I know you focus almost exclusively on this downtown corridor. Why is that important for you to be working on as part of the city?
I think, and I appreciate the question, Eric. I'm happy to be here to that extent, to really help hopefully push this conversation forward. And it's important because you can't make progress unless you're talking about the tough things. When you talk about redevelopment and revitalization, which is really at the core of what we do, it's so multifaceted. There's the component, there's the social aspect of just wanting to do right by everyone that we come across and spends those components in downtown. And then you can take that to the other end, which is the reality of what either the appearance of homelessness in an area or actually the actual effect homelessness has on an area from an economic development standpoint. And in order to really have all the impacts that we need to have a downtown that is for everyone, that's thriving, that we can redevelopment, that has vibrant storefronts and is pleasant, we need to make sure that we're helping a piece of those along the way, so that not only the businesses can be successful, but they can have hopefully successful lives along the way. So what we've been trying to do is, as one might say, is try to throw a lot of spaghetti at the wall. Unfortunately, no one solved homelessness yet. We'll continue to battle it probably for the foreseeable future, but that doesn't mean we need to stop trying. So what we want to make sure that we're doing is researching the absolutely most unique, innovative processes out there. We're testing them, changing them, seeing the impacts that they're having, so that not only can we start to just improve the overall livelihood of those people that are in our downtown and potentially experiencing homelessness, but also our businesses can thrive as well. Because really, when I have a lot of conversations with business owners, and the context is everybody wants to help. I think sometimes we don't know necessarily what's the best way to help them. We're still trying to find that context.
Thanks. And if you're just joining us here for our last night telethon, we hope you'll share this stream. Please give if you can. Visit our website, christianservicecenter.org. Call us at 407-425-2523 and speak to one of our volunteers and make a contribution. You ask a question, and we'll answer some of those on the air. And what I want to ask Samantha, this has really been your baby from the beginning. We've been working on this project now for, I think it's about 2 years now, actually, about this month. We're going to show video a little bit later today, the tour of the bus and how that project works. But can you just start off by telling everybody what is the 407 Connect project? How did it come to be? Just give us the background of what any of that means.
So the 407 Connect project is basically a shelter bus that was a retrofitted charter bus that turned into ours have 21 sleeping bunks, and they're separated with privacy curtains. There's bathrooms on the bus. It's a secure bus. There's an overnight attendant on the bus, and each night there's availability for 21 people to board the bus. They have a safe, comfortable place to sleep, and in the morning they exit the bus. The way we plan the program here is we package this program with case management and funds for housing, so that the people who get on the bus can be supported on their journey to housing. It was important that as we got this through, we didn't want it to be just an overnight temporary solution for, individuals. We have 2 buses, so there's a total of 42 people that we can help each night. We wanted this to be a path to housing security. The way this came to being, my God, I can't believe it's been almost 2 years. As David said, we have always been looking and thinking for innovative ways to move the needle. And the bus came to our attention as a project that was being managed through Vero Beach by a nonprofit called The Source. And there were a number of things about it that were really appealing to us. The first is that it's mobile. So that seems like it'd be something that would be used to buttress some of the concerns that people have with not in my backyard, which is a challenge that we're always trying to overcome. But, the bus's mobility sort of encompassed. The second was that it was fast. From the time we were able to approve the bus and place the order, I think it only took 1 to 2 months to actually have the buses on hand here. And third is that it's relatively inexpensive to buy the bus. We put, the CRA put about $1 million a year in operations and housing funding toward it to really make it more than, as I said, than an overnight shelter. But, these 3 things made it really exciting to us. And the fourth element, which we're going to be rolling out soon, I think, is that we thought that this would be really effective as a road show. Once we had this operational in downtown Orlando, this is something that we can bring to other communities and show them as a way to jumpstart the conversation about how other communities can intervene and invest in solving homelessness.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask David about that because that's one of the things that he and I talked about the last year or so, is the idea of using the bus for even more than just the shelter purpose. Because during the day, they're not being used, and we have the opportunity to try to showcase them. Before I asked David to talk a little bit about that process, I want to make sure that you know you can join us here for our last night telethon, where we hope you can help us make it the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can reach out to us, ask questions, you can comment on the live stream, you can share the live stream, and you can also make a contribution. You can give any amount that your means will allow, whether that's $5 right now, $5 a month. If you want to make a larger contribution, we certainly appreciate it. We'll read out your contributions on air. You can do that through our website at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us and talk to one of our volunteers here in the studio, 407-425-2523. And David, let me ask you what, kind of follow up on what Samantha was saying. Why is it important that other communities, other than the city of Orlando and Central Florida, are looking at addressing homelessness?
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know how it worked with human rights, but I think the context is, I think at least locally. I mean, when we went, several of us, as well as some other members of the community, went down to see what Sam described. It was very interesting, some of the conversations that we had down there with some of the people that are experiencing homelessness, saying that really between here in Orlando and Vero Beach, there weren't any large consolidation of services for overnight stays. The context I think that we have is there's homelessness throughout our community and throughout all communities. And a lot of communities, including ourselves, are challenged with how you continue to enhance those services. I think I heard a little bit of the conversation before with Representative Esmani. And the context is there's a lot of public comment, what I mean, and public feedback that really people are concerned about where homeless services are. And it's challenging to set up permanent services. So what oftentimes communities can either feel strapped. They can feel strapped on not being able to locate something. They feel strapped financially. As Sam put the roadshow, really felt like an opportunity where we can use something that was relatively inexpensive in the context of how much these services cost when you look at national area. You mentioned the context before, but I think the shelter bed cost is about $100 a night, kind of on the low end, and we're significantly, probably 30% more below that with wraparound services, which is immense. But the more that additional communities behind or around, at least Central Florida and really throughout Florida and beyond, could start helping those in their own communities, really lessens the burden on the entire system and helps the people that have really grown up in their area hopefully get back on their feet in that area as it gets immensely harder the farther you are from your potential support systems, and hopefully they can rekindle. So it's a big part of the puzzle. We've already had some success. We've had a lot of groups reach out. I actually had the opportunity to speak to a group of municipal international attorneys, really asking how we approach this and wanting to share that information. I know you've had conversations yourself, you've had some others. visit the bus. So some promising conversations that are moving down that path, and we're hopeful that, you know, I think when we were talking on the way down there, we're like, hey, what does one bus do? It has about 20 beds on it. But, you know, how do we make that 100? You know, how do we get 5 more municipalities to buy a bus and kind of come alongside with us? And in those increments, 20 seems like a small amount, but as you're adding those up, you start making an impact on getting people up the streets.
Well, it's already working. We've seen Orange County just announced an investment into a very similar program, and I think it's the same number of beds. They're going to be doing that in the Tonka area primarily. And so we are seeing that happen. We're getting close to the end of our segment. I wanted to ask Samantha here, and we're going to have Zainab join us in our next segment. The importance of the shelter, you know, is pretty obvious in terms of, hey, we're trying to get people off the streets and providing a safe place. But this is the first new shelter in the community in 35 years. You know, what does that mean for a community to be able to, like, kind of crest that hill, be able to you know, make that accomplish? Because we've tried to do other shelters in the community and had its own success. This is one that we, you know, have success, and this is a big success. I think you deserve, you know, most of the credit for, because you put a lot of effort in it. So what does that mean to you to have opened the first new shelter in 35 years?
Well, first, I mean, I appreciate the compliment, and I definitely felt like this was a passion project, but this absolutely would not have gotten done, first of all, without the support of David, and absolutely without the support of the mayor. This really, I think everybody recognized within the city how important it was that we make an investment. And when we saw that there was a lot of barriers to a permanent shelter, which I think we all recognize we still need, this seemed like a really great and promising option. So I'm just so incredibly grateful that there was support for this project. In terms of what it means for the community, I think, you know, we're already seeing that. I may not have the most updated numbers, but I know that at least 7 to 9 people in the first several months have ordered with housing, which is frankly, I think, really life-changing. And I'm hoping that as the program grows, and by grows, I mean gets more people on the bus and into housing as time passes. We're not getting more buses immediately. That we'll see even more of an impact. So I think at the end of the day, that's really, you know, David's approach to economic impact, which is incredibly important, but from a personal and passionate side of it, I think, you know, just the fact that you're able to make people's lives that way is.
David, we'll give you the last word before we wrap up, and I'll share again the call to action one last time. But anything you want to share before you guys? I know you guys have to go and get hard stop. You're welcome. We'd love to have you back. We'll be here until 10 o'clock. Come back as much as you can. And David, I don't know if you know how your eyesight is. You can tell everybody how much we've raised so far.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. So, you know, get ready for a big number. $171,855 raised so far today. That's amazing, and we hope people will continue to support.
That's right. Well, thank you guys both for joining us. And again, I mean, when I say come back, you can join us online, just as a viewer, or join us as a guest. Anytime today, we're glad to have you. The 407 Connect project idea didn't just come from our friends at the city. And the city, we've said this in the broadcast a couple times today, is our greatest partner. But also the name came from the staff here. David and Samantha and their team came up with the original goal for the program, and it's still the goal for the program, is that in the first 3 years of the program, we want to have housed 408 people. That number was not a random number. It was generated based off of the numbers we see here and how many people we think we can help. And we didn't really even make the connections. That's how we came up with the name 407 Connect. Was we want to help house more than 407 people, and so we're really stuck to that goal and have every intention of making sure not only meet that goal but surpass it and set an example for other communities. So thank you again for joining us on the Last Night Telethon, helping to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness in our community. This is a very hyper local event to try and raise funds that are staying right here in the community and benefiting Orlando, Orange County, City of Ocoee. We work with everybody in this community, but it's very, very hyper local. You can be a part of that effort by supporting us through your donations online at christianservicecenter.org, or by calling and speaking to one of our volunteers at 407-425-2523. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to stick around. There's going to be more content coming up. We're just going to give ourselves a bathroom break, and we hope you'll stick around all day. So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our Last Night Telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time to do it. And we'll start with Carla. Carla, how does someone actually become homeless? What are the most common first steps down that path?
This is a really big question. It's very complex because it has a lot of systemic challenges, but also a lot of individual risk factors. So first and foremost, the single biggest cause of homelessness is a lack of affordable housing. So when you can't afford your housing, you're on the streets, basically how it works out. But we also see individuals that have risk factors that lead to homelessness. That can be losing a job, increased medical debt, having a disability, but you don't have your Social Security worked out yet. There's a lot of things like that that kind of culminate on top of the lack of affordable housing that can lead to homelessness.
All right.
So Eric, what's the biggest misconception you wish the public would stop repeating?
Misconception. I think the biggest misconception that's most damaging is that people choose to be homeless. I think that that's repeated a lot of times as a way to sort of justify the lack of effort that we put in as a society to get people out of homelessness. I like to share a story from early my time here at the Christian Service Center, where there was a man in his late 30s, and he was living in a tent near the property. And I was talking to him and trying to encourage him to come and talk to us about getting into housing. And I remember he said to me, hey, you know, this is a much better lifestyle for me. I like doing this. This is how I want to live. And that was really surprising to me. And then just a few weeks later, I saw him again. He was asking for a wrench, and I took the wrench out to him. He was trying to fix his bicycle. And when he did the work on the bicycle, he slipped and hurt his hand. And he started crying, and then he started sobbing. And then it was, I don't know what, it was the worst, pain imaginable. And after he calmed down, I said, are you okay? He's like, man, I just can't do this anymore. This is a terrible way to live. Nobody should live like this. This is a nightmare upon nightmares. And then I listened to him for a little while, and I said, don't you remember we talked about a couple weeks ago that you chose this as a lifestyle? And he said, man, I have to say that, because if we didn't say that to ourselves, we would not survive the night. And that to me was one of the best explanations of, people talking about choosing this as a lifestyle. Yeah. Nobody chooses this as a lifestyle. No matter what you think, I've not met a single person who doesn't want to get into an apartment and prefers to be on the street.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point there, where a lot of people are putting up that face. They don't know you. They've just met you. Of course, they're going to say, I choose this. But once you develop that relationship with someone, that rapport with someone, they're willing to open up a little bit more and be vulnerable with the truth of what's going on in their lives.
So while you're watching, I hope you'll call in to our number at 407-425-2523 and make a contribution to support the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here during our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. And you can also make your secure contribution on our website at christianservicecenter.org. All right, so the next question is for you. If someone loses housing, what should they do in the first 24 to 72 hours to avoid ending up on the street long term?
Yeah, so the first thing, I know some of you have probably met someone who's newly experiencing homelessness, maybe at an intersection, someone you know at work, anyone along those lines, and they're looking for help. How do I get out of this situation? And the best place to refer them to is an agency like the Christian Service Center. We have what's called a coordinated entry system, where everyone who comes through our door goes through a housing assessment. We're trying to help unpack their unique situation, what's going on with them, what assets they have at their disposal, what challenges and barriers they're trying to overcome, and we're creating a pathway to housing with them. Sometimes those pathways include shelter. Other times it's reunification with friends and family, maybe across the country or sometimes in another country. And other times it's making that plan for employment, income, or long-term housing solutions like permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing programs.
So if somebody would like to support a person that's experiencing homelessness, go through the process of solutions and exiting homelessness, what should they do and who should they call?
They should call the Christian Service Center and send them right here, 808 West Central Boulevard in Paramore, Orlando.
And we are at 407-425-2523. We have volunteers here that are taking calls. They'll take your questions. They'll take your donations over the phone. They'll answer questions for you about volunteerism. And you can also make your secure contribution online today at christianservicecenter.org. So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night.
And go.
Thank you for joining us for the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the homeless. You can share this stream, comment on it, ask questions. We have people that are monitoring the stream that can get those questions to us, and we will answer them here. We are here until 10 o'clock tonight. We have so far raised $171,000. We're getting close to our year-end goal. If you do want to make a contribution, that website is christianservicecenter.org, or you can make a phone call, and that phone number is 407-425-2523. We want this to be the last night that someone in Central Florida is experiencing homelessness, hence the name Last Night Telethon. All right, so joining me now for this next segment, these next 20 minutes, Mike Parks from Grace Covenant Presbyterian. You're a church member. You also volunteer here, Mike. Thank you for being here. And then also joining us virtually is Dana Portway from the Samaritan Response Center, or Resource Center, I should say. Dana, do we have you?
Hi. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, perfect. You know, that's the nature of live online TV. So thank you for both joining us here, and we have several hours to go. So this is just a conversation that we're having here today. Mike, I'll go ahead and I'll start with you. You volunteer here. What have you learned about homelessness in the time that you have volunteered here, and how valuable is that experience to you in your own experience?
Hey everybody, how you doing? I am a volunteer and I'm retired. And when I retired, God clearly said to me, I had no idea what that meant. So I was on Wheels on Tuesdays. Well, we learned about people in general, and our entire team, we have 10 of us, here to the third Wednesday of every month. We learned that the people who we serve, and we talk to them, they come through and get a meal at lunch. Is that they have genuine feelings, they have genuine transportation. They had these are not people that we look down at all. They're just the people that who really want to come in and be respectful. It's our church makes sure we respect them, we speak to them, when we bring food and give food and make eye contact. So I think a lot of that, people in general need to be year-round folks who are in need, pretty sensitive to that, really surprised what we do.
Then I'll turn over to you. In your experience, what's the biggest challenge that's right now facing people who do your line of work in Eastern or Orlando?
Well, our biggest challenge is, as always, and as many of our community partners who do the same work, is lack of resources. So we're struggling with not being able to find affordable housing for the people we work with, not being able to find jobs where they make enough money that they can afford housing, not having enough other resources for mental health, for substance use disorders. It's just basically lack of resources. Wait, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So how do you help?
So, what we do is the same thing as Christian Service Center and other community partners. People come into us for typically drop-in services or for rental assistance and eviction prevention. And we'll do a full assessment. We will find out what would fit their situation and how we can help. If we're not the right agency to help them, we will make sure that we make a referral to another agency, to a partner that we know can help. But what we do is case management, rental assistance, eviction prevention, family reunification, sometimes transitional housing. We have a family program where we're bridge housing families for up to 16 weeks, and then moving them into their own stable housing.
So in that transitional period to the point where they can get into that stable housing, there's a noticeable morale boost from point A to point B that you see. Describe that feeling once someone does get into a stable situation.
Well, I mean, we've heard all kinds of feedback. I can't believe this. I finally have a place to stay. The family program, they're usually with their children. So it's great for the kids to have a stable environment. They're not having to move around anymore. They're not going from couch to couch or sleeping in the car or sleeping in a tent. So it's usually almost a feeling of not believing that this is finally happening for them. So they're just usually just so happy, so thrilled, especially for the children, because they need stability more than anybody else.
Yeah, they do. And in my experience reporting, I've heard that in the last couple of years, and I've spoken with some families too, that the number of children in these families who are experiencing homelessness has gone up. Is that something that you have noticed firsthand?
Yes, we have. We're seeing more and more families. When I've been here at Samaritan Resource Center for 5 years, and when I first started working here, we never saw rarely did we have any families come through our doors. And now it's a daily email, daily phone call, or daily people dropping in looking for help. Yeah, it's our family program is a pilot program and has been in existence since April, the end of April of this year. And we've already had 50 adults and 101 children housed. And that's just since April. It's not that long of a time. And we currently have families in the hotel waiting to be housed.
We also had, just a couple of hours ago, a guest with us who does research at UCF focusing primarily on homelessness with people who are 50 or older. And that community has seen a spike in housing insecurity. She had brought up the point of the work being extra special because sometimes these are people who sometimes discount themselves, discount their own situation. But we can't forget about them either.
Right. Yes, that's another group of individuals, the senior citizens, that we're seeing an increase in homelessness. And typically it's because they're on a fixed income and they lose a partner. Maybe they were okay while they had a partner, they had a spouse or someone they were living with. And once that person's income is out of the picture, they're not able to make it on their own. We've had people reach out because they can't pay the rent. We've had people reach out because they can't pay their mortgage anymore. Even though they do own a house, they have mortgage payments, and because their taxes went up, their mortgage payments went up, and their income is staying the same. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to turn to. I've had 80-year-olds call in and say, "Hey, I have to find a job. Can you help me find a job?" And that's not what
How heartbreaking is that? You know, when someone who should be retired, who should be enjoying the fruits of wonderful life, has to return to work just to make ends meet.
It's extremely heartbreaking because it's very tough. It's a tough age for people to get a job. No matter how we look at it, no matter how we say, there is age discrimination. And also they might not be able to get a job and hold a job because of their age, because of their limitations. They might have physical disabilities. Whatever it may be, it's heartbreaking to see that someone who's worked all their lives and who thought they would be safe at that age, right? They retired. Hey, I've done all the right things, and I'm gonna live in my house or in my apartment and enjoy my free time are having to go out and ask for help, ask for rental assistance, ask for a job, looking for a job. And it's just, I can't even explain how that feels when you talk to someone or you have someone in front of you who's in tears because they don't know what to do and where to turn.
And how often are you getting calls like that these days?
More often than we would like. A few times a week at least. And then you have grandparents who are taking care of their grandchildren. That's another another demographic that's being left out in the cold. Again, rents are going higher, mortgages are going higher, taxes are going higher. And added responsibility of grandchildren even adds to that stress.
Want to remind everybody that's watching, whether it be at home, on a computer, on a phone, on a tablet, wherever it may be, thank you for joining us here for the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the homeless. We want to make this the last night that someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness, and so you can help us make that a reality by making a donation, a contribution to the secure website that's christianservicecenter.org, or you can also make a phone call, 407-425-2523. Please comment, ask questions, share this stream. We are here all night long until 10 o'clock. So far, latest update we have is $171,000 that we have raised, and that's gone up by tens of thousands of dollars just in the couple of hours that I've been here. So we know that this is working and this is delivering results, and the Christian Service Center is delivering results here for the community in Orlando. Mike, I'm going to turn back over to you, bring you back here into this conversation. In your time volunteering, any memories that stick out to you that you have that put a smile to your face?
Yeah, I think a lot of volunteering is seeing the smile, the people, the thank you. We have at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church where I volunteer on Thursdays, huge food pantry, a food giveaway, and we have a gentleman who showed up on our Thursday workday, and he said, "Can I volunteer?" I said, "Sure, yeah." He said, "My wife and I go through the line once a month. We give food. We want to give back to you." Never happened. We've never had somebody come to us who's getting food and say, Can I work? Can I unload the truck from Second Harvest? What a marvelous thing. Another thing that the young lady spoke a moment ago, one of the things, I'm an educator. I taught junior high, I taught high school, I taught college kids. I've been in education. And I see people come through the line for food, and I'm branching off from your question.
That's all right.
And they've got 2 or 3 children with them. And I'm thinking, I never say anything. It's not my place. If those kids were in school, they'd be getting free breakfast, free lunch. And many times the PTA is giving them supplies, personal hygiene items, all kinds of things that they want to help the families. The public schools are working towards helping everyone come through. Yeah, we see, like the young lady said a moment ago, more and more grandpas who are the families living in one place because they're consolidating money, they're consolidating resources. We give away food, grandma's helping feed the children. But those are the big things for us.
And that's all part of the homelessness that we're seeing. It doesn't always look the same.
Right. Exactly.
Just because someone is homeless doesn't mean they end up here at a shelter like this or others in the community. They can end up spending nights in the car, or it can also be homelessness where they don't have their own housing, but they're staying at a family member's, right? And some people don't always have that safety net. So these are the organizations that help out and make sure that people are not forgotten within their communities. Again, you're watching the last night live stream telethon. You're benefiting the Christian Service Center for the homeless. And we want to make this the last night that someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. So you can make a donation if you'd like at christianservicecenter.org, or you can make a phone call at 407-425-2523. We've so far raised $171,000. We're about $300,000 or so from our fundraising goal, and we have until 10 o'clock, and I know that you all out there, by sharing the stream, sharing it with your friends, the more of you that are watching, the more of you that are talking about this, the easier it'll be for us to get this done. Zainab, I want to bring you back in here for one more point here. All of the organizations in and around Orlando, in and around Central Florida, you all work together. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't get this work done, right?
Right.
So what kind of community does that build even within the organizations?
Well, I mean, I think all of us, well, most of us anyway, for us in our organization, we're used to reaching out to different partners, like the Christian Service Center, HSN, iDignity, Healthcare Center for the Homeless, and many more than that, because it truly takes all of us to do this work to get it done. As I mentioned before, maybe we're not the right organization to help someone, but there is a right organization that's a right fit for them. So we'll make that referral, and typically we'll make a phone call or send an email to our contacts there, so that we're making a warm handoff. If we don't work together, there's no way we could tackle this problem, because we're all doing things a little bit differently, but it's all for the same common goal. And it truly takes a village to do this kind of work. And
That's
again,
well said.
partners, faith partners, everybody is included at that table.
And you could tell there's no greed, and the handoff is important. You know, if someone has the services that I can't quite provide, but you focus on that, you're the best help, right? Ultimately, the big goal at the end of the tunnel is to help someone out and help them into stable housing. Zainab,
Correct.
I want to thank you so much for joining us. That's Zainab Portway from the Samaritan Resource Center. Mike Parks, want to thank you for joining us here, and thank you for volunteering and spending your time here, your resources at the Christian Service Center. I know they appreciate it as well. And again, want to push it one more time. We want to make this the last night someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. So if you can, if you'd like, make a donation, christianservicecenter.org, or you can make a phone call, 407-425-2523. Make it happen. It will become a reality. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for joining us on our live stream today as we are talking about all things issues related and surrounding homelessness. We hope that you've learned something so far today, but as we move throughout the day, we're going to start answering more of your questions and the questions that we get when we're out in the community having conversations just like this on homelessness. So if you're just tuning in and you're just watching, thank you for joining us in our last night initiative. We are taking your calls all day, every day today to accept donations, as well as just hear more questions from you on how we can help address this together. So our phone number for those of you wanting to call in is 407-425-2523, or you can join us on our website at christianservicecenter.org. So the first question I'm going to ask you in this round is, what is the difference between couch surfing, living in a car, and being on the street?
Sure. So, living in a car is probably the easiest to explain. Most people who are living in a car, it's the car that they own, or that they're still paying off, and they, ended up being evicted from their apartment or kicked out of where they happen to be living, and they just didn't have any other options. And the safest bet for a lot of people is just to sleep in their car. Many times they don't want to swallow their pride, because they're embarrassed to ask for help of friends and family. And that's usually where, once they get over that, and living in the car just becomes either too unsafe or too hot or too cold, then they start asking for help. And that's where you get to couch surfing, which is basically just finding somewhere, somebody in the community that whether it's a friend or a family or a coworker, that's willing to let you sleep on their couch. Usually, as they say, you're there for more than 3 days or so, it's, it starts to grow stale. Yeah. And so people will then go to someone else's home and they, continue that process. Living on the streets is your worst case scenario. So living on the streets encompasses a lot of things, and people are not literally living on a street, but they are sleeping on sidewalks, in doorways, they're behind dumpsters. They're trying to find anywhere that they can get some rest, because it's a major human necessity, without being bullied or accosted, beaten, robbed, raped, and sometimes harassed by business owners and residents who don't want them there. And those are sometimes in camps, sometimes in wooded areas, but most of the time people are just trying to find a hidden corner that usually is the balance between well lit enough for them to be safe and out of the way such that they're not going to be bothered. And that's the folks that are living on the street. Yeah. So if you are just joining us, please give us a call at 407-425-2523. You can make a contribution to support our efforts to help lift people out of homelessness, which we do every day here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Our goal this year is to have rescued more than 1,500 adults and children by the end of the year, and we're well on our way to that goal. And we're going to answer some of your questions. And while you're doing that, you can make a secure contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. And the next question here is, why do some people get housing, end up losing it again? What usually causes that?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness and finally get to end that homelessness by moving into a new apartment, new house, whatever that situation might be, they are so desperate that they enter into agreements that might not be as realistic as they would hope. This is when we get into a scenario that we refer to as being cost burdened, where you're spending more of a third or even maybe more than a half of your income on your housing. When that happens, any small emergency, any small hiccup can cause you to get behind and then get behind again and eventually lead to another episode of eviction and homelessness. We see that merry-go-round happen often. So one of the ways we do our best is by helping people make smart decisions on their housing in our case management meetings, so that when they move in, they know that they have a plan in place to make those payments. The other is, if they ever get in a situation where they're falling behind or they're starting to feel that anxiety of losing their housing again, we want them to stay in contact with us. We want to be able to help bridge that assistance with them to keep them as stably housed as possible.
Thank you for that. It's really tough. Some of the complexities of these issues really, they weigh on us, as practitioners, but they're also very, very difficult for the people experiencing homelessness. If you are one of those people that just sees folks out on the street, they see them here or there, and they know they're experiencing homelessness, please remember that that's just a small fraction of the people who actually are. It's estimated that half of all people experiencing homelessness in the United States are doing so in a vehicle. And it's just really hard to find people because they don't want to be found. They're afraid they're going to lose their job. They're afraid that they might have their children taken from them. It's terrifying. And if you'd like to help somebody escape this nightmare, one of the ways you can do that is to support any of the local or national organizations that work in the cause of homelessness and trying to end it. One of those is our organization. We hope you would consider supporting us. You can do so online securely at christianservicecenter.org. You can make a $5 gift online right now. You can make a $5 a month gift and become one of our regular monthly contributors. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. Talk to one of our volunteers, and they'll answer your questions. They can take your contributions securely. And we just really appreciate you taking the time to listen in for a little bit. Share this stream with other people, and consider support of this great, just wonderful organization, the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. So thank you.
Stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless right here in Orlando. We have been streaming for the better part of the last 4 hours. We're going until 10 o'clock tonight. We want your phone calls and your comments here on this stream. Share it so more people see it. We are raising money for the Christian Service Center. So far, we've raised $171,000, and that's gone up in the past couple of hours that I've been here by several tens of thousands of dollars. So we know this is working. You want to make a donation? Here's how. You can go to the website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can also make a phone call, 407-425-2523. Again, that's 407-425-2523. Whatever amount it is that you can give, It is very greatly appreciated. So we are going to continue with our series of discussions. We have Warren Foster and Dewey Wooden here with us, both from the Healthcare Center for the Homeless. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here this afternoon.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, of course. So talk about the work that you do and the troubles that you have. It's a bit of a broad question, isn't it?
It is very broad. We're a federally qualified health center. We provide mental health, primary care, dental, vision, as well as homeless street outreach and permanent supportive housing to our underserved, indigent, and uninsured population of the Tri-County area. And one of our biggest challenges is one of the ethos that we operate under is housing is healthcare. But it's become more and more difficult to get those folks into housing as more and more folks are precariously housed or themselves becoming unhoused. And when that happens, we see social determinants of health fall. We find that their health suffers, their dependence on different substances becomes worse. And so what we find that when we can house folks and get them into shelter, into housing, all of those social determinants wind up increasing, and it helps folks. So, yeah.
Warren, I'll turn it over to you.
I think as someone who has been working in the field of homeless services here in Central Florida for almost 24 years now, what I can say most simply for people is that getting folks into housing absolutely does create miracles. We've seen miracles just in the last 10 years in our permanent supportive housing project, and I've seen many over my career. So,
Health and homelessness, how are they intertwined?
I think people who oftentimes who have good health, who are blessed with good health, don't really understand just how devastating a chronic health condition can be, how much it can impair your ability to function on the daily basis, and how it really does sort of cripple your ability to participate in what a lot of us take for granted.
And oftentimes it's a medical crisis, right, Dewey, that can lead to homelessness?
True. A lot of folks, I don't think I've ever met anybody that wants to be or desires to be homeless.
Right.
A lot of times they suffer accidents, traumatic brain injuries, things like that, or just chronic health care that leads to medical debt if they're uninsured, and then that leads to the loss of housing. We know plenty of research out there shows that folks that are unhoused typically have about a 10 to 15 year less life expectancy than those of us that are housed. We also know they have higher incidences of chronic illnesses, cancer, cardiac issues, serious mental illness, things like that. So, yeah.
How rewarding is the daily work?
Those of us, we're not getting rich working in this venue. There's an intrinsic reward of giving back. It's very easy for a cliche, take for granted the fact that we're all housed and have family around us, surrounding us. But to be able to have that, but balance that by giving to others and trying to get people in to housing is rewarding. And we all do that work and we love it.
I think what has always impressed me so much is people who have the least often give the most. And I've met some of the most compassionate people on the streets who, take time to ask about me, how am I, and I'm thinking, gosh, like I woke up in a bed this morning, I got in a car and drove myself to work, and to have people who are struggling and to have people have so little to take time to look and care and be compassionate about others around them, it really is just kind of remarkable. So to be able to help people, on the daily like that, it really is a blessing.
Warren, did you say you 4 decades experience? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How have you seen that change over time? Don't laugh.
So it actually started in Massachusetts, in Worcester, Massachusetts. Like I said, quite about 35 years ago. Amazingly, Massachusetts is a very tax wealthy state, and the landscape of services looked very different, 30 years ago. And when I got here to Florida about 20 years ago, I felt like I had stepped into another universe. Like we were light years behind where other communities are. So to see what has happened here in Central Florida in just the last 10 years, how much we've grown, how far we've come, to see organizations like the Christian Service Center that have pulled together people from, all areas to kind of create what we now have, it's remarkable. It's remarkable.
Put that in perspective behind. What does that look like?
Gosh, I mean, we were looking at permanent supportive housing projects and kind of low barrier housing projects in Massachusetts long before they started to consider that kind of work here. And it took a lot of advocacy and a lot of, kind of fight on service providers' part here in Central Florida to get us to a place where, we came to recognize that everybody should have a home. It's not that people deserve a home or that some people, that concept seemed really foreign when I got here 20 years ago. And everyone was very siloed. Organizations they did their little piece and they did what they could, but there wasn't a lot of collaboration. And to see what the community has become by joining these sort of private, public, government partnerships to kind of make this happen, it's just remarkable. It really is remarkable.
Dewey, I'll ask you. Dewey, by the way, but happy belated birthday to you. Yes. Told it was on Wednesday.
Yes.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
When it comes to health and homelessness, do you find that sometimes people put their own health on the back burner when they just have the stress of being without a home weighing over them?
Yeah, that's there. When you're actually unhoused and the dangers that comes with that, you've got to prioritize your resources. Whether you have, some folks have somewhat of an income, some of them have no income, so you're prioritizing your resources. I might not have the funding to pay for a copay to get in to see my doctor's appointment. When I need to go get my ID replaced, which means I've got to pay money to get on a bus, what little cash that I have or been able to amass. So I'm prioritizing that, which means my primary care and my dental, my mental health suffers because I might not be able to get in there, which is why places like Christian Service Center, with what they offer, the smorgasbord of services that they offer that we can partner with to help with getting folks in for their primary care, with cost not being an issue. So we can help with that, because oftentimes, that sometimes gets pushed to the bottom in priorities.
Is it primarily older folks that you help, or?
I mean, the fastest growing population of homelessness across the country is 55 and up right now. We know this. And so, we do see a lot of that. Our street outreach serves everybody in the Tri-County area, but we also focus on those older adults, that getting them into their care and services and trying to get them as much as we can, because those chronic health issues are going to be exacerbated. We're talking about your lungs, your emphysema, your COPD, and things like that.
So what are the things people can look out for if they have a family member who they suspect may be falling into homelessness and maybe neglecting their own health?
Two things. Again, as I prioritize, housing is healthcare. Get them into to resources. Even if they bring them here to Christian Service Center, someone here is going to be able to help them, link them with the correct services, whether that's rental assistance to avoid becoming homeless in the first place, but also linking them with a clinic like ours or other clinics or other healthcare providers to try to prevent any health conditions getting worse, and also avoiding that homelessness, which again then just continues to exacerbate the health problem.
Want to remind everybody that you can get involved in on this as well. We want to make this the last night someone here in Central Florida is experiencing homelessness. So if you do want to donate, you can do that by going to christianservicecenter.org or pick up that phone, 407-425-2523. And you can also help us out by sharing this live stream on whichever platform it is that you're watching, to get more eyeballs on it, to get more people here hearing the work that happens at the Christian Service Center and the other organizations in the community that help out, because it takes a village, will ultimately help us get to our fundraising goal. I know right now we are at more than $170,000 that we have raised so far. And so that number has grown in the time that I've been here. We know this is working, and we want to get to our goal by 10 o'clock tonight, and I know we can do it. Warren, I'll go back to you. When people go to you guys for help, for services, and for their health, what do they say once they're done and they've gotten what they've needed?
The immense amount of gratitude and relief that, sometimes it really is just as simple as getting someone access to medication that they just thought they weren't going to be able to get. People are oftentimes overwhelmed by what we're able to do. I always appreciate when people kind of come early, you know what I mean, before the problem is huge. It's devastating when someone comes and says, the eviction is done, I'm out, the door's locked, I've already lost all my things. And I feel like I don't know that enough people in the community understand how much work we've done with prevention. And that oftentimes prevention is, you know what I mean, easier. If people would reach out sooner before it became a crisis, you know, oftentimes, you know, you can help people resolve problems before it results in, you know, an unsheltered situation. And people are afraid to ask, and people get frustrated. You might knock on 10 doors and, you know what I mean, get 11 no's. You know, so, but, you know, for me, no is just kind of where we get started. You know what I mean? Like, if you want me to go away, just tell me yes. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, people need to be persistent, and people need to advocate for themselves. And, you know, to keep asking for help is really the only thing sometimes that we can do.
And how do you break that barrier of, quite frankly, embarrassment sometimes?
Yeah. You know, I think just kind of meeting people where they're at, really, you know, sort of recognizing and sometimes acknowledging when people aren't able to say, like, I know this is hard. Like, you know what I mean? You know, I understand that, you know, this is a difficult place to be. And, you know what I mean? I get that you don't want to talk about it. You know, I think sometimes just acknowledging that and making people feel okay with that before you start with a litany of questions that are going to further shame them or further embarrass them, really does do a lot to kind of get people comfortable and, you know, sort of help them open up and when they're feeling really, really vulnerable.
Yeah. I know in my reporting, thank you. I've spoken with a family who it was a workplace injury. And that's something that sometimes a lot of people don't think about or consider, but got hurt at work. That was 2 missed paychecks, and they found themselves in a situation where they needed a shelter's help. And once they built a war chest, they got out. Now he's a small business owner. Now they have their own home. So those are the kinds of success stories that come out of these unfortunate situations. What have you learned also about yourselves in doing this kind of work? We talked about how rewarding it is. You know, it's not a monetary reward per se. It's the intrinsic reward. But over the time that you've done this, you've learned some valuable lessons, no doubt.
Yeah, that component of not, again, what I spoke before, not taking things for granted yourself, but that level of selflessness, and as Warren said, meeting people where they're at. That's what's become so amazing to me, is that most people are very fearful when they see folks that are unhoused or on the streets or panhandling or things like that. When, as you said, it could be anybody that just suffered some unfortunate accident in their life. And to be able to approach those folks and just be able to sit and listen, that's all really you need to do. Is if you're just willing to sit and listen to their story, you'll be amazed to see both how alike they are with family issues, with health issues, that they are to us, but then also be able to gain that trust so that they can start to kind of follow you into services and get them in. And to me, that's been very amazing, just notice that these are, I always refer to our clients as our neighbors, our citizens, our fellow citizens, because that's who they are, and they could be anybody. Any one of us can wind up in this precarious situation like this. And it's helped me be able to accept anybody unconditionally where they're at, and that's the best thing to do, to try to get the people into services. So
I think the biggest lesson I've learned is that absolutely everybody is dealing with something that you know nothing about,
Right.
that I know nothing about. Our employees, our loved ones, and the same is true of these, the folks that we're witnessing in these unsheltered situations, people panhandling on street corners. We're all struggling, and you look at someone and you think and I think for me, what I've learned is I don't know anything, and I'm not going to know anything until you tell me. So really being able to open up to people, giving people the time and space to share what they're comfortable sharing. And sometimes that takes multiple visits and that takes multiple conversations. So, you know what I mean? To be patient and, you know what I mean? To just kind of give space for love to grow is really, I think, a gift.
When people come to you guys for help, we know that a lot of times folks don't have proper identification, which can be a barrier to get out of homelessness, oftentimes a barrier to get help. What's your message?
Oh gosh, dignity. I mean, to see the way that our community has created things to respond. I remember a time when, if you got arrested, when you got out of jail, you didn't have an ID. You know what I mean? And there were lots of reasons why that happened, but you know what I mean? To be able to share people's struggles openly and with the community, and then see a community build a response and create something to answer that, it's remarkable. So, I'm proud to say, honestly, IDs is probably one of the easiest problems for us to solve nowadays.
Good.
Whereas, just even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, IDs, it could take us months. It could take us months to help someone get an ID. So, to continue to highlight your struggles and what's not working in the community for you does give folks like the Christian Service Center and us an opportunity to create an answer. And, it's a remarkable network.
What's the kind of care that you find yourself providing most often?
We're a care, as Warren said, a care first organization. We're not requiring folks to be sober. We're not requiring folks to bring money to the table to help us out, to help them out. We're trying to meet them where they're at, and housing first philosophy, but also a care first philosophy. We're going to care for you first, then we'll figure out the rest if we can, or we'll use wonderful partners that we have to help us out with that. For us, it's our main goal is usually primary care, getting folks to get their health resolved. But I mean, as we know, the folks that are coming through our doors have got a multifaceted, multi-problem list. If it's housing, it's trying to figure out how do we prioritize what do we address first, or what can we address first. But yeah, housing issues, mental health issues, medical issues, medication issues. It's a whole mix.
And how can people help you guys out too as an organization?
They can help us out by working with donating to this cause, which I'm sure you're going to address in a second here in a minute, which gives us a platform. It gives us a place to locate some of our services. Again, I always liken it to almost like a mall for folks that are struggling here at the Christian Service Center, because they can get so many different organizations. Community Legal is there. Employment assistance, iDignity, we're there. Other mental health organizations, UCF is here. Veteran services are here. So when you give to an organization like this, you're not just giving to Christian Services, you're giving to helping all of us assist by giving us a place, a location, in addition to our other locations. But by giving to organizations like this, you're able to assist us to help others as well. So.
Well said, Dewey. Thank you. Warren Foster, Dewey Wooden, both here from the Healthcare Center for the Homeless. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Absolutely.
And this is our last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. We want to make this the last night that someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. So you can help us make that a reality by donating at christianservicecenter.org, or you can also donate by giving us a call. 407-425-2523. Again, that's 407-425-2523. You can also comment, ask questions, share these streams with your friends, family, anyone who is willing to watch and listen. They can also help us out too. This is an important cause here in Orlando, in Central Florida, and frankly, nationwide. We're going to take a break and we'll come back with another segment, and stay with us. We're here till 10 o'clock.
Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. You can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523. Thank you, guys. So my name is Bianca Douglas. I am a case manager on the 407 Connect program. And today I am here with one of our clients, Taylor. Hi. So I'm just going to really ask some questions and talk a little bit about Taylor's experience on our program. So if you can, Taylor, just take us back to the moment your life shifted, and really just share what led for your experience in homelessness.
So I have been homeless twice in my life. The first time, me and my younger sister were living with my mom and we were evicted. My mom vanished and I was 19. I was given the option of, going it alone or getting custody of my then at the time 13-year-old sister. I ended up doing that. It was a 2-month long ordeal. I got us into an apartment. Everything was going really smooth. And then at the beginning of this year, things just spiraled. We were staying with my brother and things got kind of out of hand. It was a very domestic violence kind of situation. I wasn't allowed to save money. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere, have friends, anything like that. I got my last paycheck and got as far as possible. And I have been homeless since March. And that's just what led me here.
Okay. And that's a really tough situation to be in. But you are now on the 407 Connect program, right?
Yes.
How long have you been with us?
Almost 3 months. So I've really done a lot and come a long way while I'm in the program. It's changed so much. I'm able to shower every day. I have a bed to lay in every night. It just makes me feel more like a person.
So
you know?
physically, it's given you a lot.
Yeah.
Physically, what would you say the bus has been able to provide you on an emotional, from an emotional standpoint?
I feel more in control of my life than I have in the past at least 2 years.
Okay.
It's given me a sense of hope that things can change for the better. One of the biggest factors that is really important is on the street you're not able to take certain medications because you don't know if you're safe through the night, and being able to take those medications has really mellowed me out. I'm able to focus, I'm able to be productive. When I was on the street, I wasn't able to do that. It was just constantly, looking over my shoulder, wondering where I'm gonna lay.
Right. And productive she has been. So why don't you tell us what your next steps are going to be, Taylor? Because you have done some incredible things that I'm super proud of you for. So why don't you share with our online community about what's been going on for you in the last couple weeks, right?
So I was helped with enrollment into a college, and I'm gonna start in spring. I'm super excited. I plan on throwing myself into my studies. It has given me a lot of hope for the future, and I wasn't able to imagine long-term plans for the longest time. Even a month and a half ago, you could have asked me, where do you see yourself in 2 years, 4 years, 10 years? And I'd say, I don't know. I'm focused on today. today is all I have. There is no tomorrow. But I have moved past that thinking, and I can see myself earning my degree, getting the career that I want, being where I imagine myself to be at my best. And the program has really given me that opportunity to be able to do that. I was nowhere, just floating in the dark, no guidance. And the program really showed me like the light,
Yeah, it's
the
wonderful.
way forward.
It's great. Oh, it's been great working with you too. One thing I did want to ask you, because you're a young lady, and you know the situation with homelessness, it's harmful on an impact scale. But as a young woman, tell me what you wish most people understood more about being homeless and also being a young lady.
A lot of people think that the most dangerous part of homelessness is other homeless people. And to a degree, they're strangers, you don't know who that is. Women have a 70% higher chance of becoming homeless because societally they are, more susceptible to relying on others. They're told they need to be dependent on certain people, or certain systems are rigged against them. You could be happy, wonderful life, and then suddenly your support system is gone, your husband gone, and then if you're a stay-at-home mom, you don't have a way of supporting yourself. you know It'll be difficult for you to get a job. And then once you become homeless, jobs aren't going to want to hire you because they really don't want to hire homeless people. They think that they're all dirty, and once a month there's an issue that makes things a little harder. And it can be so difficult to deal with. That plus the stigma of being seen as dirty. I've been told to leave places that I intended on like getting something to eat or drink at, just because of my appearance, just because I'm carrying a bag or a backpack, because they see me as a parasite, like a bug. And I wish that people would focus more on the people aspect of homeless people.
Yeah.
Because yes, we are homeless, but we are also still people.
Right. And we've worked together for a good almost 3 months now. There's been a lot of resources that we've worked with. A lot of the work that Taylor and I do are setting small goals, achievable goals, and then you knock them out of the park every time.
I surprise myself. If my head wasn't attached to me, I would lose it.
You've done a great job. Is there any specific like resources or anything specifically in case management that you can pinpoint and say that really helped me or worked for me? Like, is there anything? And it can be anything.
When I first got here, I had to flee. I had to leave very quickly. So I ended up leaving a lot of paperwork behind. I did not have my birth certificate. And to get very far here, you need, a Florida state ID, which I did not have. You can't get one of those unless you have a birth certificate. And so I went through iDignity, and it was quite a process, but they helped me to get my birth certificate. And the day I got my birth certificate, I was able to go and get my Florida ID. So that really got the ball rolling. I was able to apply for jobs. I got one really, really fast after that. I was able to apply for, certain programs. Without an ID, I wouldn't have been able to apply to college. So, like, that's the most pivotal part I think, was securing my identity.
That's really great. We really appreciate you sharing that. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please go ahead, comment, ask questions, share this live stream, and give. You can help make this the last night for someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407 425 2523. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for sticking around here with us for the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless right here in Orlando. Please comment, ask questions, share this live stream on whichever platform you are watching us, and give if you can. You can help make this the last night that someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. And so you can make a contribution by going to Christian Services, or Christian Service Center, I should say, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523. Again, that's 407-425-2523. We have people here that are ready to take your calls, and we are here until 10 o'clock tonight, so we can get to our fundraising goal. I know it. I know that so far we have raised more than $170,000. We're at $171,000 so far. So thank you to everybody who's donated, and thank you to everyone who's going to share this page to get your friends and family to donate to help us out as well. So for this next segment, we have a couple of ladies joining us, Christina Russo Walters from Community Legal Services, as well as Martha R. She is the CEO of the Homeless Services Network. Christina, I'm going to start with you. You have a partnership right here within these walls,
Yes.
where you offer legal help to the folks who come in here. What do you find is the most important legal need?
So we, like you mentioned, we have a partnership here on campus where we have an advocate here in the Paramore location 4 days a week. The biggest ask that we have found has surprisingly been for Social Security disability benefits. We anticipated it being around eviction or maybe foreclosure, even housing related issues. But the biggest request for services that we've received has over the past 4 years of this partnership has been for Social Security disability, wherein we get people income that also helps them secure housing.
And what's the kind of help that you provide here?
We do everything from advice and education all the way through full representation in legal cases. Our organization, Community Legal Services, provides no-cost legal services here in Central Florida. We cover 12 counties here, including Orange. And we offer civil legal services in a variety of areas, everything from public benefits, housing, consumer law issues, family law, children's educational rights, all sorts of different things. And so the services that we offer here run that full gamut of legal issues, But like I mentioned, the highest request for needs has been the disability benefits.
How valuable is this partnership here where you can have someone right where people need them?
You know, I saw earlier you had Dewey here, and he was talking about meeting people where they are and just being on campus and how that makes such a difference. By having our advocates here on campus, we're removing lots of barriers to receiving legal assistance. You know, folks have transportation barriers or
Mhm.
technology barriers. We can say, well, we can do virtual legal assistance and provide help over the phone, but that doesn't help folks who don't have a phone or don't have a place to charge that phone. Or so by being here on campus, we're removing a lot of those barriers. It also helps because we have a rapport kind of instantly with the folks here on campus, because Eric's team is knows the clients here on campus. They're able to say, hey, we know this lawyer that's over here a couple doors down.
Mhm.
Why don't you go talk to them? And it kind
Mhm.
of helps us start off that rapport
Right.
a little bit instead of starting from ground zero.
Yeah, because there's a shyness that's involved in a legal question, you know, right from the get-go. And then if you tack on the stress of homelessness, you
Right.
certainly understand why somebody would be timid.
Right. And there's a lot of shame and vulnerability, unfortunately, around the homelessness, the issue of homelessness. And so, like you said, when you add on extra layers, there's more to that. But having that rapport with the other staff and volunteers on campus definitely helps us break down those walls.
Mhm. Martha, let's get you in here on this conversation as well. The federal funding, I'm told, runs through your network, your organization. How important is teamwork when it comes to addressing this issue in the community of homelessness?
It's incredibly important. It's important for how effective we can be in the community, because we're definitely more effective when we're partnering and working together than when we're working individually. And it even helps us score better on various applications, because many funders know that the partnerships make the product better and make it better for people experiencing homelessness. And so they want to know that the community works well together, and that many agencies are playing well in the sandbox together. And, you know, obviously the Christian Service Center is one of the leaders in that.
Yeah, how proud of you of this teamwork that goes on?
It's really great, and it's something that the community has embraced over the past decade. It's helped move us beyond some of the silos that were happening, to help us be better at identifying what organizations serve which program participants the best, and how do we link people with the best agency for where they are at the time, without forcing people to go knocking on lots of doors to see who can help them and who's the best fit. And so it's definitely a stronger, we've heard it compared to the difference between having a lot of people playing instruments that may or may not be in tune or on the same song, to actually, you know, performing like an orchestra. And that's what happens when folks are collaborating well together.
How have you seen the needs within the homeless community change over the years here in this region?
Well, you know, we're a wonderful community, and a lot of people want to live here, understandably, because there's so much good about Central Florida. So we're a growing community, and we're growing faster than our infrastructure has been able to develop, and we've been able to develop our housing and transportation. So the consequence of that is that more and more people are experiencing homelessness, and they look different, have different demographics and profiles than what we might have experienced 15 or 20 years ago. So we have more families. We have more people with medical conditions. We have more people who've lost jobs. We really just have a lot of people who can't afford the rent anymore, who may have been stably housed for a very long time on a fairly stable income. And as housing costs have escalated, the income hasn't kept up, and they didn't do anything wrong, but now they can't afford the housing. And so that's really a big difference that drives who we're seeing become homeless in our community.
And how about community-wide, laws or state laws as well? the one that bans camping in public, or other communities banning panhandling. How have you seen those change over time?
Well, we certainly see more of that legislation within the last 2 years, both at the state level and then as local jurisdictions come into compliance with the state law, and are implementing those kinds of ordinances. And the result of that is that people are hiding. It's hard there. It's harder to find people. It's harder to engage them and link them with the right kind of services because they're worried about where they're worried about what can happen if they're found. So it's created a very different dynamic, and it definitely makes it harder both for the people who are providing the services, but particularly the people who are experiencing homelessness and don't have a place to go.
Christina, has that at all? Have these laws changed what it is that you've been doing here at the service center and in the region?
Yeah, I agree with Martha. I think it makes folks kind of hide a little bit more. They're less likely to come out, ask for services. It's a little bit harder to find them when they are not here on campus. And so we do see that. We've seen some folks where we start services and then we lose contact with them because they just kind of go off into the community trying to hide and blend in, or maybe move around a little bit. And so that has been a barrier for us to be able to provide the services that we do.
And when folks do branch off, and is that the end? Is that?
We do our best to try to reach them. If we have contact information, we try every version of the contact information we have. Here in Central Florida, we use the HMIS system, Homeless Information Management System. And so we're able to look in there and see if they've received services from any of the other folks within the continuum of care. And so if we can identify that, we'll try to reach out to those other partners and make contact with the client. But unfortunately, a lot of times we do lose contact with folks before we're able to complete our services.
You have to be a really, calming presence to do what it is that you all do, to have people's confidence in you all in such a tumultuous situation in their life.
Yeah, as legal aid advocates, we often joke that we should all be social workers or therapists as well, because sometimes we're some of the few folks that will listen to the stories of the clients. And so a lot of times it ends up being life stories that we're told, even if it's not necessarily related to the legal issue. But like you said, it's because we give them that space and we give them the time and let them feel like they're important for a bit.
And folks don't have to be in a shelter to find you?
No, our services are available to folks throughout the 12 counties, our 12 county service area here in Central Florida, as long as you're low income. Our guidelines is generally 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. But for our services here on campus, if you come and you receive any service here on campus, you're eligible for services through our legal advocate. That's here. Like I mentioned before, we have somebody here Monday through Thursday, 9 to about 4 o'clock.
Sorry to kind of jump around here, but I'm thinking of these follow-ups as they kind of come. We're heading into another legislative session, and to piggyback off of what Martha said, that in the last couple of years, we've seen some of these laws that have targeted people who are homeless. Do you do any kind of, I guess, pushing or lobbying for some of this to be undone so that it ultimately makes your job easier, where you don't have to take on some of these caseloads?
Unfortunately, our organization is not able to do any lobbying, but we do a lot of education in the community for other partners, for government officials, for members of the staff of the city, the county, those types of things, so that they know how these legal issues impact our clients and they can see the outcomes that are happening as a result.
Gotcha. Want to remind everybody that's tuning in here on our streams, our 5 platforms that we're on. You're joining us for the last night live stream benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando and in Orange County. Please comment, ask questions, share the stream, and give if you can. You can help make this the last night someone here in Central Florida experiences homelessness. If you do want to make a donation, you can do that we've just put that at the bottom of your screen right there. You can call 407-425-2523, or you can also donate at the website christianservicecenter.org. It's $171,000 that we have raised so far, and we are going to continue with this telethon and fundraising effort until 10 o'clock tonight with more of these conversations about homelessness. And you see the lovely ladies over here on this side making phone calls, taking phone calls, and Eric was over there on the backside. I think he slipped out. He's got a long night ahead of him. He's done a great job hosting, and he's got some more hosting ahead. Martha, want to bring you back in here. What do you see right now as the biggest challenge for homelessness in Orlando? We knew that it was a big step to get these 407 Connect buses, but what comes next?
Well, I mean, the 407 Connect buses are a great addition to what we have going on in our community, but there's still an extreme shortage of both shelter beds as well as permanent housing options for people. And so that's going to continue to be our challenge. We're not going to be able to get people off the streets unless we have a place for them to go, both time limited and permanently. And so that's going to be our biggest challenge. And, a part of that is and the public have about people then turns into a lot of position potential solution. Events like this, these kind of conversations really go a long way in helping to give some accurate portrayals of what people experiencing homelessness are experiencing and what their lives are like, and how much there is to not fear.
And Eric said something earlier that I could not believe, which was that those Dignity buses were the first edition of beds, and he said 30 plus years for this city. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah. That's why we're at such a big deficit, right, Martha?
We're at a huge deficit. We have not been adding on nearly at the rate at which we've been growing or when we've been growing. And yeah, there have been no new big buildings. There have been no buildings like that in a very long time.
And how has it been, the reception that you've gotten to those buses? Does it make it easier to then push for the next step?
I think it will. I think when people see that the buses are operating well and that they haven't created negative impact on a community, then hopefully we'll be able to use that to show that there are ways to do creative programs, and it really is about how well programs are run, and what kind of context this can be done well.
Christina, I'll come back to you. What can people who are watching also do to help your organization?
Yeah, I'm gonna steal again from Dewey before. Supporting the Christian Service Center helps CLS as well. Martha mentioned that our services help balance each other, and so when I need to provide Social Security assistance to a client, it helps if they are housed because I can easily find them, right? And vice versa. It's easier to get somebody housed if some of their legal issues are resolved. And so by helping out Christian Service Center here today, you can help keep our services here on campus as well.
And it's all connected, all of the organizations.
All of the organizations, we're all connected, yep.
And that's been a point that has been hammered home here throughout this live stream with the other organizations that we've had on here, including yours and the Homeless Services Network, about how without the teamwork in the community, you would be stuck.
Yeah,
mired.
the collaboration really does help move the needle because we can all do one little thing. You've heard a lot of people mention iDignity, because without that ID, the next steps to everything are kind of stopped. And so we all do our own little piece, but when we work together, we can make really great strides for folks.
And all of that starts with the folks that are watching at home as well.
Yes.
If they feel compelled and want to pitch in, that helps drive all of these organizations. So this is part of the reason why we are doing this here tonight, and that's the last night live stream telethon that's benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando. We want to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness here in Central Florida. So you can donate if you'd like by visiting the christianservicecenter.org. Again, that's christianservicecenter.org, or calling 407-425-2523. If you can't donate, share the stream. Maybe someone sees that they are moved to donate. The more eyeballs we get on this, the closer we can get to our goal. We've raised more than $170,000 so far. So we are going to thank Martha and thank Christina for joining us here for this segment here. It has been a pleasure speaking with you ladies here this afternoon. Welcome back to our last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando. Manny Martinez joined now by Orlando City Commissioner Robert Stewart. Robert, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Good to see you.
These are walls that are familiar to you. For 25 years, you were head of the Christian Service Center. How proud are you of the work that you got done?
Very proud. I started on the board in 1986, and then I guess 87, and then became executive director in 1995, and served there until 2020. So we've seen an incredible amount of transition just in those 25 years. And then there's a history that this goes back to 1971, and it started by the downtown churches to be able just to address the growing need of people coming to Orlando because of Walt Disney World. And so it's changed a lot, but the face of homelessness has changed a lot as well. And we've brought in new programs for a while, if you want to call it that, because it was a season. And then we have taken in and started new programs, and they have come and gone. So this community has been very responsive. This organization is very responsive to the needs of our community.
You mentioned that the services here have changed a lot because the face of homelessness has changed a lot. How so? In the 5 decades.
Well, lots happened in 60 years. A lot in the attitude towards people that way. It used to be that people didn't like being homeless, nor did people like having homeless in the community. They would take care of them.
Right.
And churches were trying to reach out until the demand got so great the churches couldn't handle it anymore. And then over the course of time, it became kind of institutionalized, and you kind of forgot that part. And people began to say, well, the real issue is the government has to take care of them. And when that's never been the case for this organization. This organization has always been the fact that it's our faith duty to take care of those who need help, regardless of what it is. And homelessness is one of those. And then the other chance is that we have seen an incredible housing crisis that is putting people out literally on the streets. They can't afford what they're doing, and they have no other place to go. when I was growing up, when you got out of college, you went and got a roommate and you went into an apartment.
Mhm.
Okay. And then you end up falling in love and getting married and you had an apartment. And then you went to a small house and then to a larger house and then to a larger house. Okay. Now, when you get out of college, you look for 4 or 5 roommates to share a 2-bedroom apartment.
Right.
Because they just can't afford anything else. And so that gets multiplied where before there was this kind of growing consistent stock of different types of housing. Now it's all kind of, it's kind of here or here, and then nothing kind of in between in terms of the affordable housing side. And we have to build that somehow, and it doesn't happen overnight. And it's issue that I say candidly, it's not Orlando's issue, it's the issue all over the entire country.
Right.
We happen to see it here a little bit more seasonally because people come here for different types of work and do different types of work in the area. So, but, and it's a little bit more vocal and a little more visible. And most importantly, I say this kindly, thanks to Eric and people around, we want it to be visible because we want to look for solutions to help solve this problem. So.
You have that firsthand experience that'll help you on the dais when you're meeting as a city commissioner. How has that pushed you in your decision making when it comes to issues that affect homelessness and the homeless in the community?
Well, I think my faith tells me our task is to care for the least of these.
Mm-hmm.
Those without a home and without a meal really is the least of these. And so I think that's our choice. I think it's also the government's responsibility to address those same needs. And then I think, being an old basketball player, I mean, the fact of the matter is that a chain is only as good as its weakest link. And
Right.
so if it's the weakest link in our community are those who come and have no resources and are in our community, then we need to strengthen our chain. And so all that kind of gets built into kind of my thinking as we begin to look and make decisions.
You mentioned it's not just an Orlando issue, and we know that there are other, communities in Orange County facing the same thing. Parts of Seminole County face the same thing. Parts of Volusia. What kind of communication do you have with the other communities? In the same vein that we're talking about these homeless organizations helping each other out, the communities have to help each other out as well to solve this.
Well, and we started years ago, I'll say 20 years ago or so, maybe 22. We started a group called the Central Florida Regional Commission on Homelessness. And the idea was that when you begin to look at these issues that kind of translate across the geographic and demographic boundaries, we have to figure out what is our community's response. And what was occurring was that Orlando was doing a lot. And so what happened was that people would come to Orlando, and then Apopka said, well, we don't care, just take them to Orlando. We had people from, cops from Winter Park driving to downtown Orlando and dropping them off and driving away and saying, it's your problem now.
Yeah.
We had hospitals doing the same thing and just drop them off in downtown Orlando, thinking it's our problem. And the challenge that you have is that from an organizational function of how government is organized, it's not the city of Orlando's problem. Social service is the state of Florida's problem, and it's translated through the counties and not the cities. Cities are different. But we have a very unique and progressive city council, and we think that it's something that we can do something about. And it's good for economic development. If those are addressed,
Right.
then people want to be in downtown and things get developed. I mean, so it's not a bad thing to accomplish that, and the motivation is behind it. But the communities around here have not really grabbed hold of that.
Why do you think that is? I mean,
because
what's the barrier?
Number one, don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And number two is they think somebody else is going to do it. Let me get the information to them.
Mm.
And I will tell you that if you go back and look at where people live, I had this issue when we started the Regional Commission on Homelessness, and I called up to the executive director, the chairman of the Osceola County Commission,
Mhm.
and said, look, we need 2 representatives from the county commission to come serve on this kind of steering committee as we kind of get organized, help us get organized.
Right.
And I'm going to chair it. There's going to be 2 from Osceola, 2 from Orange, 2 from Seminole, and 2 from Orlando. And I'm just going to chair it. And our whole goal is just to write the boundaries. We're not trying to do anything. And then we're going to recruit about 30, 40, 50 people to come in and help do this. But we're just kind of trying to run the boundaries. And the chairman of the Osceola said, well, I'm sorry, but we don't have a homeless problem down here. I said, yeah, I understand. And let me just tell you what your figures are. Tonight, when you go to sleep, there'll be 928 people that are on the streets sleeping in Osceola County. What would you like for us to tell them? And he said, you're not very nice about this. I said, no, this is a community problem.
Right.
And you need to help step up and help us solve this problem, because we can solve this in an area of 4 million people. I promise you we can solve it. But we need everybody to say that we're going to do our small part and we can accomplish it. That's really kind of how the Christian Service Center got founded. Is that all the churches said, we can't do it individually by ourselves, but we each can do part of it. And in doing part of it, you know what, we really can address this issue.
So just how important is the Christian Service Center in this bigger goal of diminishing homelessness in our community?
Well, I think it's important for a variety of reasons, but let me kind of share with you where I think it's important after having been here for a small amount of time. We have been the ability to be the most flexible, the ability to go and find out what that need is, the ability to put that team together to address that need. Eric has done a great job from that standpoint. I think I did a pretty good job, the leadership prior to that. And so we begin to look at those choices. So if the answer is if this isn't the solution, you know what? We can bend and flex and go find the solution. And that has been helpful. We've done that with over the course of the years with addressing hunger in schools. We've done it with addressing issues with Alzheimer's care over the course of time. We've done it with mental counseling. We've done it with a bunch of stuff over the course of the years. And it's because we can say, let's look at the need, let's put together a team, and let's go address it. And because of that, the community support to us becomes absolutely vital. If we don't get that support, then we lose that little niche that we have. And all of a sudden, if we're relying only on the government to give us money or only on the big guys to give us money, and it's only when that money is available, we lose that little kind of edge that we have to say, okay, this is how we ought to address this, and let's go figure it out.
And about that community support, if you do feel compelled to donate, you can go to christianservicecenter.org or make a phone call, 407-425-2523. This is all part of our last night live stream benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando. We're with Commissioner Robert Stewart. Commissioner, I know you are retiring, but what advice would you impart on your successor and the rest of the City Commission, to address this issue over time?
Well, I think every issue needs to have a face put to it. People make decisions for a variety of reasons, and I have said ever since I used to do sales management 40 years ago, people make decisions based upon emotion, and then they defend it logically.
Right.
So what people need, that emotion is the person they see. Whether it's there are people who don't give because the person they see is the guy who walks up to their car along the side of the street, and that's what homelessness looks like. That is less than 5% of the people that are in our community that are homeless. When you look at the face of homelessness is a mother with a child or two living in a car. That person's not walking up and down the street with their hat in hand. They're trying to do their best they can just to survive. And so we need to see them as what we can do because we want to make a change in their lives and see those. The second is that we have seen incredible stories of people who are out of homelessness, and now they want to come back and do something unique and different because they now have experienced this. And so we see that with the people who get apartments and who work with the city from some of that funding that we do. We see that across the board, and they just care so much. It is kin to an addict. It's kin to somebody who has been addicted to something, and now they've broken free and they want to help. Same thing happens when you break that cycle of homelessness. And so we want people to see that face, and when they do see that face, we think there's a real change. And that's how you change public policy.
And I hear the passion in your voice, smile too on your face as you talk about it.
I've done it a while.
And how have you seen attitudes change within the city or even on city council in the time?
When the mayor ran for city the mayor ran for city mayor. I'm sorry. He ran about 24 years ago, and he came by my office and said, "Robert, tell me about homelessness. I'd like to know." And made that a platform of what he's going to do. It has been really neat to watch that leadership. 4 years later, I joined the city council. And then about 5 or 6 years later, Bakari Burns joins the city council. And you have more people interested in homelessness on our city council than you have on almost every city council in the entire country. And so when we sit and talk about this, we talk about general experiences. The mayor wants to do it. We have a little bit of a funding source that can help out. We have guys who are making their living essentially by helping others, and we want to make that as part of what we're doing. And that's all that kind of is happening here. And so the council then begins to get moving in a way that says, okay, we can accomplish tasks, we can help solve this problem, but let's do our part. Orlando is 360,000 people in a community of 4 million. And I will tell you that Orlando disproportionately spends roughly 60 or 70% of the amount of money spent on homelessness is spent out in the city of Orlando with city government. It's simply not right. We have
Would
to-
you say that's the biggest challenge?
Yeah,
is
yeah,
you know, the fairness of it, of,
Well, the
of
fairness
taking the
but the
brunt of it?
fairness is having guys in Apopka and Winter Park and Maitland and these small communities open their eyes to the people that are around them. When you go back and you look at East Orange County, they don't see them because you know what? They live in the woods. Here, you can't live in the woods because you're in an urban area, so we
Right.
can see them.
There aren't any.
Yeah. So it's a change of how they see it. But you go tomorrow, and I promise you that in Apopka, if we were going to do a survey, and Eric will tell you the specific figures, there's probably between 150 and 200 people that are homeless in Apopka tonight.
That's about what he said, I think, a
Yeah.
couple of hours ago. I think
Yeah.
it was in the
And
hundreds.
so all of a sudden, what should Apopka do? They're a 35,000 person city. And they got 200 people. Go solve this problem for your 200. And what we have found is that what's holding people back is the feeling that if I solve this problem, I will attract more homeless. And that's simply not true.
Is that backwards?
It's backwards. And so what you have to do is say, I'm going to solve this problem. And by the way, if we all solve this problem, won't that be great?
Right.
It's great for the economy and it's great for our people.
Right.
So
You know, one thing that Eric brought up, and I brought this up in the last segment, was the 407 Connect buses and how those were the first new beds in Orlando in more than 30 years. What did it take to finally get that done and over the edge?
Well, it takes imagination and it takes funding, and we had some of those things that are there. It also takes a willingness. We for many years we had somebody who was on the council who fought against any new services in the Paramore district, and I understand that logic. But the challenge is it the chicken or the egg? Are they here? Are the services here because people are here, or are people here because the services are here? And so that put together this moratorium that you couldn't add any more beds. I fought against it when I was here. I fought against it as part of the city council. I fought against it in everything that we've done because I think it's just wrong to do that. And by the way, when you can't add more beds, then you can't improve the facilities that you have to make it a better place. Okay. And we've done over the 25 years, we did plans and plans and plans. And we just could not accomplish what we wanted to accomplish because people just kept fighting against that. And so we kind of came back and said, okay, look, guys, let's get creative. And so this idea of adding these 40 new beds, I hope will be the idea that maybe Apopka gets a bus, and maybe Maitland gets a bus, and maybe Winter Park. And then all of a sudden, if they
A
do that,
snowball, right?
You could end up with 200 new places overnight. And if Orange County does what they say they're going to do, you could end up tomorrow being able to satisfy the needs of anybody who's on the street in downtown Orlando tonight. And that's what we should be working toward.
And that all goes back to the whole point of today, which is the teamwork that it takes. We have so far raised, we've gotten an update, $172,000. We're doing this last night live stream telethon until 10 o'clock tonight. We are close to our year-end fundraising goal, and I know we can get there. So if you do want to donate, go to christianservicecenter.org or call 407-425-2523. Commissioner Robert Stewart with the City of Orlando and former executive director here at the Christian Service Center. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll be back with more of our telethon after this.
Hello, and thank you for joining the live stream for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is our last night telethon broadcast, and we are really hoping that you leave some comments in the chat, some extra questions for us to answer for you, and that you share this live stream with your own following on your own social media so that we can spread the word about the work that is happening here in Central Florida on the issues of homelessness. I also want to let you kind of draw your eyes to the banner scrolling at the bottom or the top of your screen, that you can help make this the last night that someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness by going on to our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, to make a contribution, or you can give us a call at 407-425-2523. My name is Carla Cox. I serve as the Director of Operations here at the Christian Service Center, and this is one of my favorite people in the world. This is Kira Bigham, and she serves as our Homeless Prevention Manager. And we wanted to come online mainly to talk about homeless prevention. We've spent most of our time today talking a lot about what happens when someone does experience homelessness, and how do we help them navigate through the complexities of the system back to safe, stable housing. Homeless prevention works a little bit differently. Kira, can you tell me, what does homeless prevention mean and how does it work here at CSC?
Sure. So homeless prevention is essentially taking that step to prevent somebody from becoming homeless. So a lot of people in our community are one step away from a major crisis in their lives. You know, their car breaks down, something happens, they can't pay their bills, and homeless prevention is available to either help with rent or utilities and stop them from, you know, becoming homeless or having evictions, things like that.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about how expensive housing is right now.
It's very expensive.
About how much are people asking for their rent when
Yeah.
you're talking to them?
Yeah. So rent right now is ranging from about $1,500 to about $3,200 is what we've been seeing in our applications.
Yeah, and for those of you who can do math faster than I can out loud right now, base wage, minimum wage here in the state of Florida is $14 an hour. And so you have to work more than a full-time job, almost 2 full-time jobs at minimum wage in order to afford your rent anywhere that you're living. And so a large portion of our community is what we call rent cost burdened. This means you're spending more than 30% of your household income on your rent. Then we have another group. This is extremely cost burdened. This is the group that is spending more than 50% of their income on rent. This category of households is growing at an exponential rate in our Central Florida community as we're coming across kind of a perfect storm of a lot of people living here, a lot of people moving here, and a lower housing stock, which is causing an increase in the total cost of rent. And so you have low wages, high rents, and a majority of people being cost burdened or extremely cost burdened. Kira, can you tell me why someone, or what like an emergency situation would look like for someone that would put them in the place where they're a little afraid of homelessness?
Yeah, so a lot of the situations that we come across are simply, like I said, a car breaks down and you have a $600, $700 car bill that you don't know how you're going to pay and pay your rent. There can be, you miss work because your child is sick and you don't have childcare. Childcare is very expensive, and that's another thing that is not easy to get in our community right now. You know, it's very expensive, and you have to make a choice between going to work or, you know, being able to take your child to a doctor's appointment or staying home with them because you don't have the resources to have somebody there with you to watch them. So emergencies like that will put you 2, 3, 4 days behind, and that doesn't seem like a lot to a lot of people, but it is. That is, you know, a quarter of your rent, half of your rent if you miss up to a week of work.
Wow, it's always so hard to hear, and I hear these stories all day, every day, but to hear like the reality of what a household, what a family might be going through, and I'm trying to put myself in that mindset, in that panic and that fear. And I know that you've had people express what that fear is like to you. Can you describe what you're hearing from these families and these households?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, you want to be able to provide for your family, your children, and you are scared that 2 days from now you could be on the streets because you can't pay your rent. You know, you have to fix your car, and because you fixed your car, are you sleeping in your car? And so these families are terrified. You know, they don't have friends or family in the area that can take, you know, 3, 4, 5 of the family members in, so they're stuck just trying to pay everything that they can and put any money they have towards it until they can figure out a solution.
Yeah. I have the fortune to help work with this team with Kira and our 2 case managers. I want to shout out Shay and Liz, who may or may not be watching, but I hope they are, because they do some amazing work. So every month they're receiving over 900 applications for assistance with rent alone. And that is a huge number to think about, 900 families saying, I need help, just in Orange County alone. Unfortunately, the funding that we have is so restrictive to their household income total, their emergency situation, all of these different complexities, that we're only able to serve around 10 families every month that fill out that application. So any kind of donations or contributions to the Christian Service Center, that it makes it a little bit more flexible so that we can dedicate funds towards a household that might not meet that eligibility criteria, but without it, they will become homeless. And so this is a big need right here in our community. Kira, can you walk me through the process of how someone finds out about that we can provide this help and assistance?
Sure.
And then what does that follow-up really look like?
Yeah, most people get our information from 211. We are one of the main resources for homeless prevention in Central Florida. You would go to our website, which is www.christianservicecenter.org, and you're going to click on Need Help. Once you click on Need Help, there is going to be a bunch of questions that you can kind of answer based on your situation. So you can see if you think that you would qualify. It'll ask you questions about your situation. If you live in Orange County, if you have had assistance in the last 12 months. And once you deem yourself that, yes, you think you qualify, you would go click the button and go to our application. From there, it's going to ask you questions about your income, your household, and your situation. What's going on? What puts you in this position? And that way we can assess your application and see if we can help. Once you submit it, it takes about 5 days. And then a case manager will get back to you.
Okay. So when folks are filling out this application, we need a lot of documentation. what are some examples of documents that someone might need to submit in order to qualify for this type of assistance?
We always need a full lease. That is the biggest thing that we need. A full current lease, your ID, you need 2 months of bank statements, 8 weeks of pay stubs, and you also need documentation telling us what's going on, why you needed the assistance, whether that's a car repair bill, documentation from your doctor that you were out of work and you're going back to work soon, something like that. Anything that we can show why the need is there.
So one of those things is all of those documents, as you've heard us talk throughout this broadcast about issues of ID and how challenging of a barrier it can be to overcome. Now you're also adding all these other documents to it. And these are things that we need in order to build a case to the funds that we have available, whether they're from a federal source, a state source, or a local source, for us to be able to make that payment directly to the landlord. So I'm going to tell a story about that didn't end well. And then I want you to think about a story that did end well. So every once in a while, I'm going through our application portal and I'm reading the statements that people are typing into the comment box on what happened that caused them to be in this financial situation that they're in right now. And I happened to open an application just to review, and someone was writing that they just lost their job because they've been diagnosed with cancer and they used all of their PTO and they ran out, and their employer just couldn't keep them at the job anymore. Unfortunately, we couldn't help that family. We couldn't help her out. And it was because we can only provide that assistance for that month. And that's a restriction on the funding that's coming to us. But she was probably going to need that stabilization assistance for probably 5 to 6 more months before she was able to recover enough through her treatments to get back into employment. So it didn't end well for us here because the funding that we have is pretty restrictive. But we had a partner agency, Matthews Hope, who had an unrestricted account. And so they were able to kind of step in, start working with this family and provide that help and assistance. And this is where the network of providers comes into play to being a very critical and pivotal moment, and why having unrestricted donations from our community is so important. And so just to give you guys a quick little reminder, you can go to christianservicecenter.org or call us at 407-425-2523 to make a secure donation. Kira, I just told a sad story. Please tell me a happy story.
So we actually had a case recently that is one of my favorite clients that we've come across. She came to us.
Not supposed to have favorites,
I know,
Kira.
I know, but she has 3 little kids. She came to us because, like I said, her car broke down, and she called and she said, "This is what's going on. Is there any way you can help?" And her situation was that she did owe 2 months rent at that time. So I explained to her, our assistance is for just that first month, and it wasn't going to work out. So she called me back the next week and she said, "Guess what? I had a friend that was able to help me out and get me current up until that point where I only owe $1,000, which is the maximum amount that we can help with." She said, "Is there anything we can do now?" And I said, "Absolutely. Let me check your documents." We went through everything and we're able to get her case submitted and approved. And now she loves coming up to the Christian Service Center and volunteering with us. She's actually coming up today to do a shift on her phones because she wants to give back. So that to me was my happy story.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. So when a family or a household is facing the idea of eviction, they are often reaching out to everyone they can possibly reach out to ask for assistance. Sometimes that's friends, sometimes that's family, sometimes they're negotiating with their landlord to try to see what they can make happen. And a lot of times it's going from agency to agency, church to church, and just asking for help. That means a lot of running around, potentially taking some time off from work just to go through and do these applications. So our application is completely online. It can be done at any point in time. But one thing that we're working on is creating a stronger network of service providers just for homeless prevention. We call this a coordinated entry system, where instead of someone who's burdened with that idea of eviction having to go from agency to agency to agency, it means they only have to fill out one application. And that's what one application that we would be able to see and divert to the appropriate agency with the best match towards that eligibility criteria. And that way, we're doing a lot of innovation in this space, trying to make sure that homeless prevention is a true strategy and not simply a service being provided in our community. Kira, what are some of the things that you're hopeful for with the next year, maybe with some of the new funding that's coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely hopeful that we can help more families. That's always number one on my list. You know, I don't like telling people no. That's really hard for our team. And so anytime we're able to help more individuals, that is the biggest thing for us. And getting a new system where we're able to work together with more partners in the community, I think is going to open so many more doors for all of us, because we're going to be able to work together to make sure we get more people taken care of and, you know, not facing these challenges.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me. I know this wasn't your favorite thing to do, but
That's
I
okay.
think your expertise is so needed in this. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been joining us for our last night live stream telethon that's benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Again, please comment, leave some questions, share the live stream, and most importantly, give. You can help by making this the last night that someone is experiencing homelessness here in Central Florida by going to our website, christianservicecenter.org, and making a secure contribution, or giving us a call at 407-425-2523. Thank you so much.
So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time to do it. And we'll start with Carla. Carla, how does someone actually become homeless? What are the most common first steps down that path?
This is a really big question. It's very complex because it has a lot of systemic challenges, but also a lot of individual risk factors. So first and foremost, the single biggest cause of homelessness is a lack of affordable housing. So when you can't afford your housing, you're on the streets, basically how it works out. But we also see individuals that have risk factors that lead to homelessness. That can be losing a job, increased medical debt, having a disability, but you don't have your Social Security worked out yet. There's a lot of things like that that kind of culminate on top of the lack of affordable housing that can lead to homelessness.
All right. Okay.
So Eric, what's the biggest misconception you wish the public would stop repeating?
Misconception. I think the biggest misconception that's most damaging is that people choose to be homeless. I think that that's repeated a lot of times as a way to sort of justify the lack of effort that we put in as a society to get people out of homelessness. I like to share a story from early my time here at the Christian Service Center, where there was a man in his late 30s, and he was living in a tent near the property. And I was talking to him and trying to encourage him to come and talk to us about getting into housing. And I remember he said to me, hey, you know, this is a much better lifestyle for me. I like doing this. This is how I want to live. And that was really surprising to me. And then just a few weeks later, I saw him again. He was asking for a wrench, and I took the wrench out to him. He was trying to fix his bicycle. And when he did the work on the bicycle, he slipped and hurt his hand. And he started crying, and then he started sobbing. And then it was, I don't know what, it was the worst, pain imaginable. And after he calmed down, I said, are you okay? He's like, man, I just can't do this anymore. This is a terrible way to live. Nobody should live like this. This is the nightmare upon nightmares. And then I listened to him for a little while, and I said, don't you remember we talked about a couple weeks ago that you chose this as a lifestyle? And he said, man, I have to say that, because if we didn't say that to ourselves, we would not survive the night. And that to me was one of the best explanations of people talking about choosing this as a lifestyle. Yeah. Nobody chooses this as a lifestyle. No matter what you think, I've not met a single person who doesn't want to get into an apartment and prefers to be on the street.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point there, where a lot of people are putting up that face. They don't know you. They've just met you. Of course, they're going to say, I choose this. But once you develop that relationship with someone, that rapport with someone, they're willing to open up a little bit more and be vulnerable with the truth of what's going on in their lives.
So while you're watching, I hope you'll call in to our number at 407-425-2523 and make a contribution to support the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here during our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. And you can also make your secure contribution on our website at christianservicecenter.org. All right, so the next question is for you. If someone loses housing, what should they do in the first 24 to 72 hours to avoid ending up on the street long term?
Yeah, so the first thing, I know some of you have probably met someone who's newly experiencing homelessness, maybe at an intersection, someone you know at work, anyone along those lines, and they're looking for help. How do I get out of this situation? And the best place to refer them to is an agency like the Christian Service Center. We have what's called a coordinated entry system where everyone who comes through our door goes through a housing assessment. We're trying to help unpack their unique situation, what's going on with them, what assets they have at their disposal, what challenges and barriers they're trying to overcome, and we're creating a pathway to housing with them. Sometimes those pathways include shelter. Other times it's reunification with friends and family, maybe across the country or sometimes in another country. And other times it's making that plan for employment, income, or long-term housing solutions like permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing programs.
So if somebody would like to support a person that's experiencing homelessness, go through the process of solutions and exiting homelessness, what should they do and who should they call?
They should call the Christian Service Center and send them right here, 808 West Central Boulevard in Paramore, Orlando.
And we are at 407-425-2523. We have volunteers here that are taking calls. They'll take your questions. They'll take your donations over the phone. They'll answer questions for you about volunteerism. And you can also make your secure contribution online today at christianservicecenter.org. Appreciate you joining us. We have hundreds of people that are watching right now. We're really so thankful for you taking the time on our live stream. This is the last night telethon. We are working to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. My name is Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm not Carla or Kira, as it says on the screen, but they were here just a little bit ago, and we appreciate them and all that they've done. We've got our volunteer, Bob Bouchong. Pastor Bouchong is taking your calls, and he's also reaching out and thanking people who've contributed to our efforts this year. We want you to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness, and we are doing this as a benefit for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, where we are right now at our campus in Paramore, just west of downtown Orlando. And we also have a campus in Ocoee, and we are trying to do the Lord's work.
Both, same question, the barrier. Oh, yeah. Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Okay, so I'm asking, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So as a case manager, you're in a different kind of position as a case manager than I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
So from your perspective, what is a barrier that you tend to run into when you see clients, or like that they have when they come in and ask for whatever assistance you might be able to give?
So the biggest barrier is always identification documents, for the most part. Because when you are homeless, it's hard to keep up with that stuff. Or when you do keep up with it, it's in your backpack, and then they go through a lot of.
Sorry for we had a little interruption there. Listening to Lorea and Caleb, and we'll talk to them a little bit more in a minute. But for right now, we want you to go visit our website at christianservicecenter.org, and we want you to call us at 407-425-2523. Make your online contribution today. We just so appreciate all of the efforts that people have made to reach out to us. We need more. We need more support. We've raised about $175,000 so far, and we're hoping to really exceed that before the end of the day. Our overall goal for the month of December is $500,000. So we can use all the help we can get. Any contribution you can make, whether it's $5 or $15, it's incredibly appreciated. Please take a moment and be that person who decides that, yeah, they're talking to me, not to everybody else. And we need you to decide to get on that website and make that contribution right now, or give us a call and make that contribution over the phone. So we are also joined by Carla Cox, our Director of Operations, who is doing a little bit of a live remote. And she is going to give us a little bit of a tour. And she's walking through the gates at our entrance to the Christian Service Center. And the facility is under major construction. And we'll hopefully get a chance to see a little bit of it. Carla, can you hear me okay? Oh, she's muted on her end. So I'm going to do the tour while Carla's walking around. And right now what Carla's showing us is the courtyard for our organization, where people can get out of the rain and the sun and just have a safe place to be during the day. You know, it's really hard to be on the streets right now, particularly with some of the criminalization issues. What you're looking at here is our shower trailer, thanks to Clean the World, another fantastic nonprofit. People can take showers there on Tuesdays and on Fridays. And all of our guests on the 407 Connect shelter bus program, which is what you're looking at right now, they use those showers every day. And this is a very new concept, the 407 Connect program. This bus right here is we call Bus 1, and it has 21 beds on it. There's actual space in there for 21 adults or children to sleep. We have a secure space, and it's attended by a live person every night that stays awake and makes sure that everybody is safe. It's really nice inside. We've got a lot of people that have been working on this project now for about 2 years, and we just launched the shelter about 4 months ago. And it's part of an entire initiative to try and help with efforts around homelessness in the downtown Orlando area and Paramore. And we love being here in Paramore and in downtown. It's just great. It's an incredibly safe place to be. It's a great, very vibrant place. We're really excited about being a part of this community. And what you're looking at here is what we used to call the Fresh Start program. This was used to be a 16-bed men's shelter, and it has been undergoing some major renovations, and right now is becoming an advanced human services center. This will be one of the most advanced homeless services centers anywhere in the United States when it's all done. What you're looking at is the restrooms. These are public restrooms for men and women. We're in the painting stage right now. And as Carla's walking around the rear of the building, she's going to be going to the space where we have showers. So there are 8 shower rooms inside this space, each one with its own closable locking door. So you have a shower and a toilet, you have a sink and a mirror, and you have as much time as you need to take a shower. And we'll have hundreds of people that'll be using that program every single day. We have our box truck here that you can see on the left. This is a little 22-foot box truck, thanks to the Walt Disney organization who purchased this for us a few years ago. That little truck goes around and picks up food from grocery stores all throughout the area, and they provide about 80% of the food that we use to make our emergency meals every day of the week right here at the Christian Service Center. Every weekday, we are focused on making these emergency meals 3 times a day. And we are just really excited to have the program available to us. We're also going to be joined in just a minute by our friend, Commissioner Dr. Kelly Martinez-Semrad from Orange County. And she's going to kind of talk to us a little bit about homelessness from her perspective. And what you're seeing here is the walk-in cooler and walk-in freezer that's part of our overall emergency food program. So we're able to store things for longer periods of time. We're getting ready to undergo a major renovation of the kitchen space that you're seeing here and replacing all of our appliances and all the flooring. And you can see that it takes a lot to prepare hundreds of meals every day. We're doing meals for about 200 people pretty much every meal that we do. And it's not always the same people every meal. So we have about 400 unique people who come on the campus every single day. And while Carla is still walking around and showing us some of the facility, let's go ahead and bring on Commissioner Semrad, and we'll chat with her a little bit, and Carla can keep walking around. And thank you to everybody who's joined us, and if you haven't already, please make your secure online contribution at christianservicecenter.org, or give us a call at 407-425-2523. And while we're playing around with the view here, to try to figure out all the different shots and angles, we might have to drop the tour in order to get Commissioner Semrad on the screen here. But Commissioner, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I am good, thank you. How are you doing? Hi, Eric.
Thank you for taking time to come visit with us. wanted to just kind of talk to you and get your thoughts about this issue of homelessness. I know that this is something that you're deeply passionate about, but I also know that some of the specifics of the issue are also newer to you. And I'm really curious about what you have learned in the last few years about homelessness that you think other people might be interested to hear, stuff that you didn't know, but now you know today. And tell us something that most people don't know.
Oh, so I think that the biggest well, hello everybody. First of all, I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to participate. And Eric, I'm so grateful to you and your team, because every single time that District 5 calls to ask for help for a family or a person, you guys have never turned us down, and you make a huge impact in our community for people who are really struggling, and families in particular. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here, and I'll tell you that what I think is the biggest thing that I have learned is that the face of homelessness is not that scruffy man that you see panhandling on, the sidewalk or at a street light. This is a real issue that ranges everywhere from our college students that are at UCF, Valencia, Rollins, Seminole State, where they're sleeping in their cars in order to be able to go to school, to our school teachers that are surfing couches because they fell in a couple of hard months. They have master's degrees, they're working full time, they're teaching our next generation of children. This can be, senior citizens who simply retired and were outpriced of their apartment or wherever they were living, and they have nowhere to go. It's the wide range of people that are impacted by being unhoused is changing every day, and it's deviating more and more from the people that we stereotype as thinking that they should be unhoused to people that are fully functioning in society and trying to do their best, and that you would never even guess that they don't have a home to call their own.
Yeah.
And so I think that we largely stereotype who we think are homeless and the reasons for why they are, and that's not at all accurate. The representation in the picture is not accurate, and that has surprised me substantially. So
So you and I were both at a function earlier this week, right outside the Orange County Regional History Center, that we do once a year to honor those people who were experienced homelessness but passed away in the last year. And I don't know if you've been to that event before or not, but I wonder if you could, we haven't talked about that on our live stream today, and I wonder if you could share with people just what you thought about that experience and describe it for everybody a little bit.
So I had not yet been to it. It's the first time that I had ever been to the event, and I didn't know what to expect. And when you hang a white dove on the tree for every single person who has passed in our Central Florida community that you're capable of identifying. There are those that you can't identify, so it's Jane or John Doe that go on the tree. But when you hear the stories and you hear the advocacy of the people who helped them, and how these are regular people that are they God, my God, they're people. They're veterans. They're people who go to church. They're people who care about their neighbors. They're people who, when they have nothing, they still want to pray for you to help you. And the fact that they passed away on the street or being unhoused, and that was their last moment. It's super impactful to just see those doves hanging on a tree and to see a group of people who come together who didn't know them but still honor their life, it makes you realize just how much work we have to do in this community to ensure that that doesn't happen to anybody. Nobody deserves to die like that. You know, nobody deserves to have a nameless dove hung on a tree because you can't identify who they are. And everybody has a story. And those stories of how people became unhoused or became, you know, just a person that you pass on the street that you don't identify with or that you don't recognize, you realize how closely actually you could identify with them because there's so many people that are just one paycheck away from being in their predicament.
Yeah.
And it's
Really appreciate you
that's a
having
hard
come
event
to
to
that.
go to. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about Orange County, and we're joined right now by Orange County Commissioner from District 5, Dr. Kelly Martinez Semrad. This is Commissioner Semrad's first term, and she's just really completed her first full year on the Orange County Commission. So I don't put you too much on the spot, but you know, Orange County is doing a lot of things in this space of trying to combat homelessness. I know that they've committed tens of millions of dollars towards this effort. And I wonder if you, you know, I don't know how much, you know, detail you're able to share, but can you describe maybe one or two of the programs that Orange County is involved with that's really trying to combat this issue?
Yeah, or I mean, Orange County is trying more and more to do. They're trying every day to do more. The problem is that resources are very constrained, and so, you know, we have a housing first approach that is used to try to get the person off the streets or get the family off the streets, get them into a hotel, you know, working with partners throughout Central Florida, and finding out what services they need from mental health, if that's the need, to a job, to, you know, sometimes this is a question. Like, by the way, like sometimes this is just $1,000 that somebody needs. It's $1,000 to prevent them from being unhoused and making sure that we can prevent that. So we have a lot of services that we run through our Department of Family and Children's Services. And the one that I you know, Housing First and our, you know, trying to build more affordable homes, because we all know that becoming unhoused is a housing issue. It's not a personal choice that the people get into this predicament. We do a lot of food drives to get food into the local community. We try never to turn away somebody. So if somebody calls and says, hey, I'm really in need, I'm in danger of being unhoused, District 5, and I'm sure that the other districts are like this, we have never once turned away a single call of somebody who has called us. We have always found a place for them to stay, whether it be in a hotel through a private donor or whether it be through a program that Orange County has. I can say that I criticize the county for not doing enough. And when you, in the position where I am now, I understand how limited the resources are and how much we're trying to do with very limited resources. And so I give a lot of grace towards those efforts. But I would say that the biggest strength that we have is that Orange County really advocates for, before we address anything else, let's get you into a place tonight where you can put your head and you're safe and you're comfortable and you can get rest, and then let's meet tomorrow and let's start beginning to go through the process. And I see that on a daily basis, that Orange County is making that effort. And it's not alone, by the way. It's through organizations like Christian Services that makes that possible. We lean a lot on partners in the community, on churches, on nonprofits. So this is never that Orange County is doing this alone. In fact, I think that Orange County acts as the connector, but that it's organizations like Christian Services that are making those efforts become a reality for so many families.
Well, thank you for that. And Commissioner Semrad, I want to ask you in a second about one of the votes you had to take early in your term. I don't think it was the first commission meeting, but it was early in your process after being sworn in, that you took a pretty, in some people's mind, probably controversial stand around the implementation of the public camping ban. So I'm asking you to talk about that in just a second, and just your your feelings and how you came to the decision to do what you did. And we were very proud of you. But before we do, I just want to remind everybody we have hundreds of people watching the live stream right now. We're really excited to have you all join us. I want to thank you for joining the last night live stream here as part of our effort to raise funds to support the work here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. We have so far this year rescued more than 1,400 people, these adults and children, from homelessness. I think we'll probably hit more than 1,500 by the end of the year. And we want you to participate in this process. You can comment on any of the live stream platforms you're on, whether it's X or Facebook or Instagram, LinkedIn or YouTube. Please comment, please like, please share that you're watching. This is what gets other people to watch, is knowing that their friends are watching something and they can tune in and learn a little bit about it. And then you can also make a contribution. You can give. You can make your contribution online at christianservicecenter.org or by calling 407-425-2523. And Commissioner, I wanted to take you back because it's been about a year ago now, I think, or maybe a little less, that the commission was asked to implement their own sort of ordinance around the state law that we've talked about on this live stream many times today. It was House Bill 1365 that we refer to as the public camping ban. And just curious about what your thoughts were on that, because I know you had to make some hard decisions.
Yeah, so the House Bill 1365. So that was one of the first votes, and actually that's still a vote that keeps me up at night, and it's still a vote. And I'm careful with how I say this because I try to give people grace, but it's still a vote that I don't understand how my colleagues passed on that board. When you decide to make it legal to arrest people who are experiencing being unhoused and shelters are at 100% capacity, there's no beds that are available, and you learn that the affordable housing wait list is approximately, can take you a decade to get into those housing. So essentially you could have an 8-year-old child that by the time they are 18, you finally get into something that's affordable.
Yeah.
I think I don't really have any other word to describe it as just an atrocity that our state thinks that poverty is now a crime. And the stigma that people think like this is a choice, this is somebody who has a drug addiction problem, this is somebody who is lazy, this is somebody who should be appreciative that they have at least a bed to sleep on, even though it's in jail, and that they get 3 square meals while they're in Orange County Jail. The only words that I have about that, honestly, Eric, is I believe that that's a really disgusting law. And I think it's an ignorant line of thought that people think that a child chooses to be on the streets, that a senior citizen chooses to be on the streets, that a veteran decides to be on the streets, that a teacher who is teaching our youth in school decides to sleep in their cars. I don't have a lot of tolerance for a law like that.
Well, I was very proud of you that day. I was there in the audience and got to watch you do that from a few feet away. And it's not easy, taking a stand on things like that because you don't know what the ramifications are going to be. And you took that vote not knowing if you might even be removed from office for doing so.
You know what?
It was just crazy.
It is crazy, but I don't know if it's actually that hard to take that vote, because I ran for office because, quite frankly, I was sick and tired of seeing what I was seeing in my community. I thought that I was observing a deterioration of the quality of life of not just our families today, but for our future generation, which includes my kids and other people's children. And that wasn't a difficult vote for me, because I don't care if I was removed from office, because I wasn't going to go anywhere in the fight, right? I may not be sitting on the seat on the dais, but I'll jump on the other side and I'll fight the person who's sitting in the seat that's passing laws like that. So I don't think that that was a difficult vote. I think that was a vote on values, and I think that that was a vote on courage. And I think that we should expect that our local elected leaders can stand up for values and can have the courage to represent people's needs. So I don't have a lot of patience for people who voted in opposition or who voted in favor of that law.
Well, I appreciate you doing it. I thought it was fantastic, and I was very proud of you. And I want to thank you for being on our broadcast. We still have a few more minutes, but I want to let you know that our viewership has gone up since you've been on the air. So we appreciate you joining us and talking to some of these really important issues. I want to ask you a little bit. You mentioned about the jail in a second. I want to ask you a little bit about that. But before I do, I want to make sure that we thank a couple of people. We had a $500 donation come in online from one of our board members, Nina Yan. Nina is our just elected today, our board secretary, and she'll be chairman of the board in 2028. And so thank you, Nina, for making that contribution. Many of you know Nina from her time working at another phenomenal organization, the Christian Sharing Center in Longwood, and she was their director for a number of years. So we really appreciate her. And then I just got word that we received an anonymous $50,000 contribution, and that's just incredibly heartwarming. I can't even, whoever that was, it was totally anonymous. Thank you for doing that. That means the world to us. It really helps us to not only feel good about the work we're doing here, that other people support it, but it gives us the motivation to continue doing that every single day. And you just can't imagine how much that means to us. We have raised so far today $226,445, and so we are well on our way to meeting our goals and objectives, but we can't do it without you. We need your support. We need you to go online at christianservicecenter.org and make your contribution right now. Please consider making even just a $5 gift. It goes a long way. Every meal that we provide here costs us about $3 for each meal. And so every time you make a contribution of $3 or more, it's helping to provide an emergency meal for someone. And we do about 200 meals at lunchtime and about 200 meals at dinner time every single day. So we really appreciate that support. And Commissioner, I want to ask you a little bit about the jail. There was an interesting meeting that I had earlier this year. It must have been really early this year, where Mayor Demings was in the meeting, and he was talking about how the census at the Orange County Jail on 33rd Street had actually been going down since 2017 because of the decriminalization of marijuana. They went from jail time to a financial penalty, and they'd seen that the daily census at the jail was been going down for those few years, and then in this year it started to spike, and we saw that pretty much beginning January 1 with all of these, or even going back to October 1 of last year with this camping law. And he was saying that the increase in the jail census at that time was directly related to this public camping law. And we're putting people in the Orange County Jail for the crime of sleeping somewhere. And he was not happy about it at the time. This is somebody who was a former sheriff, and so he knows what he's talking about when he comes to the jail. And now we're seeing I think released earlier this week that there have been 6,000 people arrested and put in the Orange County Jail related immigration issues, and since some of that started this year. And so we talk a lot here about the criminalization of homelessness, and we talk about it from a sort of human rights standpoint, but there's also some financial realities to that. There's only so much that Orange County and the taxpayers can afford. I would imagine there's a limit. And I wonder if you could just speak a little bit more to the jail and what you've learned in your time there, and maybe explain to some people stuff that they might not understand about how the Orange County Jail works, because it's a big and important institution in our community.
Yeah, so the Orange County Jail is an interesting jail in the state of Florida because it operates under the Orange County Board of Commissioners. And so we're unique in that way, where it does not operate under the Sheriff's Department, which means that your elected officials serving on the commission determine what are the policies that happen in that actual jail. And what we know is that we have about a 25% vacancy rate, or our jail is 25% understaffed of what it needs to be. You have corrections officers that are doing mandatory overtime to ensure that our jail operates at full capacity with employment. But in addition to the people who should be in jail that we want, to get them routed on the right direction, are in a population with people who are there because they are homeless, because they're unhoused, so they were sleeping in public and therefore they ended up there. You also have people who are immigrants that are there, that one day they were legal, the next day that they are not. But that they weren't always picked up in Orange County. They were picked up from surrounding counties as well. And I think it's important to note that for all of the people that we house in the jail, and we're at a peak rate right now, our numbers are exceeding where we've ever been before. That costs Orange County payers a lot of money. And so putting somebody in jail because they're unhoused and paying more than $100 a day for them to be in jail because they're poor, versus putting them into housing and getting them, help that they need to have the rungs on the ladder to know how to proceed and how to progress to the next level, to getting into housing, to getting into a secure situation, is not happening while they're in jail. In fact, when they leave jail, now they've got a misdemeanor offense and they've got a fine that they have to pay. So it's counterintuitive. It doesn't help. And it also takes away services from the people who need the help the most, that are in jail for a reason, because they broke the law. Yeah. So we have a lot of issues in our jail. We've got people who are there for 3 days and then are detained, deported to Alligator Alcatraz, and then out of the country. We've got people who were trying to find, a place to sleep because they don't have a house, that are in the jail. And then you've got people who have really done felonies that deserve to be in jail because they committed a crime. So you have a very mixed population, and it puts a lot of stress on our corrections officers. And it's a overworked, underpaid group of employees in Orange County. So in my opinion, there's a lot of problems of the inflow of people that we're sending into the jail. But I do want to say that our Chief Q, who oversees all of the jail, he has impressed me over and over again, where he says, I meet people on their worst day, and my job is to get them to a better day. And he's very committed to that path. And I think that that's meaningful, but I stand firmly that nobody should be in that jail because they were arrested for being poor and being unhoused on the streets.
Yeah, I've had a chance to work with some of the staff, both at the Orange County Jail and the Osceola County Jail the last few years. A friend of mine, Joel Gray, has been at Osceola County Jail for a long time. And there's some phenomenal people that run that program. And it is a very, very hard job. But we appreciate them very much. And we are going to wrap up this segment in just a second, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that we have joined with us Orange County Commissioner, Dr. Kelly Martinez-Semrad, and she's been sharing with us some thoughts just about the issues surrounding homelessness. I want to ask you in just a minute, Commissioner, we want to talk about some other nonprofits, because I know we're not the only organization you work with by far, but there's others, and maybe you can list off some others that you've worked with, because there's lots of places for people to support. And while you're thinking about that, we want to encourage everybody to join the live stream and help us get others to join the live stream by sharing, by liking, by and making a contribution, by making a comment to our process here. Whatever live stream platform you're on, we're on X and Facebook and Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. You can also support by giving. You can make a contribution to the greatest extent that your means will allow. Your generosity means the world to us, no matter how much it is. It's incredibly appreciated. We want you to make a $5 contribution, a $50 contribution, a $500 contribution, or like what just happened a few minutes ago, a $50,000 contribution. Anything you can make is incredibly, incredibly appreciated. You can do that through our secure website at christianservicecenter.org or by calling us and speaking to one of our volunteers, like Pastor Bouchong, who's over my right shoulder. And you can do that by calling 407-425-2523. And please do that right now. We're going to be on the air until 10 o'clock. And Dr. Semrad, while we're wrapping up, maybe you could speak to the fact that there are a lot of agencies helping people in this community. I wonder if you might be willing to highlight one or two or more others, just to kind of give people a sense of the generosity and the charitable nature of our community.
Yeah, so in District 5, I can tell you that we work really closely. I mean, obviously there's Christian services and you guys do so much, but we have Samaritan Resource Center, which is located in East Orange County. We work very closely with them. We work with Transformation Village out of Bithlo. We also have the Table that provides a weekly service for people to get a meal. We have the Homeless Coalition. What are the other ones that we work with?
You got Lee Perry's group now, the Support Orlando Shelters, that she's been
Support
pushing.
Orlando Shelters,
Yeah.
which is super important. I think this is it's tragic because we have like a facility on Orange County books right now. It was a former work release center. So these were people who had left Orange County jail that were trying to go back into the workforce. And so they would stay there at night, but leave and go and work. It's completely vacant. It's completely empty. It's in an institutional, industrial area of the county. And it's an $8 million fix to make it be a fully functional shelter for people. And it just was stopped by, being unhoused brings people that you're not interested in having in your community. And these are people that, so many of us interact with on a daily basis without even knowing that they are unhoused. So,
yeah.
Gosh, I mean, we have the opportunity. I mean, if we can all put together whatever revenue, whatever money we each have, just to contribute a small amount or a large amount, whatever we have, we can make a really big dent in helping people that need help. And I'll tell you that every person in the world at some point in time in their life needs help. And it impacts our entire community to have people that are unhoused, living on our streets. So this is not but this is an endeavor that we can all make a difference in. And it's just finding the spot. If you can't contribute financially, you can go to the kitchens and you can help pass out a meal. You can help donate clothes. You can donate a coat for a child that doesn't have one. There are so many ways to contribute that could make an impactful difference. And we have the bandwidth in this community to do it. And I know that we have the people who care enough about this issue to do it. And it just takes the organization to bring people together and to really put pressure on your elected officials to advocate for people. And making sure that we're advocating for all of those who live amongst us, which includes the people who don't have a lot of financial means as well.
Yeah, well said. Well, thank you for joining us, Commissioner Semrad. We appreciate your time and we appreciate your service and leadership to our community and to especially the residents of District 5. We are here as part of our Last Night initiative. This is the Last Night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. You can comment on any of the live stream platforms you're on, Instagram, X, Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube. Any interaction you can have with the live stream helps us a great deal to share this with more people, to make sure that people are able to learn a little bit more about the issue of homelessness. That's part of what we're doing today. Today is sort of a long version of our class, which is Homelessness 101 that we teach here quarterly at the Christian Service Center. My name is Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center. And you're joining us here on our live stream at the Paramore campus for our organization. We are located on Central Boulevard, just west of downtown in the historic Paramore Heritage area. We're right next door to Inter & Co Soccer Stadium. if you're familiar with that location. And what we're doing here today is trying to raise funds to support this particular effort. We've raised well over $225,000 so far today. We just had a major contribution of $50,000 made that helps us tremendously. But we've also had a lot of contributions of $5 and $10, $50, and we appreciate every single one of those equally. They're incredibly important to our efforts. You can be a part of that effort as well. You can join us online at christianservicecenter.org. That's christianservicecenter.org. You can probably see it on the bottom of your screen unless you're just listening. You can also call us if you're driving right now and you're listening by just reaching out to us at 407-425-2523. That's 407-425-2523. Give us a call. Talk to one of our volunteers. They'll take your contribution over the phone. They'll also answer your questions. And you can ask them questions for us to ask on air. So with that, I think we're going to break for another segment for just a few moments, and we're going to do a little bit of Q&A that we pre-recorded yesterday, just to give us some breaks so that we can go grab a piece of pizza and kind of get to the next thing. We're going to welcome some more guests on. So thank you for joining us for our last night telethon, and Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and thank you again for all you do for us in support of the Christian Service Center. So if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in to our live stream on multiple different channels. We're on YouTube, we're on X, we're on Facebook, Instagram, even LinkedIn. And we are here trying to make this the last night that somebody in our community experiences homelessness. And you're joining us here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is Carla Cox, our Director of Operations. I'm Eric Gray, the Executive Director. We have the great honor of trying to help lift people out of homelessness every single day. And we are well on track to have rescued a record number this year of 1,500 or more adults and children, thanks to the great work of our case managers, our volunteers, and very importantly, our donors. And we want you to become part of that family of donors. Make it a contribution of any amount that your means will allow. It's incredibly helpful. And while we're here, we're going to take some of your questions that we've been getting and try to answer them between us. And I'm going to ask Carla the next question, which is, if I want to help someone I see regularly, what's more helpful? Cash, food, gift cards, supplies, or something else?
So that's a really good question. And like most people in this world, I'm probably going to reply with, it depends. But I'm going to encourage you to do one very specific thing, and that's ask them. Get their input on what they think they need in that moment. They're a person. You should never assume that you know how to best care for them. So engage in that dialogue. Smile. Introduce yourself. Be that friendly face that they might need today, and just say, hey, I have $5. Would you prefer the $5, or would you prefer me to go and get some food for you with this $5? Would that be easier for you than the cash that you now have to figure out how to get to a store or a restaurant to spend? So they might have a specific answer for you on how you can best help them. So number one, smile, introduce yourself, and then ask them for their input on how to best serve them. But those tokens and those gifts, they really should come with no strings. I had someone get very upset with an individual experiencing homelessness because she had given him a coat. And then the next day she saw that coat on somebody else. And then a few days later, she saw the person she originally gave it to and was like, what happened? That was a nice coat. I wanted you to have it. And he replied, well, she needed it more. And so remember, when you're giving someone something, it is a gift. Make sure there's no strings attached to it. Next question.
Yeah.
You ready for it?
Let's go.
Okay. So how safe are shelters? And why do some people who are experiencing homelessness avoid them even when there are beds available?
That's a great question. You know, I can't speak to shelters all over the United States. I've certainly visited shelters everywhere between New York and Los Angeles, and a lot in the Southeast. Of all the shelters here in Central Florida, I would describe them as being extremely safe. They have paid security in almost every instance. There are very strict rules, but they're not unreasonable rules. There are people who really know that the alternative is being on the streets, and so they treat the space in a very sacred way. This is something that they find important to them and their family. One of the things that that keeps people out of shelter is many of them are just really unfortunate, and it's that they don't have an ID, that their wallet or purse has been stolen. They don't have an ID, and almost all shelters require you to have some form of identification before you can enter, partly because they're doing a little bit of a background check on you, and they want to make sure that you're not a danger to anybody else at the complex. But that barrier is really hard to overcome. Fortunately, we have a wonderful organization in town called iDignity. Michael Dippy founded this organization. He's a wonderful man, and we're one of the few few communities in the country that has a robust identification agency like that. Another barrier to people getting into shelters, they have pets. There are very few shelters in the United States that allow pets of any kind. They just don't have the capacity and the manpower to staff that. And so, and a lot of people just they're not comfortable around other animals. So that's usually a major barrier, and people are not willing to leave their pets. We've seen that here all the time, where we're trying to get somebody housing, we got everything lined up, but they won't allow a pet, and they're saying, well, I'm not leaving my dog. And I understand it. It's tragic, but I understand it. Other times it's people are, the guests themselves are concerned because they've had bad experiences living on the street, and they don't want to be in close quarters with some people that they think might be dangerous to them. And while that's not usually the case in a shelter format, it's very safe and secure. They might have had a bad experience in a shelter some other time in their life. They might have had a bad experience on the street that they think is going to carry over. And then the final thing is, some people are simply, they're just not in a good mental health place to make a decision about wanting to be in the shelter at that time. And they might have a medical condition, whether it be physical or mental. And most shelters are not equipped to actually help somebody with a major medical condition. So some of our sister agencies in the area, one of their rules is that you have to be able to transfer, if you're in a wheelchair, for example, on your own into the bed, because they don't have the personnel that can help transfer you over in a medically appropriate way. So those are some of the major barriers. A lot of shelters are working very hard to overcome that. The domestic abuse shelter in our community, Harbor House, has added a pet kennel. I know that the Coalition for the Homeless works very close partnership with iDignity. We do as well in our shelter. We have a 42-bed shelter here. And so we are trying to overcome those barriers as often as we can, that make it a little bit easier for people to find a safe place to be. And every one of these shelters is working to get them housed. The shelter is not an option for the rest of your life. It's not a retirement plan. Most people that are in shelter are somewhere between 30 and 90 days. There's sometimes a little longer, sometimes shorter, but somewhere between 30 and 90 days that people are in shelter, and it moves fast. We get people into housing very, very quickly. The Coalition for the Homeless, which is just across the street from us, does an amazing job of getting people into housing. And so does the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army, the Sanford Rescue Outreach Mission. These are all phenomenal organizations that are run by just wonderful people that are making sure that their facilities are safe and secure and very accessible to as many people as they can accommodate.
Yeah, good response. Good, very thoughtful answer. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
So for those of you that are watching, if you're looking for, or if you're even just thinking, how do I get involved? How do I get engaged in this process? Please visit us at christianservicecenter.org, where you'll find lots of information about how to volunteer and get connected with us. You can also go there to make a donation or a contribution, and you can always give us a call at 407-425-2523 to make that donation or give us more questions to answer here on our live stream. Thank you so much.
Good.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on our live stream, especially those of you who've been learning with us all day long. We have been doing this all day, so you can go back and look at some of the footage, but we'll be doing this all the way through the evening to 10 p.m. And this is a part of our last night live stream telethon that's benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. And so we want to invite you to leave a comment, ask us a question, and share this live stream so that we can share the message, the education of what's going on here in Central Florida in the world of housing and homelessness with the broadest community possible. And most importantly, I want you to give. Please go to christianservicecenter.org or call us at 407-425-2523 to make a secure donation with us. I am joined right now with Ariel and Larea. These are two of our case managers in what we refer to as our coordinated entry system. A coordinated entry system is when someone comes in and they just say, I need help with housing. I'm experiencing homelessness. I'm at risk of becoming homelessness. What do I do? And it is their job to figure out the best pathway forward and to connect them with those resources. So we're going to ask them just all kinds of questions. So I'm going to let either one of you answer. You guys can fight over it if you really want to. But what does a typical day look like at the intake center?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ariel. I'm a case manager, Christian Service Center. So a typical day, it's really exciting getting a lot of people. We know that we are doing our best to help them in order to look the best way to give them the assistance that they're looking for. They just come around asking for help, getting a little bit desperate because the situation sometimes is a little bit rough and they don't have any help at all. They found out about Christian Service Center and they definitely come around. And regarding everything that we do our best to get the best help for them. So my partner here, Loraya, as well, she got something to say.
Yes. Just to piggyback off what he said, it is just an everyday effort of figuring out how we can best help the individuals that come into our office. So we start seeing clients at 9. They come in. They say, "I'm here to talk to a housing counselor." They see either me or Ariel. We speak, and for the most part, I ask them, how did they become homeless, or when did their homelessness start? Is this their first time becoming homeless? To try to kind of figure out what direction to point them in. For example, if this is somebody that has been homeless for like 4, 5, 6 times, and they're coming in and they're like, I don't know where to go. For the most part, they're probably looking for shelter if they keep experiencing homelessness, but it's no sense of urgency. It's kind of like based off the assessment. If I'm assessing someone and there's no sense of urgency and it's kind of like they just need a place to sleep, then for the most part, it's kind of shelter. But if it's somebody that's just experienced homelessness and they need some kindness, then for the most part, they have income, then it looks like financial assistance. Or maybe relocation. Maybe they have family in different cities or state that may be able to help them. So then we can do a relocation. But what it looks like is just us helping get them housed at the end of the day. And if we cannot help them with our resources, then we just point them in the direction that will best assist them.
Yeah. So you guys are using some terms that all of those joining us online might not know what those things mean. So when you say something like reunification, what does that look like and what does it mean?
That just means we're reuniting the client with a loved one. So a family or friend that may live in any city or state, then we have to verify that they have somewhere to go because we won't relocate them to be homeless in another city or state. So as long as we can verify, talk to whoever it is that they're going to stay with and say, is it okay for us to relocate them and stay with you for at least 6 months? As long as they say yes, then we go through the process of buying the ticket and then sending them on their way.
Yeah, and we had the opportunity earlier today to share with everybody who was watching online. Larea snuck up here and she kind of handed me some paperwork and documentation, and this happens all day, every day. And so I took a look at the file, and of course I signed off on it. And it was a mother and daughter that were being reunited with a family member in South Florida, and they would be sleeping on the streets tonight, but now they're getting on an Amtrak and heading to a warm, safe place for them to get off the streets. So that's what reunification can look like in real time. We do want to make sure we're not sending people into a city or a county or another location where they're going to be experiencing homelessness there. That's where we call the family member, have a full conversation, make sure that they are willing and wanting their family to come live with them or their friend to come live with them, and let them know we want them to be committing to this for at least 6 months, that this is a big deal. This is a big ask that we have of them. And when they say yes, we put them on that plane, train, or this case, the automobile. Right? And so we try to get them back home as quickly as possible. So Ariel, why don't you tell us what that financial assistance looks like for move-ins?
Yes, so financial assistance basically it's the people it's struggling with some payments. They're living on the car, on shelter, or on the street, but they do have a job. but they don't have the money enough to cover the moving costs. So financial assistance, they come to us, and we, after reviewing the requirements that we look for, so we help them to pay the secure deposit in the first month's rent. So that's the way that we can help it, so they can move into the new place, getting a new home. Also, that's way there's going to be saving money, so they're going to be able to make the payment for rent. That's the best part of everything, because they're going to be able to make payments of rent, and in that way they're not going to be in the street no more. I have seen a lot of cases who people has been come back to me, say thank you, because now they have a better life because of the kids as well has been sleeping on the cards. And it's really the satisfaction that we as a case manager receive when we receive a thank you from them is more than enough for everything effort that we do.
Yeah, I remember, I think this was back in August when Commissioner Rose's office with the city of Orlando sent us a family that was living right here around us who was really struggling with housing, but they weren't quite ready to move in yet. And you provided a lot of that navigation support and motivation for that. I think it was a dad and a single daughter that were living together in a car, but he was working on getting that job, getting that income, getting that employment lined up, because we didn't have enough room in our shelter system at that time. We didn't have enough resources to say, yes, let's get you into permanent supportive housing, because they didn't qualify as the most vulnerable and for those programs. So after, I think it was 4 months, I remember him sending the commissioner an email, and she returned it back to us, and he's just like, I'm ready. I found a job. And so he came, he brought us those income documents. We celebrated with him with that new job, and he found an apartment that he could afford with that new job. But if you're living on the streets and you're navigating sleeping in your car, those expenses really stack up, because you're eating fast food. If you're not coming here for meals, you're potentially staying in a hotel. If you're feeling sick or unwell and you need that respite for a day or two, right? And so your money just seems to just fly out of your wallet. It's very expensive to be homeless. And so Ariel worked with him and helped to pay that deposit and first month rent, which, if I'm remembering right, it was around $3,300 to get in. And so imagine trying to save $3,300 while you're navigating homelessness so that you can move in and then be sustainable. It's really hard. And so sometimes this one-time financial assistance truly is that lifeline that someone needs to go from homeless to housed. Okay, you guys ready for what's next?
Yeah. We're more than ready.
What happens when we can't reunify them and they're not ready for move-in assistance? What comes next?
So that's one of the most difficult part of our job, when we don't have like the enough requirements to help them. But what we offer, it's basically we direct them to the right resources that we have. So maybe they're not qualified for our requirements, but they do qualify for any other resources. So thanks to that, we have a lot of resources that we can provide to our clients, so we can directly into the right spot that they can go around. I have seen so many cases like this, but I just give them the hope that maybe they can try in different places that I provide and we provide as a case manager, and they will be more than happy. Yeah, that's good, because you're telling me this, but there is a hub, and you can continue. Don't give up. Just keep fighting. And if you need anything else from us, just let us know. Send me an email, reach me back, and I will be more than glad to help you out. So, Raya.
Yep. I was going to say the same thing. I always give resources, especially for things that we can't do. So, because, grants are very specific. So if we can't do it, another organization that gets a different grant may be able to do it. For example, we ask for a social security card and birth certificate, but that's a barrier with a lot of people, because being homeless is kind of hard to keep up with those identification documents. So I can refer them to another agency that offers the same assistance, but may not require that document. For example, that is the example. Yeah. So that resources, things like that. Basically for the most part, and hope, because it's you will get no's, but you will get a yes as well. You just have to keep going because a lot of them do get discouraged when we aren't able to help. But being able to point them in a direction where they can get help does bring them, like, because I see it all the time. I'll tell them that they don't qualify and they're just, but you do qualify over here because you have this, this, and this. So like in the assessments I do, once I'm asking questions, I already know they don't qualify. So then I'll start asking those questions for qualifications for other programs. So when I do give that bad news, I come right behind it and give, but you do qualify for this. So then they're like, okay, well, where do I go for that? And where do I go? How do I call? You know, where is it located? So things like that. So yes, resources and assistance for the most part.
Yeah. So the funding that Larea and Ariel are talking about is called RUSH, Rapid Unsheltered Survivor Housing. And a lot of these funds flow from the state of Florida to our local municipalities that have been impacted by a major disaster like a hurricane. So these are designed to help struggling families who are most likely impacted. Our whole community was impacted by that natural disaster. Make that next step and that next move into that right housing location for them. And so that is the RUSH Fund. Another thing that Larea and Ariel do a lot of is what we call the vulnerability assessment. And so we have a very fancy, very federal government term for this called the VI-SPDAT. It stands for Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Determination Assessment Tool. And yes, we don't like saying it either. But this tool allows us to assess someone's unique vulnerability and see what other programs they might qualify for, such as rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing programs. We have a long list of individuals who qualify for these programs, but who we can't get in because of a lack of resources. And this is a community-wide problem. This isn't just a Christian Service Center problem, where we have a lot of people who've been living chronically homeless on the streets, in the woods, in their cars, and also dealing with a co-occurring disorder, whether that's a behavioral health challenge, a physical disability, or a substance use disorder. And so these individuals need more care. They need more direct case management than the rapid case management that we're providing here. So Larea and Ariel are completing that assessment and helping to navigate them to the case managers that will be walking right beside them through this rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing process. I want to take a moment and just talk a little bit about permanent supportive housing right now. And that's because with the new changes coming to the federal laws with HUD, we are expecting to see a big change in how permanent supportive housing works in our community. Right now, we have about 1,600 individuals who are housed through permanent supportive housing. Unfortunately, with the shifts and the restrictions coming, we can anticipate to seeing 500 to 600 of those individuals becoming homeless in the next 1 to 2 years because we will not have the funding available to keep them housed. That's where investments in permanent supportive housing from individuals and local communities comes into play, as well as making sure we still innovate, we still connect with our community partners that are providing different resources than we're providing here, but also that we're making sure that the quality of our programs that are here at the Christian Service Center are as high as they can be so that we can meet the needs of those we're serving. So with that, you guys also navigate people to a lot of our day services that we have on campus. Can you just rattle off what some of those day services are and how you see it helping folks?
So to name a few, the mail services, mail helps because a lot of them don't have permanent address, so they can't get, I know for one thing, SSDI or SSI, like their payments, they need an address to be able to receive those payments. So then being able to use our address to receive mail helps them receive that income monthly. Another one is the computer lab. They're able to apply for jobs or even call those loved ones to see if they are able to get reconnected if they don't have a phone, or just to ask for more resources. Want to name off a few?
Yeah, some other of the resources that we provide, the daily services, is the food pantry. So if we house someone, we help them with a food pantry. So we know that it's really difficult to start. Start from the beginning, start from zero. It's really, really complicated. So here in Christian Service Center, what we try to do is help them the most that we can. One of the resources that we use is the food pantry. Thanks to all the donation that we receive about food, we're able to provide food for 30 days to a family. Depending on the household, we're going to be able to give them food as well. Besides, as Laraya was saying, beside the computer, we do phones, mail. She was saying about mail is one of the most important pieces of information because if they're not able to receive the income, they're not going to be able to be housed. So with using our address as a permanent address, they're going to be able to receive the income. So we're going to be able to help them with the house. So that's really good on us.
That's fantastic. Thank you guys so much for saying that. We do add a few more of those day services to the list that Ariel and Larea just went through, starting in the new year as we're finishing up our Accelerate Orlando renovations. These include showers for individuals that they'll be able to access every single day, laundry services so that the clothes that they have can be clean and ready for use the next day, as well as the storage of personal belongings. As we've talked about a lot throughout this live stream, our folks have a tendency to lose their belongings, have them stolen, or they just get destroyed in the massive torrential rains we get here in Central Florida summers. So having a place to store the things that are precious to you, whether I had someone tell me that in the summer rain, it's hard to say out loud. Unfortunately, one of the things that was destroyed was their father's ashes that they carried with them on their person. And it was a way that they kept it very close to them. So this would be a way for us to safely store those personal belongings that individuals have so that when they're finally ready to move in, they have those precious memories, those precious keepsakes to take with them. So I want to ask Carissa to throw that number up for me so I can tell everybody that so far we've received $226,000 in our live stream. Thank you all so much for your donations and contributions. We are trying to make it all the way to $500,000 by 10 p.m. tonight. So if you are inspired to join the cause and help us ensure that this is the last night that someone is experiencing homelessness, I want to encourage you to go on our website, christianservicecenter.org, or give us a call at 407-425-2523 to make your secure donation today. Thank you so much, and stay tuned because we have a great in-depth dialogue coming up soon with Brian Postlethwaite, the Chief Operating Officer with Homeless Services Network. Hello, and thank you for clicking on the live stream button on your social media and joining us here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, where we are really talking through the hard questions that people have sent us in that we get asked all the time when we're out doing public speaking events. But I want to touch base with you on why we're doing this today. We're calling this our Last Night Initiative. This is where we are striving to ensure that this is the last night that our people experiencing homelessness have to deal with that trauma and that tragedy in their life. So let's try to make homelessness as brief and as one time as possible. And the only way we do that is by connecting with our broader community, helping equip you to be ambassadors for our neighbors and friends who are experiencing homelessness, and by simply asking you to join us by coming to our website, christianservicecenter.org, or calling us at 407-425-2523. That's when you can volunteer or make a contribution and donate to our cause. So like I mentioned, we are here at 808 West Central Boulevard. Feel free to come down if you are watching. There are cookies and I think hot chocolate is on the way that is going to be distributed to everybody who comes by, including our guests and our friends and neighbors experiencing homelessness. So feel free, come by. We'd love to see you. But right now we're going to ask some Q&A, like I mentioned, to see what's really going on out here. So what do you recommend if someone is sleeping near my home or business and I'm worried about my personal safety or the safety of my family, the safety of my patrons, but I also don't want to criminalize someone for sleeping in our neighborhood. So how would you go about that?
Well, the first thing I would say is that you probably don't need to be as worried as you might think. People experiencing homelessness are no more likely to be violent criminals than the rest of the general population. The sort of prejudice that we have is that because they're homeless, they did something bad in their life and that bad thing might be something they do again that could hurt me. And unfortunately, it's just not true very often. Certainly, there are people out there who are experiencing homelessness that do commit crimes, but most of the crimes they commit are things like public urination because there's nowhere to go to the bathroom, or sleeping outside because there's no safe place for them to lay their head. The other thing I would say is you can call 211, and that is our area's social service hotline. It's run by the Heart of Florida United Way, and they're an amazing team led by their director, Jeff Hayward. And 211 is sort of a great catch-all for lots of questions that you can have, not just about homelessness, but about almost anything. And when you are trying to get somebody some help and you need some guidance, and you can't remember any of the other things that we said on this live stream, call 211, because 211 is a great resource for you and for the people that you're wanting to help. They can get you in touch with an outreach specialist with an organization like the Hope Team, which is part of Orange Blossom Family Health. And they have professionals, two of our favorites, Brad Sefter and Joel Miller, that are out there in the community on their bicycles, talking to people and building relationship. They've both been doing this for like 25 years. And they know these folks, on a first name basis, and they know how to work with them. If you call, in fact, you can call me here at the Christian Service Center. I get these calls about 2 or 3 times a week that they want to know where that person is. So I'll say, just give me a cross street. Tell me just generally where they are. What were they wearing? Are they near something specific? How long have they been there? And then one of the outreach staff will go out and they'll visit with somebody. That's their full-time job, is what they do. Sometimes they're able to help them very, very immediately. Sometimes it takes a little while to build that relationship with them. But if you want to help someone and you're concerned about, their presence around your business or around your organization's, place of business or your own home, then I would suggest, those 2 things. One is, I wouldn't worry too much, but if you are concerned, I would call 211. And if you can't get an outreach specialist to come out for some reason and speak to that person, then I think you can resort to calling the Orlando Police Department. You can call their non-emergency line. You can call the Orange County Sheriff's Department and call their non-emergency line and just have a conversation with the dispatcher and tell them what you see. The people in law enforcement don't want to be arresting someone because they're experiencing homelessness any more than anyone else does. They really don't want to be doing that. And so they'll go out of their way. And here at the City of Orlando, we have the Homeless Intervention Unit that Chief Smith put together a couple of years ago now. And there's a new director for the HIU, and they do just unbelievably great work trying to make sure that people get to where they need to be and making sure that incarceration is really the last option on the table. But those are things that I would do. And if you're here joining us, please consider supporting our efforts to lift people out of homelessness, to help support them if they've gotten an eviction notice so they don't become homeless. You can support any number of organizations in this community that work in this space: the Homeless Services Network, the Coalition for the Homeless, the Sanford Rescue Outreach Mission, the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army, the Sharing Center in Longwood, Hope Partnership down in Osceola County, the Samaritan Resource Center out in East Orange County. Just lots of wonderful organizations that you can support and that you can really help lift people out of homelessness directly. You can also support our organization. That's what we do. We are going to rescue about 1,500 or more people this year. That's adults and children from experiencing homelessness. And you can support that effort by making a contribution to us. We are very much in need of financial, charitable support from the general public. Very few of our contributions come from corporations. It's about 5% or less. And very few come from major foundations. It's probably about 10% or less. Most everything that we do here with financial contributions is coming from individuals and families. And you can be one of those families by making a secure online contribution right now at christianservicecenter.org, or by calling our number here at 407-425-2523, or coming down and joining us. We started here at 10 a.m. We're going to be wrapping up at 10 p.m. And you can join us here at 808 West Central Boulevard. Come on in for our holiday party and telethon. And we hope to get your support. I hope we can earn your support to help us continue to do this good work. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, and thank you for joining us. Well, hi there. Thanks for joining us on our live stream here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center here. I'm joined by Carla Cox, our Operations Director, who runs a great program here at our Paramore campus at 808 West Central Boulevard. There's lots of folks that are joining us here for our all-day telethon and trying to make it the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can support our efforts by going online and making a secure contribution at christianservicecenter.org or calling into one of our volunteers that'll take your call live right now at 407-425-2523. And we're gonna continue to answer some questions that we've received and see if we can just help bring a little bit of sunlight to the what's a very complicated issue. So I'm gonna ask Carla the next question here. How do IDs, paperwork, or lost birth certificates become such a huge barrier to getting back on your feet?
So IDs and identification and being able to prove you are who you say you are has become imperative to every process, down to enrolling your children in school. You need a birth certificate and a social security card for every child just to get them into school. So when you're experiencing homelessness, it's the same thing. You need an ID to access a whole plethora of things, from social security to applying for an apartment or housing, to getting a job. All of these things start to stack up really, really quickly. And all of these critical documents, they just kind of start to add up.
Yeah.
I know for myself personally, the only ID I carry is my driver's license on me. But when you have to have your social security cards, your birth certificate, a marriage license that proves your name change, all these things that you're carrying with you on your person because you don't have a secure home to keep them in, it becomes at a risk of losing those documents. Sometimes you just set your bag down, you forget where you put it. Sometimes that bag gets misplaced or stolen. And other times things just get damaged. Florida summers are harsh on paperwork and documentation because as soon as your backpack gets wet, everything in it is also wet. And so they just get destroyed, they deteriorate, and suddenly that critical piece of documentation goes away. And we have to start that process of applying and obtaining those documentation because those barriers like employment and signing a lease, suddenly they become insurmountable without that ID.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really tragic that we see, not only just here, but this happens all over the country, is you'll have people that are coming around with clipboards and a lanyard looking very formal, and they are offering up a healthcare insurance or a free phone or something that's enticing to someone who has nothing, and they're offering it for free. And all you have to do is give me your information, your name, and how to reach you, or do you have an address? And of course they don't. Then we need your social security number. Okay, well, what are you going to do with that? Nothing. I just need that as part of the form. And they give them the social security number, and then all of a sudden that person is selling that information to somebody who's then applying for their own birth certificate, and then they creating a false identity for someone else that they can sell in the United States or overseas. This happens all the time, and it's one of the biggest pet peeves that I have. I know you do too, and it's really irritating because we see it right out of our windows, and we go out and we try to police that situation all the time. And it's one of the reasons why we welcome people onto our campus, our guests, our adults and children experiencing homelessness, because otherwise we can't really protect them when they're out in a public space. And so we've opened up our campus in the last number of years, and we're really just trying to find a way to make it a safe experience while your homelessness is still ongoing, to get you out of that experience. And the majority of people experiencing homelessness are doing so for very short periods of time. One estimate that came out about 2 years ago by the National Alliance was showing that 80% of people that will experience homelessness in any given year will do so for 8 days or less. And when you think about that, you think about the rapid turnover and all that, there's just so many people that will fall into the experience. We know that roughly around 750 to 800,000 people are going to experience homelessness tonight in the United States. That's the highest per capita rate of homelessness since the Great Depression. But we also know that roughly 3 million adults and children will experience homelessness this year in 2025. And that roughly works out to be about 1% of the population. That's about the same percentage of people whose faith tradition is Islam. I mean, this is a big percentage of the community, and we're seeing people experience this throughout the year, and it's horrific. And we're trying to provide them help, helping somebody with their ID. We have referral partners like iDignity that we send them to, and they do a wonderful job with this. And we are trying to become that one stop for people to get the assistance they need and very quickly exit homelessness. And the only way we can do that is with your support. And we'd love for you to join us here in our effort to rescue adults and children from homelessness right here in the streets of Orlando and Orange County and all throughout Central Florida. And you can do that by visiting our website right now at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. You can make your contribution over the phone or online, and it's all very secure. You can do it as a monthly recurring gift. We so appreciate that. Even just a $5 monthly contribution to the organization helps us so much in how we budget and how we plan for how many people we can rescue each and every month. And so far, we're on track to rescue more than 1,500 people. We're trying to do that as a record for our organization. And I think we've already broken our record from last year, and we're just on our way to hitting this new goal. And next year, who knows? If we raise enough money through this particular event, we can set that goal higher and maybe get 2,000 people rescued from homelessness next year. We'll see. It's a big goal, but we need big, ambitious goals in order to solve what is a really big problem in every community in the United States. So thank you for joining us, and please consider some type of financial support for our efforts here to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness.
Hello, my name is Brian Postlewaite. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Homeless Services Network, and I'm here with Eric Gray.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for joining the very last night of the live stream telethon.
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 Yeah.
I
You're old
think
enough to know what a telethon is.
I actually think that at the end of this, people who are watching will be, that was a telecon.
Yeah.
Not a telethon.
Entirely possible.
But it is a telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask your questions, share the live stream, and give. This is one of the most amazing organizations in our city. And I just really believe that you all, and I have a lot of friends around the country, folks are doing this work, and I believe you guys are like in the process of building the most, most competent, most well-run, ambitious day service center in the country. I really believe that. You guys are on track to doing that.
Yeah, I actually do too. And you've been very good cheerleader for all that. And I think one of the reasons we're able to do that is we have partners like the Homeless Services Network, the Coalition for the Homeless across the street, and some big agencies that are doing real work. I mean, it's not, I think if I were, a member of the public, and it's not something I would think about every day, like what do they do at a shelter? What are the kind of work is being done? This isn't passive work. It's very, very active. We're like actively trying to get people out of homelessness all the time. And it doesn't stop. It's literally a 7-day a week type of operation. You've been doing this for a lot longer than I have.
Well, I moved here almost 10 years ago now from Vancouver, Canada, and originally from Kansas City, but and I've been doing this work my whole life. And I didn't know when I came here that I was stumbling onto what I really believe is a community that is doing it the right way. We don't have all the resources yet that we need. Every day I'm aware of that. But we have such amazing colleagues across this community that are trying to make a difference and doing it in a coordinated, best practices type of way. And you can't be in this work of ending homelessness and combating homelessness without getting some criticism along the way. You know what? Homelessness sucks.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to see homeless people on the streets.
Yeah.
And everybody has a little bit different reaction to it. I certainly don't want to see unsheltered people on the streets anymore. But this community is doing some really cool things. One of the things that I love, when we first connected, you were at another organization. You've been here for how long now?
5 years.
5 years, and complete transformation of this campus. If you haven't been down to this campus and seen the work, you really need to get down here and see how they're transforming this campus to meet the needs of people on our streets. But uh, I mean, again, I've been in this work my whole life. You've been doing this homeless thing for 5 years, and you're one of the most articulate, well-rounded, advocates and in talking about homelessness. And one of the
I'm
things
glad
that
the smoke show is working.
well, one of the things that I love always hearing you give this spiel about this work being like NFL.
Yeah.
Or I've also heard you talk about it as like the education, public education. Or can you run into that a little bit? What's that all about?
Well, so thank you all for joining us on live. We have a growing number of people that are joining on the live stream. I'm Eric Gray. This is Brian Postlethwaite. We're good friends that happen to work in the same space.
This
And,
couch makes us look heavy.
I think so too. Yeah, we go back to regular chairs in the next segment. But,
Straighten it out
I've had
a
this
little bit.
chair. I've had this couch for like 20 years.
It feels nice.
It's nice. Yeah.
It's a little worn up here, but
Yeah. But to answer your question, a lot of nonprofit organizations, specifically ones that are faith-based like ours, and we were started by 6 churches going back 55 years ago, they really have a sort of a hesitancy to get involved with partnership with local government, state government or otherwise. And I understand that. And there's organizations to this day that really want to keep those two things separate. And when I was brought on here at the Christian Service Center, that's how this organization operated. And I had told them in my interview, I really felt like we needed to partner with local government because the process of getting people out of homelessness is expensive. It's not quite as expensive as I think most people might think, but it's not the kind of thing that a local charity can just, put out the numbers that a community needs. So we are really struggling to find ways to make sure that we have these partnerships available. And the example that you gave us is one I use about the NFL. So doing this with
sorry,
Yeah.
that's me I'm trying to share it. Keep going.
So if you're an NFL team and you can absolutely choose within the rules of the game to not pass the ball if you want to, and that's up to it's absolutely your discretion, but you're going to lose every game and you're going to get crushed and you're never going to make the playoffs and the season ticket holders are going to disappear. And so for us, we work with the local community. We rely very heavily on philanthropic donations, but we also work and partner with local government. And we have multiple contracts. We were just talking downstairs about we have a contract coming up with Orange County to help keep people from being evicted, and that's preventing homelessness. And I think we're able to do so much more through those partnerships. And this public-private partnership is really working for us really well. And I'm glad that it did. It was risky. I wasn't sure that it was necessarily going to work, and it's worked out exceedingly well. But I'm yeah, we do. But I'm being told that we need to cut to a break. And so we're going to go to a break for just a minute and stay with us for our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness right here in our community. This is a very hyper local focused event. We are not a national or regional organization. This is just Orlando, Orange County focused. And we want you to join us at christianservicecenter.org or by calling us at 407-425-2523. All right, so thank you for joining us here for our telethon to support the work here at the Christian Service Center for the homeless here in Orlando. I'm with my friend Brian Postlewaite from the Homeless Services Network. I'm Eric Gray here with the Christian Service Center, and we are at our campus in the historic Paramore Heritage Community, and we are really excited to have you join us for this effort that we are putting together to try and raise funds to stamp out homelessness in the community. And so far, since the last update I got, we've raised $226,000, and we are on our way to trying to raise $500,000 by the end of the year. And you can make a big difference in that by making any contribution that your means will allow. The $5 gifts go a long way, especially if you're willing to make them a monthly contribution. And we just, bill your credit card every month. We can set a limit to that and say it's only for 12 months, whatever it is that you think works. We're happy to accept that. We've received some really generous contributions today, and we're really excited to have people join us this way. Please join us at christianservicecenter.org or give us a call at 407-425-2523. We have people taking calls both in here and out in our offices, and you can make your contribution securely online or by speaking to one of our volunteers by calling that number 407-425-2523. So Brian, you're the director of operations or the chief operating officer, for the Homeless Services Network. And I feel like we should probably try and explain to some degree what is the Homeless Services Network, because you guys are unique in this community. There's nobody else like you.
Well, thank you. I feel unique. Recently I started explaining what Homeless Services Network is by comparing it to like air traffic control.
Mm-hmm.
So like you have an airport and you have lots of airplanes and they land and take off and they're going different places, and you don't want the planes to run into each other. You want them to be working efficiently. You want people to get on and off the airplane. And so HSN, Homeless Service Network, does that kind of thing for the homeless services community. So a lot of different providers doing a lot of good work, a lot of different types of work, from prevention, where we're trying to keep people in homes, to diversion, where we're trying to help people quickly move back into housing without a lot of fanfare, without having to use a shelter system. People that are in emergency shelter, people that come into day services and they're continuously homeless. They need a lot of support. Families that are, experiencing housing crises because of the challenges here in Central Florida with what it costs to live, and so we help the community share data through the Homeless Management Information System. We try to provide agencies with training and best practices. We try to help the community as a whole collaborate. So we work with local governments throughout Central Florida to make sure that we have plans and we're funding this work appropriately. And every community in the country, over 400 communities in the country, has an organization like HSN that does this work. So the funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development comes through us, and then we distribute it to communities like Christian Service Center. And we've been instrumental in helping Christian Service Center begin a program to serve people who are long-term homeless and disabled. Many of them have multiple disabilities. You guys are a fantastic provider, and been housing a lot of folks who, without your help, would just be in the woods or on the streets. We also have a rapid rehousing family for families, and you guys work with veterans too. I know it's one of your newest programs, and you're providing services to veteran families. So we just try to keep our nose to the grindstone and keep everybody focused on the right thing, and get as many airplanes, in and out of the airport safely as possible.
I think it's a great analogy, actually. And one of the friends that we have in common is Martha R., who you work with at Homeless Services Network, and I often refer to her as the big brain in the community on homelessness.
Yeah.
We had her on the live stream earlier today, and she and you and others have been focused a lot on the federal government right now. And I don't want to get too much in the weeds and bore people, but there's some really remarkable things happening at the federal level, And I use the word remarkable loosely in the sense that good and bad, that we try not to stay out of politics, but there's some really some scary things that are on the horizon. You mentioned, long-term housing for people that are elderly and disabled. We refer to that as permanent supportive housing. I think permanent supportive housing, or PSH, is probably the gold standard of care that we offer nationally for people that are experiencing homelessness. But PSH, it looks like it might be a little bit under threat right now. You want to talk about what's happening? It's tough to talk about.
Yeah, no, it's really hard. But this whole way of serving people who are continuously homeless and disabled started in Boston in the 1980s when we started seeing homelessness rise significantly. And in Boston, they took people who had disabilities, many of them multiple disabilities. They put them in housing. They provided them with case management and wrapped around services. And what they found is that they stayed housed. Over 85% of them maintained their housing and got healthy, right? And when somebody's housed and not on the streets, it costs the community less money. They're not in our jails. They're not in our emergency rooms. They're not filling very expensive crisis mental health beds, which are like $2,000 a night. And they're not in a homeless shelter, right? And it's dignified. It's a way that we should be supporting people that have disabilities. But, language gets political, and there's a lot of people that don't like this word permanent because it sounds like it's a handout rather than a hand up. What I think people get confused about is every person in permanent supportive housing who's disabled and long-term homeless, they pay 30% of their income in rent. So it's not a free program for them.
And permanent is a kind of an interesting word to use in the sense that for people in there, they can be there for short and long periods of time. But the average, I talked to Martha about this, is 12 years. And I don't know if that's changed much over time, but we're not talking about people that are getting free housing for the next 80 years of their life.
No.
They're very ill. They're very sick. These are the people that we are supposed to take care of. These are the people that we don't want dying in a gutter. We want people, that are, we want to be, I want at least to be a society where, when you have elderly adults that have no one else to support them, rather than them dying in poverty and dying in the street, that we have the capacity to take care of them. And the permanent supportive housing program is such a remarkable, a very efficient program. I think how many people?
Well, if I can jump in real quick, we cut veteran homelessness in this country in half over the last 10 years.
Some communities have gotten to a place where they're at functional zero with veterans.
And we're very, very close. And it's because of this permanent supportive housing program. And again, people don't like that word, permanent. I talked to a number of politicians recently that want us to rename it, which is fine. We call it whatever, but it's disabled people who that can't maintain full-time employment, right? And it's younger people with severe and persistent mental illness. And it's just really, really successful.
Yeah, and I love to ask people, like, okay, you don't like it, what's the alternative? What would you prefer to do? And that's always where the conversation gets a little rocky, because there aren't a lot of alternatives.
Yeah. And right now with the, elections matter, right? And there's a different philosophical approach with the current administration. And if we could label, the way we've been doing it for the past 10 years, some people call it housing first. It's not housing only, it's housing first. And there's a lot of other things you do. But I think that this administration is kind of pushing a treatment first model, which treatment, yes. Like, do we need more money, resources invested, particularly in Florida, in substance use treatment and mental health treatment? Absolutely. We're like maybe the last, at the very, very bottom in the country in terms of spending on mental health treatment and substance use treatment.
48 out of 50 states last time.
We're competing for like the bottom every single year. So let's put more resources in substance use treatment. Let's put more resources in mental health treatment. But let's not take away housing in order to accomplish that. That's going to put more people on the streets. I'm also the president of the Florida Coalition on Homelessness, and we've been studying this. And in the new funding initiative that HUD proposed earlier a couple months ago, if that was enacted, we believe here in Florida we could see 12, 13,000 people, disabled people, back on the streets.
And that's
who
not,
are,
I've said that number to people too, and I said this is not an exaggeration. Like we've done the math on this, and one of the things that our friend Martha had shared is that best case scenario, just in Central Florida, that we're going to have 500 people who are currently in housing that will not have housing come October 1 next year.
Right.
Yeah. And so that's dangerous. Let me just pause to welcome those of you who joined us in the last few minutes. My name is Eric Gray. I'm with the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is Brian Postlethwaite, the Chief Operating Officer for the Homeless Services Network, and my good friend. And we are here today trying to make this the last night that someone sleeps outside. We have shirts that we like to wear that say, "Imagine a city where no one sleeps outside," and that's what we're going for. We want you to help us to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can do that by a number of different ways. You're probably watching us on one of 5 different streaming platforms. You could be on X, you could be on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, and we're just really, really appreciative of you joining us. But please comment, make a comment, just to say hi if you do. The more you comment, the more you like, and the more you share the feed, the more people are going to be able to see it. So the more that you participate, the more other people will watch. So please do that. And then most importantly, please give. Make a contribution, if not to the Christian Service Center, to the organization of your choice. There's so many important causes. And in the space of homelessness, there are a lot of important organizations. The Homeless Services Network is one of them. We also have the Coalition for the Homeless across the street. We have the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, Freddie Clayton's organization, which is phenomenal. The Salvation Army, which has been around for decades.
Family Promise.
That's right. SALT.
Matthews Hope.
Yep. We've got the
Samaritan Resource Center.
Christian Sharing Center.
Hope Partnership.
That's right. And then the Hope Center in Apopka.
Yeah.
Runs,
The Rescue Outreach Mission in Sanford.
How many agencies are part of the continuum right now?
Dozens. There's 50, 60 or more that are doing really amazing work.
And with all that work, it's still not enough. There's always this question about how much. And right now, we're going to talk a little bit about numbers around homelessness, but I want to share another number with you first. And that's that so far we have raised $226,445 thanks to your generosity.
That's awesome.
We are doing really well today, and I'm just so appreciative of people's support, both through our larger gifts and the smaller gifts. Any contribution they're all appreciated at the same level because they're meaningful to everybody at the same level. We really appreciate the sacrificial giving that people have committed to. We want you to do that right now. Don't wait for somebody else to do it. There are roughly about 900 people, families that contribute to make this whole work go. And we will this year rescue over 1,500 adults and children from homelessness. And we can do more. Our goal next year is 2,000, but we can only do that if by the end of this year, just in a couple weeks, we've raised over $500,000 in the month of December. And we are well on our way. We're almost halfway there. So get us to that halfway mark. We are at $226,000. We need to raise, just another $14,000 to get us. I'm sorry, let's say $24,000. Excuse me, do my math in my head to get us to that halfway mark. So please make your contribution. It's all very, very meaningful. And I want to talk about numbers with you a little bit. And we're just having a conversation. We ask each other questions, but this is one of the things that there's a lot of debate on about how many people are homeless, right? Talk to me about just the whole idea of counting people and trying to figure out those numbers.
Well, I'm actually going to try to break it down for you, and I'm going to try to connect it with this idea that you are rescuing people out of homelessness. And again, how many people this year you're going to?
So it'll be just over 1,500. We're at like 1,483 right now.
And next year
should be at about 2,000 if we can keep the momentum going.
So, I think when people think of homelessness, they think of the guy on the street bench who's continuously homeless, who maybe has a some strange behaviors, maybe it was a mental health issue or something like that. Um, that's those folks are very needy, and we've got to figure out a way to get those folks inside. They're a small percentage, actually, of the people experiencing homelessness. If you take 100 people, cross section of 100 people experiencing homelessness in our community, probably 60 to 65 of them we don't even see.
Yeah.
There are neighbors that are in and out of their cars for a short amount of time, or they are couch surfing on a family's couch, or they maybe are homeless for a few days, but then figure out a way and resources to get back. They don't ever walk through the doors of the Christian Service Center.
That's right.
And really, it takes a lot to ask for help. Yeah. That those 35 people that we know about, we actually know about it because we share information when they come to Christian Service Center. We know their names. It's a great organization. You didn't mention iDignity, which is really focused on helping people get their identification back. But of those 35 people, only 6 of those people are continuously homeless. And that's what we were talking about before with this permanent supportive housing for people who are disabled. But everybody else in that continuum are people with a little bit of resources. We can get back into housing. Sometimes it's just a few $100s. It reunites them with a family member who's maybe in another city. Sometimes it's a short amount of a temporary rental assistance for a few months, a family that gets a little help and a down payment on their lease, and they're out of homelessness and they never return. 75% of everybody in this community who's experiencing homelessness this year is experiencing it for the very first time.
Yeah, and that number keeps going up, and we're seeing numbers go up across the board, not only with the total numbers of people experiencing homeless nationwide, but we are also seeing it in terms of the per capita numbers for different communities. Not every community has the same rate of homelessness. One of the most common misperceptions, you mentioned Boston earlier. Boston has one of the higher rates of homelessness in the country, but it's because it's not because they have a high poverty rate, or it's not because they have anything special in that community other than very high prices for homes. Their median home value is over $1 million. Here in Orlando, by comparison, it's about $400,000. And we see that as home values and as rent increases sort of dramatically, then there's a corresponding increase in the rate of homelessness. Right now, it's estimated by the National Alliance and even HUD this year put out the 2024 data that we captured, and I think they'll release the 2025 data pretty soon, with 770,000 people experiencing homelessness on a single night back in January of 2024. And that was 100,000 increase from the previous year. That makes this the highest per capita rate of homelessness since the Great Depression. And we are really struggling to, keep up with the. So as much positive work as we're doing, in some ways we're pushing back on the ocean because the problem is getting more dramatic. And so we have to be both reactive, and proactive. So the reactive side is shelter and getting people housed and all that. But then the proactive side is addressing the housing issues as well. And we've learned a lot about how housing has become, is really the primary cause for homelessness. And homelessness, as the book that Dr. Coburn wrote, homelessness is a housing problem. I'm not sure that most people in the United States still really understand the direct attributions. They hear this term affordable housing and it kind of just goes over their head that, that's not my problem. I'm in housing. I should be fine. And we really try to speak as much as possible about affordable apartments, because that's a lot of what we're talking about.
And you want to help remind people about how they can give?
Yes. So thank you for joining our last night homelessness initiative. Please join us online through the live stream platforms across the spectrum of social media, and share what you're doing, share it with others, get other people to watch us. We've got hundreds of people that are watching right now, and we're really grateful for them. You can make your contribution to our efforts to make this the last night someone experiences homelessness by contributing right now on our website at christianservicecenter.org, or calling us at 407-425-2523. And Brian, you were mentioning earlier about some of the ways that we help people. One of my favorites is what we call reunification. And we have every day here, we have at least one person or family that we are reunifying with other family members, either somewhere in the state or in the country. And this year, for the first time, we actually sent someone to Brazil, so out of the country.
Wow.
And we do this with, Greyhound bus tickets, Amtrak, or airplane, whatever's the most efficient way to get them there. We're ending some people's homelessness with a $39 Greyhound bus ticket. And it's great. We really are so lucky to be able to do it.
So many of us share housing. If I didn't share housing with my wife, would not be living in the nice home that I live in, right? And so I mean, I think this is a strategy in our community we need to encourage more and more. And there are procedural and legal barriers kind of in the way that keeps people from sharing housing. We have a housing crisis in Central Florida. If you're a renter in Central Florida, you know this to be true. Over the last 5 years, your rent has probably gone up 40 to 50%. And you were speaking earlier about like in communities where you have an increase in housing costs and not an equal rise in wages, you see homelessness increase. The Government Accounting Office says for every I can't remember,
Every 10%
10% increase in housing costs. No, we're getting it wrong.
For every $100
in
housing
rent,
cost, it's
of
you
almost
see a 9%. 9% increase in homelessness.
And so in Central Florida, I mean, we have seen unsheltered homelessness almost double in the last 5 years, and it's directly related to the cost of housing. And I always ask people to ask yourself: has mental illness doubled over the last 5 years? No. Has disabilities doubled in the last 5 years? Has unemployment doubled in the last 5 years? Has drug addiction and alcohol addiction doubled in the last 5 years? No. In fact, we have evidence that actually heroin and fentanyl addictions is actually going down. The only thing that has doubled in the last 5 years, or has increased in the last 5 years, is rent. And you mentioned Dr. Colburn earlier. He uses this analogy of musical chairs, right? Think of the housing that we have as musical chairs, and people are going in and out of housing all the time. That if you take a chair out and the music stops, there's somebody without a chair. Who's without a chair? It's the people that are most vulnerable. It's the people with disabilities, the people with mental health issues, the people that are going through an economic challenge of some kind. And those are the people that you're using all these different strategies, playing Moneyball, so to speak, like to use that baseball analogy. How do we, with the least amount of resources possible, help the most people as quickly as we can resolve their homeless situation?
And it's a great time to be part of this this effort, because we actually see light at the end of the tunnel. It's still a long way off, but we're getting closer and closer to this place of functional zero in communities all over the United States. Some communities have already achieved it. Functional zero is kind of a strange term, but homelessness is a complicated issue, and the people that are homeless today are not the same people that are going to be homeless 2 weeks from now. And the turnover is rapid, and people find a way to get out of homelessness themselves far more than the people that we help. And but the numbers are still there. And so for the 770,000 Americans that will experience homelessness tonight, it's also slightly different when you think about the 3 million Americans who are likely to experience homelessness this year. And so the numbers are hard to wrap your mind around, but we still have to do it. And fortunately for us, we're able to help a lot of people that are just very grateful for the assistance, but they are also just people like you and me. We see all walks of life that come in through our doors. A lot of people that we're able to help that never thought in a million years that they would ever experience anything like this. And we're really, really proud to be part of that process. You can be a part of that process too by joining us here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. You can make a contribution of any amount that your means will allow, and you can make this the last night that somebody sleeps outside. We are literally eliminating people's homelessness on an everyday basis. We had a family today with children that we put on an Amtrak train, and they're headed home to live with their family. And when we do this, we don't just say send somebody to Pittsburgh to be homeless in Pittsburgh. We actually have to do a site visit, but we do it remotely through FaceTime, so they can show us where's this family going to stay, and then they have to put it in writing to send back to us. And it's usually an email saying that we're willing to put this family up for at least 9 months. And it's almost always family that's doing it, but sometimes it's friends. And we're really just excited to have the opportunity to do that. And sometimes, like I said, it's like $39 for somebody in a Greyhound bus. Other times we put a family of 7 last year on a plane to Providence, Rhode Island, and it was like $1,100, I think, to do that. But for $1,100, that was 7 fewer people, 5 of them children that are no longer homeless in the community. This is a great time to be a part of it because we're getting to that place of functional zero. Functional zero, I don't know if this is a good comparison, but I usually say it's like carbon neutrality of homelessness. So, we are trying to get to the place where for as many people as enter the experience of homelessness this year, we're getting that same number of people out of homelessness. And so if we do that, we feel like we're at a balanced place of functional zero. And when we do that, we want homelessness to be a rare experience if it ever happens. If it does happen, we want it to be brief. And if it happens briefly, we want it to be the only time that happens. And so we say often we want it to be rare, brief, and one time. And you can be a part of helping us make that happen by joining us here at christianservicecenter.org or calling us at 407-425-2523. And you can support the work that not only we're doing here at the Christian Service Center. You can also make contributions to the Homeless Services Network, Brian's organization, to the Coalition for the Homeless, the Salvation Army, the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, all incredibly important agencies. And so far today, through this 12-hour telethon, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., we've raised $226,445. We need that number to keep going up, and you can be a part of that. Please make your online contribution today. Please don't do it later tonight. Do it right now. Don't think this is something every other person's going to do. There are a lot of people watching this live stream. We can see the ticker, and we're really grateful for that. But we really want you to take action. That's why we're here today. Go online and make a very simple, quick, secure contribution of any amount that your means will allow, and it's very meaningful to us as an organization.
$39.
$39.
A gift of $39 today would have put somebody on a bus
to St. Augustine or
to St. Augustine and have solved their homeless situation. And more than just that, more than just putting a roof over somebody's head, you've reconnected them with family and friends. You've given them space and opportunity to give and receive love and care, and that sense of community that all of us really need. But, I guess if you give $390, that would be like 10 people.
That's right.
So, I mean, that's what it takes, right? That's what it takes.
Even $3, it's what it costs for us to provide one hot meal here. We get a lot of the food donated. Some of it we purchase. We're really appreciative of the grocery stores that donate food to us every day. We're providing hundreds of meals every day. We do breakfast, lunch, and dinner. On weekdays, we do lunch and dinner on the weekends. And we're doing that for about 200 people every single meal. It's not the same 200 people. On average, we see about 400 unique people that come onto our Paramore campus, just west of downtown Orlando. And we work with them in their own resources. These aren't handouts. We are trying to find ways to make this economically and socially and emotionally beneficial to everybody involved, including the community as a whole. You were talking earlier about permanent supportive housing, and I remember a study that we did 10 years ago, probably right about the time you moved here, and it was talking about how for every adult that was on the street for a year in the city of Orlando, it was costing the community about $35,000. I'm sure that number has gone up in the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
And that was just between 2 unique expenses: the cost to use emergency rooms and the cost to incarcerate people in the 33rd Street jail, because they were frequently the ones being incarcerated even before the public camping ban. That was a common thing.
A bed at the county jail is between $50,000 and $60,000 a year. A bed at a mental health facility is over $2,000 a night.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is in the emergency room, but I bet it's more than that. And
In shelter,
in shelter, it's much more expensive. It's probably $25,000 to $30,000 a year per bed. Now those are turning over, right? Transitional housing. We talked about the administration's new goal to have more transitional housing. It works for some people. It's appropriate for some folks, but it's probably $30,000 to $35,000 a bed because it's intensive services. But what we know is if we can get somebody into a house quickly, an apartment quickly, and we can wrap around supportive services so that they're in a safe place and a secure place, and they begin to make a home there, it costs us a lot less money.
Yeah.
And so it's economically, it makes a lot more sense.
we talk a lot about the mythologies surrounding homelessness because one of the questions I get all the time is about the barriers to people experiencing homelessness. What's keeping them from no longer being homeless or being housed? And there are a lot of barriers, but we talk about ID, which you mentioned. We talk about criminal record, evictions on their record. There's any number of challenges. But I find that the biggest challenge right now in keeping me as a leader for an organization from helping more people is that we have so many mythologies out there in the community.
Yeah.
There's this sort of continuous conventional wisdom that's just not true. I use examples all the time, like people say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. That's conventional wisdom. But the reality is that's not true. Lightning strikes twice in the same place all the time. That's why we have lightning rods. And so there's a lot of those sort of old wives' tales or conventional wisdom that are really pervasive in the community. And we see those a lot in homelessness. Can you think of some? Because I can think of tons that people are constantly saying that we feel like, whether it's at a cocktail party or at a public event or just
Well,
at
I mean,
Thanksgiving.
I think the common one is that everyone who's homeless is addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
And the data that we have, pretty consistent every year, is that people who are unsheltered and homeless in our community, probably 20 to 30% of them has a substance use disorder. And many of them have multiple disabilities, including that. And, chicken or egg, right? When you're out trying to sleep every night on the street, what comes first?
Yeah.
The mental illness or the addiction?
Right.
And truth be told, there's a lot of us that go home at night and try to find a way to self-care with a coffee or a glass of wine or a beer or what have you. And it just becomes a way for us to blame people for a broken housing system that it's not their fault.
Yeah, I find that the myth that still frustrates me is people that still have this belief that warmer weather climates have more homeless adults and children because it's easier for them to live there. And there was a statistic, I think it was from 2023, that in 2023, the community in the United States that had the highest number of deaths per capita of people living on the street was Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah.
And we see that, cold weather communities all over the country and Midwestern communities all over the country have different rates of homelessness. Boston has a higher rate of homelessness than Orlando, and Minneapolis has a higher rate of homelessness than Houston, and Anchorage has a higher rate of homelessness in Seattle per capita. And that's one of those things that people, have just been sort of ingrained to think. Another one is this whole idea of people. Well, this is people choose this as a lifestyle. They really want to do this.
Yeah.
And that one infuriates me more than just about any other.
Well, I mean, there is a whole psychology around when, people are first on the street, they're doing everything they can to get out of their homeless situation. And, but again, resource constraints, situational challenges. When you're on the streets for a month to 3 months, eventually your mentality changes.
Yeah.
And you have to convince yourself that, this is something that I'm choosing to do.
Yeah.
But over and over again, in my experience, 25 years that I've been involved in this work, enough time working with somebody who's on the streets, and you have that opportunity, eventually they come inside They come inside every single time.
Yep. We find that too, and I've had that experience here where, we've talked to people who might originally have said, no, this is what I want to do, and then later on, I see them crying in a corner somewhere, and I say, hey, well, yeah, but you said this is what you wanted to do, and they're like, man, I have to say that if I didn't tell myself that, and if I didn't make myself believe that, I wouldn't survive the night, and that we hear that here all the time, and it's terrible, it's tragic, it's a nightmare, it's a horror show, and nobody should experience it, and we should not be living in a community, in my opinion. Doesn't matter what your faith background is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter your age, your gender. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is.
Yeah.
There's no reason for there to be people experiencing homelessness in the United States tonight. Certainly not in Orlando, Florida. We have so much generosity here, so many great community partners that come together, and we want you to be part of that effort of coming together and supporting these great efforts to end people's homelessness. So far, Carl, who's behind the camera there, how many people have we rescued so far this year? Put it on the spot. Oh, so we are now over 1,500. So 1,503 adults and children rescued from homelessness since January 1st of this year, and we are really working hard to continue. That's a record for us, and we're trying to break more records every year, because unfortunately more people enter the experience of homelessness every year. You can be a part of solving that problem for just even one person and making it the last night that they experience homelessness. You can join us by going to our website at christianservicecenter.org. You can also visit us through your social media channels, which is how most of you are coming here today. You can like and share, follow on the feeds here, and that helps the algorithm try to generate more energy and excitement for other people to join. And you can also make that contribution online. You can also call and reach out to us through our phone number at 407-425-2523. And we hope you will do that right now, because we're really working hard to reach our overall goal. So far, we've raised $226,445. We have another 24,000, maybe a little bit less, to go to get to that halfway mark for our December objective. And that will allow us to set a very ambitious target of rescuing more than 2,000 adults and children from homelessness next year. These are real numbers happening in real time. And Brian, I wanted to ask you, I haven't asked anybody else this today, and it's more of a getting somebody else's perspective. Can you describe the campus here? Like, what do you see from your perspective that's done here? This is a day services campus with a nighttime shelter outside in the form of a Greyhound bus. What is this? And describe this for everybody.
It's a mess right now.
Yeah, it's construction.
But it's amazing that this team is still doing the work that they're doing, and then there's the construction. But I think I've heard you say this before, is that Orlando was the only
you're the
largest community in the country without a dedicated comprehensive day services center. And now we're going to have one. It's going to have mental health and physical health resources. People are going to receive nourishing food here, clothing, showers. They're going to get case management, housing resources. We talked about prevention and diversion and all these things. It's inspiring what's happening in this place right now. And I can't, what matters to me a lot too is it takes systems to solve these complex problems. There's a reason why health is a complex thing to solve. You have people with complex diseases and challenges in our country, and anybody that goes into a hospital system, there are times when you're cared for with compassion and dignity, and there are sometimes when you get ground down by the system. And I think what I would say about Christian Service Center, and what you guys have really been working hard at, is having a place that welcomes people with dignity and respect, that they don't believe that they're just a number, that their name matters, they're cared for, and that you're creating a space where people can take that next step.
Yeah.
It was interesting. You were talking about the myths earlier. I was thinking like turning that on its head. And again, I've been in this for 25 years of my life. The most amazing people I know on the face of this earth are people who have experienced homelessness and who have figured out a way to live with dignity and hope
Yeah.
and have been working so hard and changing their lives. I was just with our friend Nikki
Yeah.
Wilkerson, who has her own story and experience of homelessness, where she had a traumatic brain injury due to an accident.
Yep.
She used to teach classes at Valencia College, uh, and had a long road of recovery, and now is living in housing, and is now a major part of our community's effort to include the voices of people who have lived, experience, and expertise in homelessness. And she's making us better. And she's a tremendous, one of the most gifted outreach workers we have in this community. But I just got to tell you, and we benefit from this. Our society benefits from this every day. I hear stories all the time of people who experience homelessness and now are in Hollywood or running major businesses. We cannot live without people in this country who have experienced hardship and then have experienced an opportunity to a change and are making a difference now. And so, by us not rescuing, solving homelessness, we are not taking advantage of a tremendous talent pool of people that are can make this world a better place.
Yeah, we were talking about Nikki Wilkerson, and she's with Summit Church here in town, and is really their leader on this issue of homelessness and engaging the church. We have so many phenomenal church partners. Right now, as we're talking, we're serving dinner here for our program through a great organization called Straight Street. Straight Street has been doing this for like 10 years, 15 years now. I can't recall. And they started off really small, and they were doing one night a week, and they were helping out kind of near the Lake Eola Bandshell, and then it's grown and grown and grown. And they've been here providing the lunch and dinner program for us now for well over a year, and they've been doing dinner here for about 5 years. So there's a lot of people out there, but many of the groups that come in are churches that to support them. I don't actually know. I don't know the group that's volunteering today to help serve food, but anybody can come out here and serve food. If you've ever thought about volunteering, and especially around the holidays, a lot of people think about giving back. They particularly want to expose their children to those opportunities to give back. Many times people will talk about, I'm going to go down and volunteer at the soup kitchen. Well, here's the reality of it. This is the soup kitchen. This is the soup kitchen for our community. What's interesting is that we don't actually serve soup. We serve a lot of rice and pasta meals, and proteins and vegetables and fruits and breads, but I don't recall the last time we've actually served soup. But if you've ever thought about serving at a soup kitchen, the closest equivalent to that would be coming to the Christian Service Center any day of the week. We'd encourage you to sign up online at our website, christianservicecenter.org. You can register as a volunteer, and you can pick the day you want to come. You can pick the job you want to do. You can pick the time you want to be here, and you show up. And what we do is we organize it so that not just all the volunteers show up on Saturdays, but we have people here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and throughout the week. And that's just part of the nature of this operation. We could not exist without the support of volunteers. We are working to build another whole program called Meals with a Mission, and we'll talk about that in a future segment. But this has been a phenomenal effort to try and get people engaged in our process, so you can help make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness here in Orlando and Orange County. We're so grateful for your participation, for your viewership, for you liking and following. And please call us at 407-425-2523. Now you should be able to see the number on your screen, and you can call us. You can keep the live stream on the rest of the evening. Even if you're not watching, you can listen to it. The more people we have on the live stream, the more the systems with social media share this with others because it's popular. And the longer we do this, the more it gets popular and more widely viewed. So we're so grateful for having that opportunity to be able to support those people that are experiencing homelessness in our community. And Brian, I think we're looking at our producer. I think we're getting close to wrapping up this segment. Brian, I'm going to give you the last word to be able to wrap us up with this portion.
Oh wow, that's a lot of pressure. I just want to say, express as someone who's sitting in the air traffic control room of homeless services in this community. I'm so grateful for you and for Carla Cox, your right hand woman who makes this thing go here. I'm so grateful that you guys are doing what you're doing, and I'm thankful for your whole staff. You guys are just a delight to work with and are making a difference in our community. So please do give now.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us. Please visit us online, call us, or even come on down. We're going to be here till 10 o'clock. We're at 808 West Central Boulevard, right next to the Inter Inco Soccer Stadium, home of the Orlando City Lions and the Orlando Pride. And you're welcome to come down and join us. We'll have folks here until 10 o'clock, and you can help volunteer to make this magic happen and help make this the last night someone experiences homelessness in our community. Thank you. Well, hi there. Thanks for joining us on our live stream here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center here. I'm joined by Carla Cox, our Operations Director, who runs a great program here at our Paramore campus at 808 West Central Boulevard. There's lots of folks that are joining us here for our all-day telethon and trying to make it the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can support our efforts by going online and making a secure contribution at christianservicecenter.org or calling into one of our volunteers that'll take your call live right now at 407-425-2523. And we're gonna continue to answer some questions that we've received and see if we can just help bring a little bit of sunlight to what's a very complicated issue. So I'm gonna ask Carla the next question here. How do IDs, paperwork, or lost birth certificates become such a huge barrier to getting back on your feet?
So IDs and identification and being able to prove you are who you say you are has become imperative to every process, down to enrolling your children in school. You need a birth certificate and a social security card for every child just to get them into school. So when you're experiencing homelessness, it's the same thing. You need an ID to access a whole plethora of things, from social security to applying for an apartment or housing, to getting a job. All of these things start to stack up really, really quickly. And all of these critical documents, they just kind of start to add up.
Yeah.
I know for myself personally, the only ID I carry is my driver's license on me. But when you have to have your social security cards, your birth certificate, a marriage license that proves your name change, all these things that you're carrying with you on your person because you don't have a secure home to keep them in, it becomes at a risk of losing those documents. Sometimes you just set your bag down, you forget where you put it. Sometimes that bag gets misplaced or stolen. And other times things just get damaged. Florida summers are harsh on paperwork and documentation because as soon as your backpack gets wet, everything in it is also wet. And so they just get destroyed, they deteriorate, and suddenly that critical piece of documentation goes away. And we have to start that process of applying and obtaining those documentation because those barriers like employment and signing a lease, suddenly they become insurmountable without that ID.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really tragic that we see, not only just here, but this happens all over the country, is you'll have people that are coming around with clipboards and a lanyard looking very formal, and they are offering up a healthcare insurance or a free phone or something that's enticing to someone who has nothing, and they're offering it for free. And all you have to do is give me your information, your name, and how to reach you, or do you have an address? And of course they don't. Then we need your social security number. Okay, well, what are you going to do with that? Nothing. I just need that as part of the form. And they give them the social security number, and then all of a sudden that person is selling that information to somebody who's then applying for their own birth certificate, and then they creating a false identity for someone else that they can sell in the United States or overseas. This happens all the time, and it's one of the biggest pet peeves that I have. I know you do too, and it's really irritating because we see it right out of our windows, and we go out and we try to police that situation all the time. And it's one of the reasons why we welcome people onto our campus, our guests, our adults and children experiencing homelessness, because otherwise we can't really protect them when they're out in a public space. And so we've opened up our campus in the last number of years, and we're really just trying to find a way to make it a safe experience while your homelessness is still ongoing, to get you out of that experience. And you know, the majority of people experiencing homelessness are doing so for very short periods of time. One estimate that came out about 2 years ago by the National Alliance was showing that 80% of people that will experience homelessness in any given year will do so for 8 days or less. And when you think about that, you think about the rapid turnover and all that, you know, there's just so many people that will fall into the experience. We know that roughly around 750 to 800,000 people are going to experience homelessness tonight in the United States. That's the highest per capita rate of homelessness since the Great Depression. But we also know that roughly 3 million adults and children will experience homelessness this year in 2025. And that roughly works out to be about 1% of the population. That's about the same percentage of people whose faith tradition is Islam. I mean, this is a big percentage of the community, and we're seeing people experience this throughout the year, and it's horrific. And we're trying to provide them helping somebody with their ID. We have referral partners like iDignity that we send them to, and they do a wonderful job with this. And we are trying to become that one stop for people to get the assistance they need and very quickly exit homelessness. And the only way we can do that is with your support. And we'd love for you to join us here in our effort to rescue adults and children from homelessness right here in the streets of Orlando and Orange County and all throughout Central Florida. And you can do that by visiting our website right now at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. You can make your contribution over the phone or online, and it's all very secure. You can do it as a monthly recurring gift. We so appreciate that. Even just a $5 monthly contribution to the organization helps us so much in how we budget and how we plan for how many people we can rescue each and every month. And so far, we're on track to rescue more than 1,500 people. We're trying to do that as a record for our organization. And I think we've already broken our record from last year, and we're just on our way to hitting this new goal. And next year, who knows? If we raise enough money through this particular event, we can set that goal higher and maybe get 2,000 people rescued from homelessness next year. We'll see. It's a big goal, but we need big, ambitious goals in order to solve what is a really big problem in every community in the United States. So thank you for joining us, and please consider some type of financial support for our efforts here to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. Thank you guys for joining us. Willie, we're gonna try to scoot in here as best we can. You can see that we're on the screen. We've got the Instagram screen's a little bit more narrow, but we are on our last night to end homelessness initiative. We're trying to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness here in our community. My name is Eric Gray, and I have the honor of serving as the executive director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, right here in the Paramore Heritage area, just west of downtown Orlando. And we are also joined today by Gina and Willie Collins, and they are guests of ours, not just tonight, but they have been guests of ours recently as part of the 407 Connect project. And I just want to talk to you guys about your story and everything else, and tell us just a little bit about yourselves, where you're from, and what do you like to do, anything. Let's start with that, and we'll start with Gina, with ladies first.
I'm originally from Chicago, Illinois.
Okay.
I came down this way in 1993.
Okay.
And homelessness brought me this way.
Oh, okay.
So when I got down here, I had only been here for maybe about a month and a half. And from that month and a half, that's when I met my husband. So really, he saw me and took it from there. So
that's great.
you want to tell your story?
Yeah, Willie, tell us about where you're from and
Oh, well,
what you enjoy.
Oh, I'm from Miami, Florida. I was born and partly raised there. Then I moved up North Florida, North Central Florida, up to Gainesville,
Yeah.
and I near a little country town called La Crosse,
Yeah,
and
La Crosse.
I lived out there for about 10 years. Working on farms since I was about maybe 12 years old, doing farm work and things of that nature. And I've always been a big avid Gator fan. Love
Yeah.
my Gators. So I moved into Gainesville directly in there. So I lived there for about another maybe 10, 15 years, and directly in Gainesville. Then I moved to Orlando, and I've been around Orlando for probably about the last maybe 30 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so you guys have been together for now almost
33 years.
33 years.
33
Congratulations.
years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some not so positive stuff that you had to experience.
Sure.
And I'm going to give you an opportunity to just share your story and whatever you're comfortable sharing. For those of you that are joining us, we hope you will help support our efforts to assist individuals and families, just like Gene and Willie Collins. And there are so many diverse groups of people that are here, all ages, all backgrounds, all races, all ethnicities, all faith traditions. And it's just the most diverse place I've ever been. And you can be a part of that effort to help make this the last night for someone's homelessness by visiting our website at christianservicecenter.org, making a contribution on our secure website of any amount that your means will allow. You can also volunteer through that website. You can comment, you can like, you can share the live stream that you're following right now. We're on 5 different channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and X. And so we want you to let other people know that you're watching, and we just get more and more people here. We are now about halfway through our 8th hour of this telethon. We're going to be going till 10 o'clock, and we hope you will support and make a contribution to support this effort. So Gene and Willie, tell us a little bit about your story of what's been going on more recently, and share whatever you're comfortable with about what's been happening.
Well, we ended up being homeless and kind of going back and forth, staying with friends and family. And once we went that route, we ended up going to hotels. So we ended up staying in hotels from like 2018 on up.
Yeah.
And we just kept moving around from hotel to hotel to hotel.
Yeah.
And we kept having problems with mold and stuff like that, poor breathing quality and stuff like that. And it started affecting the both of us. So my husband had got to the point where it had started bothering him so bad that he couldn't do it anymore. And so he was just like, we have to go.
Yeah.
And I was like, where are we going? And he said he didn't know.
Yeah.
So we just trusted God, and we ended up coming down here. And from the first time we got here, things started kind of falling in place. So I think that it took a little bit of everybody
Yeah.
to kind of put us on the right path of where we needed to be and what was going to really help us at this time.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk a little bit about the Christian Service Center experience you guys had, all the good and the bad, whatever. But I want to hear from Willie too about that experience that you've had recently, and from the time you decided to no longer use the motels, which can be very expensive doing that too.
Yeah.
We'll talk about why
Yes.
that how that happens, but tell us a little bit about that experience, and how long were you in that situation, and share with us whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Well, it was a good solid 8 years. I know for sure. And kind of spotted around up until maybe a total of 10 years. But I mean, living in a hotel, you got to pay rent every week. You have sometimes 4 weeks, in the month, sometimes 5 weeks. So it changes. And then, we didn't really have a a lot of money. She's on disability. I'm on retirement. So once you pay about maybe, I would say, $1,500 for for your rent, you wouldn't have a whole lot of money left, to do other things. And we could never get enough money to pay deposit, even first month rent. So and like my wife was saying, I kept getting sick from the mold and stuff like that. I kept going to the ER and going to the hospital and just in and out, and it was just really crazy. And so, I know that one day she said, "Well, baby, we gotta get up and we gotta go," and and she asked me. She said, "Well, we got to go. Do you want to go? We got to go." And she said, "Well, what are we going to do, right?" And I had saw this movie years ago called U-571.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that movie?
Submarine movie, World War II. Yeah.
Exactly. So if you remember the movie, you remember the part where it was the captain and the first mate were talking.
Yeah.
But the men had asked the captain, said, "Sir," they were sinking further down to the ocean, and they said, "Sir, what are we going to do?" And the captain said, "I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know."
Not the answer you want to hear.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the first mate pulled the captain aside and, he said, "Sir, I need to talk to you." He said, in front of the men, you never say that you don't know.
Right.
He said, "You are the captain." He said, even when you don't know,
You know.
you know.
Yeah.
And so out of 33 years of us being together, because I always have a little joke, she'd ask me, "What are we going to do about this?" And I said, "Baby, I always have one up my sleeve." but this day, I was standing in the middle of the room. We had 3 days left on the rent at the time.
Right.
But I could not do that mold another second. I just couldn't do it. And she was saying, "We have to go somewhere." I said, "Yeah, I know. So she said, "What are we going to do?" In 33 years, it's my first time ever telling this woman that, "Baby, I don't know."
Yeah. What did you do? What ended up happening?
I prayed. That's all I could do. That's all I had left. Because I know even in the Bible, it says that, God loves a broken and a contrite spirit.
Yeah.
At that moment, my wife is asking me, "What are we going to do?" I didn't know.
It's a scary time.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was at that moment, I was broken.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to look at my wife and say, "I don't know." That was the hardest thing for me, to do.
Yeah.
But when I told her, I said, "Baby, I don't know." And this is just me, but I felt peace of God just come over me. And in my spirit, I could hear God saying to me, "I got you. I got you."
I know it might be hard to talk about, but after your last night in a hotel, where did you sleep? Where was the first place you ended up sleeping?
Right here.
Right here.
Because
Right
I mean,
here.
when we left, I didn't know we were going over to the coalition, Salvation Army,
On the street.
or out there on the sidewalk. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But as we left and we came up this way, and next thing I know, I didn't go to any of those other places. I came right here. And the young lady, she's outside in the lobby over there. But when we came in, we were speaking. I forget her name, and I hate that. But anyway,
Bianca, Amanda, Caleb, or Jalen is probably one of the four.
No, it's one of the other ladies.
Okay. Yeah.
But
There's
anyway,
lots.
yeah,
From
I
the
was-
whole team.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah.
From
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah.
So
Great
I
group.
was speaking with her, and she was telling us, they asked us about, our background, income, just different things of that nature, trying to see if we qualified, to be in one of the programs. Because she said at the time she didn't really have anything under her program.
Hmm.
And so she said, "Well, do you guys know anything about the bus program?"
Mhm.
Right. And what was so neat about that, we had seen the buses on TV when they were constructing the buses.
Really? Wow.
Never thinking that we'd be on one of the buses.
Yeah,
but
sure.
we saw it on TV, right? And I'm like, wow, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so she said, "Well, do you know anything about the 407 Connect program?" I was like, "No, ma'am, I don't. The bus program." I said, "No." So then she said we talked to him. She sent us over to Amanda, and from Amanda, then Amanda had called Jalen and was talking to us on the phone.
Yeah.
And so that's how
And
everything.
Jalen, asked us,
Different
how
questions.
would we fit into the program, and
You
if
have that
if we had a chance, would we absolutely be able to fit into the program?
Yeah.
So, we told her, yeah, because, we had to tell her, of course, that, I'm in a wheelchair, this is a bus, how are you going to get up and down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, I told her, I said, well, I got my husband, he'll help me, and, I'm gonna go get her. So I'm like, I'm not gonna let a couple of stairs and me getting on and off a bus
Yeah.
stop me. So she was like, well, okay. She said, I think you guys are fit. And she said, can you guys stay the night? And we were like, God, because it was our last night.
Yeah.
So we didn't really have anywhere to go.
That's yeah.
So it worked out perfectly.
I didn't know that part. I mean, I knew how you guys connected, but I didn't realize that it was that immediate from the hotel to the 407 program.
Exactly.
And then what was so neat about it was I told her, I said, I don't know where we're going. I say, but once we get there, I said, they may let us stay tonight. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Well, and if you'd come even a few weeks earlier, we wouldn't have even had the buses.
See?
This is such a new program, and so it is a blessing, not only for you guys, but for us. This is a new program for us that not everybody in the community knows about, and it's not the kind of thing that some people would think of as a place they want to be. But tell me, because I've been on the buses, obviously, and we've been doing this program now for a few months. What was that first night on the bus like for you guys? Because I'm sure you must have had certain expectations in your head, like, I don't know what this is going to be like. And how did it turn out? And you don't have to tell me what I want to hear. I want to hear the truth. Like, what was it like that first night?
The first night we were like, we're not on the street. We were thankful.
Right.
We really were. To be able to be somewhere that was safe, that was quiet, where we could lay down, and rest. And he was right across from me.
Right.
So we were able to pull our curtains back and, be like, hi, do you need anything? No. Do you need to go here? No, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you in the morning. All right, I love you. So, it was one of those things where we were really lucky to not have to be on the street, because we had to go through that.
Yeah.
We stayed up at the bus station for like 3 weeks, sleeping on the benches on the train station. So me, wheelchair, and all, and, having to move around with all that every day, all day, so to not have a place to go lay your head, we know how that feels,
Right.
So, to be able to, to have them ask us, can you come tonight? Can you stay tonight? To get into the program, we were like, yes.
Yeah.
There's no argument from us. This is the best thing anybody could have asked us.
Well, we're so glad you guys chose to do it. I'm going to ask you both about, I do want to talk about Gator football for a little bit, but before we do that, I want to ask you a little bit about, we talked about how you got on the bus.
Right.
We want to talk about how you got off the bus too.
Right.
But, as we do this, you're joining us live with our live stream. This is called our Last Night Telethon. We are working to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can support our efforts to end someone's homelessness, like we were able to assist the Collins here and be able to help Gene and Willie, and just a little bit. We didn't really even have to do much. Their willingness to work with us and to be flexible was really just as big a part of it as anything. And I think that a lot of people don't understand, because they've never been through this experience, that this is not something that anybody wants to be doing.
No,
right? It's scary.
No.
And so we want to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness, just like we have for you guys. And you can do that by supporting us at christianservicecenter.org. or calling us at 407-425-2523. So far, we have raised $226,945. As of 6:30, we are just so pleased to have all that support. So please be a part of that and join us by making your gift online. And we have about 5 more minutes to talk with Gene and Willie. And I wanted to ask you guys, you talked about how you got on the bus. Talk to us about the process of getting off the bus. How did that work for you?
Well, first we ended up having a great counselor to work with. We ended up getting Caleb, and
Who's right behind the screen?
yes.
You can't see it.
And so we came in, we talked with him the first day, and we had our little fill out. He got to know us and we got to know him, and he told us what the program was about,
Yeah.
what was expected of us, what he needed us to do. He told us that we would be meeting with him every week, and he would give us, leads and things to follow up. And, as long as we met those goals, that they would continue to work with us. So we, like I said earlier, I'm a go-getter. We're both go-getters. And the first day we met him, we told him, we're go-getters.
Yeah.
We're the Collinses. So, it's nothing that we won't tackle.
Yeah.
So we told him whatever it is that you're asking us to do, we'll be about doing.
Yeah.
Just point us in the right direction. And that started a beautiful relationship of him finding things for us to do
Yeah.
and us running them down.
Yeah.
So that went also for starting school.
Yeah.
So now we're back both going to college
Yeah.
at
You're
Valencia,
Valencia, right? Yeah.
Yeah. In January. So he's finishing, I'm starting.
Okay.
So, that's something that I wanted to do for years, but because, I have been going through sickness, in and out of hospital and stuff like that, I really couldn't afford, to go that route.
Yeah. And what programs have you decided what path you're going to go down at Valencia, or are you just starting off generally and seeing where it takes you?
Well, I want to go into computers.
Okay.
And he's we're doing
Human resources.
Okay, nice.
But to further to kind of elaborate more on what she was saying, I mean, once we got here, I mean, everyone was just great. They were very, I mean, they just like they just want to help you as much as you want to be helped. They want to help you, and everyone, they played a part.
Yeah.
When you hear the word team, the acronym I use for that, for team, is together. Everyone accomplishes more
Yeah.
work. When they say teamwork, they work as a team.
Yeah.
And I mean, everyone played a part. Gave us all the support that we needed. Even like I said, the bus itself, the first night, as she was saying how we kind of like slept side by side on different bunks and so forth, and waving back at one another. But and like she said, also it was very safe. You could feel the safety. You could feel the cleanliness of the bus. I mean, everything, the linen, everything is clean, and you got the bus attendant who's right there all night with you. You have other counselors, out in the yard.
Yep.
So everything, your belongings are safe. You yourself are safe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much more I could really.
How
say.
many nights did you guys end up using the bus as your 40 nights?
Well, 39, and we left the 40th day.
Yeah. and that's great, actually. I mean, we really our ideal is that we try to get people housed within 30 days, but it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes us 90 days or more.
Yeah.
Right.
And so we were able to help you. Talk to everybody about how that worked and where are you at right now. I mean, I don't want you to give your street address,
Right.
but just generally, like, you're not living in a cardboard box somewhere.
No,
right?
No. It's very, very beautiful.
Yes.
Like we were saying about the team, I just our caseworker, Caleb, Mr. Dynamite himself. I mean, I don't know. I know he's a professional. He does his job in a real professional manner, but you know, I don't know. I feel so close to him. I feel like, like he's my little brother or something. I mean, he's just a super guy. I could never say enough about Caleb. It just, I don't know. He just blows my mind. But anyway.
Yep.
We ended up-
we
we
have
ended
a lot
up-
of good people like that.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
We ended up finding our place through Caleb.
Yeah.
So he ended up giving us the lead, and we went out to go find the apartment so we could look at it, talk to the management there, and we ended up starting off by going too many blocks over on a really hot day.
Oh, no.
And so we had to turn around, and he had to push me all the way back 2 blocks the other way.
Yeah.
So
Many
all
blocks?
to
Three blocks.
No, we were
4 blocks.
Oh no, we had to come walk from Oak Ridge back to
It was
Americana.
it was 25 blocks.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Just
It
about.
was a lot. Yeah.
So he kept calling management because we had an appointment.
Yeah.
So he was like, I hate being late. And he said, because I know you have other things to do,
Yeah.
but we got off at the wrong stop, but we're coming. We're coming. Can we still come in? And she was like, yes. She said, don't worry about it, Mr. Collins. Come on in. Whenever you get here, it's fine. So he was like, yes, ma'am. He said, I just wanted to know and ask and make sure if that was still okay. And she said, yes, Mr. Collins, come on. So he pushed me all the way back to where we were supposed to go. And we met management, Miss Junie, and we fell in love with her from the first day.
Yeah.
And, when we came out of the place, we went and looked at 2 apartments, and she had some other people with her. So we saw our apartment. And so the people that were with us, they were like, oh, we love this. This is the one we want.
Yeah.
And so me and my husband were looking at each other going, this is the one we want. So we were like, well, we'll see when she calls us what she tells us.
Yeah.
So she ended up calling us back and telling us that everything, we had all the paperwork we needed, in which she said that helped a lot.
Yeah.
The stuff that she asked for, we already had.
That's great.
And so
So how long have you been in the apartment now?
it's been since November the 3rd.
So we've been a month and a half so
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
And it's going okay or not? Yes.
Oh,
No.
we are loving it.
No
We are
mold or
loving-
anything
No
anymore?
mold. We don't have to, run 3 blocks to get to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I can get up in the morning, go straight to my kitchen and get coffee and, relax on my bad days where I can't get up. I can just lay in my bed. He'll do all the running and stuff like that. So this has been a real de-stressor.
It's great. And that's what we want to hear. I think that, we probably don't talk about it enough, even amongst our own team, about the stress that's involved with the experience of homelessness, or in your case, the fear of potential of becoming homeless, and that type of fear is real.
Mhm.
I slept just one night on the bus when we were testing it out, and I understand the idea of being able to see somebody across from you is better than even if they're right above you. If you
Right.
can't see them, it gets a little bit unnerving, and that
Mhm.
creates its own stress. And
Mhm.
so it's a great thing that you guys were able to come out, come all the way down here and visit with us. Appreciate the kind words you said about the program, about Caleb, and about the team here. Appreciate the fact that you're a Gator fan, and that we can
Love my Gators.
talk
Oh,
about.
and also, may I add one more
Yeah,
thing?
go ahead.
Too? Not only did they help with the housing, right, but my wife has rheumatoid arthritis, right, and when we came up, the wheelchair at the time that she had the wheelchair, it was like kind of old,
It was old.
rinky dinky, whatever. But anyway, that's all we had. But anyway, the wheelchair she has now, it was, might as well say,
Came from you guys.
brand new wheelchair. They
Came from you
supplied
guys.
that. And anyone that has arthritis, if you sitting like this, the legs like this all day, it's not
lot.
good. It's not good. But the one that they gave her here, the one they blessed us with here, has the movable legs up and down and all that stuff.
Well,
But
and those wheelchairs, we don't get them very often.
Yes.
Sometimes we use the donations that are given to us and purchase them. Oftentimes those wheelchairs are donated to us in kind by
Right.
people who know
Right.
that there's a need out there. And I actually don't know where your individual wheelchair came from, but if I had to guess, it's probably was a
From
donation
another-
from somebody else.
somewhere
And,
else, yeah.
and so, you know, we really rely on donations of all kinds, whether that's, you know, donations of your time, coming out to volunteer, donations of your physical belongings. It could be clothing or a jacket.
Oh yes.
Could be shoes, socks. You know, we have those news needs. It could be a wheelchair. You know, and we really rely on that, and we rely on your financial gifts to make this type of thing possible. And you know, Gene and Willie are just two of the 1,503 people that we've been able to rescue so far this year. But I will say that I think one of the things that's really striking about your story that most people probably wouldn't understand is how much work you had to do through this process. Like, you know, we didn't do all this for you. You
No,
did most
we
of the
did,
work.
yeah.
We really just kind of came beside you and said, okay, well, here's what we recommend,
Right.
and then you guys go and do it. And I think that there's a lot of people out there that might have this perception of, well, oh gosh, it'd be great if somebody were to go and find me an apartment and
No.
find me a place to live and give me all this
No.
money. I mean, you had to do all this yourself, and you're having to pay for the apartment.
Right.
I mean, we are just able to help you with that first little
Initial
hurdle,
ju-
right?
yeah.
And you know and that's such a big hurdle for
Oh,
so many
yes.
people.
Oh, yes.
The first month's rent, the security deposit, even the
Yes.
application fees.
Yes.
The application fees when I was first starting renting apartments, gosh, 30 years ago, they were $25. Now
Yeah.
you have application
A
fees
lot
that
of
are
places-
$250.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
But
we
see-
didn't look deep into because the application fee alone was $100.
It's too much of a barrier.
You know,
Yeah.
so I was like, okay, I have to just give you $100 because I'm not getting it back.
That's right.
You know, if I don't get an apartment from you, I'm not getting $100 back. So that's another, you know, $100 I might have to give at another place, another 40 at another place. So by the time I went around and put in all these, you know, bids for apartments, I put in, you know, $500
And-
just on, you
and
know,
then-
the application fees.
And then once all your money goes on rent, you don't have much left over to eat.
No.
That's kind of
Mhm.
Yeah,
important.
that's one of
important
the,
too.
yeah,
you
Willie makes a
know?
really good point because in our community there are a lot of people who rent apartments. It's about
Right.
47% of every household in the 4-county Central Florida area. So you know, 47%, almost half of people are renting. That's a very high percentage compared to nationally. And of those half of the people who are renting, 62% of them are spending more than a third of their income on rent. And when you're doing that, it's the most expensive part out of anybody's budget. Then it doesn't leave, you know, room for transportation,
Mhm.
for food, for medical care, to have a cell phone, which you pretty much have to
Have to
have in
Have to
a
have that,
community, you know, now to get jobs and to communicate with anybody.
But-
And so, you know, these things are not easy to do. I'm really proud of Gene and Willie and their efforts, that because they're such a great reflection on us. As much as we were able to help you, it's really great having you not just here to talk about it, but just having that knowledge that the work we do is real. You know, like we're not
Oh,
we're
yeah,
not
it
just
is.
here
Oh,
making
yeah.
it up and
But-
talking about, hey, those are great things.
No.
See,
You know,
and,
this is a really phenomenal opportunity for us. You guys can be a part of this opportunity. You can make a contribution to us of your time, of your talent, of your treasure. You can do that through our website at christianservicecenter.org. You can call us at 407-425-2523. You can make a contribution of any amount that your means will allow, and it is incredibly appreciated. We've raised over $226,000. We really like to get to $250,000 before the end of the night. We've got just a couple more hours. I think we have just about 3 hours left in our broadcast, and so we hope you'll join us. We have lots of people that are watching. You can see the ticker on the screen that are watching through all these different platforms. We hope you'll participate and comment, and then when we come back, maybe we'll have a time to talk about DJ Lagway entering the transfer portal, and maybe talk about the Gator Marching Band and all that kind of stuff. But thank you guys so much for joining us. We really
Yes, sir.
appreciate
Yes,
you.
sir. You
Thank you to Kayla for all your hard work, and the team, Jalen, Bianca, and everybody else that make this possible. We just are so appreciative of everybody's efforts. So help us make this the last night that somebody else experiences homelessness, and we hope that you'll be a part of that. Join us very, very soon. Do it right now. Don't wait for tomorrow. Do it
Yeah.
right now. Thank you. So if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in to our live stream on multiple different channels. We're on YouTube, we're on X, we're on Facebook, Instagram, even LinkedIn. And we are here trying to make this the last night that somebody in our community experiences homelessness. And you're joining us here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. This is Carla Cox, our Director of Operations. I'm Eric Gray, the executive director. We have the great honor of trying to help lift people out of homelessness every single day. And we are well on track to have rescued a record number this year of 1,500 or more adults and children, thanks to the great work of our case managers, our volunteers, and very importantly, our donors. And we want you to become part of that family of donors, make it a contribution of any amount that your means will allow. It's incredibly helpful. And while we're here, we're going to take some of your questions that we've been getting and try to answer them between us. And I'm going to ask Carla the next question, which is, if I want to help someone I see regularly, what's more helpful? Cash, food, gift cards, supplies, or something else?
So that's a really good question. And like most people in this world, I'm probably going to reply with, it depends. But I'm going to encourage you to do one very specific thing, and that's ask them. Get their input on what they think they need in that moment. They're a person. You should never assume that you know how to best care for them. So engage in that dialogue. Smile. Introduce yourself. Be that friendly face that they might need today, and just say, hey, I have $5. Would you prefer the $5, or would you prefer me to go and get some food for you with this $5? Would that be easier for you than the cash that you now have to figure out how to get to a store or a restaurant to spend? So they might have a specific answer for you on how you can best help them. So number one, smile, introduce yourself, and then ask them for their input on how to best serve them. But those tokens and those gifts, they really should come with no strings. I had someone get very upset with an individual experiencing homelessness because she had given him a coat. And then the next day she saw that coat on somebody else. And then a few days later, she saw the person she originally gave it to and was like, what happened? That was a nice coat. I wanted you to have it. And he replied, well, she needed it more. And so remember, when you're giving someone something, it is a gift. Make sure there's no strings attached to it. Yeah. Next question. Yeah. You ready for it?
Let's go.
Okay. So how safe are shelters? And why do some people who are experiencing homelessness avoid them even when there are beds available?
That's a great question. You know, I can't speak to shelters all over the United States. I've certainly visited shelters everywhere between New York and Los Angeles, and a lot in the Southeast. Of all the shelters here in Central Florida, I would describe them as being extremely safe. They have paid security in almost every instance. There are very strict rules, but they're not unreasonable rules. There are people who really know that the alternative is being on the streets, and so they treat the space in a very sacred way. This is something that they find important to them and their family. One of the things that keeps people out of shelter is many of them are just really unfortunate, and it's that they don't have an ID, that their wallet or purse has been stolen. They don't have an ID, and almost all shelters require you to have some form of identification before you can enter, partly because they're doing a little bit of a background check on you, and they want to make sure that you're not a danger to anybody else at the complex. But that barrier is really hard to overcome. Fortunately, we have a wonderful organization in town called iDignity. Michael Dippy founded this organization. He's a wonderful man, and we're one of the few few communities in the country that has a robust identification agency like that. Another barrier to people getting into shelters, they have pets. There are very few shelters in the United States that allow pets of any kind. They just don't have the capacity and the manpower to staff that. And so, and a lot of people just they're not comfortable around other animals. So that's usually a major barrier, and people are not willing to leave their pets. We've seen that here all the time, where we're trying to get somebody housing, we got everything lined up, but they won't allow a pet, and they're saying, well, I'm not leaving my dog. And I understand it. It's tragic, but I understand it. Other times it's people are, the guests themselves are concerned because they've had bad experiences living on the street, and they don't want to be in close quarters with some people that they think might be dangerous to them. And while that's not usually the case in a shelter format, it's very safe and secure. They might have had a bad experience in a shelter some other time in their life. They might have had a bad experience on the street that they think is going to carry over. And then the final thing is, some people are simply, they're just not in a good mental health place to make a decision about wanting to be in the shelter at that time. And they might have a medical condition, whether it be physical or mental. And most shelters are not equipped to actually help somebody with a major medical condition. So some of our sister agencies in the area, one of their rules is that you have to be able to transfer, if you're in a wheelchair, for example, on your own into the bed, because they don't have the personnel that can help transfer you over in a medically appropriate way. So those are some of the major barriers. A lot of shelters are working very hard to overcome that. The domestic abuse shelter in our community, Harbor House, has added a pet kennel. I know that the Coalition for the Homeless works very close partnership with iDignity. We do as well in our shelter. We have a 42-bed shelter here. And so we are trying to overcome those barriers as often as we can that make it a little bit easier for people to find a safe place to be. And every one of these shelters is working to get them housed. The shelter is not an option for the rest of your life. It's not a retirement plan. Most people that are in shelter are somewhere between 30 and 90 days. There's sometimes a little longer, sometimes shorter, but somewhere between 30 and 90 days that people are in shelter, and it moves fast. We get people into housing very, very quickly. The Coalition for the Homeless, which is just across the street from us, does an amazing job of getting people into housing, and so does the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army, the Sanford Rescue Outreach Mission. These are all phenomenal organizations that are run by just wonderful people that are making sure that their facilities are safe and secure and very accessible to as many people as they can accommodate.
Yeah, good response. Good, very thoughtful answer. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
So for those of you that are watching, if you're looking for, or if you're even just thinking, how do I get involved? How do I get engaged in this process? Please visit us at christianservicecenter.org, where you'll find lots of information about how to volunteer and get connected with us. You can also go there to make a donation or a contribution, and you can always give us a call at 407-425-2523 to make that donation or give us more questions to answer here on our live stream. Thank you so much.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Good evening, everyone. We're part of the 407 Connect team. I'm Jalen, the program manager.
My name's Bianca. I am a case manager.
And I'm Caleb. I am also a case manager with 407.
And we thank you for joining the last night live stream with us this evening. It's a telethon that's going to be benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. You're able to go ahead and comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and most importantly, give. You can really help make this the last night. Someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407-425-2523.
So for those of y'all that haven't heard yet about the 407 Connect mobile shelter program, it recently launched in August. So we're the face of a brand new program. So some of the questions I'll be asking are, how do y'all feel about initiating the program and working through some kinks?
I mean, I'm fairly confident at this point. I've actually helped initiate an outreach program as well at another facility or service center. But of course, I mean, every program has its own kind of unique bumps in the road. It's definitely, I don't know, it's not great to run into any kind of bump in the road, but it's also fun to navigate and figure out. I like to improve a system as we kind of go about exploring it. So it feels like it's kind of new land and then figuring out how to navigate the land. Overall, I think it's just, I think it's exciting.
Really exciting. I remember when we first started on the program, getting everything together, we were kind of like working really hard and diligently, but really not kind of knowing what things would look like because everything was like mapped out. But to see where we've come from we've housed people, we're actively working case management. People are really starting to shine. I just think it's been such a great thing. And like Caleb said, the bumps in the road is what gets us to know, oh, we're going to progress, do things better, and get better each time with these people for sure.
Can you walk me through a day as a case manager for the 407 Connect?
I mean, of course, I mean, I've got appointments after appointments. A lot of the time, I mean, even if we have an appointment, there can be all kinds of things that prevent it from occurring at the time we schedule. There's a lot of the clients have issues or difficulty with transportation is a really big one that I've ran into a lot. And of course, the less income they have, the less ability to get transportation they'll have. So that's its own type of thing. But when we usually have the appointment, it's a lot of goal setting and making sure that they had met their goal or at least attempted. I always tell them it's the most important part is that you try. That's what I tend to care about is a lot of the effort that they put in, and then me being able to work with them to make sure that that effort yields some sort of outcome that both them and I can kind of feel good about so that it motivates to push forward. So that's a main bulk of it, but we will go over the housing options that they might have at that time, or if the focus might be increasing their income, it can be what employment options might you have, what assistance in different realms you might need. Oh, you need help with a resume, you need help with this kind of company. And then housing that can match that income or rental range for that period of time. So it is the scope of housing always, and whatever might need improvements to get to that goal is a lot of how that day will go.
Yeah, and I think also too, and I'm sure I can speak for the both of us, we spend a lot of time in the beginning because it's a new experience. It's a shared experience with 20 other individuals and it's on a bus. So we do spend that time at the beginning just kind of like reassuring, talking about previous guests as well and how people have kind of coped with the environment. And I think that's a really key part of it because it's really daunting to go from being, you know, on the street or in a car or a storage unit, and now you're with a bunch of people. So I definitely do spend a lot of time talking that through with my clients. But as Caleb said, like it can vary day to day, but I think the goal setting is so important because what you're able to do is watch people knock those barriers down. And once they've knocked them down, you start to see them know, oh, wow, I've got options. And it's just such an incredible thing to watch happen. So, yeah, it's great.
So, as Caleb mentioned, we provide resume services, employment skills, job trainings, and we're always looking for volunteers that can assist. So, please go onto our website and volunteer time, services, or anything that you can help us with to move them forward. Bianca. So, as we know, there's a big stigma around what the homeless population look like and who may or may not be considered a homeless individual based off appearance. What do you wish the world would know about your clients?
You know, it's a challenge because people care about their environment or their area or what things look like, but I don't think people give them the time to understand they are human beings. They're in a situation and it's temporary, and these people aren't lazy. You can fall on hard times. You can have an injury at work. You can have no money to pay your rent. And before you know it, you're in a circumstance that you did not envisage. And these people are someone's mother, someone's grandmother, someone's niece. There's so many different ages. So I just think if we just take our time sometimes and realize these are people and everybody deserves a chance. So I think, yeah, just get to know. Funny, there's so many different things. Like my clients are always got so many different things to share. So yeah, just that they are just looking for an opportunity to be able to do better.
Caleb, what stigma do you wish to break?
A lot of the perception is a lot of what motivates me in this field. So I've had 4 different positions in total through like homeless services, where I've worked in housing under the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. I've worked outreach, hiking in the woods. I've worked with youth and families. And one of the biggest things is the phrase homeless, or the word homeless, and then the phrase like those experiencing homelessness. It is a much larger spectrum than anybody gives that credit for, and it doesn't just fit into the word homeless. There's so many different things that go on in one person's life that is not the same as another when they go through that experience. And it's frustrating overall to see someone get stamped with the word homeless and then cast aside. It's very irritating, actually. Yeah, one of the biggest things is anyone can go through it. It is right around the corner. There's so many things that could happen that could cause someone to fall into such a difficult position. Financially, it could come down to your support systems not being there when you expected them to or had planned for them to. There's different kinds of financial situations. You could lose a job from something going on. You could get into a car accident right after that. You could lose a family member similarly. All of these things on top of each other can happen and have happened. Maybe not even all of them, but some of them can cause someone to just, their tomorrow can be so different from today. And I don't think enough people give credit to that. Whereas when they pass by a shelter or service center, they see someone and they automatically say, oh, that person is addicted to whatever substance, or that person has this mental illness, when that might not be the case. Or even if it might be that case, then maybe there's other things that could happen to assist, where maybe if they had access to a medication, or maybe if they had access to another type of help that they might need, that would be something that can change their tomorrow. And overall, it is just that the society's perception of a group that is so far and wide not getting what it deserves in that spectrum, I guess. Yeah.
And that's why things like this is so great, because we get to share, and it's like putting a human touch on what we actually do each day. And even sharing some of the stories that we've heard today have been so great. And it reminds me, even though I do this every day, like, wow, we really do some great things here at the Christian Service Center. So don't forget, go ahead, donate, give,
Or
sure,
volunteer.
or volunteer,
True.
time, anything. Every little thing that we do impacts somebody. So for sure.
So this shelter is on wheels. It's very different. What do you have to say to individuals that may be apprehensive about being on a bus? Describe it.
Individuals apprehensive of being on a bus. I mean, when your barrier is that sleep, and that's what the client acknowledges they might need, and at that time what I would also believe that they would need, the part about being the bus is not as big as it would seem from the outside. Of course, everybody wants their own space. They want their own room. They want their own house. They want their own apartment. Of course. It just turns into, this is what we can work with for now. And all of them see that as, this is just for now. I am working towards what I truly want, which is that apartment house or whatever you might need. But a lot of them, I mean, it's something to work through. It's not the worry of being on the street and being unsafe. It's comfortable. it's cool, air conditioned, it's safe. That is something that they tend to understand and be more okay with as they see that benefit and how helpful it will be and is at that time.
And I think a lot of clients, because like when I meet with my clients once a week, one of the questions I always say is, how do you feel? How is the bus showing up for you? Like, tell me what's going on, whether it's good or bad, we can work through it. But just to hear them say, I feel safe, even though there's other individuals that they don't know, that are strangers, there is literally a safety part, an element to it. And then the other really great thing about it is the community that they build. And even just today with some of our clients that we've had, they meet up, they do things together. And I think providing that environment is really special, because it's not just about the safety part. It's not just about giving them a moment to think, breathe, feel that safety. It's really about, like, this is the first step, and there's so many opportunities. But the building part, the community, just as everyone gathers before they get on the bus, whenever I do my evening visits, I always love that part, watching them all together, because it's just, I sit back sometimes. So I think that's the best part for me.
So our program has been successfully going for about 4 months, and we've housed a few individuals. So far in moving clients along, how difficult has it been to find affordable housing?
Okay, hot topic. Very difficult, very challenging, and very frustrating. You know, you set all these goals for clients, and they break them down. They're moving forward, and we're rallying in the background, really doing our best. Like all of us as a team, right? We're always, oh, we found somebody else that may be renting out rooms, or whether it's an apartment building. But to have to secure 2 times the rent, maybe 3, is difficult for any stretch. So when you earn maybe 900 a month, and now you have to make 3 times that just to be able to stay in that residence, I think it's very challenging and frustrating. And you know, they're bound by their rules, and we find the odd nuggets here, but at the same time, it's a challenge. The affordable housing in the area, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest barriers, is the inability to meet that rent ratio, the rent income ratio that a lot of I mean, almost all of them. There is not enough housing. And to even add to that, there is not enough income-based housing. There is not enough affordable housing. There's not enough any in general. We need a lot of people. We need people to vote, to have more availability, to have more of this. In general, for clients, it is really difficult, and it's hard on someone who's getting their documents, getting motivated as they go, and then they hit the wall. And even the Collins, who were here right before we were just on, that happened. And it's hard when I know how difficult it is, and then they hit that first wall, and I'm like, it's a thick wall. It's gonna be hard to get around that. So it is just a lot of keep going. Like, it is try.
And I think that, like, one of the positives we can take from it is that we can then show them, you see, even with everything stacked against us, we still push forward. We still get people housed. We get creative. You know, we do the work. But I think that also gives them a little bit of hope as well, that, like, you don't give up. You just keep pushing and knocking those doors and knocking those boundaries down.
So, thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, like, thumbs up, hearts up, anything you got. And you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website at christianservicecenter.org, or you can call 407-425-2523. Thank you.
Well, hi there. Thanks for joining us on our live stream here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. I'm Eric Gray. I serve as Executive Director for the Christian Service Center here. I'm joined by Carla Cox, our Operations Director, who runs a great program here at our Paramore campus at 808 West Central Boulevard. There's lots of folks that are joining us here for our all-day telethon and trying to make it the last night that someone experiences homelessness. You can support our efforts by going online and making a secure contribution at christianservicecenter.org or calling into one of our volunteers that'll take your call live right now at 407-425-2523. And we're gonna continue to answer some questions that we've received and see if we can just help bring a little bit of sunlight to what's a very complicated issue. So I'm gonna ask Carla the next question here. How do IDs, paperwork, or lost birth certificates become such a huge barrier to getting back on your feet?
So IDs and identification and being able to prove you are who you say you are has become imperative to every process, down to enrolling your children in school. You need a birth certificate and a social security card for every child just to get them into school. So when you're experiencing homelessness, it's the same thing. You need an ID to access a whole plethora of things, from social security to applying for an apartment or housing, to getting a job. All of these things start to stack up really, really quickly. And all of these critical documents, they just kind of start to add up.
Yeah.
I know for myself personally, the only ID I carry is my driver's license on me. But when you have to have your social security cards, your birth certificate, a marriage license that proves your name change, all these things that you're carrying with you on your person because you don't have a secure home to keep them in, it becomes at a risk of losing those documents. Sometimes you just set your bag down, you forget where you put it. Sometimes that bag gets misplaced or stolen. And other times things just get damaged. Florida summers are harsh on paperwork and documentation because as soon as your backpack gets wet, everything in it is also wet. And so they just get destroyed, they deteriorate, and suddenly that critical piece of documentation goes away. And we have to start that process of applying and obtaining those documentation because those barriers like employment and signing a lease, suddenly they become insurmountable without that ID.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really tragic that we see, not only just here, but this happens all over the country, is you'll have people that are coming around with clipboards and a lanyard looking very formal, and they are offering up a healthcare insurance or a free phone or something that's enticing to someone who has nothing, and they're offering it for free. And all you have to do is give me your information, your name, and how to reach you, or do you have an address? And of course they don't. Then we need your social security number. Okay, well, what are you going to do with that? Nothing. I just need that as part of the form. And they give them the social security number, and then all of a sudden that person is selling that information to somebody who's then applying for their own birth certificate, and then they creating a false identity for someone else that they can sell in the United States or overseas. This happens all the time, and it's one of the biggest pet peeves that I have. I know you do too, and it's really irritating because we see it right out of our windows, and we go out and we try to police that situation all the time. And it's one of the reasons why we welcome people onto our campus, our guests, our adults and children experiencing homelessness, because otherwise we can't really protect them when they're out in a public space. And so we've opened up our campus in the last number of years, and we're really just trying to find a way to make it a safe experience while your homelessness is still ongoing, to get you out of that experience. And the majority of people experiencing homelessness are doing so for very short periods of time. One estimate that came out about 2 years ago by the National Alliance was showing that 80% of people that will experience homelessness in any given year will do so for 8 days or less. And when you think about that, you think about the rapid turnover and all that, there's just so many people that will fall into the experience. We know that roughly around 750 to 800,000 people are going to experience homelessness tonight in the United States. That's the highest per capita rate of homelessness since the Great Depression. But we also know that roughly 3 million adults and children will experience homelessness this year in 2025. And that roughly works out to be about 1% of the population. That's about the same percentage of people whose faith tradition is Islam. I mean, this is a big percentage of the community, and we're seeing people experience this throughout the year, and it's horrific. And we're trying to provide them helping somebody with their ID. We have referral partners like iDignity that we send them to, and they do a wonderful job with this. And we are trying to become that one stop for people to get the assistance they need and very quickly exit homelessness. And the only way we can do that is with your support. And we'd love for you to join us here in our effort to rescue adults and children from homelessness right here in the streets of Orlando and Orange County and all throughout Central Florida. And you can do that by visiting our website right now at christianservicecenter.org. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. You can make your contribution over the phone or online, and it's all very secure. You can do it as a monthly recurring gift. We so appreciate that. Even just a $5 monthly contribution to the organization helps us so much in how we budget and how we plan for how many people we can rescue each and every month. And so far, we're on track to rescue more than 1,500 people. We're trying to do that as a record for our organization. And I think we've already broken our record from last year, and we're just on our way to hitting this new goal. And next year, who knows? If we raise enough money through this particular event, we can set that goal higher and maybe get 2,000 people rescued from homelessness next year. We'll see. It's a big goal, but we need big, ambitious goals in order to solve what is a really big problem in every community in the United States. So thank you for joining us, and please consider some type of financial support for our efforts here to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness.
Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Okay. So you're a diversion case manager.
Correct.
Is that what you consider it?
Yes.
Or housing?
Housing case manager.
Okay.
Diversion, same thing.
So what is your role and kind of what I guess is the most common situations you run into?
So my role is basically to help people that are homeless or that are at risk of being homeless housing. So whether that be family or friends that live in the area or live outside of the state that we can relocate them to, that they can stay with, we can do that. Whether it's they're about to get evicted, so then they can go online, apply for homeless prevention assistance, or they can come in and then we can help them get moved into the place as long as they qualify. So we're literally just housing people.
Okay. What is so with like relocation, what does that assistance look like? Like what is the part that you do, and then what's the part that the client would do?
The client, they don't have to do much. They just have to make sure that they have somewhere that they can go for at least 6 months, and then they have to make sure that person, we can talk to them to verify. So then on my end, I call the person, make sure that the home is suitable for, living purposes. I make sure that it's okay for us to relocate them and for them to stay for at least 6 months. And then I buy the ticket and then they're on their way. Sometimes they're able to get bus passes through another partnership that we have to be able to get to the bus to get to where they're trying to go. Or sometimes it's a flight, or sometimes it's a train, whatever's the most convenient.
Okay. Okay. So you you figure out what is best needed for their situation or what they need assistance with.
Yes, or what's best needed or what they want, because sometimes what's best needed is not the option that they choose. So whatever they, want to do, that makes sense, and we can do it, and they qualify and it's eligible, then perfect. Okay. As long as it gets them off the streets. Because I could say, hey, I think you should probably go to shelter, save your money. That's not the best environment. But they're like, oh, no, I want to go to my mom's house in Virginia. Okay, let's go to Virginia. So
go see mom.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how that goes.
But you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call at 407-425-2523.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
So since you did work with kids at one point at a different agency. What's the impact of homelessness on kids and teens in this community? And what do most people not see?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a big question, honestly.
Mhm.
So, yes, I worked with youth and families for a while, over a year, probably a year and three-ish, a year and a half-ish, 3 months to a year and a half. A lot of it was the impact of the instability on the children. A lot of the parents have their own issues, not necessarily like personal, but just like when you're unstable, your finances are unstable, your living situation, um, any kind of thing, their transportation, all of it is just completely all over the place. They have to figure it out on a day to day. And when the parents are like that, the child is only the step after. It's going to follow in the same footsteps similarly. But luckily, they had school a lot of the time. But I learned a lot about families through kids because they tend to say a lot of what's going on in their lives with their
For sure.
parents at
Mhm.
schools, and there was a lot of bullying situations. There's a lot where once another student finds out that someone is going through that experience, that kid will just completely they'll get it brought up all the time, and it really does impact the children a lot. It turns into all of the kids that are going through it together get a lot closer, but it feels like they get a lot farther from people who don't know or haven't gone through that experience or
Right.
other kids. So there's a lot of factors that play into it. It is a lot of the social isolation
Right.
that comes with it is really difficult.
Okay. I understand that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people understand that, which is why you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523.
Yeah, thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service.
You have to click on the last night thing on the right. Yep. Hello, and thank you for joining the live stream of our last night telethon, where we are striving to ensure that tonight is the last night that anyone is experiencing homelessness here in Central Florida. My name is Carla Cox, and I am joined with Christina Pomponio, who is our program manager over our supportive services for veterans and families, as well as our coordinated entry system for people experiencing homelessness to navigate into safe and stable housing. This live stream today is all about bringing the collective impact of our community together so that we can ensure that these critical resources and these critical services are being provided every day of the year right here in the city of Orlando and the greater Orange County area. So I want to make sure you know that you can put something in the chat, you can ask us a question, and you can go to our website, christianservicecenter.org, and make a secure donation. You can also join us at by calling 407-425-2523 just to speak to us. So Christina and I are going to talk about something we haven't shared with most people today yet. So after 8 hours of our live broadcast, we are finally talking about issues specific to veterans in our community. And Christina, can you tell me, what does your team do and what does SSVF even mean?
So SSVF is the supportive services for veteran families. And so we assist individuals and veteran families and veteran individuals who are either experiencing homelessness or at imminent risk of homelessness. This would include case management as well as housing services, eviction prevention. We do everything from move-in assistance to temporary ongoing monthly rental assistance, utility assistance. We also connect to vital programs at the VA, mental health treatment, medical treatment, legal assistance. It is a very robust program. I can say that.
Okay, so that's a lot of interconnected parts
It
that you
is.
just described. Why don't we go, give me like maybe the top 3 agencies that you partner with and network with to kind of provide that wraparound care and service to a veteran.
Absolutely. So we service the Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties, and under our grant is also Aspire, who is based out in Seminole County, and the Transition House, who is based out in Osceola County. All 3 of us provide services to the Tri-County area.
Okay, but you also talked about the VA a little bit in there. What's their role in coordination with you?
So we work in collaboration with the VA for veterans who are receiving inpatient care. And so they will send over referrals, and we try to have a seamless transition from maybe their inpatient care into the SSVF program. They'll send over referrals. Those who are not inpatient, who just have a social worker there receiving treatment, also send referrals. And then we work with the HUD-VASH program as well, which is more of a permanent solution for our veterans who are permanently disabled. And it's more of a better fit. And we also refer back and forth. They will refer to SSVF or we refer to them, and we work together to create a long-lasting solution to make sure that this veteran or this veteran family does not experience homelessness again.
Wow, so it's not just the like short-term immediate intervention. You're telling me SSVF has like some longer-term goals and longer-term impacts for stability.
Yeah, so that's always the goal with any program. And I know it's been talked about here before that homelessness is brief and one time. That is always the goal. From entry into the program, we are case planning. We are talking about exit. And so by exit, I mean exit from the program. So over their period of time in the program, we are constantly working towards long-term stability. And so we establish that at intake. It has gone over constantly with our case manager. And then we want to make sure that they can sustain, that this plan has been fulfilled, it is in place, and that they are able to sustain on their own moving forward.
Okay. So how many case managers do you have that just work with veterans?
So we have 5.
Okay. 5 case managers, all working with veterans. And if I'm remembering everything, they have a caseload of about 18 to 20 families at a time. Is that accurate?
It's about 20 right
Okay.
now. And so the maximum is 25, but right now they're all holding at about 20 because we want to make sure each family or individual veteran gets that really, really unique care and service that they need.
Okay. I love that it's a tailored approach for the unique individual and the unique family that's sitting in front of you to make sure that their needs are being met. Just not a here's a one size fits all program that we're going to toss at you.
Yeah, so I think in any program, when it comes to homelessness, it is never one size fits all. In my experience in doing this, I have never seen a one size fits all issue or a one size fits all solution that works just, seamlessly. Every situation is unique. There is a unique background, a unique story, a unique solution. And so we approach it that way.
Okay. So can you tell me what a successful outcome looks like? And maybe give me an example. Tell me about one of the veteran households you've been working with.
So we have many. We have worked with over 200 individuals, which is just under 200 families this year. And so we have a lot. One that I want to highlight is a gentleman who came in. He was very motivated. He was in a treatment program prior to his entry into the program. And he was newly employed, which was helpful for him. It gave him a head start. He was housed through SSVF and he continued to work with his case manager. He has now been sober for a year. He just celebrated a year of sobriety, which is amazing. He was just promoted in his job. And so now he's a supervisor. And so I believe you said exit, but he's not quite at the exit yet because he has been able to improve his circumstances with assistance with SSVF, but we always highlight that it is the veteran who's doing the work. We just get the privilege to walk alongside them and kind of lend a hand where they need it. And so, because of that, we were able to extend him in an additional portion of SSVF called Shallow Subsidy, where we're going to continue to assist him with 50% of his rent. And this is just to better increase his odds that once his assistance is fully done, he's where he wants to be. He has a plan in place for employment and education and savings. And I mean, just amazing. And it's not the only one, but those stories are all unique and they all blow me away.
I love that. Thank you. So shallow subsidy might be a newer term for those of you who've been working in the kind of the social service sphere for a while. And shallow subsidy basically means where instead of someone getting 100% of their rent covered for now, we're going to move it to maybe 50% or 30% of their rent being covered because they have an income now. So we're just making up whatever amount of their rent they're not able to afford on their own. And this is incredibly important because a lot of you have maybe heard of the cliff effect, where someone's receiving help, someone's receiving assistance, and all of a sudden that eligibility goes away, the assistance fully stops, and now they're kind of put back into that financial strain, that financial challenge. The emergencies come back up, but they've depleted their savings. So this shallow subsidy, it kind of helps bridge that gap from a hand-holding assistant to a hand-up assistant to finally like a bye.
Yeah.
Have fun. Call us when you need us. Is that a good description?
It is. It's also for our veterans or our veteran families who we see that are on the way, right? Like they're there. They're right there on the cusp of just being like fully self-sufficient, where they want to be. They still need some assistance, but not the full assistance. They have income. They can pay 50% of their rent. And it would be more detrimental to kind of fully remove any, all of their assistance. And it would just throw them back into a worse situation, most likely back into homelessness. And so it is an amazing program. So we don't see that cliff effect, and we can ensure, or at least as much as we can ensure, long-term stability and no returns to homelessness. That's the goal.
So what kind of unique challenges come to veterans experiencing homelessness compared to the general population that might be experiencing homelessness?
So we do see a higher number of mental health issues like PTSD. I'm always hesitant to talk about this, I'll be honest, because I feel like there's such a stigma around homelessness that is inaccurate, right? That a lot of people experiencing homelessness are all suffering from mental health issues, they're on drugs, and we know that's not the case. But unfortunately for our vets, we do see a higher number of vets that are experiencing some mental health issues. And fortunately, with collaboration with the VA, they're able to get treatment. There's amazing programs funded by the VA to assist with that. But it can be a barrier, and a lot of times it is an issue that affects their housing status.
One thing that I've noticed with some of our veteran clients is there's a sense of pride that comes with military service, that you have a lot of responsibility in that role, in your duty, and to be in a position where suddenly you don't feel like you're taking care of those responsibilities, even though it might not be your fault. It might be these systemic challenges that are surrounding you, right? But that damage that happens to pride seems to hit our veterans a little bit harder. I don't know if you see that or if that's just my observations or what that looks like.
No, we've seen that for sure. Another one that we see that I do want to highlight, which isn't talked about often, is our veterans who go into the military very young. So they're 18 going right into the military, and they're in there for a number of years. And so they then leave the military and they have no experience maybe paying bills. They've never had their own apartment. They've never had these responsibilities. and they're leaving an environment where they have all this camaraderie, they have a brotherhood or a sisterhood, and they have all this support in a very structured environment, and they're kind of, all of a sudden, now they're a civilian and they have all these responsibilities, which is overwhelming for anybody. But it's often, abrupt, these responsibilities that hit them that they have no real world experience dealing with, because it was, 18 and in the military. And so those are things that we see with some of our younger vets as well.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So I want to talk to you a little bit about 2026 and maybe some workforce development stuff.
Yeah.
But before we start diving into that, I want to make sure that I'm joined, making sure everybody on the live stream is, maybe he just joined us, maybe you've been watching for a little while, but thank you for joining us on our last night live stream, where we are striving to ensure that this is the last night that someone is experiencing homelessness. Our goal is always that homelessness is brief and one time only. And with your help and your assistance, we believe that we can get there. And so please comment, please ask your questions, and please share this live stream to others. And you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness by visiting our website, christianservicecenter.org, or calling 407-425-2523 and making a secure donation with us. And so thank you so much for that. All right, Christina, workforce development. This is something you and I have been really excited to talk about as something new we're bringing to the Christian Service Center in 2026. What makes you so excited? Well, first of all, what is workforce development? And then what makes you so excited about it?
So workforce development is a structured program that provides individuals the skills. So we're talking life skills and soft skills and employment readiness to get connected to employment. And that's crucial with homelessness, right? We need to have income to be able to pay rent and to pay bills. And is, to me, and I know we've talked about it, it is a very important part of making sure that homelessness is brief and one time.
Yeah, I think for those of you that have been popping in and out all day today, you've heard us talk a lot about the different solutions we're able to offer to someone experiencing homelessness, whether that's reunification by helping someone get home. Really, it's reuniting with family, someone who's willing to take you into their home and let you live with them. Whether it's move-in assistance, you have income, but you need help with that initial deposit, first month's rent, in order to make it to that next step in your housing journey. Or you might need something more on this other side, like SSVF, that is more of a short or a kind of a medium to long-term program, like permanent supportive housing. But then we have this other group, folks who are wanting to work, striving to work, needing the income. They're not going to have the resources for those quick early intervention programs, and they're not quite acute enough with their chronic illness to be able to qualify for these medium to long-term programs. So they need a little more assistance in obtaining that income. That's where workforce development programs come into play. So we're trying our best to make sure that we have all of the resources available for anyone who walks in our door, particularly those who are like, I don't fit over here, but I'm looking for this. I'm looking for a job. I'm looking to work. I want to contribute to my community, but I can't seem to make those jobs stick. I can't seem to find I can't get anybody to give me a chance. How do we make that next step go? So what are some of the elements of like a workforce development program? Because we've talked about curriculum, we've talked about job coaching, we've talked about kind of success coaching. What does that really look like in practical application?
So it is more of a structured type of program where people are coming in. It's more of a classroom environment, right? And so they're learning soft skills and they're learning life skills. So everything from resume building to communication in the workplace, maybe some hands-on training, which I've discussed earlier today, not on camera, but we have so many aspects at Christian Service Center. Like we can do hands-on training. And so it's really getting people ready to enter or re-enter the workforce and be successful at it. There's also a psychoeducational aspect to it, which is really, really important. And I think it's often overlooked, right? And so that's where we're talking about trauma, or we're talking about stress management or anger management. And a lot of times people don't know what that looks like until they've learned it. And I know personally, I didn't know what that looked like. Having somebody teach you how to sit down and recognize signs of anger that your body's showing you before you're maybe
about to blow.
exploding,
Yeah.
right? And the same thing with stress, and especially trauma. Trauma is a big one, especially in breaking cycles of trauma. Or I've been in many workforce development classes where I'm teaching psychoeducation and trauma, and people saying, I didn't even know that was a trauma, right? Because it was just the normal growing up. And so those things are really important to teach people, and that emotional intelligence aspect of it. What are they feeling? How do I identify that? And how do I move forward, not letting it affect me in the workplace or in my life in general?
Yeah, I've also been in workforce development programs before, and a lot of times it's that trauma of someone has said something that has deeply hurt me, deeply offended me, that has kind of sent me in a spiral because of these past experiences that I've had. But I don't fully understand what's going on in my own emotions or why I'm responding the way I'm responding. And so I don't want to go to work because I'm so uncomfortable in that situation around these people that are re-traumatizing me, most likely not intentionally, but still causing me to have these physical and mental and emotional responses that I'm uncomfortable with. So how do I best identify my emotions and learn how to speak to my supervisor about them in a way that's positive and self-advocating? And rather than what we normally see in those patterns of I start showing up late, I start not showing up at all, my performance starts to slip. Whereas I used to be excited and productive at my job, those things have just gone out the window. And I've kind of forced my employer into a place to either fire me or I've gone through job abandonment. So that self-advocacy piece, learning how to speak up, how to tell your supervisor what's going on, has always been an incredibly important aspect. So thank you. Do you want to ask me any questions? I've just been like pebbling you with questions.
I don't think I have any questions. I do want to add
Okay.
for workforce
11 edition.
development, right? Is that I think it's very important to empower people to empower themselves, right? To help themselves out of their own situation. That is very important. I think one of the misconceptions among the many of our unsheltered, community members is that they don't want to work or they don't want to do certain things, and the individuals that can work or able to physically work do. I think a lot of times people who have never experienced homelessness, they don't realize how hard it is to get out of homelessness once you're in it. So imagine needing to find a new job, but you're homeless. And so where are you showering before that job interview? Where are you preparing? Where are you sleeping? Are you sleeping the night before? So there's a lot of things that go into getting out of homelessness other than finding housing.
Yeah, I think I heard Brian give the example that Greg Colburn in his book, Homelessness is a Housing Problem, very eloquently put it. And it's a game of musical chairs.
Yep.
You're playing a game of musical chairs, but you have one person who's walking around in circles, but they're on crutches. And all of a sudden the music stops and everybody rushes to find a seat. But we have our friend on crutches who wasn't able to move fast enough to get in a chair. Now, when you look at it at face value, why didn't they get a chair? And you would say you would blame it on the broken foot. But we're not asking the question, why isn't there more chairs? We see this a lot with housing and homelessness. We start to place blame on the things we can see, but we fail to ask the question, why isn't there more housing? Why isn't that housing affordable? Because we see this over and over and over again. In communities with higher inventories of affordable housing, our rates of homelessness are lower in those communities. We need more affordable housing to provide the support and the structure people need to feel safe, secure, and like a productive, contributing member of our community. You can help us make that happen. You can go to our website, christianservicecenter.org, or give us a call here right now at 407-425-23. If everybody who's watching the live stream right now went on and made a $20 pledge or a $20 donation on that website, we would be so much closer to our goal. Eric, can you show me how much we've raised so far? Are you erasing things? We've raised $228,000 so far with our live stream telethon. Thank you so much for continuing to give, but we still have a long ways to go to set us up for the best success in 2022. Oh my goodness. Woo! 2026. Please go online, please donate. And if you would rather give of your time, we want you to consider volunteering with us. You can go to that same website, christianservicecenter.org, to see all the different ways that you can connect and serve right here in your community. Thank you so much for joining us.
So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, and we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time to do it. And we'll start with Carla. Carla, how does someone actually become homeless? What are the most common first steps down that path?
This is a really big question. It's very complex because it has a lot of systemic challenges, but also a lot of individual risk factors. So first and foremost, the single biggest cause of homelessness is a lack of affordable housing. So when you can't afford your housing, you're on the streets, basically how it works out. But we also see individuals that have risk factors that lead to homelessness. That can be losing a job, increased medical debt, having a disability, but you don't have your Social Security worked out yet. There's a lot of things like that that kind of culminate on top of the lack of affordable housing that can lead to homelessness.
All right. Okay.
So Eric, what's the biggest misconception you wish the public would stop repeating?
Misconception. I think the biggest misconception that's most damaging is that people choose to be homeless. I think that that's repeated a lot of times as a way to sort of justify the lack of effort that we put in as a society to get people out of homelessness. I like to share a story from early my time here at the Christian Service Center, where there was a man in his late 30s, and he was living in a tent near the property. And I was talking to him and trying to encourage him to come and talk to us about getting into housing. And I remember he said to me, hey, you know, this is a much better lifestyle for me. I like doing this. This is how I want to live. And that was really surprising to me. And then just a few weeks later, I saw him again. He was asking for a wrench, and I took the wrench out to him. He was trying to fix his bicycle. And when he did the work on the bicycle, he slipped and hurt his hand. And he started crying, and then he started sobbing. And then it was, I don't know what, it was the worst, pain imaginable. And after he calmed down, I said, are you okay? He's like, man, I just can't do this anymore. This is a terrible way to live. Nobody should live like this. This is the nightmare upon nightmares. And then I listened to him for a little while, and I said, don't you remember we talked about a couple weeks ago that you chose this as a lifestyle? And he said, man, I have to say that, because if we didn't say that to ourselves, we would not survive the night. And that to me was one of the best explanations of people talking about choosing this as a lifestyle. Yeah. Nobody chooses this as a lifestyle. No matter what you think, I've not met a single person who doesn't want to get into an apartment and prefers to be on the street.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point there, where a lot of people are putting up that face. They don't know you. They've just met you. Of course, they're going to say, I choose this. But once you develop that relationship with someone, that rapport with someone, they're willing to open up a little bit more and be vulnerable with the truth of what's going on in their lives.
So while you're watching, I hope you'll call in to our number at 407-425-2523 and make a contribution to support the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here during our last night telethon. We're trying to make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness. And you can also make your secure contribution on our website at christianservicecenter.org. All right, so the next question is for you. If someone loses housing, what should they do in the first 24 to 72 hours to avoid ending up on the street long term?
Yeah, so the first thing, I know some of you have probably met someone who's newly experiencing homelessness, maybe at an intersection, someone you know at work, anyone along those lines, and they're looking for help. How do I get out of this situation? And the best place to refer them to is an agency like the Christian Service Center. We have what's called a coordinated entry system where everyone who comes through our door goes through a housing assessment. We're trying to help unpack their unique situation, what's going on with them, what assets they have at their disposal, what challenges and barriers they're trying to overcome, and we're creating a pathway to housing with them. Sometimes those pathways include shelter. Other times it's reunification with friends and family, maybe across the country or sometimes in another country. And other times it's making that plan for employment, income, or long-term housing solutions like permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing programs.
So if somebody would like to support a person that's experiencing homelessness, go through the process of solutions and exiting homelessness, what should they do and who should they call?
They should call the Christian Service Center and send them right here, 808 West Central Boulevard in Paramore, Orlando.
And we are at 407-425-2523. We have volunteers here that are taking calls. They'll take your questions. They'll take your donations over the phone. They'll answer questions for you about volunteerism. And you can also make your secure contribution online today at christianservicecenter.org. So welcome. Thank you for joining us on our last night telethon and live stream. This is Carla Cox. I'm Eric Gray. We're both senior staff here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. And we thought we'd answer your questions and take a little time to do it. And we'll start with Carla. Carla, how does someone actually become homeless? What are the most common first steps down that path?
This is a really big question. Hi, thank you for joining us on our live stream today as we are talking about all things issues related and surrounding homelessness. We hope that you've learned something so far today, but as we move throughout the day, we're going to start answering more of your questions and the questions that we get when we're out in the community having conversations just like this on homelessness. So if you're just tuning in and you're just watching, thank you for joining us in our last night initiative. We are taking your calls all day, every day today to accept donations, as well as just hear more questions from you on how we can help address this together. So our phone number for those of you wanting to call in is 407-425-2523, or you can join us on our website at christianservicecenter.org. So the first question I'm going to ask you in this round is, what is the difference between couch surfing, living in a car, and being on the street?
Sure. So, living in a car is probably the easiest to explain. Most people who are living in a car, it's the car that they own or that they're still paying off, and they, ended up being evicted from their apartment or kicked out of where they happen to be living, and they just didn't have any other options. And the safest bet for a lot of people is just to sleep in their car. Many times they don't want to swallow their pride because they're embarrassed to ask for help of friends and family. And that's usually where, once they get over that, and living in the car just becomes either too unsafe or too hot or too cold, then they start asking for help. And that's where you get to couch surfing, which is basically just finding somewhere, somebody in the community that whether it's a friend or a family or a coworker that's willing to let you sleep on their couch. Usually, as they say, you're there for more than 3 days or so, it's, it starts to grow stale. Yeah. And so people will then go to someone else's home and they, continue that process. living on the streets is your worst case scenario. So living on the streets encompasses a lot of things, and people are not literally living on a street, but they are sleeping on sidewalks, in doorways, they're behind dumpsters. They're trying to find anywhere that they can get some rest because it's a major human necessity without being bullied or accosted, beaten, robbed, raped, and sometimes harassed by business owners and residents who don't want them there. And those are sometimes in camps, sometimes in wooded areas, but most of the time people are just trying to find a hidden corner that usually is the balance between well lit enough for them to be safe and out of the way such that they're not going to be bothered. And that's the folks that are living on the street. Yeah. So if you are just joining us, please give us a call at 407-425-2523. You can make a contribution to support our efforts to help lift people out of homelessness, which we do every day here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Our goal this year is to have rescued more than 1,500 adults and children by the end of the year, and we're well on our way to that goal. And we're going to answer some of your questions. And while you're doing that, you can make a secure contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. And the next question here is, why do some people get housing, end up losing it again? What usually causes that?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness and finally get to end that homelessness by moving into a new apartment, new house, whatever that situation might be, they are so desperate that they enter into agreements that might not be as realistic as they would hope. This is when we get into a scenario that we refer to as being cost burdened, where you're spending more of a third or even maybe more than a half of your income on your housing. When that happens, any small emergency, any small hiccup can cause you to get behind and then get behind again and eventually lead to another episode of eviction and homelessness. We see that merry-go-round happen often. So one of the ways we do our best is by helping people make smart decisions on their housing in our case management meetings, so that when they move in, they know that they have a plan in place to make those payments. The other is, if they ever get in a situation where they're falling behind or they're starting to feel that anxiety of losing their housing again, we want them to stay in contact with us. We want to be able to help bridge that assistance with them to keep them as stably housed as possible.
Thank you for that. It's really tough. Some of the complexities of these issues really, they weigh on us, as practitioners, but they're also very, very difficult for the people experiencing homelessness. If you are one of those people that just sees folks out on the street, they see them here or there, and they know they're experiencing homelessness, please remember that that's just a small fraction of the people who actually are. It's estimated that half of all people experiencing homelessness in the United States are doing so in a vehicle. And it's just really hard to find people because they don't want to be found. They're afraid they're going to lose their job. They're afraid that they might have their children taken from them. It's terrifying. And if you'd like to help somebody escape this nightmare, one of the ways you can do that is to support any of the local or national organizations that work in the cause of homelessness and trying to end it. One of those is our organization. We hope you would consider supporting us. You can do so online securely at christianservicecenter.org. You can make a $5 gift online right now. You can make a $5 a month gift and become one of our regular monthly contributors. You can also call us at 407-425-2523. Talk to one of our volunteers, and they'll answer your questions. They can take your contributions securely. And we just really appreciate you taking the time to listen in for a little bit, share this stream with other people, and consider support of this great, just wonderful organization, the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. So thank you.
Say hi to our American and our international viewers.
Well, welcome back. We want to say hi to all of our viewers here in Florida, around the country, and internationally. All those wonderful people who've joined us. We have a lot of viewers, particularly through X, what we used to call Twitter, and we're so appreciative of you being here. My name is Eric Gray. This is Vincent Bennett. We both work here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless at the Paramore campus, just west of downtown Orlando, Florida. And we're excited to have you here to help us make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. And I brought on Vincent. He's one of our phenomenal leaders here. He's responsible for the security and safety of all of our guests, all of our staff, all of our volunteers. It's probably the hardest job in the organization, and they actually interact more with people on the campus than anybody else. But it's not in necessarily negative ways. It's almost always very positive, reinforcing ways, just trying to guide people to where they need to go and what they need to do. And I'm going to ask Vincent to tell a little bit about his experience here, because he and I kind of came to the organization about the same time, and I think for both of us, this was a new experience working in the world of homelessness. And I've learned a lot. I know you've learned a lot, and there's stuff that we know now that we didn't know before. And so I want to talk about that a little bit. While you're watching, I hope you will consider going online and making a contribution at christianservicecenter.org, or by calling our phone number here at 407-425-2523. We have raised almost $230,000 today during the broadcast and live stream, and we hope that you will help get us over the finish line. Our goal is to have raised $500,000 by the end of this month. Tonight, we are hoping to get to $250,000, halfway there. So please help us out and make a contribution of any amount that you want to make right now. So Vincent, what do you know now that you didn't know 5 years ago before we started working in this space of homeless services?
Well, I knew nothing about homelessness other than probably most everybody else driving down the street and seeing it on the news, seeing it on, movies, TV, whatever it may be. I've been doing the security business now 31 years, and I knew nothing about homelessness. I learned it all here and working with you. You obviously had a background in working with people in need. And it was very eye-opening. Everything I thought I knew about people experiencing homelessness was wrong.
Yeah.
It was not at all what I thought it was going to be, and the people were not at all what I thought. I thought all the stereotypes everybody else did that were negative.
Yeah.
I thought it was just people who didn't want to work, didn't want to they wanted to live the lifestyle they were living, and it was because of drugs, it was because of alcohol, it was all these negative things. And it turns out, in a way, a plus, that I was totally wrong. It has been one of the most rewarding things I have done in places I have worked, has been here and dealing with and working with both the staff that's here and the clients that are out there.
And we couldn't do it without you, man. I mean, you and I get a chance to talk somewhat frequently, but not as nearly as frequently as I think we both want, because we're both running different parts of the operation. And I think it's if you'd asked me what the security team's role would be in the future of the organization, I would have described something totally different than what it's turned out to be.
Yeah.
I mean, we the number one rule here is, if security tells you to do something, you do it. You don't question it. You just do it, whether you're a staff member or guest services. And that's simply because 99.9% of the time around here, everything's fine. But that small 0.1% that that it can be scary for a brief period of time. And you've gotten injured on a couple of different occasions in some skirmishes.
It can be very dangerous, but that's a small part of it. It really is. It's most of it is just providing people a safe environment to get help from. And giving them the ability to kind of breathe and to be in a positive place and not have to worry about what's going on. It's a lot of helping, as opposed to the physical side of security, or the quasi law enforcement side of security. That's actually a small portion of it. I mean, there is that side of it, but it's just so rewarding knowing that you're helping people out. There's been so many times that, whether it's helping somebody who's fallen out of a wheelchair, or just needs help fixing a part of their wheelchair.
Or you'll have a medical service bringing them back from the hospital with two guys that don't know what they're doing, and they try to pull out a gurney and it falls over. It hurts the person who's on it. I mean, we're constantly dealing with these circumstances where the problem, and oftentimes, isn't even our guests or our staff or our volunteers. It's people from outside that come to think they're trying to help, or sometimes they're trying to take advantage of people by capturing their information and selling their identity. And it's a constant battle here, because we're really just trying to protect people, and the main people we're trying to protect are our homeless guests that are coming here. You mentioned law enforcement, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about the relationship we have with law enforcement and fire rescue, and particularly what's happened in the last year, what we've seen that's changed, and also what's unique to this organization is we're in Central Florida, where it is just god awful hot, for about 7-8 months out of the year, and that makes a big impact on us. So, talk about your experience, the things you've seen with all those interactions with all those different groups and all these different times.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Real quick to talk about the weather. That's actually an interesting thing. It's sort of all 4 seasons come into play. I mean, the summertime, it's hydration and heat stroke and dealing with the high temperatures. And then you have this time of the year where things cool off, and then you go the opposite direction, and you're like, how do we keep people warm? How do we keep people from freezing? Which are just as much of a danger that somebody's going to fall ill to the elements that they are from being attacked on the street or a car hitting them or something of that nature. It's just as dangerous, and you're protecting people from that as well. Just giving them a blanket is the same level of protection as it would be to keep them from getting beat up from somebody else.
Yep. And blanket's a good example of some of the craziness that we saw a Supreme Court case in the last year where some of the justices were talking to during this case about what does camping mean, and they were surprised to know that camping means that if you're laying on a sidewalk and you have a blanket over you, you're camping. Or if you're laying on a sidewalk and you have a shoe underneath your head, you're camping. And there's so much complexity with people trying to find their own way out of this horror show. And we see a lot of it, a lot more than most people, but we still don't even see all of it. And so we're going to talk more about this because our entire effort is to try and make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness right here in Orlando and Orange County. The Christian Service Center for the Homeless is operating campuses here in the Paramore Heritage area, just west of downtown Orlando, as well as in Ocoee on Franklin Street. We're a very hyper-local, traditional 501c3 charitable organization, just doing the best we can to help as many people as we can. And so far this year, we have helped 1,503 adults and children escape homelessness or helped prevent them from falling into homelessness through eviction. And we are just so grateful to have the opportunity, and we want you to join us in that opportunity. We are asking for your help. We are not making any secret about it. We're hoping you will make a donation, just like it says on the screen, to support our efforts here at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. You can make a $5 gift, a $10 gift. You can make a recurring $3 a month gift. Anything you can do is going to be incredibly important to the work we do trying to help rescue people from homelessness on a daily basis. It is a horror show for a lot of people. I've had to, go with OPD on occasion to identify people under white sheets. I mean, it hasn't happened a lot. You've had to save people's lives, Narcaning them and stuff. But some of that, when those are the extreme scenarios, we were talking about this earlier. People around the neighborhood, when they see the fire rescue trucks and the ambulances, they'll say, "Oh, you guys must have a lot of overdoses on property," because they just assume there's a lot of drug use.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, it was somebody had a heart attack, somebody had an asthma attack, somebody had a stroke, somebody had a seizure. They had all the same things, or heat stroke.
Yeah.
That you might see out at Walt Disney World or Mall at Millennia.
Yeah.
Talked about Narcaning because you've actually saved people's lives. I've seen the footage.
Yeah. Before I get into that, I want to say that when you hear about medical on this property, it's almost never alcohol or drug related. It's something that you, your family, the guy next door are going to suffer from, whether it's seizures, heart attacks, strokes. The same things that everybody else suffers from is the same thing that afflicts the people out here. And a lot of times it's this is where they come because they know that there's people here trained to help them and will get them help if something happens to them, which causes them to come here, which is also makes it such a rewarding place to be at, is that you're able to do that. There's few things in life that happen that cause you more joy than when you help somebody in a moment of despair, whether it's getting a house whether it's getting a car, whether it's, you know, keeping them from dying, which brings you to the Narcan. We had a bad run of fentanyl when fentanyl was going around, and whether that was the big news was everybody's using fentanyl. We did have quite a few people on this property that had used drugs, and not on property. They would come on property after using and OD on property. And there were quite a few times that had to use Narcan on people to bring them back. And it's hard to describe the feeling of somebody being completely unconscious and on the edge of death.
Right.
And then a few minutes later, sitting there having a conversation with you, thanking you for helping them in that moment in their life that was so bad. You know,
Yeah,
it's great.
You know, and how many times do you think you've had to use Narcan on
Probably
somebody here?
12 times, 4 to 5. I'm going to say 4 or 5 that were legitimate. They would have died if somebody had not been there. And it just so happens it was me. I mean, there's plenty of people that could have done it.
Yeah.
But easily 4 or 5 people would have lost their lives.
Yeah.
In the last few
Narcan, for
years.
those of you who don't know what it is, it's a phenomenal new drug. It's a nasal spray. There's others that work like this. They're inventing new
Yeah.
ones all the time, and it's zero risk. Meaning, if you see somebody that may be unconscious and you have Narcan on you, and you administer that as a nasal spray into their nose, they're not ODing, they're still going to be fine. And what it does is it's slowing down the process, the chemical process in your body that leads to overdose enough that you can regain consciousness. And we still have to, you know, get people to the hospital.
Absolutely.
They still need additional
Yeah.
treatment, but it saves their lives.
And Narcan itself has been around for quite a long time. I've probably been using it for 25 or so, 27 years, but it used to be an injection.
Oh, really?
So
I didn't
yeah,
know that.
now it's a nasal spray.
Yeah.
So there's no need for needles or any of that. It used to be an injection that you'd have to put in that causes it to be effective.
Yeah.
Where now, as you were just saying, it's a spray canister, single use, so you're never using it more than once, and you just squirt it up the person's nose. And if they're not on an opioid, then, you know, or if that's not what they need, it's not going to hurt them at all. Whether, you know, they're not going to have a reaction to it that's going to be negative. It's only ever going to be a positive thing, and it's very quick, and it's very rewarding.
It is.
You know?
Vincent's not wearing his tactical vest right now, but it's sitting over there. And normally what he has is a body cam on.
Yeah.
And you know, I get videos from Vincent at least once a week, sometimes more, of different activities that have happened on campus. Some of them are things that we found a flaw in our system that we need to correct. Others are just personnel behaviors that we need to correct. And you know, we're constantly able to watch and review things on camera here. But you know, it's a constantly active environment. I'm here with Vincent Bennett, owner of Bennett Security. We are one of Vincent's clients, and we're really so proud to have his partnership with us, because I don't know how we would do this without Vincent and his team. We have typically on property at any given time, how many security right now? On
4 people on property at this particular moment, because we are so spread out and we have so much stuff going on, which is great.
Yeah.
But we are under construction, so
yeah,
we got a lot of stuff going on. It's a little messy,
and things are going to be getting larger here.
And not all the video is bad though.
No, it's
you know,
not. Some of it's funny.
It's yes, a lot of it is us helping people and then getting to see the work that you all do inside the building, how it's affecting the people outside the building that we deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And even the negative encounters that we have on this property, I would venture to say 95% of the people that I've had negative encounters with over the 5 years of being here are now the same people that every day when they see me say, "Hey Bennett, how you doing?
Yeah.
You know, how's it going?" And they're some of my, you know, best allies on this property when it comes to helping keep the property quiet. You know,
I'm going to ask you in a second about the hot dog incident from a few
Oh,
years
yes.
ago, but
Yeah.
I want to just remind everybody that you've joined the Christian Service Center for the Homeless and our live stream program. We've been on the air since 10 a.m. We are going to be here until 10 p.m. taking your calls. We are also accepting your contributions, whether it be of time, talent, or treasure. You can go on our website. It's secure, and you can make a donation of any amount, any gift, large or small, is incredibly appreciated. You can visit us at christianservicecenter.org, or you can call in at 407-425-2523. And we have staff here that are taking your calls, and I'm back in our offices. Vincent and I are here at our campus. This is where we work. We're in what we call the chapel space. We've tried to convert it into a studio. We're joined as our producer behind the cameras, our director of operations, Carla Cox. And this is our first time trying to put this message out. And we've been doing a lot of education and teaching today, and also asking for your help. We've raised over $228,000 so far today, and we want you to make that next $5 gift. Anything you can do is appreciated, and we need you to do it right now. So visit us at christianservicecenter.org. Before you go to bed tonight, make that contribution. Don't make it somebody else's responsibility. Be a part of the team here that's legitimately and seriously and effectively getting people out of homelessness every single day. And we have some people that we haven't been able to help too. There's some, I think a lot of people might be under the impression that the same people that are homeless today are the same ones that they're going to see a year from now. And statistically, that's not true. But we do see a handful of people that have been here, coming to our campus now for all the time you and I've been here. It's a very small percentage, but these are the people we've gotten to know really well. One of those was one of our friends. It was AD, right?
AD, yeah.
And you got a thank you call from the mayor of the city of Orlando for this. Tell us what happened.
Yeah.
That was a unique instance,
So
and we got it on camera.
Yeah, during dinner service one night, they were a gentleman was standing they have a standing line. Straight Street does their dinner service here, and they like to serve everybody sitting at tables, but they also have a line where you can stand if you're not somebody who wants to sit at the tables. And he happened to be standing in the line. They gave him a plate of food. He was standing there eating it, and I happened to also be standing nearby, kind of watching what was going on. And I could tell while he was chewing on the food that he was in a little bit of distress. And he turned away and then just went face first into the ground. And I ran over to him, picked him up, noticed that he was, it was clear he was choking. He couldn't breathe. Flipped him over, gave him a Heimlich maneuver. Food, like a cartoon, I like to say, just came shooting out of his face, or excuse me, out of his mouth. And he immediately took a big breath of air. And that's when I realized who it was. I was familiar with him already. And that, to this day, I joke with him all the time, you got to make sure you chew your food, AD, make sure you chew your food before you swallow it, type of a thing. But it was one of those things that it was so great to know that I was there and I had the skills and the capability and the wherewithal to be able to, keep him with us.
And that's that's the kind of thing that we don't experience necessarily every day. That doesn't happen. But there's something every day. There's something new every day. You have a great team of folks here. Right now, I think it's all guys that are working with us, but it hasn't always been. We've had men and women on the security team. And I wonder, when you're bringing somebody on board for the first time, you probably have to manage their expectations about certain things.
Yeah.
What kind of things that you feel comfortable sharing? Because I'm not sure you would share all of it, but what do you share with them? Say, here's what you should expect when you're working here at the Christian Service Center campus.
It's about the most unpredictable place you can possibly imagine. Yeah. And usually my advice to anybody coming here to work here in the security field is patience, really. You're dealing with people I heard a different conversation earlier today when somebody commented about you're dealing with them on their worst day and their worst moment. Well, it's kind of the same thing. Have the patience when you're dealing with the person to know that whatever mood they're in really probably has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
They've never met you before. They don't know anything about you. They might be upset. They might be even happy for that matter, but it doesn't have anything to do with you. So my number one thing to people out here is don't take any of it personally, meaning their reaction to you, and be able to understand that how they are in the moment isn't how they always are. and be able to accept that you need to treat them with the same dignity and respect as you would anyone else, regardless of the position they're in at the moment.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier about seasons, and we were talking literally about seasons, but I think what I've noticed here is there's sort of been seasons in terms of the activity level on the campus. It changes over time. It's not the same, as it was 6 months ago or 6 months before that. It felt like to me we had, a period of relative calm followed by a period of pretty extreme stress for a while, and followed by a period of relative calm, and just kind of ebbs and flows back and forth. And it's largely unpredictable. I mean, I think you can trace some of it back to maybe there's a drug on the street that people are using more often, and so they might be struggling a little bit. But a lot of our folks, they can't afford to be spending money on
and even
anything
personalities. You mentioned a minute ago that it's not always the same people. That was also the part that was a little surprising to me that I didn't expect 4 or 5 years ago, is that you just assume it's always going to be the same people. You say you're walking down Orange Avenue, a local road here, and you go, oh, there's Jim. He's always right there in front of that booth or whatever it is. That's not the case. It's amazing to me how much turnover there is, and how often you see new faces. And there's only a small core of people who stay the same on a regular basis. And it's sad because there are times where it gets a lot more. There's a lot more people out here than there was, maybe just even a few days ago. And there is no real rhyme or reason, at least that I'm aware of, as to what causes that.
Yeah, and it's for some people they handle themselves really well, and others not so well. And I want to talk a little bit about sort of the horror show that is homelessness, and some of the stuff that we see that you just can never unsee, and it's really tragic. While you're watching, I hope you will consider going online, visiting our website at christianservicecenter.org. We are the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando and in Ocoee. Right now we're in the Paramore Heritage neighborhood, the historic Paramore Heritage neighborhood, just west of downtown Orlando, right on Central Boulevard. Right behind us is, on the other side of this wall, about maybe 100 yards, is the Enter & Co soccer stadium, where the Orlando City Lions play, along with the Orlando Pride. And we're great friends with our neighbors, and they do some phenomenal work over there. Make contributions of food all the time to support us. And so, I think they've had a little bit of a shock being here and seeing some of the stuff. We really try hard to keep people onto the campus, keep them safe. We try to limit the number of people that end up trying to sleep on the property at night that are not in the shelter. But all of that's very difficult to manage, but we do a pretty good job with it. I feel like we're getting better at it every year. But we've seen some pretty horrific situations. I mean, I've noticed, and I don't know if maybe this is just a unobjective perception on my part, I feel like I notice more people in wheelchairs every day. And it seems like we have people in some motorized chairs, some in regular wheelchairs. I know that some people are using wheelchairs to push their belongings, but there's a lot of people who legitimately cannot walk.
Yeah, funny enough, I was just down to dinner service before I came up here, and I think we have like 8, 9 people at dinner service that are in a wheelchair. And it's amazing to me that it's got to be hard enough to live on the street and to be in this situation when you're able-bodied. I cannot imagine doing it in a wheelchair. Or we have numerous people that come here who are deaf or blind, and it's so sad. And you want to try to help every single one of those people. And it really takes everybody to help everybody else. Not one of us, not me, not you, can help everybody. Which is why we need everybody who's listening to help out with whatever you can. Like you said, whether it's coming down here physically and helping, whether it's throwing a couple bucks that you can afford to help the situation out. It's all going towards a good cause, and it's all going towards trying to solve the problem that is homelessness.
And while we will rescue a little over 1,500 adults and children this year from that experience, there are far more people that will experience it and far more people that will come here. I'm looking to Carla Cox, our producer. She's responsible for this. There's the number of people who come every day, but there's also the number of unique people. And I don't know that we have a fully good handle on that, but you want to take a best guess at the number of unique souls that will visit the Paramore campus this year? This year? 15,000 unique adults and children that have visited the campus this year. And, we talk about, like, in this community, we'll share this point in time count we do once a year. Carl is actually the chairman of the point in time count, chairwoman for the point in time count this year. And I chaired it the previous year. And it's a community effort to try and identify and speak to, almost doing a census of everybody experiencing homelessness. And in those reports that tell you that in the Central Florida area on any given night, there's roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people experiencing homelessness. But we know that that's not true, and everybody understands it's not true. That's just who we could find and who's willing to talk to us. And most people, when we find them, they are willing to talk to us. We build good relationships with people. We have a team here called the Hope Team, that their entire job, they are part of the Healthcare Center for the Homeless, or otherwise known as Orange Blossom Family Health. And they are not our organization. They are here just using our campus, and we love having them. They're the red shirts that go out on bicycles and walking around the communities all through Orange, Seminole, and Osceola County, and trying to build relationship with people that are living on the street, living in the woods, living in parks, and trying to talk to them to get them to trust them enough to get them some assistance. But we're not talking about a handful of people here. We're talking about, as Carla just informed us, 15,000 unique people that will have used the campus at one way or another just here. And that's just one part of the community. Most people experiencing homelessness are previously housed in the community where they're now homeless. So if people that were living in Apopka, they're now homeless, they're still in Apopka. About 90% of the time. People that were in Winter Park and now are homeless, they're still in Winter Park. Sanford, Kissimmee, DeLand, Deltona, these are our neighbors, and there's a lot of them. My estimate, there's not a lot of people who would publicly agree with me, because it would be really talking about the reality of these huge numbers. But really, in our community, we're looking at somewhere between 25 and 28,000 people that will experience homelessness in the community this year, and that's in the 3-county area, Orange, Seminole, Osceola. Now, 70% of those people will do what's called self-correct. They will find their way out of the experience of homelessness on their own without any assistance from anyone. And that's great. And they sometimes do it very quickly, sometimes within days. Sometimes it takes weeks. For a very small percentage of people, it might take more than a year. And those are the folks that we call chronically homeless, that have been on the streets for more than a year and have some type of disabling medical condition, either physical or mental or both. But that leaves roughly around 7,000 or so people that do need assistance. And our organization is helping 1,500 of those. Our sister agency across the street, the Coalition for the Homeless, is helping more than that. It's 2,000 or more that they're able to rescue this year. And so between us, we're talking about half that number that's being taken care of between two agencies. I know that the community as a whole and all the other agencies in town have been able to rescue roughly 4,600 people so far this year. And that means it's a math problem at this point. We're talking about another 2,400 people that we need to rescue. The challenge is we have to do it every year, and we will keep having to do it every year, and it will get a little bit harder every year until we start creating more affordable housing that people can afford in the community. And not just our community, this is every community in the United States is struggling with some type of affordability issue, and housing is the most expensive part of almost all Americans' budgets. It used to be, back in the 60s, the most expensive part was food, and things have shifted over time. Now, housing, whether it's your mortgage or rent, is the biggest part of your daily budget, your annual budget, followed by transportation is now number 2 in the country. So the idea of owning and operating a car is very expensive, especially in a community where you have a lot of tolls and you have long commute times, and Orlando does have long commute times. And then it's food, and then after that it's utilities and medical care and child care, and the list goes on. These are essentials for people to just live in this country, and housing is one of those essentials. There is only 2 types of property in the United States. It's either privately owned or publicly owned. That's it. There's no in between. It's either owned by a private individual like Vincent or I, or it's owned by some governmental entity. And right now, it is not legal for someone to sleep on someone else's property. And we call that trespassing. And you can be arrested for that, and at the very least fined for that. And now it's not legal to sleep on public property, even if there's no shelter available in the community, based both on a Supreme Court decision last summer, as well as a new law here in Florida that has effectively criminalized homelessness. So there's no place for people to sleep unless they can find a shelter, and unless we can get them into housing. And so they're finding themselves having to hide. And that makes us, and our ability to count people and determine how big the scope of the problem is, really difficult. And you can't solve a problem without understanding the score. You know, it's like having a football game with no scoreboard. It just looks like a wrestling match with pads. You know, if you don't know what the score is, you have no idea who's winning, who's losing. And that's kind of where we're at with the world of homelessness until we started really counting. And we have a shared database that we use with every agency in Central Florida. It's the same database for every agency in the United States. And this shared data has really been the game changer for us. But we aren't the only ones working on this. Law enforcement is a big part of this. Some of our best partners are in law enforcement. Chief Eric Smith at the Orlando Police Department is one of our great partners. Sheriff Mina with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. These guys know what they're doing, and they are the front line, even more than we are when it comes to homelessness. And you would be shocked at the amount of time local law enforcement is now having to spend on addressing this issue because of some laws that have been passed that were passed without a whole lot of discussion and intelligence with them. And you know, I'm not making a political statement. This is as a homeless services,
It's being realistic,
right? This is what I do, and it's practitioner. It's just not. It wasn't smart. And so we're the ones saddled with the burden of that, and we need help to be able to overcome some of this. We need your advocacy. We need your knowledge, and that's what we're trying to do here tonight. And we've been doing all throughout the day. We want you to learn a little bit about this issue, to tell other people about this issue, and you can do that and help learn and teach others by liking what you're watching right now, making a comment, ask us a question, share what you're viewing, and get other people to view. We have well over 100 people that are watching the live stream right now. I think it's 117 if I remember correctly. 127 people watching right now. We're so grateful for you. If you're watching right now, please take a moment to go visit our website, and you can see how to support us either through volunteerism or through your contributions. Those contributions have added up so far today to $228,320 as of 9 o'clock. We're so excited to have done that. This is our last hour on our telecast today through live streaming, and we want you to be a part of it. Visit us at christianservicecenter.org. Make your gift today. We're so excited to have you here. We're going to take a small break here in just a second, and we'll be right back to you. So Vincent and I can go get a drink of water and use the bathroom, and then come back and talk to you a little bit more. But please stay with us. We have a lot more to share with you.
I got questions for you.
Yeah,
we're doing a lot of talking right now, and I really have some questions for you. I think that the people out there would like to know.
Wow, I'm doing
so
a
we
lot of
should
talking.
do
Nobody
that.
ever says that.
I know, right? I'm so used to you being so quiet.
All right,
So,
well, we'll
yes.
do that right after this. This is a very short break. Stick with us, and thank you for joining us on this last night initiative to end homelessness. Well, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thanks for joining us here on our Christian Service Center for the Homeless last night telethon. We are working very hard to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. There's a lot of activity going on here in the organization. We are at our headquarters at 808 West Central Boulevard in the Paramore Heritage community. And you may see us waving at people walking by as we're doing this. And what we're doing is taking some of your questions. And I'm going to ask Carla Cox, our Director of Operations, a question. She's going to pitch it back to me. And while we're talking, I hope you will take the time to visit us online at christianservicecenter.org. Make a secure online contribution. If you can, make a very small monthly recurring gift. You can pick the day that it starts. You can also pick the day that it stops. And we would really appreciate any type of support you can give us. You can also call us here, and our volunteers will take your call at 407-425-2523. And my first question for Carla is giving money enabling, or is that an oversimplification? How do you think about it? This is probably the most common question I get.
This is a really hard question, mainly because we feel this internal confliction happening inside of ourselves when we're giving someone money, or when we're seeing someone on ongoing assistance and we feel like we're enabling them to stay stuck in a certain situation. And I think if you spend some time talking to folks who are requesting financial assistance or food assistance or anything like that, they will tell you, I don't want to ask for this first and foremost. They don't want to be in the situation they are in. But what we do know is that as people become dependent on a system, it can become very, it kind of grinds you down. When you have to keep asking, suddenly you lose a little bit of that fire in your gut. It starts dimming that light, and it makes it harder and harder for you to motivate yourself to move forward to those next steps for you. So if you are considering helping someone, know that one gift is probably going to help them. But more than that gift, giving them some encouragement, some motivation, that hand up mentality is probably going to go a lot further than you think. So please be that motivation, that encouragement, and still give that little bit of a handout, money, food, whatever that might be, because they probably need it to fulfill those basic needs in that moment. All right, so a question for you. Sure. Let's see. What should I say or not say if I want to talk to someone who is living outside respectfully?
Oh, that's a great question. That's another one I get a lot. So if you're just joining us, please support the efforts we're doing here to make this the last night someone experiences homelessness. Call our number at 407-425-2523 or visit our secure website at christianservicecenter.org. Or you can come down here. We got people coming in and out of our open house holiday party here at 808 West Central Boulevard in Orlando, just west of downtown in the Paramore Heritage area. And you're asking, what do you say? And that's a really tough question. I think what I would typically say to people that ask that question is just acknowledge the other person's existence. If nothing else, you don't even have to say anything. The idea that you look them in the eye and that you wave to them, you could say, hey, how you doing? Or, hey, hope you have a good day, or God bless you, or whatever it is you want to share. That to me is by far the best thing you can possibly do, is really just trying to acknowledge everybody else's existence, because too many times people just walk right on by and they don't feel like they're human anymore because they're not really interacting with other human beings. And that could be a very lonely existence. Another thing you can do is ask people the question that it's hard to ask, but it's probably the most important question to ask is, are you safe? That is a tough question when somebody asks you that. You either are safe and it's very easy to answer, or you're not and it's very tough to answer. And it's a really good question, something that we were trained on how to do as it relates to domestic abuse through the Triple R training that Harbor House does. But it's also something that we use here in the homeless services space, because we want to know what that person's safety is, because that's the highest priority. Carla mentioned asking somebody, what they might need, like a gift card or food or something else like that. But I think, going back to what I originally said, just acknowledging their presence, acknowledging that they exist as a human being on the same planet that you do, is a really big first step for a lot of people. And I think that's one that we should take a little bit more often.
Yeah, just to kind of add to that, I think a lot of times we assume that when someone is experiencing homelessness, that's their whole identity. But people who are experiencing homelessness, they still have hobbies, they still have interests, they still love the Orlando Magic. So asking them, hey, did you catch the score to the game last night? So that you can have that open dialogue with them that kind of invites them in to the broader community and the broader society. Sometimes you'll get further just talking about some pop culture than you will about the state of their houselessness.
Yeah, everybody's from somewhere.
Yeah.
Everybody has a favorite something. They have a favorite memory. They have something they're looking forward to. And there's always ways to make conversation. So if you'd like to be a part of the conversation on how we solve homelessness in our community here in Orlando and Orange County, then please call us at 407-425-2523. You can come on down here to the Christian Service Center here in Paramore at 808 West Central Boulevard and join us. We got people that have been in and out all day. We started at 10 a.m. We're wrapping up tonight at 10 p.m. And we're just glad that you're here joining us online. You can also go online to our secure website and make a contribution of any amount that your means will allow at christianservicecenter.org. So thank you for joining us. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and please stick with us and share this with other friends and family to get the word out about how we are going to end homelessness and make this the last night that somebody experiences homelessness here on our streets in Orlando.
Thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give.
Okay. So you're a diversion case manager.
Correct.
Is that what you consider it?
Yes.
Or housing?
Housing case manager.
Okay.
Diversion, same thing.
So what is your role and kind of what I guess is the most common situations you run into?
So my role is basically to help people that are homeless or that are at risk of being homeless housing. So whether that be family or friends that live in the area or live outside of the state that we can relocate them to, that they can stay with, we can do that. Whether it's they're about to get evicted, so then they can go online, apply for homeless prevention assistance, or they can come in and then we can help them get moved into the place as long as they qualify. So we're literally just housing people.
Okay. What is so with like relocation, what does that assistance look like? Like what is the part that you do and then what's the part that the client would do?
The client, they don't have to do much. They just have to make sure that they have somewhere that they can go for at least 6 months. And then they have to make sure that person, we can talk to them to verify. So then on my end, I call the person, make sure that the home is suitable for, living purposes. I make sure that it's okay for us to relocate them and for them to stay for at least 6 months. And then I buy the ticket and then they're on their way. Sometimes they're able to get bus passes through another partnership that we have to be able to get to the bus to get to where they're trying to go. Or sometimes it's a flight or sometimes it's a train, whatever's the most convenient.
Okay. Okay. So you you figure out what is best needed for their situation or what their need assistance with.
Yes, or what's best needed or what they want, because sometimes what's best needed is not the option that they choose. So whatever they, want to do, that makes sense, and we can do it, and they qualify and it's eligible, then perfect.
Okay.
As long as it gets them off the streets. Because I could say, hey, I think you should probably go to shelter, save your money. That's not the best environment. But they're like, oh, no, I want to go to my mom's house in Virginia. Okay, let's go to Virginia. So
Go see mom.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how that goes.
But you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call at 407-425-2523.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
So since you did work with kids at one point at a different agency, what's the impact of homelessness on kids and teens in this community? And what do most people not see?
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a big question, honestly.
Mhm.
So, yes, I worked with youth and families for a while, over a year, probably a year and a year and a half-ish, 3 months to a year and a half. A lot of it was the impact of the instability on the children. A lot of the parents have their own issues, not necessarily like personal, but just like when you're unstable, your finances are unstable, your living situation, any kind of thing, their transportation, all of it is just completely all over the place. They have to figure it out on a day-to-day. And when the parents are like that, the child is only the step after. It's going to follow in the same footsteps similarly. But luckily they had school a lot of the time. But I learned a lot about families through kids because they tend to say a lot of what's going on in their lives with their parents at schools. And there was a lot of bullying situations. There's a lot where once another student finds out that someone is going through that experience, that kid will just completely, they'll get it brought up all the time, and it really does impact the children a lot. It turns into all of the kids that are going through it together get a lot closer, but it feels like they get a lot farther from people who don't know or haven't gone through that experience, or other kids. So there's a lot of factors that play into it. It is a lot of the social isolation that comes with it is really difficult.
Okay. I understand that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people understand that, which is why you can help make this the last night someone in Central Florida experiences homelessness. Make a contribution at our secure website, christianservicecenter.org, or call 407-425-2523.
Yeah, thank you for joining the last night live stream telethon benefiting the Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Please comment, ask questions, share the live stream, and give. Yeah, thanks.
So we're back. Thank you for joining us here in our last hour for the Christian Service Center's inaugural last night telethon. We are working very hard to try and make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness in our community here in Orlando, Florida. We are a very hyper-local organization, meaning we're not affiliated with some national group or regional group. And if you make a contribution to support this, all of that money is staying here locally. We have really grown as an organization. I'm very proud of the work that's been done here. I have no problem saying it. I know that pride is a sin, but we really are proud of how much we've been able to help people. And I think the numbers really speak for themselves. 15,000 people that have come to this organization unique just this year. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 25, 30,000 unique people in the last 5 years. We have helped rescue in these last 5 years alone well over 4,000 people who have experienced homelessness and are no longer experiencing homelessness because of work that was done here. We're not the only agency that does this. There are plenty of other groups in town that do a great job, particularly our friends at the Homeless Services Network and at the Coalition for the Homeless, the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Salvation Army. We're all in this together, and we're proud to have you in this with us. And we are none of us doing this alone, and I don't do this alone. I do this with my friend and partner here, Vincent Bennett, owner of Bennett Security, and they provide all the safety and security needs that we have here at our Paramore campus, just west of downtown Orlando. And we were in the last segment, I was asking Vince some questions. He said he had some questions for me, so we'll let him ask me whatever he wants. And while we do that and get ready for that, please make sure to visit us at christianservicecenter.org. I would tell you to call in, but our staff for the most part have gone home for the night, and it's just Vincent and me and Carla, who's working the camera. And then we also have our staff that are on the 407 Connect buses. People have gone to sleep. We've done lights out for the night. And Jay is still here. So we've got a handful of people in our skeleton crew as we wrap up in our last hour. But please join us at christianservicecenter.org. If you're watching the live stream, please take a moment to like us, to follow the Christian Service Center's page. If you're watching us through X or Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, please like our page. Please also make a comment. You can ask us a question. We'll read that on the air. And you can also just make a contribution by visiting us at our website, christianservicecenter.org. So Vincent, you said you had some questions.
Yes. Well, also, you say that it's just the few of us here. I mean, I like to think that everybody watching, we have 128 people or 130 something people. Most of that's probably
131. We 131 people watching.
We've gained probably at least 25 since we've been talking. Probably, a lot of it's probably my family.
It's like 4 classrooms of kids.
What I'm curious to know from you is because you and I both kind of came here around the same time to this particular location. What surprised you? Like when you first got here, what would you have think we would have helped at this point?
Like not this much,
right?
No.
What would you have thought at the time? Oh man, it would be great to help X number of people.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the organization has been around since 1971, and the focus was really a lot on helping people with their food needs. So we had a really large emergency food pantry here, and we had the Daily Bread program, which is an emergency hot lunch that we would serve to probably 150 people Monday through Friday, and that was a tradition going back to 1975 in this organization. So that was a very long established tradition in the organization. The other was that we were sort of the front door, that if you needed help, this is where you came, and you didn't know where else to go, and you could just sit down and talk to somebody.
Okay.
All of those things that we were doing then, we're doing now, right? But we had a very specific focus on homelessness. And the board, when they hired me, and I report to a volunteer board of directors, and they're phenomenal. There's 17 people that give up their time. And when they hired me, they said, Eric, we want to do something new. And I said, okay, well, are you wanting to continue service to people, and or are you wanting to lift them out of homelessness? And they said, absolutely, the second one. We want to make it so that the people that are needing our help no longer need our help, because we've helped them get out of homelessness. And I said, all right, that's going to take some doing. And I don't think they really knew what they were in for. I certainly didn't know what I was in for. I'm so glad to have had the opportunity to do it. I hope to be able to do it for the rest of my life. And this is just a dream come true job, but it has been a very hard job. I joke around with my children and say, when I was in high school, I thought I really studied hard. But then I went to college and I realized, oh my gosh, if I had studied this hard, I would have been valedictorian in my high school. And then I thought, in college, I was a lot. But then when I went to grad school, I was like, oh my goodness, if I had studied this hard, I would have graduated magna cum laude in college. And then every job after that has been more. So you find more capacity to do more things. And that's what we've done here at the Christian Service Center, is just we keep finding another gear. When we started, we were a $990,000 a year organization. That was our budget. The board today approved a $6 million annual budget. And what's really remarkable about that is the size of the staff has not grown in correspondence to that. Almost all that money that we've grown is going right out into the community to house people. And we do that in partnership with the city of Orlando, with Orange County, with the Homeless Services Network, with the Veterans Administration. And we do it in partnership with local churches, some local businesses, but mostly the big support that we get is just from individual families. And I was surprised at how few people it really took to make this kind of impact. When we started, we had about 600 or so active annual donors. Right now, we have about 1,000 active annual donors. It's grown, but the thing that's really grown is the average amount that people give. And that's been really surprising to see, and very heartening to see that people want to support it that way. I was also surprised at the number of people experiencing homelessness that were different every week.
Yeah.
Right. And so I had expected that it would be the same people all the time. And that was an interesting lesson learned. It took me a while to pick up on the fact that, hey, wait, these are not the same people. And then you come back 2 weeks later and you're like, these are still not the same people. And we learned that, it's a very interesting experiment. And we really have picked up on a lot of things. We've also learned that the people here that are the hardest to work with are not our guests, they're not our volunteers, they're not our staff. It's the people trying to come and take advantage of our homeless guests, because they think they can, capture their identity and sell it to somebody
and nobody's
else.
going to care.
That's right. And so they're trying to convince them by saying, oh, we'll give you a free phone and it's going to come in the mail. Or, we're going to get you your new health insurance. It's going to be fantastic. And it never comes. And not only that, it gets them kicked out of the whatever insurance they might have had. And so, that's been one of the surprising things, to see how many people get taken advantage of. I will tell you, one of the things I was not surprised by was the level of passion and commitment of the people who work here. And that just continues to grow. And we get, more people who find a depth of compassion that, in a whole new gear that I didn't think was possible.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. I mean, I could talk forever about the things that are surprising. And I think that your role in the organization has been surprising. I think that I had no idea. We didn't start with security here, right?
No,
It wasn't doing it right
not
away.
at all.
And now I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't imagine it.
Right.
And I
We would
do this
literally
for a
not
living.
operate
Yeah.
without having the security staff. And they're a major part of this function. And they really, in many ways, run the campus by making sure that it's not run some other way, you know. And I think that's been a big surprise
It amazed
for me
me
too.
how many of the clients that we have, which are how we refer to the people who are experiencing homelessness, it surprised me how many are so appreciative to see me and my guys and my people every single day, because they're so used to, and I expect them to not like us and not appreciate us because they think that we're here to cause them more pain in their lives.
Right.
And it's so nice to come here every day that I'm here and to hear from my people how appreciative the clients that are out here are. Just say to, hey man, we just appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate everything you do.
Yeah.
And
were you in here earlier when Willie and Gene Collins were in here
Yes,
talking to us?
yes.
I mean,
Oh, man.
their story was so interesting in part because they were living in hotels,
Yeah.
and then they just couldn't do it anymore. They didn't have enough money, but they were also concerned that the hotel they were in was making them sick, and they were like, we don't know where we're going to go, and they
Yeah.
ended up here, and they ended talking to the right people
Yeah.
to get them on the shelter program.
Yeah, I
which we
remember
do
when they
here.
showed up at that program.
And that was remarkable. But I could see, kind of feel, Jean reminded me a lot of one of my aunts, and she was, the way she was talking and the kind of her expressions reminded me of my aunt. And I was like, God, I would have, if my aunt were going through this, and she would have been terrified. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight?
Yeah.
Am I sleeping under an underpass somewhere? Am I going behind a dumpster? Like where am I going to sleep in bushes? Like where do you go? And the stress of that, to be honest, I've not experienced that in my life. I can't, so I can't claim to really understand truly the experience of homelessness. But they were very close to that. But unfortunately, a lot of the people that you see, I think one of the reasons they're happy to see you is because it's terrifying being out on the street at night. Maybe you get used to it a little bit more the longer you're doing it, but you never want to be doing it. It's a terrible
No,
experience.
I can't imagine even getting a full night's sleep.
They can't.
Just always worried that what's going to get me, whether it's an animal, whether it's another person, whether it's the weather, whether I'm going to get arrested because now, we're not allowed to sleep out here in the public.
What's going to get stolen from me?
There you go.
What do I do with my shoes tonight? Do I sleep with them on, or do I tie them around something that they don't
It's
walk
funny
away?
you bring that up because that's another interesting thing that I never expected to find out, where items get stolen. That people have nowhere to put their stuff.
That's right.
They obviously need stuff, whether it's clothes or whatever it is, phones, bicycles, and they just can't seem to hold on to it because you can only hold on to so much stuff. And when you're sleeping, what do you do with it? So that's really sad.
I don't know if you ever read any of those Lee Child books of Jack Reacher.
Love those.
One of the things, if you don't know Jack Reacher, the story, they made some movies about it. There's a television show on Amazon, and
great
and,
show.
They talk about Jack Reacher wandering the country with nothing but a toothbrush, a foldable toothbrush in his pocket, and a debit card. And I think how unrealistic that is. It's funny because in some of the books he's referred to jokingly as Sherlock Homeless, and because of the weirdness. But what's ridiculous about it is there's no way that you walk around the country with nothing but a foldable toothbrush and a debit card in your pocket. But let's assume that that you can do that. He's got money. Right. He has money that he can pull from, that he can buy what he needs when he needs to buy it. But when you don't have money, you're thinking about, well, how do I change my underwear? What happens when my shoes are soaking wet and they've now fallen apart? What do I do about needing to be able to have feminine hygiene products? And where do you carry these things? I'd like to have a book to read, just because otherwise I'm just sitting around staring at something all day.
Just
I
a
don't know.
toothbrush and toothpaste. You just mentioned walking around with a toothbrush. What do you do with that stuff? Do you carry it in your pocket? You can't carry so much stuff in your pocket.
Right. And where's the toothpaste? Where's Jack Reacher holding this toothpaste? I mean, these are some of they sound trivial, right? But it is horrifying. You can see the horror on people's faces. I am constantly impressed by the resilience of the people that come here, but I'm also just transfixed by the horror that you can see etched on their faces. Even the ones that have been homeless for a long time, they are still scared to death. And I think it's just an absolute travesty that we're still having people in this day and age that are experiencing that. Certainly, we are at a phenomenal time in the history of the planet and the history of the country. There's a lot of amazing things happening. We're curing diseases. We've reduced the incidence of death from diseases like malaria all over the planet. There's amazing things happening, but it's not enough. And this is one of those areas where I want to tackle it so we can get to a place where if you are going to fall into homelessness, it's only going to happen once in your life. It's going to be very brief when it happens, and hopefully it's very rare that it happens to anybody. And we want to help make that a reality in the community. We want you to help us do it.
And to do that, it only takes a little bit. You know, you might think that, oh, I can't afford $50, can't afford $100, but $5 goes a long way. I mean, you can get a bar of soap, you can get, some toilet paper, some toothbrush, toothpaste, just the essentials. I mean, imagine leaving your house in the morning to come here and having not the ability to brush your teeth. And what that does for your psyche, you don't want to interact with people. You don't, you don't want to do the things that you would normally do because you're embarrassed of the fact of how your breath might smell.
Yep. I mean, I forgot to wear deodorant like a couple months ago to work.
I remember that day.
Yeah. and I was self-conscious about it all day long. And this was not even a hot day. And we take for granted that these things are just part of our essential daily lives, that I get to get up in the morning and use a real bathroom, and I get to use the shower, and I get to, take my medication or brush my teeth and do all that in the relative comfort and safety of my own home. And we don't live in a community where you can go and live off the land, right? You can't just go and decide I'm going to go be Grizzly Adams somewhere and live off the land. That doesn't exist in the U.S. anymore. You can't just go stay at a national park and hope nobody catches you. You're going to get arrested. And if you go try to stay on some ranch land somewhere, you're going to get shot. So, this is not an option for people. Homelessness is not something that people can do in this country without massive risk to their personal safety, to their psychological well-being, to their emotional health, to their own finances. And it's such a crazy thing that people think it just happens to everyone else. But we're talking about, in this country, 5% of all Americans are estimated to or will have experienced homelessness in their lifetime. We estimate that in 2025, we will have seen at least 3 million people have experienced homelessness this year. And I'm pretty sure that number is soft. And so we were trying to do our best to change that and make that the last night that at least one person no longer experiences homelessness. And for this organization, one is not enough. We're able as an organization to help, on average, 4 to 5 people a day exit homelessness. And right now you make a big dent in that. We have raised so far today, just since 10 a.m., $228,370 as of 9:30. And we would really love to get to the $250,000 mark before the end of the night. But we are so grateful for that money that is going to be able to help a lot of people. $3 is what it costs to produce a hot meal here for someone. We can put somebody on a bus for $30 and send them to live with family in Gainesville or Sarasota, which we've done recently. $300 is sometimes all you really need to help someone pay the application fee to get into a new apartment. $3,000 is what you're going to probably spend to get a family of 4 into a new apartment and cover the first month's rent and security deposit and the application fee. And then they're going to pay the rent going forward. And this is not the kind of thing that people can do all the time. Once you've gotten assistance like this, in most cases, it's a one-time in your life thing because you can't get any more. Many of these programs are once every 5 years at best that you can get assistance. So this is not some type of opportunity for people to take advantage of a system. This is truly emergency help. This is a domestic refugee crisis, the likes of which I never thought I would see in this time.
So you mentioned earlier 1,503 people so far you've helped this year. I had asked earlier how many people would surprise you 5 years ago if you were to help. That first year, how many people would you say you helped that first year?
Carla, how many in 2021?
Or even, right. And
2020.
Right, 2020 is one.
2020, we helped 9 people. And the next year it was like 136.
Well, before you go any farther, the funny backstory to this is Eric has a thing he likes to do to show us at meetings. He has jelly beans in a jar.
Black Eyed Peas.
Excuse, are they black eyed
Yeah,
peas
they're
now?
Black Eyed
Okay.
Peas, yeah.
All right. For whatever reason, I thought they were jelly beans,
Yeah.
but okay.
Because people would eat the jelly beans.
I should probably pay attention more at these.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So 9 black eyed peas in the jar,
Yeah.
the first one.
Yeah.
How did that progress along? How many 9 the first year? How did we do going on?
So yeah, so I think the next
'Cause
year.
I think they're all sitting on your desk, right?
No, actually, they're just in the other
okay,
room
right in
here.
there. All right.
Yeah, the next year I think it was 136, and then Carla's probably going to pull this up and tell us exactly, and she can even put it on the screen. But the numbers have grown pretty significantly each year. I think we went from 136 to 400, and I think we went from 400 to 800,
Yeah.
and then we went to 1,200, and this year it's 1,500. I may be a little off with that, but we keep growing, and we are to the place now where you start to add all that up, and I think we're very quickly approaching having rescued 5,000 people in the last 5 years
Yeah.
from homelessness, and I think we are on track to be able to do more than that. And what we are also trying to do is get ahead of the curve,
Yeah.
because we're trying to affect change in the space of housing. And I joined some boards within Orange County that focus on affordable housing, and we have a number of our board members who are involved in this space of advocacy. Nonprofits are not supposed to get involved in elected politics in terms of campaigns for individuals, but we should be and encouraged to be involved in campaigns for causes, campaigns for initiatives, trying to get more funding for certain issues in the community. And one of those issues is homelessness.
Well,
And it's a big problem.
and it's not just government giving us that money to do that. It's the people watching right here, just giving a couple dollars.
That's right.
Where'd you say? There you go. Would you
146
say we're
people,
228,000 and something right now?
Yeah,
It'd be nice if
$228,000
we got
raised.
35 minutes, we can get to an even 229,000 at least.
Yeah.
And that's going to help quite a lot of people tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we started the day with none of this, and we really generated a lot of support throughout the day. And a lot of these contributions are $5, $10, and $15 contributions, and so we're very, very, very appreciative of that type of support. You can support us as well if you haven't done so already, or if you already have, you can do it again and make a contribution online at christianservicecenter.org. You can make that gift anytime, whether that's
You can even set it up monthly, right?
you can
Even
set
have-
that's
there you
right.
go.
You can set up
Yeah.
monthly. We like to call those our gems, our give every month donors, and you can do that just $5 a month every month. And it's not necessarily in perpetuity. You can set the time limit. If you say, "Yeah, I want to give, but I don't want to still be getting charged on my credit card like 5 years from now, and I forgot it was happening,"
Oh, like a gym membership.
or
Yeah.
Netflix or something
Right.
like that. What you can do is say, "Okay, I want to start on this date and I want it to end on that date." And so we are very respectful and good stewards of those types of gifts, and are very appreciative of when they happen. The $5 contributions mean just as much to me personally as the $500,000 contributions, and I mean that sincerely. Every gift here is important. We send thank you letters to all of our donors. It doesn't matter what the size of the gift is. I hand sign every single one of them, no matter what the gift size is. I write notes on every single one of them, and we're really, really appreciative of that level of support. And one of the things that your support pays for is the food that we provide here at the organization. So we have grown to now from just 5 days a week doing one meal 5 days a week, to then we went to 2 meals 5 days a week, and then we added 3 meals 5 days a week, and then we wanted to start doing weekends. And so we couldn't figure out how to afford it, and a couple of us did a emergency blanket drive. This is 2 years ago now,
Okay.
and New Year's Eve 2 years ago, and we had a huge response because it was going to be really cold New Year's
Yeah.
Day, and people drove from all over and donated blankets, and we gave every single one of those suckers out. But what we noticed that day, and I know you appreciate this because you see it all the time, is that we have that day saw people pulling up in their cars, popping the trunk, pulling out food and handing it to people.
Yeah.
Very gracious, very generous. We really appreciate them. But then there was another group, and then another group, and we counted on New Year's Eve 2023, going to 2024, 29 different vehicles that came up and were handing out food. And the joke that we had at the time is, it would be great if the people would come out Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, not just on Saturdays, because people don't have 29 compartments in their stomach only need to eat, 1 day a week, and then you can process the food. That's not how the human body works, if you were curious. But we need people to do it all the time. So we started approaching these groups and saying, hey, if you'd like to do this on the campus, then you can come and do it in a safe and secure way, and we'll encourage you. And now we have 20 different groups that come out here.
Yeah.
We have served 166,894 meals so far in 2025.
A little
It's
more than
amazing.
that. If Carla, if you don't mind adding on to that, 167, please. Oh, okay. Because we did 167 tonight just now at 6 o'clock.
That's
So,
right. That's
yeah.
right. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, we do it every night.
It's great, but it's also not great because I would love to come here one day and find out that we don't serve any meals because there's no more.
People, that's one of the questions people ask me all the time that I never had an answer. Like, oh, how are things going at Christian Service Center? And I would say, they're really terrible.
Exactly.
But they're also really great. And so, you have to answer that question very delicately.
Yeah.
But it's terrible that we see so many people in such desperate, nightmarish conditions. But it's also great that we're able to get them to a place where they're not
Oh, yeah.
experiencing those nightmarish conditions. And you can support us in our efforts to do that here at the Christian Service Center. Come and visit us. Come and take a tour, walk around, volunteer. We're located just west of downtown Orlando in the historic Paramore Heritage Community. It's a wonderful area. I love being part of this. You can be part of helping distribute food in our community, clothing. We've done 7,738 clothing vouchers for people this year, just in 2025. You can be a part of that whole effort. You can volunteer and bring your kids. We do a family volunteer program every second Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon. We call it the Second Saturday Crew. You can just show up, and we have all kinds of projects to put you to work. You can bring children and adults of all ages. We have projects for people that can only do something seated. We even have projects for 3-year-olds that's just coloring things that we'll color little messages, and that we kind of pre-make, and almost like a coloring book, and we'll fold those up and put them in the meal that we serve, even sometimes that same day. And so you can be a part of that. This is just such a wonderful organization. I've worked for some great organizations in this community, and this is just the best opportunity to really make a big impact for your neighbors in need. We have seen so many families get assistance this year. For those families that we've already housed, we have an emergency food pantry. We have an open pantry that people can come and visit 5 days a week here, Monday through Friday. We open up at 9 a.m. We shut down at 4 p.m. And you can be one of the 2,115 people or families that have visited our emergency food pantry this year. It's been a remarkable year because there's been so much need. We had this terrible kind of crisis during the government shutdown where SNAP benefits were delayed for a lot of families, and that was really horrifying, because I don't think most people understand how incredibly significant SNAP benefits are to so many people. You and I were constantly trading news stories and stuff, and watching and listening to the news all the time. It's been an interesting year. We've seen a lot of interesting things happen, and some of them good, some of them not so good. And we're kind of caught in the middle of all that right now, trying to adjust and figure out what our new reality is.
Yeah, because quite a few of them making the situation a little worse for some people.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And we're trying to adjust to that, because we got to roll with punches. We can't make it up any excuses, because just because we don't get a certain amount of funding from some program doesn't mean we can stop. We got to keep going, and so we need help in a very diverse way from lots of different people, as opposed to just receiving one donation.
The problem's here. It's here every day, whether you want to do it or not. And what's the phrase? If you find yourself facing a problem, why not solve it today and where you stand?
That's right. Yeah.
And
I mean, what is it? Jeremy Foley, the old athletic director at the University of Florida, used to say, if you're going to do something eventually, you might as well do it immediately.
There you go.
And I think the issue we're facing is something we need to address immediately. It's one of those things that, if you put enough money into it and you have enough commitment from smart people who know what they're doing, you solve this overnight.
Because people are going to die if you don't.
That's right.
It's not like your car, you can put it off for a week to work on it because you can't afford to do it.
That's right.
Or you're cleaning your house, or, whatever it is. This, if you don't have something to eat today, this might be your 4th day with nothing to eat. So you might not have a fifth day because of that.
That's right. We had a client not that long ago who had missed payment on her truck 2 months in a row, and she just didn't have enough money. She had to pay the rent or pay the lease on the truck, and she came home one day and saw her truck being towed away, and she had actually, I'm sorry, she got up in the morning, saw her truck being towed away. And what she had done mistakenly was leave her purse in the truck that night.
My gosh.
So it also went with her wallet and with her ID and her, credit and debit cards and lots of other things that were important to her. And by the time she got to the tow truck, place, of course, that purse is now completely missing.
Mm-hmm. And you have the expense of trying to figure out how you're going to get to the tow yard because you don't have your car to do it.
And so she ends up having to deal with all that. She ends up missing a little bit of work. She doesn't get the same amount of money in her paycheck. She misses rent. She missed 1 month of rent on the timely nature. And she's up getting an eviction notice.
Such a common story of how so many people we see every single day are in the situation they're in every day. You and I are sitting there and we seem to be fine doing what we're doing. Boom, you get hit with something. And a week later, you're now out there asking for something to eat underneath the tent.
Yeah, and you and I are similar in that we both are from Florida. We grew up in Florida in different parts. I grew up in the Tampa Bay area. You grew up in Key West, and I think that
technically Key Largo, Tavernier.
I'm sorry.
Everybody thinks Key West when they say the Keys, and for all of you listening in the Keys,
Tavernier, I'll make
who
sure
are yelling at the TV at the moment, yes.
So, or the computer screen or your phone,
right?
We have
throwing a conch shell or something.
That's right. We have family that we can lean on.
Yeah.
Right? If everything went to hell, right, and we had our ID stolen and our car repossessed and all this, we still have family and friends that we can lean on. I find that a lot of people want to classify folks who are homeless into these same categories, that their experiences are all the same. But really, what I find is that for the most part, the only real common thread that runs through it is people that are experiencing homelessness typically didn't have anyone to lean on when the time came and they were in that emergency.
Absolutely.
And it might be because they don't have family. There's nobody. It might be because their family is in just as bad a straits as they are.
Mhm.
And that's unfortunately very, very common. We are working so hard this year and every year to try and help people and help their families and reunite them with their families when it's possible. One of the really remarkable ways that we're able to help people is by reunifying them with family members around the country, sometimes just down the street, in Tampa or Daytona, but oftentimes we send people to Seattle or New York or Pittsburgh, and we do that. We call it reunification. We will talk to the person who's come to us for help, and we go through all the different options. And one of the best options is sometimes to make that phone call and call mom or call grandma or call your aunt and say, hey, can I come stay with you?
You would know this better than me, but I would also assume that that's probably the most successful way of getting somebody out of homelessness is reuniting them with a family member, because then they have that structure there and that support there that they wouldn't have if you just gave them an apartment or you just got them into somewhere. They're still alone. They don't have that sort of family structure around them to help pick them up on day 3, day 4, day 5 when they need that support.
It is a very successful way to do it. It doesn't happen as often as you might think. We so far this year have reunified 129 adults and children with family around the country, and that's 129 out of 1,500. And the reason that it's not higher than that is that common thread.
Yeah,
because they don't have anybody that they can reconnect with. Otherwise, they would have already done it in many cases.
Absolutely.
And sometimes they like, no, I'm going to do this myself. I'm going to figure it out. I don't want to rely on other people. And then they are homeless for a week and they realize, oh my goodness, I'm going to get beaten, robbed, or raped if I'm out here any longer. So we're really, really trying to focus on helping people reconnect with housing, get them in an apartment, whether that's an apartment in Pittsburgh with their mom, or that's an apartment down the street that we help them pay the application fee to get into, whether it's a veteran that we're trying to help that veteran and her family, get into housing. We do that in lots of different ways, but we can only do that with your help. We have 15 minutes left on our last night telethon to make this the last night that someone in our community experiences homelessness. We have over 150 people watching on our different live stream platforms through X, through Facebook, through Instagram, through YouTube. We're really very, very happy. This is the largest I think we've had at any one time today. Throughout the day, it's been, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of people that have been able to tune in for a few minutes. I'm here with my friend and coworker, Vincent Bennett, owner of Bennett Security. And I'm Eric Gray, Executive Director at the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in the historic Paramore Heritage Community. We are just west of downtown Orlando, located next to the Interenco Soccer Stadium, home of the Orlando City Lions and Orlando Pride. You can be part of the support that we need to help more people get out of homelessness. You can make a contribution online right now at christianservicecenter.org. You can be one of the many people who've made a $5 or $10 contribution. We need more. We have raised over $228,000. We're getting close to $230,000. It'd be a great way to end the night. And you could really make this a big difference for somebody tomorrow. There will be people that come to our program tomorrow to get food, to use the restrooms. There will be people that come on Sunday. There will be people who come on Monday. And it continues the work every day. Every day the work continues. And we do this here in Paramore. We also do it in Ocoee. We are a very hyper-local organization. We love being able to do this, but we cannot do it without your help. If you're watching right now and you're in bed and you're scrolling through your phone, don't scroll away. We want to educate you a little bit what's going on, talk to you about homelessness, but we want you to get involved. You can go to our website and learn about volunteering here. It's the holidays. A lot of people thinking about, hey, you know, I'd really want to give back. I want to help somebody in need. I want to serve at the soup kitchen. Well, guess what? This is the soup
There you
kitchen.
go.
This is our community soup kitchen. And we're not the only organization in the community that provides food, but we are one of the oldest agencies working with the homeless in the community, 55 years. We are the agency soup kitchen. We call it Daily Bread. And we do this every single day for hundreds of adults and children. And we'd love for you to be a part of it. You can just sign up to be a volunteer on our website anytime at christianservicecenter.org. You can sign up to get more information. You can make a contribution. And making a contribution means you're automatically subscribed to our quarterly newsletter that we send out old school. We still send it out in the mail.
Yeah.
We do an electronic one as well. But you know, if you're like me, you hate email and you don't want to check it anymore. So we are really just trying to connect you with solutions that are possible in this community. People are in desperate straits. I've seen them. Vincent's seen them. You've probably seen them. But it's not just the people who you see at the intersection with the cardboard sign. It's not just the guy with the long scraggly beard. If you want to have an image of somebody experiencing homelessness, think of a woman in her mid-30s with a small child living in her car.
Who probably wasn't homeless last week.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah, and statistically, within the last 8 days, no, she was probably not homeless. And you know, some of these people are able to move through and get help really quickly. Others, it takes a long time. And we were talking about that earlier. There was this gentleman who I don't want to share his name, but he, you know, we haven't seen him in a little while, and I'm afraid that's probably because he's passed. But he, you know, was in such bad condition that the hospital didn't know how they could help him anymore, and they would drop him off, and he would end up here every couple of months in nothing but a hospital gown. And when I say nothing else, nothing else, he would have a hospital gown, a wheelchair, and a wristband. And you know, he couldn't move or care for himself. And we see people like that all the time. And you know, like, man, even we are at our limit of what we can do to support people. And there just needs to be more of that support happening in the community one way or another. I mean, you've seen some pretty scary things here too, and you know, just like I have. And you know, I don't know if you carry it home with you, but you know, it's something that we really struggle with here with all of our staff, is making sure that we don't take this stuff home with us.
Absolutely. But once again, it all of that is worth it for the people that you end up helping.
Yeah.
I mean, the satisfaction and the feeling that you have at the end of the day, knowing that as much as you burn through energy and you're worn out, you're tired and you're exhausted, you've changed people's lives for the better, and there's nothing more rewarding than that.
It's really very rewarding. You're
It
right.
is.
And I get to the privilege of signing these approvals to put somebody on an Amtrak train and send them to live with their family in Austin. We sign the approvals every day to pay for someone's security
Yeah.
deposit to get them an apartment. We are not just throwing out cash. We are writing checks directly to a landlord, and they are having to pay the rent the rest of the time. We have raised so far. Hold that sign back up again, Carla. It's $228,400 as of 9:50. We've got 10 minutes left in our live stream to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness here in our community. Please help us to get to that mark. We'd love to get to $230,000 tonight. We want to make this the last night that someone experiences homelessness. We want to make this a community where no one sleeps outside. And we feel like that is possible, not just in our lifetimes, but within the decade. We feel like that's possible. We have the numbers to prove it.
Yeah.
We have growing base of support, but we need more, and we need you to be a part of that, because this is a really special place that I think you'll be really happy you chose to be a part of it.
We have a board, 2 boards actually downstairs, showing how many people we've moved into housing, where we hang little houses on the hooks, and then the utilities and the helping. I would love to be able to have 4, 5 of those boards up there. And as crazy as it is, 5 years ago, we barely could fill a line on that board. And now we've had to add to that and buy more pegboard just so that we can do this. And it's all because of the people who are helping by donating the small amounts of money.
That's right. And we talk about like matching gift kind of campaigns. You hear people say, hey, give $1, be matched $1 if you do this today. But we are part of a system that, as you make contributions to support us, that gives us the credibility in the community to go to other investors like the city of Orlando or Orange County or the federal government or the Veterans Administration at the federal level, and say, hey, we have this support. We are a credible organization that is doing really good things, and they see that work, they see that success, and they want to invest in that too. And so there's no financial return on these investments in the sense that directly, but it's more than just a spiritual return on investment,
Absolutely.
more than just an emotional return on investment. This is actually a good economic investment for the community as a whole. Every person on the streets for a year or more in the city of Orlando is going to cost our community and taxpayers a minimum of $35,000 a year. And I think that number is low. And so we work really, really hard to help as many people as we can. We have helped people this year, 747 adults and children who were living on the streets. They were living in a car, on cardboard, or in a camp, and they are no longer doing that. We have helped place them in an apartment, 747, and then we've helped an additional 742 adults and children who had received an eviction notice and were going to end up on the streets if not for the rental assistance that we will provide them, that one-time, 1 month rental assistance. And in as much as we're so proud of those numbers, and it's over 1,500 people that we've been able to help this year, that we still feel like there's a lot more that we can do.
You mentioned earlier the fact that the amount of time and expense it is to arresting somebody for sleeping out on the sidewalk. So look at it from this standpoint. If you're trying to decide whether or not to give, how much to give, that kind of a thing, you getting somebody off the street is keeping somebody from being arrested, which is taking up the resources involved around that. So your $10 donation may actually end up saving yourself, if you happen to be a taxpayer in the area, or saving the expense of hundreds of dollars that law enforcement is being paid to deal with the situation, where they could be then also preventing a more serious crime that's going on.
That's very true. I mean, it costs a good deal of money to put somebody into the Orange County Jail for a night. I don't remember the exact number we were talking about earlier today, but it's well over $100 per night per person incarcerated.
And no
in the jail.
return of investment on that.
No,
you
there's
know?
no real upside to having someone who was sleeping on the streets. They're now in jail for usually just a single night at most.
Compounded their problem.
That's right. And now you made it harder for them to get an apartment and get a job because they have a conviction.
And they've most likely lost all of their belongings because they were left on the street because the police can't take it with them to the jail.
Where you know, for the 407 Connect program we do here, the shelter bus, it works out to be about a little under $40 per bed per night for us to put somebody into a safe bed. And then we work with them until it gets done to get them housed.
Yeah.
And so far, we've been able to do that for hundreds of people. So far this year, we've rescued 1,503 adults and children from homelessness through your generosity. And you can support us here in the last few minutes. We're getting ready to wrap up here in just another minute or two with our inaugural live stream on our last night initiative and trying to make this the last night to end that somebody experiences homelessness. This is Vincent Bennett, owner of Bennett Security, who runs all the security for our program, and he's an integral part of our operation. I'm Eric Gray. I'm the executive director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless here in Orlando, and we are so glad that you've been able to join us. We've had thousands of people that have been able to stream in with us today, and we're just happy that you took the time, and thank you for your contributions. And we are going to say goodnight. Are we right at 10 o'clock yet, Carla? We got 3 more minutes left, and we're committed. We're the last ones here.
Mhm.
You know, we sent everybody else home, but we wanted to stay until 10 o'clock because I know there's some people that they get into bed and what they're doing before they go to bed is they're on Twitter
Yeah.
or X. They're on
You
Facebook.
see
they're on
us, you go,
Instagram.
what are these two guys talking about?
That's right.
Yeah.
And some of those people know us. And
Yeah.
so if you're one of those people out there that knows me personally, my expectation is at the very least, you're liking that feed. And I would really appreciate the comment and sharing it, even if it's just for the next 3 minutes. And most importantly, we want you to go to the website, learn about volunteerism, maybe sign up to be a volunteer. That would be fantastic. And give. Find a way to make a contribution. We have raised over $228,000 today to support our efforts to end homelessness here in Orlando. That's our goal. That's our objective. We're going to do it. We're going to find a way to get this to become the last night that everyone experiences homelessness. This last night initiative is part of a broader campaign where we are going to be going into the new year, working hard to make this the last night for more and more people, to the point where we're going to start calling it the Zero Night Initiative, where this is just nobody experiencing homelessness in the community. That's part of our long-term strategic vision, and we want you to be part of that as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Vincent, for
Yes.
all
Yeah.
your hard work, and so proud to have you by my side doing this. This is something we couldn't do without you, and thank you for joining us these last 2
Yeah,
hours. And
2 hours? I've been here for 12 hours. What are you talking about?
Vincent's been standing guard for 12 hours, and then he's our last guest. We've had wonderful guests today. We had Commissioner Kelly Semrat from Orange County, Commissioner-elect Tom Keene from the city, Commissioner Robert Stewart
So many
from the
great
city of
people.
Orlando. We had Representative Anna Escamani, Ryan Gillespie from the Orlando Sentinel. We had Sabrina Maggiore from WFTV. We had Manny Martinez host for a couple of
Yeah.
hours, like 3 hours today, from Fox 35. We had a number of our board members here, lots of volunteers, some of our clients that we've helped house. We just have had a wonderful time here, and our staff who've just been absolutely amazing. They've been working on this all day. We sent them home really about an hour or so ago, and we're just so appreciative of their efforts. So far, we have raised $228,500.
Nice.
And we're gonna that website doesn't ever turn off, guys. It stays on forever. So you can get on there, and if you want to make a $500,000 contribution, you can do that on the website.
Excellent.
There is no character limit on the donation line. I made sure of that.
Okay.
So if you're Elon Musk and you happen to be tuning in on X right now, Mr. Musk, you want to make that contribution, you can do it right now. We accept gifts of cash. We can use your credit card. You can make a gift of real estate. You can make a gift of stock. I don't think we're yet to the place where we're accepting cryptocurrency,
Okay.
but we're going to figure that out. And so we're making this the last night that someone experiences homelessness, and we're doing it with your support right here at the Christian Service Center